the Golden Islands. I checked one by one and found that all the believers were from the Golden Islands. The divine consciousness spread further, and one could see statues of gods and groups of believers coming to worship. I found this very unbelievable, as I had only slept for a short while. Just took the soul ice marrow and had a comfortable sleep. When I woke up, the residents of the Golden Islands became my believers? This is too strange, isn't it? No, faith can't just happen for no reason. Something must have happened. I decisively summoned my 4 demigod subordinates to question them and found out that they had been outside. Congratulations, Master. The 4 of them bowed respectfully. What's the faith of the Golden Islands? I asked, looking at them. Babulus replied respectfully, Master, you've been in seclusion for a year, and we've had nothing to do, so we helped you spread the faith, and the results are quite good. A year? A year has already passed? I was shocked all over. I had only slept for a short time. I am not a pig. How could I have slept for so long? Yes, Master. Babulus nodded, then said with a smile, Master, don't be confused. At our level, even a nap can last a long time, let alone practicing in seclusion. I nodded slowly, then waved my hand, and 4 divine powers appeared in my hand, flashing with black, silver, blue and gold divine light respectively, emitting terrifying divine power fluctuations. Godhead. Upon seeing the divine nature, the 4 of them were shocked, their eyes red and filled with burning desire, just like hungry wolves staring at fat lambs. I always reward meritorious service and punish guilt. You've done an excellent job this year. I'm very satisfied and must reward you. I waved my hand, and 4 godheads flew towards the 4 people. The dark godhead fell in front of Babulus, the thunder godhead flew to Caesar, the wind godhead was given to Nikia, and the gold godhead was given to Klaus. Now, they're all yours. I smiled and said, I've already taken care of these 4 godheads. You can merge them without worrying about them being possessed by their original owners. Thank you, Master. The 4 of them immediately knelt on the ground, their excitement beyond words. Divinity, the Master actually bestowed upon them divinity. This was truly a heavenly gift. It's just a lower level godhead, not worth mentioning. I smiled faintly and said, as long as you serve me well, you will have a mid-level godhood and a high-level godhood as well. We will do our best and try our best. The 4 of them swore quickly. At this moment, they feel that joining me is the wisest decision they have ever made in their lives. Once the lower godheads merge, they can become lower-level gods in one leap, something they couldn't even dream of doing before. And now, it is about to be achieved. It is unbelievable. Go and merge the divine nature. Meng Lei waved his hand and drove them out of the palace. Afterwards, Meng Lei went directly to the 96th floor of the Tower of Time. He hadn't seen Xiao Keilei for over a year, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried. His divine sense spread rapidly, instantly covering the entire floor, but he found no trace of Xiao Keilei. Meng Lei was a little stunned and quickly teleported to the 100th floor. Dodora, where's Coke? Duatala was snoring when she was suddenly woken up by Meng Lei. She almost exploded with anger. What's wrong with your brain? Are you going to let me sleep? Where's the Coke? Meng Lei didn't care about Dodora's temper at all. She's already returned to the demon world. Duatala rubbed her sleepy eyes and said impatiently, you've been dormant for more than a year. It would be strange if she didn't leave. Return to the demon realm? Meng Lei was shocked. Why did she return to the demon world? What happened? Of course I left on my own. Dodora rolled her eyes. It's been over a year. If she hadn't left, she would have starved to death. Don't worry about it. She's a fallen angel. It's much better for her to stay in the demon world than here. When did she leave? Why didn't you stop her? Meng Lei's tone was full of dissatisfaction. Stop it? Do you want her to starve to death? Dodora pouted. It wasn't long after you fell asleep that Coke ate up all the demons. I didn't even notice. She went back to the demon world on her own. Meng Lei remained silent. The fallen angels were originally erased from the demon world and were born with the ability to sense the breath of the demon world. If Xiao Keilei really wanted to leave, there would be no way she would be able to be seen unless Dodora followed closely behind her and kept an eye on her. What's more, all the food was eaten up, and she had to go hungry every day. How could Dodola stop her? No, I have to find her. Meng Lei closed his eyes and his soul descended into the demon world again, hoping to find Xiao Keilei's trace with the help of the blood contract between him and her. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. Meng Lei could not sense any news from Xiao Keilei at all. She seemed to have evaporated from the earth and disappeared without a trace. Can't sense it? Asked Dodora. Meng Lei shook his head. No, it's normal that I can't sense it. Dodora said calmly, the blood contract is the most primitive blood contract, not the soul contract. It can't be sensed if the distance is a little far. Besides, the demon world is almost boundless. Little Coke could be hiding in any corner. It would be strange if you could sense her. Hearing this, Meng Lei breathed a sigh of relief and said, I just hope she is safe. Don't worry, she must be fine. Dodora shook his head. The fallen angel is a high-level demon with an astonishing training speed. In addition, the demon world is full of food and nutrients. Little Coke will definitely make a name for himself. Meng Lei sighed, left the Tower of Time, and began to wander outside. He did not fly, but walked slowly on his feet. I'm in a bad mood and want want to go out and feel the sea breeze. He first passed by Golden Dragon Lion Island, then Dragon Spring Island. Gradually, he got lost. Bisha Island got its name because there is abundant water on the island and the sun often creates the amazing sight of morning glow. The island is very small, only a few kilometers wide. There are no permanent residents on the island, but nearby fishing boats will stop here for a short time to replenish fresh water. On this day, a patched-up fishing boat docked at the shore. 3 fishermen got off the boat and carried buckets to the island to fetch water. "Old Jack, you're here." The fishermen who were already on the island greeted the 3 new fishermen. They all fished on nearby islands and had known each other for decades. "Yeah, here it comes." Old Jack is a man in his 60s, with traces of time etched on his dark and mottled face. Following behind him is his son Little Jack and daughter-in-law Clay. "Old Jack, let your son and daughter-in-law fetch some water, and we 2 brothers can have a smoke and chat." An old fisherman wearing a straw hat sat on the rock nearby, holding a pipe in his hand, showing his big yellow teeth, and said with a smile. Old Jack handed the bucket to his son and walked over to the rock where the old fisherman sat and sat down. "Old Base, how's the fishing lately?" "Oh, forget it. Lately, the catch has been getting smaller and smaller. It's really weird." The old fisherman shook his head and sighed. "How are you?" "I'm fine." The 2 old men were chatting with each other, and on old Jack's dilapidated fishing boat, a young man with bare feet was sitting, concentrating on wiping an ordinary harpoon. "Brother Galen." A pretty girl in a linen skirt came over, holding a kettle in her hand. She smiled sweetly and said, "Brother Galen, I brought you some water." "Thank you, Helen." The young man named Galen thanked him, unscrewed the kettle and took a sip. The sweet spring water moistened his throat and refreshed his heart. "Sister, you are too partial. Why do you only get water for Brother Galen? Where's mine?" A chubby teenager suddenly appeared from behind Galen, shouting in dissatisfaction that he was Helen's younger brother, named Farron. Helen glared at him and said sternly, "Brother Galen has been working very hard. What's wrong with me bringing him water? Look at you, all you do is play." "I'm working too, okay." Farron puffed his cheeks and snorted angrily. "You're just a man who forgets his loyalty for the sake of beauty. Ever since Brother Galen came, he's the only one you have eyes for. You're looking for death." Helen was so angry that her cheeks turned red. She grabbed a salt fish that was drying in the sun and pretended to hit it. Fearing him, he screamed and ran to the other end of the boat. "You little bastard, you're so brave." Helen glared at her brother angrily, then glanced at Galen secretly. "Brother Galen, don't take what Farron said to heart." Galen smiled and shook his head slightly, a warm smile on his handsome face. Helen's cheeks flushed slightly, and her heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. Brother Galen, you go ahead and do your work. I'm going to cook." After saying that, he rushed into the cabin as if he was escaping for his life. "This girl." Galen shook his head, smiled, and continued to wipe the harpoon. Phylan poked his head out again, moved closer to Galen, and said in a low voice, "Brother Galen, I'm going to tell you a secret." "Don't tell my sister." "What's so mysterious?" Farron glanced at the cabin secretly and whispered, "I'm telling you, my sister likes you. You know, she really likes you." Garen was slightly stunned, and couldn't help laughing. "You little brat, you dare to make fun of your sister. Believe it or not, I will tell her." Don't. Farron begged for mercy. "If you tell my sister, she'll skin me alive." "But I'm serious, she really likes you. She often secretly watches you work," grinning foolishly as she does so, as if possessed. "Also, she keeps talking in her sleep, dreaming about you." "You little brat, you're never going to stop talking, are you?" Garen glared at him and said with a stern face, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll spank you." Okay, just forget I didn't say anything." Farron quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Brother Galen, how do you hook the fish? Why is it so accurate every time?" "Teach me." "That's right. This is what you should be thinking about at your age." Garen smiled. "There are 2 keys to piercing a fish. The first is the mastery of strength, and the second is skill." "Strength, Brother Galen." An enticing aroma wafted over, and a girl came out carrying a pot of hot fish soup. Boom! At this moment, a low and huge muffled sound came from the distance, as heavy as tens of millions of tanks rolling over, with an extremely huge momentum. Galen, Farron, and Helen were all startled and stood up, their faces suddenly changing. In the distance, a huge wave 100 feet high rose from the sea. The waves moved towards us like a massive wall, seemingly slow, but actually incredibly fast. In just a few breaths, they were not far away. "Tsunami! The tsunami is coming!" Helen's face turned pale instantly, and the fish soup in her hand fell directly to the ground. Farron was so scared that he trembled all over and was extremely terrified. "It's a tsunami! Run!" The fishermen on the boat and on the shore also noticed the huge waves rolling in, and they were immediately frightened and fled in all directions like frightened deer. The fishermen on the boat abandoned their boat and fled to the island, hoping to escape the disaster. "It's over. It's useless to escape to the island. Bisha Island is too small to avoid such a huge tsunami." Old Jack muttered to himself, Brother Galen, the tsunami is coming." Helen trembled with fear on her face. "Yeah, tsunami." Galen frowned slightly. "It's over. We're dead. A tsunami this big will definitely turn us into a pulp." "Wow, I don't want to die. I'm not married yet, and I've never touched a girl's hand. How can I I die like this? Great God Meng Lei. I heard you are very effective. Please bless me. Looking at the huge tsunami that was like a towering mountain, some people trembled, some cried loudly, and some collapsed to the ground. Terror and despair are intertwined. In the face of such huge waves, human power seems extremely insignificant. Brother Galen. At this moment, the pretty girl Helen suddenly grabbed Galen's hand, her voice filled with anxiety. Brother Galen, I have been holding back something for a long time. If I don't say it now, I may never have the chance to say it again. Silly girl, stop talking nonsense, we will never die. Garen showed a warm smile, then took off into the air and headed straight for the surging tsunami. Brother Galen. Brother Galen. Helen's eyes widened in shock and her mouth opened into an O shape, almost enough to fit a cucumber. Farron, old Jack, and his son and daughter-in-law all looked at Garen, who was rising into the air with disbelief on their faces. Old Jack, isn't he your new boatman? How come he can fly? Old Base stared at Garen as he flew farther and farther away, his eyes almost popping out. Old Jack's heart was in turmoil. Old Base was right, Galen was indeed his new boatman. During their time together, he only felt that Galen was punctual in fishing, otherwise, he was just like any other person. But now, Garen actually flew up, something that even a powerful 9th level expert couldn't do. Sanctuary. Brother Galen is a sanctuary. Farron's face flushed with excitement. As a resident of the Golden Islands, he had heard of the sanctuary. They often saw powerful sanctuary warriors from the Golden Dragon Lion clan patrolling the islands. At that time, Farron was extremely envious. He longed for the day when he could also stand on the void and soar into the sky like those holy ruins. Brother Galen is a sanctuary. Helen's mind went blank. Sanctuary. Garen, who has been with us for so long, is actually a holy sanctuary. Old Jack and his son and daughter-in-law were also stunned with shock. At this moment, Garen had already flown to the front of the tsunami. The wave wall, hundreds of feet high, was like a huge mountain, pressing down on him. In comparison, Garen was like an ant, as if he would be smashed into a pulp and turned into powder at any moment. Can Brother Galen stop the tsunami? Helen clenched her hands tightly together, her knuckles turning white, and her heart was in her throat. Felon, old Jack, his son and daughter-in-law, old Base, and all the fishermen on the boat and on the island were all nervous. Garen, can he really stop it? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Galen slowly uttered 3 words, absolute zero. In an instant, a golden cold current gushed out and shot straight towards the wave wall that was hundreds of feet high. The next moment, the surging tsunami froze instantly and solidified into a huge iceberg. The iceberg emitted a biting cold air. Even hundreds of meters away, everyone could feel the bone-chilling cold and felt cold all over. Garen slapped out lightly with his palm. Crack! The iceberg, hundreds of feet high, suddenly collapsed and turned into countless ice fragments, which fell into the sea like a collapsed skyscraper. A moment later, the iceberg dissipated and the tsunami disappeared with it. Only the ice debris scattered across the sea surface silently told of the thrilling scene just now. The tsunami is gone? Everyone was stunned, completely speechless with shock. Only Farron excitedly shouted, yeah, Brother Galen succeeded. Success! Brother Galen succeeded. Helen gasped, her cheeks flushed, and she was so excited that she almost flew up, as if she had stopped the tsunami with her own hands. It's amazing. Garen is amazing. Is this the legendary Holy Land? Everyone finally came to their senses and cheered loudly in excitement. However, Garen, standing on the sea, did not turn back, because the low roar had not yet completely disappeared. What's that noise? Everyone, be quiet. Be quiet. Listen, what's that sound? The cheering crowd gradually quieted down. Suddenly, a deep thunder came from nowhere, and then the Bisha island beneath their feet began to tremble slightly. Old Jack, why are you shaking? I'm not shaking. Aren't you shaking too? Earthquake! Earthquake! The 2 old men looked at each other and suddenly shouted in horror, their faces full of panic. Hearing this, people's faces instantly became solemn. Sure enough, the entire Bisha island began to shake gently, and even the sea surface next to it was shaking violently. Boom! Boom! The shaking of Bisha Island became more and more violent, rocks rolled down, trees swayed violently, and the people on the island staggered and could hardly stand. Suddenly, there was a deafening roar like a nuclear bomb explosion, and the mountain in the center of Bisha Island was blown away in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a thick black smoke rose into the sky, quickly rising into the sky, mixed with a lot of dust and falling rocks. The volcano erupted. Old Jack screamed and shouted, quick, get on the boat. The volcano is about to erupt. It will be too late if we don't leave. Hearing this, people woke up as if from a dream and rushed to their fishing boats, followed closely by old Jack and his son and daughter-in-law. At this moment, another thunderous explosion sounded, and a stream of magma as hot as boiling soup gushed out and rushed straight into the sky. When the lava flow reaches its highest point, it scatters in all directions in an instant like flowers scattered by a fairy. Pa pa pa. A large amount of hot magma mixed with boiling rocks smashed into every corner of the island, hitting the trees and instantly igniting them. When it hit the ground, it immediately blew out a big hole. At the same time, overwhelming volcanic ash gushed out at a speed of up to 400 kilometers per hour, spreading rapidly in all directions. The covered areas suddenly became dark and gloomy, like the Nine Nether Hell. Run away! There's no escape. We can't get away at all. Faced with the power of heaven and earth, human power is simply unable to resist. Looking at the raging hot lava and the overwhelming volcanic ash, people became disheartened. Even if they boarded a fishing boat, how far could they escape? There's no way to escape. Brother Galen, save me. At this moment, Farron suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. Although the sharp sound was drowned out by the roar, it woke everyone up. That's right, we still have Galen. Brother Galen. Helen also looked closely at Galen. A breeze blew by, and suddenly a figure appeared above his head. It was Garen. Don't worry, everyone will be fine. Garen smiled slightly and pointed casually. Cold air burst out from his fingertips. Wherever the cold current spread, the volcanic ash was gradually frozen. In a moment, a huge ice flower appeared in the sky. Its color changed with the shape of the volcanic ash, and it looked extremely gorgeous and beautiful. Garen blew a breath casually, and the huge ice flowers turned into ice chips that fell all over the sky, like falling snowflakes, which was beautiful beyond words. Helen couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle, and others were also attracted by the spectacular sight and expressed their admiration. Garen smiled slightly, and with a flash of his body, he rushed towards the erupting volcano. For ordinary people, the boiling magma and deadly volcanic ash are a life and death threat, but Galen treats them as nothing. He leaped into the exploded crater and disappeared without a trace. Brother Galen. Helen was so frightened that she almost jumped up, her heart in her throat. The others were also very nervous. Jumping into the crater? That was like a moth to a flame. However, what no one expected was that in just a few breaths, the earth stopped shaking, the magma stopped erupting, the volcanic ash stopped rising, and the low muffled sound quietly disappeared. Instead, a biting cold air spread out from the crater and spread in all directions. Success? Success? Galen succeeded? People cried for joy. Where's Brother Galen? Helen stared at the crater, her eyes full of worry. Sister, don't worry. Brother Galen is so powerful, how could anything happen to him? Farron grinned and said, speaking of which, sister, what exactly did you want to say to Brother Galen just now? Helen's face flushed instantly. She glared at her brother fiercely and scolded him in a delicate voice. Stop meddling in adult matters, little brat. Hee, sister, I know it even if you don't tell me. Phaluin said mischievously with a wink. What he got in return was a twist of the ear by Helen. Farron screamed in pain and begged for mercy. At this time, a figure flew out from the crater. It was Garen who had just entered the crater. Brother Galen. Helen rushed over and asked nervously, are you okay? How could I be in trouble? Garen shook his head and chuckled. But you guys, weren't you injured just now? No, everyone answered hurriedly. Brother Galen, you're so amazing. Farron ran over, his eyes shining. Brother Galen, please teach me. I want to be as strong as you. Seeing this, old Jack immediately scolded him a few times, then respectfully said to Meng Lei, respected Lord of the Holy Land, please forgive me for my offense. Grandpa Jack, don't be so polite. Galen waved his hand. Have you forgotten that I'm the boatman you hired? No, Master Sanctuary. Old Jack waved his hands repeatedly, secretly marveling at the thought of someone from the Holy Land willing to work as a boatman. It was fine when I first knew your identity, but now that I know, even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare let you work as a boatman. Forget it. Garen sighed, knowing that this wandering journey was about to end. If he stayed here any longer after being recognized by everyone, it would only make everyone feel awkward and uncomfortable. Farron, don't you want to become a strong man? Galen suddenly looked at Farron. Farron nodded hurriedly. So do you want to learn fighting spirit or magic? Garen asked with a smile. The former will make you a warrior, while the latter will make you a magician. What do you want to become? Well, Farron hesitated for a moment, and finally said, I want to be as strong as Brother Garen, who can freeze tsunamis with a wave of his hand and suppress volcanoes with a snap of his fingers. A magician? Very good. Galen smiled. When you get home, come find me at my house. I'll be waiting for you there. After saying that, Garen soared into the sky and disappeared between heaven and earth like a meteor. Galen is gone. Everyone looked at his back, their hearts pounding with excitement. I was actually saved by a sanctuary. Old Jack, your family is going to be rich this time. How envious and jealous I am, Old Jack. Brother Galen. Helen's eyes flashed and she suddenly made a decision. Causeway Bay is a beautiful little bay, like a crescent moon embedded in the blue sea. The sea is blue, the beach is white, the vegetation is lush and green, and the scenery is picturesque. There is a small hill not far away, and at the foot of the hill is a fishing village, which is Tonluo Village. Helen's family is the villager here. Meng Lei flew to the foot of the hill and went straight back to his own cave. Although the cave is not big, it has 3 rooms and a living room, bedroom, kitchen, warehouse, and living room. Meng Lei has been living here for more than half a year. No matter how good the place is, it's not as comfortable as your own doghouse. After entering the cave, Meng Lei grabbed a ladle and scooped up some water, drank it down in one gulp, and then jumped onto the hammock. I've been out for more than half a year, it's time to go back. Meng Lei thought silently. silently. In the past 6 months, he traveled to the Golden Islands, saw many places, and gained a lot of knowledge. He lived in a small coastal town in his previous life. When he was a child, he often went fishing with his parents and spent most of his childhood at the seaside. Half a year ago, he happened to see Old Jack recruiting boatmen, so Meng Lei became Old Jack's boatman. Every day he fished, enjoyed the sea breeze, and ate fish. Meng Lei felt as if he had returned to his childhood, simple, free and carefree. What a pity, these days are almost over. Meng Lei sighed and glanced at the attribute panel. More than half a year has passed, and there has been no change in the attribute panel. This is the first time that there has been no change for such a long time since he got the system. It's not that he can't improve, but Meng Lei deliberately indulged himself and never paid attention to the system. It's almost time to go back. Meng Lei thought silently, then left behind a projection of divine power and left. Brother Galen, we're back. Master, you are back. Bobrus, Klaus, Nagia, and Cecilia all bowed to Man Ray. They have a mighty aura and overwhelming divine power, which is precisely because they have integrated the divine nature. Is everything almost integrated? Meng Lei smiled faintly. So, you are already considered lower-level gods, not bad. The four of them quickly bowed in thanks. Thank you for the gift, Master. After fusing the divine nature, their strength underwent a drastic change. Although it has just merged, it is still the weakest lower-level god. But he is a real god after all, far beyond the reach of a demigod. Therefore, the four people's gratitude to Meng Lei came from the bottom of their hearts and was genuine. We've stayed in the Golden Islands long enough. It's time to go back. Meng Lei sighed. But the Golden Islands must be guarded by someone. Who of you is willing to stay? The four of them looked at each other, feeling a little conflicted. To be honest, they all wanted to follow Meng Lei. After all, Meng Lei was generous and bestowed divine weapons and divine power. Where can you find such a master? But there are also advantages to staying. You can be in charge of a place and become a real local emperor. You old foxes. Meng Lei smiled helplessly and casually took out the Abyssblade Demon's companion scimitar. Whoever is willing to protect the Golden Islands, this bloody scimitar will be given to him. The four of them were shocked and their eyes all turned to the bloody scimitar, with desire flashing in their eyes. However, Bobrus, Nakia, and Sija looked at the scimitar and then looked away. Compared to the scimitar, they would rather stay with Man Lei. Then this scimitar belongs to Klaus. Meng Lei handed over the bloody scimitar. Remember, protect the Golden Islands well. Don't mess it up for me. Do you understand? Master, don't worry, I will do my best, Klaus assured repeatedly. Oh, there's one more thing. Meng Lei suddenly thought, not only must we protect the Golden Islands, but we must also vigorously improve the living standards and strength of the island residents. If conditions permit, try to build a magic fighting school so that those children have the opportunity to go to school. I will follow the master's orders. Klaus nodded heavily. Do your best. Man Ray looked at Klaus meaningfully, then left with the other three. Master, take care. Master, are we going back to the Dragon God Empire? I've been away for over a year. I wonder what's happening with the Dragon God Empire. Has that Pohaman slacked off? If he does, I'll beat him up. Although Meng Lei didn't know much about the development of the Dragon God Empire, he could vaguely feel some clues through the changes in the number of believers over the past year. In the past 2 years, the number of believers has skyrocketed to an astonishing tens of billions. Tens of millions of new believers are added almost every day. Some of these believers come from the Dragon God Empire, some from the Titan Empire, and some from the underground world. 70% of them come from the Dragon God Empire. That's tens of billions of believers. This is enough to show that Pohaman did not slack off, but managed the Dragon God Empire in an orderly manner. At least he did a pretty good job in spreading faith. The four of them traveled through the endless deep sea of the East China Sea and arrived at the Dragon God Empire. What caught their eyes was the tremendous changes in the Dragon God Empire. Master, it seems that all the Dragon God statues in the Dragon God Empire have disappeared along the way. Look carefully, it's not gone, it's been replaced with the Master's statue. Meng Lei felt very relieved. Originally, in the Dragon God Empire, except for remote mountainous areas like the Warcraft village, larger towns would have Dragon God churches and Dragon God statues for people to worship the Dragon God and collect the power of faith. However, when he returned this time, all the Dragon God churches and statues had disappeared, replaced by his temple and his statue. There is an endless stream of believers, various worship activities are ongoing, and the incense is very popular. This is the case in almost the entire Dragon God Empire. Pohaman did a great job. Meng Lei showed approval on his face, knowing full well that everyone has their own specialization and that professional matters should be left to professionals. This time when I go back, I must reward Pohaman well. More than 2 hours later, Meng Lei and his companions arrived at the capital of the Dragon God Empire. Compared to before they left, the capital now seemed more harmonious and peaceful. Take your time while shopping. Be down to earth when working. Smile while eating. The panic that seemed like the end of the world a year ago has dissipated, and the imperial capital has returned to its state before the Dragon Emperor was killed, and it is even better than before. Master, the imperial capital has changed so much, Bobrus said in a low voice, full of admiration. Let's go to the palace. Meng Meng Lei ordered. Order was restored in the palace, the maids and eunuchs were busy with their own business, and the guards were vigilant. Everyone does their job, everything is in order and the security is tight. Meng Lei found Pohaman in a side hall of the palace. Instead of attending to official business, he was hiding in the basement conducting human experiments, apparently trying to create an undead knight. Pohaman, Meng Lei shouted. Pohaman was shocked and hurried out of the basement, bowing and saying, "Greetings to my great master." "Get up." Meng Lei landed from his perch and said with a smile, "Pohaman, you've governed the Dragon God Empire well. Tell me, what have you done over the past year?" "All of this is thanks to Master's blessing." Pohaman immediately reported nonstop, "Master, over the past year or so, I have implemented many reforms in the Dragon God Empire. There are 4 main points." Monray perked up and listened attentively, and Bobris and others also pricked up their ears. "First, abolish the 4-class system, depose the dragon nobles, confiscate their wealth and land, and distribute all land to slaves and landless humans." Pohaman smiled triumphantly. "There are no more dragon nobles in the Dragon God Empire today. Even human nobles are pitifully few, almost all of them are freed slaves and commoners. Of course, if the master is willing, he can infect a new group of human nobles at any time." "No need." Meng Lei waved his hand and refused. "The nobles are nothing but parasites sucking the blood of the lower classes. Whether to infect them again in the future is still under discussion. Even if they are infected again, they will not be granted land." "I understand what you mean, Master." Pohaman nodded slightly. "You did a great job distributing the land this time. The grassroots people are the foundation of the empire. Distribute the land to them, ensuring that those who till it own the land, and the foundation of the empire will be solid." Meng Lei praised. "But I think there is one thing you haven't done thoroughly enough." "Master, you mean?" Pohaman looked puzzled. "A decree must also be enacted to prohibit the sale and purchase of land, forced purchase, seizure, and any other form of land annexation." Meng Lei solemnly instructed. "Don't forget, even though the dragon nobles have fallen, the human nobles and wealthy merchants are still there. Will they be jealous of the land they have just been allocated?" "Master, you are wise. I overlooked this before." Pohaman seemed to have woken up from a dream, a look of shame on his face. He knew very well that land represented status and identity in the Sky Continent. The larger the territory and the more land one had, the higher their status. Therefore, everyone wants to plunder land and own more territory. At this time, a large number of slaves and peasants without power, influence, or connections were given a large amount of land. Who wouldn't be envious? Who wouldn't be jealous? Various forms of land annexation will inevitably follow. At that time, many slaves and civilians who had just been allocated land would lose everything. Everything he had done before was just to prepare wedding dresses for the nobles and wealthy businessmen of the human race. Master's wisdom is as boundless as the starry sky. It's truly admirable. I'm ashamed to say I'm inferior to him. Pohaman's face was filled with shame, yet he felt a deep respect for Meng Lei. He hadn't considered the issue of land annexation before, but Meng Lei had pointed it out immediately. The gap was so obvious that he couldn't help but admire him. "You've done a great job." Meng Lei smiled and patted Pohaman on the shoulder, changing the subject. "You stripped the Dragon God Empire of its dragon nobles of their status and confiscated their property. The resistance must be huge, right?" "It's huge. It's a real threat." Pohaman licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. "However, with the master's support and my own demigod status, I can crush all resistance. Change is often accompanied by bloodshed. Tell me, how many people did you kill this time? How many dragon nobles are there in the Dragon God Empire?" Monroe knew nothing about this, but according to the laws of the Dragon God Empire, the descendants of dragon nobles automatically inherit the noble status. Although the dragon people have an extremely low fertility rate, the number of dragon nobles has still reached an astonishing scale in the past 40,000 years. How could they possibly agree to deprive so many dragon nobles of their status and wealth? This decision was implemented 4 months after you left, Master, and it took a full 10 months to complete. Pohaman gave a shy smile and said, "Total killed no more than 30 billion people." "More than 30 billion? Less?" Meng Lei was almost scared to death, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. He killed so many dragon people, but he remained calm. "He is simply a butcher, a murderous demon." Bobris nearly wet his pants, his eyes filled with fear, while Nakia and Sija also quickly moved away from Pohaman. Although they are evil gods from underground, they have never killed so many lives, and they can't even imagine it. "There's nothing we can do about it." Pohaman spread his hands helplessly. The dragon people, arguing they have strength in numbers, refused to hand over their wealth and land, and instead incited the lower classes to rebellion. "I have no choice but to raise my butcher knife and start a massacre. As long as they're not dead, the empire will be unstable and could endanger our master's kingdom at any moment. To completely resolve this issue, I have no choice but to cut the Gordian knot." "You're really cruel with your knife." Meng Lei was speechless. He knew in his heart that as long as he could control the overall situation and give equal opportunities for learning and cultivation to trillions of human beings, within 100 years, a large number of powerful people will emerge in the human human race. By then, what will the dragon people fear? Meng Lei firmly believed that under the same conditions, the dragon people would definitely not be able to compete with the human race. Thousands of years later, the dragon people will eventually disappear in the long river of time. Is killing them really necessary? Master, did I do something wrong? Puff, Pohamon asked aggrievedly. It's not wrong, maybe I'm too kind. Meng Lei waved his hand. Go on. Second, promote the human elite and control the imperial government and local governments. Pohamon continued. As of now, the imperial court, local administrative councils, the military, and other key institutions are all controlled by our human race. All dragon people have been kicked out. It's no exaggeration to say that after 2 years of hard work, our human race has completely taken control of the Dragon God Empire and become its sole master. Meng Lei nodded in approval. Third, demolish the Dragon God Church, destroy the Dragon God statue, and crack down on the Dragon God's faith. Pohamon chuckled. That's a simple task. I left it to the anti-dragon guards, and they did an excellent job. Anti-dragon guard? Meng Lei showed a puzzled look. Master, the anti-dragon guard is a Dragon Man army group I formed, composed of Dragon Man warriors who have reached the 9th level or even the Holy Realm. Pohamon smiled bitterly. There are too many dragon people in the Dragon God Empire. It would be a pity to kill many dragon people who have reached the 9th level or even the Holy Realm. I had no choice but to gather them together and form the anti-dragon guard to specifically do things that offend people. If you treat the dragon people like this, how can these strong men still serve you? Barbara said in a low voice. Do you think they are fools? Fool? Of course not. These dragon people hate me to the core and want to tear me into pieces. How could they possibly work for me? Pohamon laughed heartily. There's no other way. I can only use undead magic to refine them into puppets. Only then will they obey me. I see. Meng Lei and the others couldn't help but shudder, not knowing how to describe this person. Master, please don't look at me like that. If I hadn't done this, they would have been killed long ago. I saved their lives. Porman retorted. What are you talking about? You turn them into half-human, half-ghost puppets, and still say you saved their lives. Can you be more shameless? Fourth, build the Master's temple, sculpt the Master's statue, and spread the Master's faith. Pohamon chuckled and said, it's easy to build temples and statues, but it's not easy to rebuild faith in people's hearts. I racked my brains and expended countless brain cells on this, spending a full year before I finally saw any results. What on earth did you do? Meng Lei really wanted to understand what this cunning and sinister guy had done to make the people of the Dragon God Empire give up their faith in the Dragon God and believe in him instead in such a short time. It's not complicated. Pohamon said with a smile, when people are most desperate, most fearful, and most helpless, they are often most likely to develop new beliefs. So, I deliberately created some disasters, such as the undead scourge, and at the same time instructed the anti-dragon guards to create chaos. This way, I could both ruin the Dragon God's reputation and cause panic, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I made the people of the Dragon God Empire understand that the Dragon God in their hearts has abandoned them. Only by believing in the Master can they gain eternal life. Of course, spreading faith requires a 2-pronged approach. I also performed several miracles in the Master's name, allowing the world to witness the Master's power. So far, the results are very good. The effect is really good. Meng Lei nodded slightly, except for the fact that Pohamon's methods against the dragon nobles were a bit cruel. The other aspects of the Empire's government affairs were managed in an orderly manner, which made Meng Lei quite satisfied. What else? He asked. Finally, it's wealth. Pohamon took out a space ring and said, Master, this is the wealth I have confiscated from those dragon nobles over the past year. You are quite thoughtful. Meng Lei felt relieved, but was then shocked by the number in front of him and was speechless. So many? He couldn't help but take a breath. Master, the true wealth of the Dragon God Empire isn't hidden in the imperial treasury, but rather in the hands of the nobles, Pohamon said with a smile. Each noble is like a rat, hoarding vast wealth. Each one is rich enough to rival an entire nation. The key is, there are simply too many of them. Is this the principle of sharing wealth with the people? Mon Lei suddenly realized. Even if a noble only had 1 gold coin, multiplied by 100 million, that would still be 100 million gold coins. The wealth hoarded by the dragon nobles could never be just 1 gold coin, which also explains why there is such a huge amount of wealth in the ring. Meng Lei did not hesitate to put all the gold coins and law source crystals in the ring into the system, and his wealth value began to soar wildly in an instant. This process lasted for a minute. The wealth at this time made Meng Lei dumbfounded and shocked. The wealth value is displayed as 688.82 million law source crystals, a fortune of 688.82 million. Meng Lei exclaimed, it's 10 times what it was before. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This wave of profits is really huge. He suppressed his inner excitement and turned to look at Pohamon. Pohamon, you have made great contributions this time. What reward do you want? Reward? I have devoted myself to my master. How dare I ask for a reward? Pohamon waved his hands quickly. Although he was very unwilling when he was first subdued by Meng Lei, he was finally rescued from the dark underwater dungeon. Rather than continue hiding, he would rather submit to Meng Lei. Therefore, he never felt that Meng Lei owed him anything. Later, Meng Lei entrusted him with an important task, letting him manage the entire Dragon God Empire, and he had absolute trust in him and never interfered. Pohaman felt that he had met his mentor and his heart was filled with endless gratitude. Therefore, he worked hard and never thought about anything in return. Those who have made contributions must be rewarded, and those who have made mistakes must be punished. How can we not reward them? Meng Lei waved his hand and took out a godhead, several semi-divine artifacts, and the remains of a true god. Take whatever you like from these things. So many treasures? Pohaman was a little stunned. Each of these treasures exudes surging divine power, and each of the remains of a true god possesses terrifying power, especially that divine power, which exudes a powerful divine power that makes people's heart palpitate. Pohaman knew in his heart that this was definitely the true god's godhead, and not an ordinary true god's godhead. Master, can I also choose this divine power? He asked cautiously. I want this godhead. Pohaman's eyes were blazing. I've been stuck in the demigod realm for over 50,000 years. There's basically no hope of becoming a true god in this lifetime. So, if you like them, take them. Meng Lei smiled slightly, then pointed at the corpses and remains of hundreds of demigods and true gods. Don't you like to refine undead knights? These things will definitely be useful to you. They're all yours. Is this really possible? Pohaman's heart beat faster. Meng Lei waved his hand with a calm expression. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Pohaman was so grateful that he almost knelt down to lick Monlai's toes. Go! Hurry up and fuse this divine power. The affairs of the empire still depend on you. Meng Lei said lightly. Master, there's no rush. Although Pohaman was eager to merge with the divine nature immediately, he still held back and took Meng Lei to a magnificent palace. Afterwards, he summoned all the civil and military officials in the court and solemnly introduced Meng Lei to everyone. Greetings, your majesty. Everyone knelt without hesitation. They might doubt what others said, but they absolutely dared not doubt Pohaman's words. After all, he was a great demon. Listen up, everyone. The master is the supreme ruler of this palace and indeed the entire empire. His words are imperial decrees, divine oracles. Pohaman said coldly. Everyone, including me, must obey unconditionally. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed without mercy. Yes, sir, everyone responded in unison. Pohaman then turned to look at Meng Lei. Master, do you have anything else to add? Meng Lei waved his hand, remembering everyone in his mind, and then said, everyone, leave. Babras, Pohaman, you also leave first. Yes, your majesty, master. Everyone retreated. Meng Lei walked towards the luxurious golden dragon throne, sat down heavily, and stared at the attribute panel impatiently. How to squander the wealth of 600 million law source crystals? This is a big problem. There are currently 4 places where you can earn gold. Ancient human bloodline, 16%. Golden source divine body, 1%. Divine power, 0.1 divine crystal. And the comprehension of the law. Increasing the awakening degree of the ancient human bloodline by 1% requires 100 million divine crystals. My wealth can't even fill the gaps between my teeth. Exclude. 1% of the golden source divine body costs 1 million divine crystals. The price is also ridiculously high, so it is also ruled out. I can get some divine power. System, first give me 10,000 divine crystals of divine power. The wealth instantly shrank by 100 million law source crystals, and at the same time the divine power reserves also reached 10,000 divine crystals. As for understanding the laws, don't rush to spend money. Once your soul is improved, the price will definitely be more cost-effective. Meng Lei quickly concluded this Krypton Gold system. First 10,000 times of unlimited pickup. Ding. Fusion successful. A divine power obtained. Do you want to fuse? Ding. Fusion successful. I obtained a law fragment. Do you want to fuse it? In the next 2 days, Meng Lei did not leave the palace and kept picking up the items. In total, he picked up more than 200,000 items. Perhaps because it happened too many times, Meng Lei's luck was not good, and most of the things he extracted were ordinary. However, after all, the number of pickups was huge, and I still picked up a lot of good things. First, there are 26 divine powers. Although they are all godheads of lower-level gods, there are enough of them to be used to reward subordinates. Secondly, there are fragments of laws. The vast majority are fragments of single-system laws, and there are very few fragments of fusion laws. There are 19 fragments of the dual-system fusion law, 4 fragments of the 3-series fusion law. These are still normal. The most exaggerated thing is that he actually picked up a fragment of the 4-series fusion law. The 4 laws of ice, gold, darkness, and fire. Although the degree of fusion was only 0.1%, it opened the door for Meng Lei to integrate the 4 laws. This means that as long as it is raised to 100%, Meng Lei's realm will be comparable to that of a superior god who has integrated 4 laws. He is only one step away from reaching the state of a great perfection superior god who has integrated 5 laws. In other words, as long as it is improved to 100%, Meng Lei will be able to condense the divine nature and become a god, directly becoming a superior god who integrates the 4 laws. Unfortunately, the price of spending money to increase increased the degree of integration of the four laws is too high and it is simply unaffordable. Third, there are 11 corpses of true gods, 6 of which are the bodies of divine beasts and 5 are the bodies of true gods. These divine bodies were of average strength and could not provide much help to Meng Lei, but one of them gave Meng Lei a magical power. That's right, its transformation, similar to the ability of Mystique in X-Men to change into various shapes. Although it does not provide any combat power bonus, it is extremely practical. Monroe loves it. Finally, there were some miscellaneous things that were of no use, and Meng Lei was too lazy to even look at them. After finishing his tidying up, Meng Lei finally left the palace. Outside the palace, Babulus and the other two greeted him respectfully. "Come on, go for a walk with me." Meng Lei walked slowly with the 3 demigods. Along the way, no matter whether they were palace maids, eunuchs, or imperial guards, whenever they met, they were all so respectful that it was almost suffocating, and their expressions were full of awe. "Pohaman hasn't come out yet?" Meng Lei asked as he walked. "Master, not yet." Babris replied in a low voice, "It takes time to merge with the godhead. It won't happen that quickly." Meng Lei nodded slightly. Fusing with the divine nature was not as simple as dripping blood on a divine artifact to recognize its master. Not only did one have to comprehend the laws involved, but one also had to refine divine power, which was extremely difficult. "Please inform them that we need to see Chief Steward Pohaman. Something serious has happened." There was a sudden noise ahead, and several officials were stopped by the palace guards. "Let's go and take a look." Meng Lei led everyone closer. "What's going on with you, Your Majesty?" The palace guards quickly knelt on one knee, and several officials also knelt in salute upon seeing this. "Everyone, get up." Meng Lei waved his hand. "Why are you making such a fuss?" An official quickly pulled out a piece of gold paper and said with a panicked expression, "Your Majesty, this morning, a sudden shower of light fell from the sky above the imperial capital. The light rain fell to the ground and turned into pieces of golden paper, on which was written." He was speechless, obviously having trouble speaking. Meng Lei raised his eyebrows slightly. "What did you write?" "Your Majesty, I dare not say." The officials looked terrified. "Don't dare to say?" Meng Lei was even more puzzled and took the gold paper to examine it carefully. On it was an article written in the common language of the mainland, with a single main point. The great deity worshipped by the Dragon God Empire is actually the reincarnation of a great demon from the demon realm, to rule the sky continent and bring disaster to the people. He did not hesitate to slaughter the emperor of the Dragon God Empire, kill all the dragon nobles, and ban the worship of the dragon god. The article was written in a fluent manner, portraying Meng Lei as a cruel and unforgivable demon, and even accused him of eating raw baby brains and feasting on human flesh every day. "That's outrageous." Babris was furious. "Who is so bold as to slander the master? If I find him, I will tear him to pieces. You don't need to look for him, he has already come to kill us." Meng Lei shook his head and smiled. "At the end of this golden paper is a declaration of war. The enemy will invade the capital of the Dragon God Empire in a month and kill me, the big devil, to rid the people of this evil." "Master, who is so bold?" Babulus's eyes widened with anger. "Is there a signature?" Monray smiled faintly and handed the paper to Babris. Babulus took it and looked at it, and immediately exclaimed, "Horace Theodore. It's him. How is this possible?" "Babris, do you know him?" Monroe was surprised. "Of course I know him. I've heard his legend for years. How could I not know him?" Crash. Babris nodded slowly, his expression extremely solemn. "Eros is the most monstrous genius in the history of the Titan Empire. He began practicing at the age of 6, broke through the Sate realm at the age of 15, and entered the demigod realm at the age of 57, becoming the youngest demigod in the history of the Sky Continent. 57-year-old demigod. What a pervert!" Nakia and Cixia trembled slightly, completely shocked. Although 57 years old seemed old, it was far too young for demigods like them. At this age, it is rare for ordinary people to break through the Holy Realm, not to mention completely comprehending the laws and becoming a demigod, which is simply impossible for ordinary people. "Nagia, how old were you when you broke through to become a demigod?" Meng Lei asked curiously. "Master, my talent is average. I barely broke through to the demigod level when I was 12,958 years old." Nagia's face flushed slightly, and she felt a little shy. "I was born 4,000 years earlier than Nakia and became a demigod at the age of 8,976. Cixia said with a hint of pride. "Babris, what about you?" "I broke through to the demigod realm earlier than them. I was 3,238 years old." Babris looked at Nakia and Cixia proudly. "That doesn't count." Nakia and Cixia both cast disdainful glances at him. "You became a god by comprehending the laws of the demon world. This is purely opportunistic. So what if I comprehend the laws of the demon world? I am a demigod of the Sky Continent." Babris retorted with his eyes wide open. The two female demigods were undeterred. "Who are you to be considered a demigod of the Sky Continent? We've already told you that you're learning the laws of the demonic realm. The laws of the demon realm are much clearer than those of the Sky Continent, and it's much easier to become a demigod. You can't even be considered a true demigod of the Sky Continent." Babris sneered and shot back. "Do you have the the ability to sense the demon world? I can sense the demon world, that's my strength. Alright, stop arguing. Monlay interrupted the argument. Bobrus, you're a grown man, why are you arguing with women? Keep going. Bobrus glared at the two female demigods fiercely. After achieving demigodhood, Eros also encountered the same problem as us, no believers. Master, you also understand that reaching the demigod realm is not determined by talent, hard work, or chance alone. You must have believers. Bobrus shook his head. Without believers, there is no power of faith. Without the power of faith, divine power cannot be strong, and the soul will not become tough. That's right, no matter how good the talent is, it's useless. Manglay nodded slowly. So, Eros broke through the void and left the sky continent. No one knows where he went, only that he left forever. Bobrus frowned. Over 30,000 years have passed, and I haven't heard from him since. I never thought he would show up again. A man who has disappeared for 30,000 years suddenly appears with such a big show. Is Eros announcing his return to everyone? Manglay said with a smile, squinting his eyes. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Nakia stared at the paper in her hand and said slowly, the methods used by Eros are common tricks used by us underground demigods to steal people's faith. First, throw mud at the other party, then kill them in front of their believers. This is the fastest way to undermine the believer's faith. You mean? Manglay raised his eyebrows slightly. Eros did this to spread his own beliefs. Sija nodded. First, he slandered you as the great demon king, then killed you in public, so as to undermine the people of the Empire's faith in you and finally replace you. This guy's really cunning. Manglay shook his head and chuckled. However, if he wants to kill me, he needs to have the ability to do so. Otherwise, he will end up losing more than he gains. Master is right. Nakia laughed. As long as Master kills him, all the rumors he spread will be automatically shattered. Instead, it will leave the impression that Master is invincible, and the believer's faith in Master will be even stronger. That's right. Manglay nodded slightly. If that's the case, then let's prepare well. They've come from afar, how can we not cooperate? Master, what you mean is, the three of them looked at Manglay together. Issue an order. 1 month from now, I will ascend the throne at the summit of Dragon God Mountain and become the new master of the Empire. The country's name has been changed to Monray Empire. Overnight, light rain covered the world. Not only the imperial capital, but all the towns in the entire Dragon God Empire were shrouded in this rain of light. The Dragon God Empire, which had just experienced several waves of turmoil and had not yet calmed down, was suddenly caught in even greater turmoil. Great God Manglay is actually a demon from the demon world? It's simply insane and unforgivable. The rain of light from the sky is a warning from the gods. This is a divine instruction. We must believe it. These are all rumors. Pure rumors. God Manglay attacked the nobles, distributed land, and gave us slaves a good life. How could he be a demon? Faced with the message carried by the light rain, some people scoffed at it, but more people believed that it was the will of the gods and began to waver. For a time, the entire Dragon God Empire was in panic, and the once glorious empire was shrouded in an atmosphere of terror. Just at this moment, another piece of heavy news spread. 1 month later, Manglay will ascend the throne on the top of Dragon God Mountain and become the new emperor of the empire. He sincerely invites the three empires to come and watch the ceremony. As soon as the news came out, people's hearts became even more uneasy. The far north wasteland has been the homeland of the orcs since ancient times. For millions of years, the orc empire has thrived and multiplied in this wasteland, passing it down from generation to generation. Orc tribes of all sizes are spread across every corner of the far north wasteland, trying their best to make use of everything this wasteland has to offer and tenaciously strive for survival. The Orc King's Court is located in the heart of the far north wasteland. It is not an endless wilderness, but a continuous mountain range and primeval forest. The ancient trees are lush and the grass is flourishing. Beasts roared and strange birds galloped. The entire mountain range forms an encirclement, tightly surrounding the Orc King's Court, forming a natural defensive barrier to protect the Orc King's Court. Therefore, the orcs called this mountain range Beast God Mountains, and regarded it as the great beast god who protected their orc empire from the ravages of war. The palace of the Orc King's Court. Compared with the luxurious and noble palace of the Dragon God Empire and the majestic and grand palace of the Titan Empire, the palace of the Beast God Empire appears extremely simple. It is built with stones and logs as beams, simple and rustic. Even the chairs that the Beast King and his ministers sit on are carved from stone. It is not at all as luxurious and exquisite as those in the Dragon God Empire. This is not because the Beast God Empire is so poor that it cannot even afford a few decent chairs, but because the Beast King did it on purpose. This generation of Beast King is named Gromrexer, a wise and capable emperor. He was born in the mountains and knows the sufferings of the empire well. Therefore, from the day he ascended the throne, the Beast Emperor vowed to lead the Beast God Empire out of the resource-scarce and barren wasteland of the far north and towards a more fertile land. This is indeed the case with Gromrexer. In the more than 100 years since he ascended the throne, the Beast God Empire has successively destroyed the Goblin Kingdom, the Ogre Kingdom, the Halfling Kingdom, the Arctic Ice Kingdom, the Dwarf Kingdom, and dozens of surrounding kingdoms of all sizes. The territory territory of the Beast God Empire has more than doubled as a result, bordering the endless deep sea to the east, the Sunset Mountains to the west, the Magic Beast Mountains to the south, and the Arctic ice field to the north. It is also because of this that the Orc Empire has become the empire with the largest territory in the Sky Continent. In addition to territorial expansion, Grumrexer also achieved remarkable results in domestic affairs. He attacked the nobility, encouraged production, restricted births, rewarded military merit, and opposed extravagance and waste. After a series of reforms were implemented, the Orc Empire never again experienced the tragic scene of starving people and corpses strewn all over the ground due to winter snowstorms. This is undoubtedly a miracle. You know, the Orc Empire has a large population and food shortage, and winter is often the most difficult time for them. A snowstorm could cause a group of people to starve to death or freeze to death, but the Beast King Grumrexer successfully prevented this tragedy. Based on this alone, his achievements have surpassed all previous Beast Kings, and it is no exaggeration to call him the greatest Beast King of the Beast God Empire. However, Grumrexer was not satisfied with this. His goal was to restore the glory of the Beast God Empire and recreate the glory of its peak period 50,000 years ago. Everyone, this is a secret letter sent from the Dragon God Empire. Please take a look. Beast King Grumrexer sat on a stone chair and threw out a secret letter. A lion took the secret letter and read it carefully. He was shocked and said, "Your Majesty, is this really true?" The Beast King nodded slightly. "I didn't expect such a big thing to happen." The Lion Man's face was solemn as he handed the secret letter to the ministers nearby for circulation. After reading the contents of the letter, the ministers' expressions varied. "Who is Horus Theodore? I don't know him. Never heard of it." Seeing the bewildered expressions of the ministers, the Beast King turned his gaze to an old foxman on his right, with a look of respect on his face. "Old priest, have you heard of this man?" The old foxman looked extremely old, holding a cane, with two white eyebrows hanging down from both sides of his cheeks, almost to his chin. Hearing this, he stood up tremblingly and said, "Your Majesty, Eros was a prodigy of the Titan Empire 30,000 years ago. He was hailed as the strongest Titan in history. He even single-handedly broke through to the demigod realm at the age of 57, shattering the void and leaving." 57? Break through to the demigod realm by yourself? After hearing this, the ministers couldn't help but gasp and were so shocked by this astonishing record that they were speechless. As everyone knows, every generation of the Son of God in the Titan Empire must break through to the demigod realm within 100 years, but no one has been able to break through to the demigod level at the age of 57, let alone accomplish it on their own. Eros is a monster. What a brilliant talent. If that monster hadn't appeared out of nowhere, Eros would definitely have become the youngest demigod in the history of the Sky Continent. The Beast King said with emotion. The ministers also nodded in agreement. "Old priest, where did Eros go after breaking the void?" the Lion Man on the left asked curiously, and everyone looked at the old Foxman. "I didn't know these things originally." The old Foxman shook his head slowly. "However, the Beast God recently appeared in my dream and revealed the news about Eros to me." The Beast God appeared in a dream. The ministers immediately became alert and stood up one after another. Even the Beast King Grumrexer stood up from his chair and listened respectfully. After Eros shattered the void, he wandered through the void world for 30,000 years, eventually finding a remote plane to establish his roots and spread his faith. The old fox was very old and had difficulty speaking, coughing from time to time. Under the nourishment of the power of faith, Eros successfully broke through to the realm of true God 8,000 years ago and became another true god of the Sky Continent after the Dragon God. This guy actually succeeded. Everyone's face showed shock. Boom. From demigod to true god, it seems like only one step, but in fact it is as difficult as a chasm to cross. Throughout the long history of the Sky Continent, there have been many demigods, but only 4 true gods: the Elf Goddess, the Titan God, the Great Beast God, and the Dragon God. Now, there is another one, Eros. He became the 5th true god of the Sky Continent. Afterwards, Eros submitted to the Titans and became one of their subordinate gods, and was rewarded with 6 material planes. The old fox sighed and said, 6 material planes, billions of lives, and the endless nourishment of the power of faith. Even His Majesty the Beast God is not quite sure what realm Eros has reached in the past 8,000 years. Rewards from 6 material planes. After hearing this, everyone was shocked. The Titan God was surprisingly generous in making a move on the 6 material planes. In other words, this Eros is extremely powerful? Beast King Grumrexer's eyes flickered, his brilliance gleaming. "Yes, Your Majesty," the old foxman gasped. "The Beast God has ordered the Titan God to send Eros to the Sky Continent. He's tasked with punishing Manglay and maintaining the rule of the Titan Empire. He's also looking for an opportunity to seize the Dragon God Empire. Perhaps Your Majesty can use this opportunity to flex his muscles." The Beast King was shocked. The Dragon God Empire was located in the east, with a pleasant climate and abundant resources. It was far superior to the barren wasteland in the far north. It was the territory he had always dreamed of. "Is Your Majesty afraid of Eros?" Although the old foxman was old, he was extremely wise. The Beast King nodded slightly. "Eros has become a true god. Meng Lei is definitely not his opponent, but in my beast god empire, no one can compete with Eros now. Don't worry, your majesty. The old fox man laughed hoarsely. Your majesty, just do your best. The great beast god will have a clever plan to deal with Eros. The beast emperor trembled all over, his eyes flashing with sharp light. Since the old priest has said so, I have nothing to fear. I will definitely seize the dragon god empire. Pass on the emperor's order. All the ministers bowed in unison and obeyed the order respectfully. Gather the 10 legions and march south immediately. Deploy your forces at the border of the dragon god empire and prepare to capture cities and territories. Await my orders. The beast king issued the highest war order. I will obey your majesty's order. All the ministers responded in unison. Everyone, 60,000 years ago, the ancestors of our beast god empire drank water from the shores of the East China Sea, hunted elves in the forests, and competed for supremacy on the Titan Plateau. We were at the top of all races. How magnificent! The beast king said excitedly, since I ascended the throne, I have worked tirelessly, treading on thin ice, never forgetting the aspirations of my ancestors. Unfortunately, time waited for me, and my fate was filled with misfortunes. I was unable to restore the former glory of my beast god empire. I woke up in the middle of the night, often blaming myself. Now, the great opportunity that the beast god empire has been waiting for 60,000 years has finally arrived. We must not miss it. Your majesty is wise. All the ministers were excited. Everyone, whether we can restore the glory of the beast god empire and the honor of our ancestors depends on this day. The beast king waved his giant hand. Prepare to depart immediately. I will obey your majesty's order. In a blink of an eye, all the ministers left the hall and were busy with their own affairs, leaving only the beast king and the old foxman in the hall. Old priest, do you have any further instructions? The beast king asked with some respect. Your majesty, Eros has issued a challenge, but Monlay, far from fearing it, is planning to ascend the throne in a month. He's so prepared to face this challenge. I'm worried he must have someone behind him. The old fox frowned, showing his worry. The old priest is worrying too much. Eros is a true god. He has practiced for 8,000 years and is nourished by the power of endless faith. How can Meng Lei be his opponent? The beast king smiled confidently. The Elf Empire is located in the southern border of the Sky Continent, with the Warcraft Mountains to the north and the endless deep sea to the south. Among the 4 great empires, it is the only one completely covered by dense forests. This vast forest, no less magnificent than the Warcraft Mountains, is the renowned Elf Forest. Due to its proximity to the Warcraft Mountains, Warcraft also wreaks havoc here. Countless elven tribes live here, living alongside plants and trees, and coexisting with magical beasts. Logically, this should be an extremely dangerous place. However, the facts were unexpected. The monsters did not attack the elf tribe, but instead formed a natural barrier to protect them from foreign invasion. In the very center of the elf forest stands a giant tree tens of thousands of feet tall, like a Jianmu tree piercing the sky, connecting heaven and earth. It is majestic and lofty, quiet and lush. This is the sacred tree and mother tree of the elf empire, the Tree of Life. At the foot of the Tree of Life stands a beautiful palace, with vines entwined around it and covered with gorgeous flowers, which is both exquisite and elegant. This is the Elf Palace. At this time, the top leaders of the Elf Empire gathered in the royal palace's meeting hall. A gorgeous elf wearing a crown sits at the top, like a goddess from a fairy tale, beautiful, pure and stunning. She is the most beautiful woman in the Sky Continent and the ruler of the Elf Empire, the Elf Queen. Elders, this invitation letter was just delivered by the Dragon God Empire's special envoy. The Elf Queen opened her red lips and said, they invited me to go to the Dragon God Empire in a month to attend the coronation ceremony of the new Emperor Meng Lei. Your Majesty, the Dragon God Empire is being unreasonable. You don't need to pay any attention to it. A female elf with a long sword on her waist said coldly, only a minister needs to be sent to congratulate the new emperor on his ascension to the throne. Your Majesty does not need to go in person. Legion Commander Azhara is absolutely right. Your Majesty is the Empress of the Elven Empire. If we only send a human junior to congratulate you, wouldn't that mess up the order of generations? A female elf carrying a bow and arrow joined in the discussion. Besides, it's unclear whether he'll be alive to ascend the throne in a month, and yet he still dreams of becoming emperor. That's right. Eros Theodore achieved demigod status over 30,000 years ago. With his powerful return this time, what level of strength will he reach? Those who come with bad intentions will not come. 30,000 years have passed. With Eros's talent, he would have already become a true god. That's right. A true god attacks with all his might, even attempting to ascend the throne and become emperor. After all, he's young and frivolous, and will be easily defeated. Also, I have a concern. Meng Lei has seized the Dragon God Empire and destroyed the Dragon God's only place of faith. How could the Dragon God let this go? Indeed, the Dragon God will never sit idly by. Listening to the minister's discussion, the Elf Queen nodded slightly. I understand what you all mean. I will send an envoy. At this moment, a terrifying divine power descended from the sky and suddenly descended upon the Elf Queen. Her aura suddenly changed, becoming majestic, sacred and solemn. The goddess has arrived. arrived. Upon seeing this, all the ministers in the hall immediately stood up and bowed to the Elf Queen, their expressions even more respectful than before. The Elf Queen did not respond. After a moment, the terrifying divine power disappeared and she returned to her original appearance. Her Majesty the Goddess has left. The elves all breathed a sigh of relief and looked towards the Elf Queen. Your Majesty, has the Goddess spoken any oracle? The Elf Queen smiled bitterly and shook her head. Her Majesty the Goddess has ordered that we must protect Menglei's safety and must not let him be killed by Eros. The elves looked at each other in confusion. Protecting Menglei? What on earth was going on? Who exactly is Menglei? Why would Her Majesty the Goddess send down an oracle specifically asking us to protect him? This is simply puzzling. Isn't it rumored that Menglei is the reincarnation of an evil god? Could he actually be the reincarnation of a god, or even a close friend of Her Majesty the Goddess? Don't tell me, this is really possible. Women are always the most gossipy creatures, even if they are a group of smart elves. Since Her Majesty the Goddess has spoken, we must obey, the Elf Queen said. I have decided to send a minister to the Dragon God Empire to observe the ceremony, while I will go there in secret. My dear ministers, do you have any objections? I will obey Your Majesty's order. All the elves bowed in agreement. In that case, hurry up and prepare. The Elf Queen said softly, this is no ordinary ceremony. I believe you all have your own understanding of the necessary preparations, so I don't need to elaborate further. Yes, Your Majesty. Titan City, Titan Palace. Invite me to attend the ceremony? Hee hee, I'm afraid they're ordering me to go. The Thunder Titan Emperor stood on the throne and said with gritted teeth, don't worry, I will definitely go there. Not only that, I will also watch you die with my own eyes. The faces of all the ministers in the hall were filled with excitement. Previously, Menglei had caused a great disturbance, resulting in heavy losses for the demigod ancestor and a complete loss of face for the Titan Empire. Everyone's heart is burning with anger. Now, their Titan Empire finally has the chance for revenge. Pass the order down, order the 12 legions to assemble at the border between the Earth Pillar State and the Dragon God Empire. Once the traitor is dead, my army will flatten the Dragon God Empire with supreme power. The Titan Emperor issued the order. I will obey Your Majesty's order. After the order was issued, the two behemoths, the Beast God Empire and the Titan Empire, instantly turned into war machines. The armies quickly assembled and advanced towards the border. The movements of the two empires naturally could not escape the eyes of the Dragon God Empire. Letters came like snowflakes from the two empires and were delivered to Monri's desk. However, Menglei did not care about the news at all. Instead, the civil and military officials in the court were extremely anxious. The two great empires have assembled heavy troops, clearly intending to take advantage of Your Majesty's ascension to the throne to commit treasonous acts. What should we do? The Beast God Empire's 10 major legions, combined with the Titan Empire's 12 major legions, have a combined strength of hundreds of millions. How can we resist such a terrifying force? The disaster of national destruction is imminent. The court officials were all in a state of panic, as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The fact that Menglei didn't even show up made them even more anxious. In fact, all the ministers knew it well. The military strength of the Beast God Empire and the Titan Empire is not scary. What is really worrying is Eros Theodore, who has challenged Menglei. If Menglei were defeated or even killed in battle, the two great empires of Beast God and Titan would tear the entire Dragon God Empire to pieces like a pack of hungry wolves. But if Menglei wins, the situation will be completely different. Perhaps the Dragon God Empire will embark on a new path under the leadership of Menglei. So, the most critical question is, can Monrei win? The ministers were extremely anxious and wanted to meet Menglei to find out what he had to say and see if he was sure of victory. But Menglei refused to see them and even refused to let them into the palace, which made them anxious. Where is Monroe at this moment? At this moment, he was on the 91st floor of the Tower of Time, quietly awaiting the birth of a new life. After nearly 2 years of gestation, the Heart of Elements finally broke free. Floor 91, Crater. The spirit-gathering magic circle covering half of the plane gathered a large amount of fire elements and injected them into the crater, which were then absorbed by a fire cocoon. Buzz buzz buzz. This red and white fire cocoon exudes terrifying fluctuations, and its aura is far stronger than that of the Holy Realm, reaching the level of demigod. Dodora was alarmed and hurried to the 91st floor, his mouth wide open in surprise. Menglei, where did you get the fire elemental life egg? Menglei smiled faintly. Duadala rolled her eyes, but didn't ask any further questions. She just exclaimed in amazement, to have reached the demigod level at birth, this fire elemental life form must have quite a background. Dodora, can't you tell what kind of elemental life it is? Menglei was a little surprised. Dodora was knowledgeable. I can't tell. Dodora shook her head. There are so many different kinds of elemental life. How can I possibly recognize them all? Furthermore, even if life forms are of the same element, they will undergo tremendous changes after birth if they live in different environments, making it difficult to distinguish. Menglei immediately understood. However, reaching the demigod level at birth, this little fellow is definitely extraordinary. Dodora said enviously, you really got a great bargain bargain this time. Ha ha, I've always had good luck. Meng Lei laughed heartily. The fire cocoon in the crater suddenly exploded, and a breath 10 times stronger than before spread out rapidly, and the shockwave swept in all directions. A ball of white flame suddenly appeared, hovering in the air, jumping and tumbling, like a lively fire elf having a lot of fun. It's born. Dodora smiled and said, however, this little guy doesn't look easy to deal with. It will probably take some effort if you want to tame him. I gave birth to it, shouldn't it submit to me? Mon Lei said as a matter of course. Ha ha, before it was born, its consciousness was dormant. How could it know that you were the one who conceived it? Dodora rolled her eyes. Look, it's coming. The white flames really approached them, dancing around Mon Lei and Dodora, as if looking at them curiously. Who are you? The white flame suddenly emitted a childish spiritual fluctuation, and the voice was childish, like a child. I'm Meng Lei, and he's Dodora. Meng Lei smiled kindly. I gave birth to you, so don't be nervous, we won't hurt you. You gave birth to me? The white flame was suddenly furious, roaring like a kitten with bared fangs and claws. You're lying. We fire elementals are born bathed in flames. Why would we need you to give birth to us? How dare you lie to me? You're a bad guy. I'm going to burn you to death. Boom boom boom. After saying that, the white flame suddenly expanded and turned into a huge fireball with a diameter of 100 meters, which slammed towards Meng Lei frantically. The white flames emit an astonishingly high temperature, and the hot breath can be felt from afar. The temperature is far higher than that of magma. Although this little fellow has just been born, his strength is already comparable to that of a mid-stage demigod. If he spreads faith and gathers the power of faith, Dodora sighed, within 100 years, he could become a god. Unfortunately, the faith resources of the Sky Continent are limited, and there won't be much left for him. It's indeed a monster. Meng Lei nodded slightly, staring at the huge fireball that was hitting him, and said slowly, absolute zero. A golden cold current spurted out and instantly hit the 100-meter fireball. An astonishing scene appeared. As the fireball touched the golden cold current, it was immediately frozen. Ka. In just a few breaths, the fireball was frozen into a large ice ball. The cold air was overwhelming. The fireball quickly shrank, and finally shrank back to the original ball of white flame. White flames rushed everywhere, hitting the ice ball frantically, trying desperately to break the cage. But would Monroe let it happen? The ice ball continued to shrink, and in an instant it became 10 meters in size, forming an ice prison that trapped the white flames. Bang, bang, bang. Bad guy, let me out. Bad guy, you are the bad guy. The white flames rammed and cursed, screaming in anger, but there was nothing they could do. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Meng Lei shook his head and chuckled, then tightened the ice prison even tighter. When you surrender, I will release you. Let's go, Dodola. Meng Lei pulled Dodola and prepared to leave. Bad guy, where are you going? White flame became anxious. Get out of here, Meng Lei said without even turning back. Don't go. It's too cold here. White flame shouted anxiously, let me out, and I'll stop attacking you. Are you sure you won't attack anymore? Meng Lei turned around and asked with a smile, thinking to himself, little guy, what if I can't deal with you? No, not anymore. What if he attacks again? Bad guy, I said I can't do it, and I mean it. The white flame said angrily. Okay, that's what you said. Meng Lei waved his hand and released the ice prison. Unexpectedly, the white flame wanted to attack again after it was freed. What? You still want to attack me again? How did you manage to treat what I just said as bullshit? Meng Lei raised his eyebrows, and a cold current flowed from his fingertips. The white flame suddenly froze in midair. After hesitating for a moment, it snorted, bad guy, I mean what I say. If I say I won't attack you, then I won't attack you. That's more like it. I like children who keep their word, Meng Lei said with a smile. By the way, what's your name? White flame looked confused. What's the name? A name is a code name, a nickname, everyone has one. My name is Meng Lei, and its name is Duodora. Meng Lei explained with a smile. You don't have a name, do you? Do you want me to help you choose one? Okay, said the white flame excitedly. You're milky white all over, like milk. Meng Lei said seriously, how about calling yourself Waha? Ha. That sounds good. White flame was a little excited. Of course, Waha AD calcium milk is a treasure for strengthening the divine body. Meng Lei exclaimed, in my hometown, everyone loves to drink Waha because it represents strength and is a symbol of power. So Wahaha is so awesome. Okay, I'll be called Wahaha. White flame was overjoyed. Ha, I have a name. Wahaha, wow, what a majestic and powerful name. Meng Lei almost laughed out loud, but his expression remained calm. Waha, let me introduce myself again. I'm Meng Lei. Waha was stunned for a moment, then turned into a fiery red snake. Nice to meet you, too. My name is Waha. Oh my god, it's a salamandra. Tatara was shocked when he saw Wahaha's true form. No wonder he was born with the strength of a demigod. It turns out to be a salamandra. Dodora, what species is the salamandra? Meng Lei asked hurriedly. Salamandra is an extremely powerful fire elemental life form. It survives by consuming flames. Flames are its food. Dodora explained. The higher the level of flames it consumes, the faster its strength increases. increases. Among fire elemental life forms, there are very few stronger than Salamandra. The Salamandra is so powerful? Meng Lei said in surprise, and a ball of netherworld divine fire condensed in his hand. The netherworld divine fire is an immortal flame unique to the netherworld divine phoenix. It can burn everything, and ordinary creatures will avoid it when they see it. However, when Waa saw the netherworld divine fire, his eyes flashed, as if a hungry wolf saw a fat and tender sheep. His gaze was hot and direct. Ha, we are friends now. Meng Lei smiled. This is a meeting gift for you. He snapped his fingers and sent the netherworld divine fire flying over. Waa opened his mouth wide and swallowed the ball of netherworld divine fire directly, then burped with satisfaction like black smoke, his eyes full of kindness. Meng Lei, you're so nice. I misunderstood you before. Sorry. Waa was a little embarrassed. Besides, I don't have a meeting gift. Ha, you were just born, so it's normal that you don't have a welcome gift. Meng Lei smiled and waved his hand. I'm leaving first, we'll talk later. Where are you going? Waa looked surprised. Go home. After walking out of the Tower of Time, Meng Lei reappeared in the palace, only to feel a terrifying divine power spreading rapidly, covering the entire imperial capital. Pohaman succeeded? Meng Lei raised his eyebrows slightly, and Pohaman's excited laughter came from the side hall. It's been over 50,000 years. Ha, I never thought I'd end up like this. Thank you, master. In a flash, Pohaman walked out of the side hall and bowed deeply to Meng Lei, almost kissing his shoes. Alright, is that necessary? Meng Lei rolled his eyes. Now that we're out of quarantine, let's get back to handling government affairs. Yes, master. Pohaman said no more and went to the government affairs hall to handle official business, while Meng Lei returned to his palace. Babris, Najia and Sija bowed respectfully when they saw Man Ray. Come, have something to eat with me. Meng Lei summoned 3 people into the palace and chose a corpse of a divine beast to try. They had eaten too much pork and it was time to change their taste. After a while, the soup pot boiled and the aroma filled the air. It smells so good. Master, what kind of meat is this? Divine beast, Tayutian. This is a top-notch dog meat hot pot. Don't be shy, eat more. Then we won't be polite. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed. After a whole month of non-stop work, Longshan Mountain has been completely transformed. The once lush trees are gone. The lush weeds also disappeared. The rugged mountain roads are also gone. Instead, there is a white jade mountain paved entirely with white crystal jade. That's right, this Dragon God Mountain has completely turned into a jade mountain. The surface of the mountain is covered with white crystal jade, layer upon layer, forming a series of steps extending from the foot of the mountain to the top. On the top of the mountain stood a 1,000-foot-tall statue, cast entirely from gold. It looked incredibly majestic and inviolable. That's Monri's statue. Within a radius of 100 miles around Longshan Mountain, the surrounding area has been transformed into a flat and open square. At this moment, the square was crowded with strong men from the Dragon God Empire, as well as powerful men from the other 3 empires and all over the continent. Today is not only the day of Monri's coronation, but also the day of a world-famous battle that shakes the continent. Who can miss such a grand event? In addition, there are nobles, wealthy businessmen, believers, nearby people, and envoys sent by various countries. The number of people is far more than 1 million. Everyone looked up, with different thoughts in their minds, eagerly waiting for the ceremony to begin. The sun slowly rose to the sky, and just as people were becoming increasingly anxious, an earth-shaking roar suddenly came from the distance. Look there! People were immediately cheered up and looked up together. They saw a huge black shadow suddenly appear in the distant void, like a battleship or an aircraft carrier, crushing towards them with a roar of thunder. Gradually, the true appearance of the black shadow became clear, leaving everyone stunned with astonishment. The black shadows turned out to be 10 giant dragons that covered the sky and the sun. Yes, 10 in total. Leading the way was a giant golden dragon, 2,000 feet long, shining with golden light all over, and extremely handsome. Following closely behind are the 9-headed dragons, the earth dragon, the blue dragon, the thunder dragon, the black dragon, the fire dragon, the green dragon, the storm dragon, the light dragon, the frost dragon, etc. Each of them is 1,000 feet long and equally extraordinary. It is clearly a demigod-level dragon. The appearance of so many demigod dragons caused a terrifying sensation, but what shocked everyone even more was, these 10 demigod dragons have thick chains tied around their necks, and the other ends of the chains are tightly fixed to a huge floating dragon chariot. Seeing this scene, everyone knew clearly that these demigod dragons had become the livestock pulling the floating dragon chariot. The impact of this scene was too strong. Where do so many demigod dragons come from? Weren't all the demigods of Dragon Island slaughtered by His Majesty Meng Lei? A powerful Saint Realm warrior was puzzled. This, who knows? Someone next to him shook his head. To actually let a demigod dragon pull the dragon chariot is simply too much. In the crowd, an old man in a black cloak gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger and humiliation. He was the only dragon demigod who had managed to escape when Meng Lei destroyed Dragon Island, the Storm Dragon. The reason he showed up this time was that he wanted to witness Meng Lei's death with his own eyes and let Meng Lei die in front of him. However, However, he did not see Meng Lei's death but instead witnessed such a shameful scene. The storm dragon's hatred is endless, like the flowing river, or like the flooding yellow river, it is out of control. And these bastards would rather disgrace the dragon clan than do such a shameful act. They really bring shame to the dragon clan. Others could not recognize these dragons, but the storm dragon recognized them at a glance. These bastards who brought shame to the dragon clan were none other than the sacred dragons of Dragon Island back then. The only thing he couldn't understand was how these evil creatures broke through to the demigod realm. That's a dragon. Such a huge dragon. May the great god Meng Lei bless you. How can there be so many giant dragons? Weren't the evil dragons completely annihilated by the great god Meng Lei? Could it be that the dragon race has revived and is here to cause trouble? Seeing 10 giant dragons appear in the sky, the civilians and believers were immediately in an uproar. They would never forget the suffering they had endured under the dragon's rule. All demigod-level dragons. Where on earth did they come from? The envoys from the Elf Empire, the Orc Empire, and the Titan Empire were also filled with confusion. Could the rumors be false? Didn't Meng Lei kill all the demigods of Dragon Island? Just as everyone was puzzled, 10 giant dragons pulled the dragon chariot and slowly flew to the sky above Dragon God Mountain and stopped. At this moment, people noticed. Not only are there 10 giant dragons pulling the dragon sedan, but there are also more than a dozen figures surrounding it, guarding the sedan like guards. Ordinary people might not feel anything, but the expressions of those from the holy realms, demigods, and envoys from various countries present suddenly changed, with huge waves in their hearts. These guards are all demigods. Oh my god, why are there so many demigods? Where did they come from? 1, 2, 3, there are actually 11 demigods. Add in the 10 giant dragon demigods pulling the dragon chariot, and there are a total of 21 demigods. 21. It's unbelievable. In the Elf Empire delegation, some people whispered, "Your Majesty, isn't that the Dark Elf Queen Nagaros? How could this evil heretic join forces with Mon Rey?" Unknown. The Elf Queen frowned slightly. The Dark Elves were originally members of the Elven race, but they lost themselves in their pursuit of power and eventually degenerated into a vicious race, completely separating themselves from the Elven race and even becoming mortal enemies, incompatible with each other. This time she came here to lend a helping hand to Meng Lei, but she didn't expect that Meng Lei would actually form an alliance with the Dark Elves, which made her unable to hide her displeasure. The Dark Elves have been hiding in the shadows, barely surviving. Unexpectedly, they have surrendered to Lord Mon Lei. Now the situation has become very difficult. In the Orc Empire delegation, an orc stared at the 21 figures in the air with sharp eyes, and a divine light flashed in his eyes. How powerful is this person to be able to subjugate so many demigods? It's really terrifying. I just hope Eros can kill him. Otherwise, it will be extremely troublesome. In the Titan Empire delegation, the Thunder Titan King's eyes were cold and full of jealousy. Ha! What's 21 demigods? To His Majesty Eros, it's nothing more than a toy in his hand, crushed with a single blow. Thief, I'll let you be proud for a while, then I'll let you taste my power. Please welcome, Master. Just as everyone was discussing, the 11 demigod guards bowed to the dragon chariot in unison, their voices in unison and with great momentum. Bobris hurriedly opened the curtain, and Mon Lei, wearing a golden dragon robe and a crown on his head, slowly walked out. It's the great god Meng Lei. The great god Meng Lei. Great god Meng Lei. The crowd suddenly erupted in cheers, and the civilians and believers were excited. He is Mon Rey. Many sanctuaries, demigods and envoys from various countries looked at Meng Lei with complex emotions in their eyes. In recent years, Meng Lei has definitely been a prominent figure in the Sky Continent. He killed the emperor of the Dragon God Empire, slaughtered the demigods of Dragon Island, and finally took over the Dragon God Empire. He challenged the 16 demigods of the Titan Empire alone, killed them all, and left in style. Seeing such a strong man, who can look down on him? Especially the Beast King and the Elf Queen. They stared at Meng Lei, as if they wanted to see through his every thought. Meng Lei looked around the whole place, then took the lead in flying towards the top of Dragon God Mountain, followed closely by Bobris and the other 11 demigods. The 11 demigods are Pohaman, Saniel, Bobris, Nagia, Cixia, Spider Goddess Rose, Dark Elf Queen Naga Rose, Giant Squid Mervin, Alchemical Creature Hunter, and Snowsword Saint Galen Bonaparte. Except for Klaus, who guards the Golden Islands, all the demigods conquered by Mon Rey have gathered together. Even the unruly Spider Goddess is no exception. Meng Lei built an altar in front of his towering statue. On the altar was a golden dragon throne, which was Meng Lei's throne. He sat on the throne, looking down at everyone in the square. At the same time, everyone stared at Meng Lei, wondering what Meng Lei would say at this sacred moment. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Meng Lei slowly spoke. A million years ago, an ordinary race was born. They were as weak as ants, eating raw meat and drinking blood, but they were tenacious and courageous enough to explore new paths. They fought ferocious beasts, withstood the bitter cold and scorching heat, dared to challenge the heavens and the earth, multiplied, grew stronger step by step, and eventually became the sole ruler of the Sky Continent. This ordinary race is the human race. A million years ago, the Sky Continent was the home of the human race. It was their habitat for independent living. The human race is the true master of the continent. But there are unexpected events. The evil god from outer space has arrived. They brought elves, titans, orcs, and dragons. These minions of the evil god invaded the sky continent. They seized our land, enslaved our ancestors, bound our people with shackles and discrimination, reduced us to slavery with a caste system, and subjected us to endless oppression and exploitation. They are like blood-sucking mosquitoes, sucking our blood, enslaving our souls, and exploiting our bodies for generations. Today, millions of years later, we humans still live on an isolated island of poverty in the midst of a vast ocean of abundance. Even today, millions of years later, we humans are still huddled in a corner of the vast sky continent, struggling to survive. Even today, millions of years later, we are still enslaved, exploited, and oppressed by elves, titans, orcs, and dragons. No equal treatment under the law. There is no equal opportunity to practice. There is no fair distribution of resources. We make up 70% of the mainland's total population, but we don't even have access to 1% of the society's resources. We work hard and create wealth with our own hands, but we never get our share. Those high and mighty elves, dragons, orcs, and titans do nothing but take away everything from us with impunity. Why can we humans only be enslaved forever? Why are we always at the bottom of the sky continent? Why can titans, dragons, orcs, and elves bully us at will? Thunder roared, exploding in the sky, echoing across the horizon, and shaking everyone's heart. The eyes of the human race turned red, and the envoys from the three empires looked confused. Where does all this injustice come from? Mengele's voice sounded slowly, as if he was talking to himself or asking and answering himself. I think you all have the answer in your hearts. You must be thinking, weak. That's because we humans are weak. We don't have the power of a titan. We don't have the terrifying breath of a dragon. We don't have the outstanding magical talents of the elves. We don't have the same powerful fighting power as the orcs. That's why we are enslaved. That's why we're being exploited. That's why we are being exploited. But is that really the case? No, absolutely not. Mengele's voice suddenly rose, like an eagle spreading its wings. We humans are in no way inferior to the four major races, and we may even be better. We possess minds far more sophisticated than those of the titans. We possess fertility far exceeding that of dragons. We possess a hardiness and perseverance far exceeding that of the elves. We possess intelligence far superior to that of the orcs. In my opinion, the reason why we humans are temporarily enslaved is because we haven't yet realized our own strength and have never truly stood up. The human race has never been weak. We are never short of amazing talents. We never lack heroes who fight against heaven and earth. We never lack pioneers and forge ahead. So, as long as we recognize our own strength, we will stand up straight. We will overthrow the mountains that enslave us. I believe that as long as the human race truly stands up, dragons and titans will no longer be a threat, and orcs and elves will become our slaves. I believe that as long as we stand up straight, we will become the masters of the sky continent again and take back our home. I believe that as long as the children of the human race have equal educational opportunities, countless saints, countless demigods, and countless powerful people will emerge. Stand up, stand up, stand up. All the humans in the audience waved their arms, their eyes were red, and they roared hysterically. The rumbling thunder gathered into a majestic sound that rushed straight into the sky. The faces of the envoys from the three empires turned pale in an instant, and a bone-chilling chill rose from their backs. They knew Mengele's intentions. This is definitely not a simple coronation ceremony. He is awakening the bloodiness of the human race and igniting the fighting spirit of the human race. If the human race truly rises, how astonishing will the scene be? No one dares to imagine it easily. Mengele raised his hand and pressed down, and the rumbling thunder stopped abruptly, as if it had been rehearsed long ago. So, how to stand up is an urgent task for us humans. I believe that first of all, we must correct our mindset. We humans have never been slaves of any race. We humans have never been inferior to others. We humans have never been about serving others. We humans are definitely not slaves. We have never been inferior to any other race. Why should we allow others to enslave us? We must fight bravely and fight to the death against the human race that oppresses us. We want to take back control of our lives and our property. We want to return to the Titan Plateau, the Elf Forest, the far north wasteland, and the land where our ancestors once lived. We must return to the top of the sky continent, restore our status as masters of the continent, and take back everything that belongs to us. Return to the top of the sky continent. Return to the status of the master of the continent. Take back everything that belongs to us. The human race was excited. Their roars shook the earth. They were hysterical, fanatical like crazy, and the thunder rolled endlessly. Dear tribesmen, ever since I stepped into this world, I have had a dream. This dream has always inspired me, made me fearless and move forward courageously. I dream that one day, we humans will be able to stand up straight, no longer be oppressed by any race, and truly dominate this continent. I dream that one day, we humans will be able to trample dragons under our feet, tear apart titans with our bare hands, stop the invasion of orcs and those from beyond the desert, and imprison the elves by the goddess lake. lake. I dream that one day, the Titan Plateau will become our pasture, the Dragon God Empire will become our fertile farmland, the far north wasteland will become our mine, and the elf forest will become our hunting ground. I dream that one day, the children of our human race will also have the opportunity to practice, enter the palace of fighting spirit and magic openly, and become truly powerful. I dream that one day, orcs and titans will become our slaves, dragons will be at our table, and elves will dance for us. I dream that one day, the far northern wasteland becomes a pasture, the elf forest becomes a hunting ground, dragons on the table, the elves dance for us. These heart-stirring words echoed in the hearts of every human being. Everyone imagined this magnificent picture, their blood boiling and their hearts surging. Rumors are circulating on the continent that I am the reincarnation of an evil god, which is why I possess such terrifying strength at such a young age. But what is the truth? Meng Lei sneered. I can only use 2 words to describe it. Ridiculous. I am a pure human. I am neither a god nor a reincarnation of a demon. The reason I have the strength I have today is entirely due to my own hard work. Some might question how the weak human race could possess such a terrifying talent. Of course, I've said before that the human race has never lacked talented and strong people. The greatest genius in the history of the Dragon God Empire, Tamer. He began training at the age of 9, became an 8th level expert at the age of 11, and broke through to the Saint realm at the age of 14. Brilliant talent, shocking the continent. Is Tamer a dragon? No, he is a pure human. Augustine, the second highest born person in the history of the Dragon God Empire, began training at the age of 10, became a 9th level warrior at the age of 16, and achieved the Saint realm at the age of 26. Unprecedented and unprecedented, second in history. Is Augustine a dragon? No, he is also human. See that, fellow countrymen? Even in such a harsh environment as the Dragon God Empire, our human geniuses are still able to firmly suppress the dragon race. Are we really weak? No, it's not. We are incredibly powerful, far beyond our imagination, and our potential and talent are incredibly explosive. So, I solemnly promise, in the land ruled by our human race, all humans under the age of 20 can undergo magic tests for free and obtain Dochi secret manuals for free. I promise. Within the territory ruled by our human race, we will build a Dochi school and a magic academy. All children under the age of 16 will be able to attend for free and enjoy 6 years of compulsory education. I promise. Within the area ruled by our human race, no taxes of any kind will be levied, no grain payments will be collected, and no conscription will be forced. I promise. Within the territory ruled by our human race, all officially registered human race members will be allocated at least 3 mu of land each, ensuring that everyone has farmland. I promise. In the realm ruled by our human race, humans will never be reduced to slavery. Everyone is equal, and there is absolutely no distinction between slavery and nobility. I promise. These impassioned words, like the morning bell and evening drum, struck heavily on everyone's heart and completely ignited the fiery passion in the blood of the human race. The expressions of other races suddenly changed, especially the Elf Queen and the other 2 emperors, whose expressions changed drastically. Free magic test for those under 20 years old, and free fighting secrets. Free admission for children under 16 years old and enjoy 6 years of compulsory education. The human race will enjoy 10 years of tax exemption, grain exemption, and conscription exemption within its territory. Everyone gets 3 acres of arable land, everyone is equal, and human beings will never be slaves. No one knows the far-reaching significance behind this policy better than these 3 emperors. Once Meng Lei truly carries it out, the human race will have countless strong men, countless geniuses, and countless sources of soldiers. It is even possible that everyone will become a soldier. What is even more terrifying is that if Meng Lei really does this, how can the human slaves who are suffering from slavery and torture in the other 3 empires be willing? They will definitely resist. They will flee. They will surely yearn for the Dragon God Empire. They will flock in and compete to join the Dragon God Empire. By then, the foundations of the 3 empires will be shaken. This guy is simply crazy. The 3 emperors stared at Meng Lei, their hearts filled with turmoil. They originally thought that Meng Lei was merely ascending the throne to become emperor, and at most continuing the old ruling model of the Dragon God Empire. At most, it is just the abolition of the 4-class system. But I never expected. Meng Lei's ambition goes far beyond this. He not only wants to be the emperor, but also wants to lead the human race to rise, and even destroy the foundations of the 3 empires. He must be killed. This guy must die. If he doesn't die, our Beast God Empire will not only be in danger of expanding southward, but will even face catastrophic destruction. The Beast King's face turned ashen and murderous. Lord Eros, this traitor must be killed at all costs. If he doesn't die, our Titan Empire will never have peace, and we may even suffer the same fate as the Dragon God Empire. The Titan King gritted his teeth, feeling an unprecedented crisis. What on earth was Her Majesty the Goddess thinking, asking us to protect him? The Elf Queen was dissatisfied with the Elf Goddess's oracle. Although the elves advocated peace and closeness to nature, there were many human slaves in the empire. Over the long years, the Elf Empire, like the Dragon God Empire, Empire and the Titan Empire has formed a huge and complex racial system. Elves, half-elves. Even the lowest-ranking half-elf nobles kept dozens or even hundreds of human slaves, responsible for farming, planting, fruit-picking, mining, and crafting bows and arrows. It can be said that the elves' nobility, elegance, tranquility, and beauty are all earned through the hard work of human slaves. Without the efforts of human slaves, how could the elves be so elegant? After all, elves are not machines that don't eat or drink, they also need grains. In short, the Elf Empire also has a huge group of human slaves. If what Monlay said comes true, the Elf Empire will face unprecedented severe tests. Should I save him or not? The Elf Queen fell into deep conflict. This was the first time she hesitated about the oracle of the elf goddess. Monlay looked up at the sky, looked down at the mountains and the land, and made a solemn and majestic declaration. I declare that the first empire in human history is officially established. The human race rises. The empire is established. The human race rises. The empire is established. The human race rises. The empire is established. The entire human race erupted in roars like a tsunami, their faces filled with excitement, their voices hoarse, their eyes red, their blood boiling. The human race rises. The empire is established. Tears welled up in the eyes of Flying Snow Sword Saint Galen Bonaparte. He waved his right arm and roared with all the other humans in the room. This human sword master, who had surrendered to Monlay only 2 weeks prior, was now completely captivated by Monlay's charisma. The human race has finally risen. The undead demigod Pohaman still had a gentlemanly and elegant smile on his face, but as he smiled, tears couldn't help but fall from his eyes. He is the undead demigod, but they are still human. At this moment, he is full of pride. The rise of humanity is inevitable and unstoppable. Any empire or race that dares to hinder humanity's rise will be completely overwhelmed by the overwhelming power of humanity. Several powerful demigods sighed slightly. They could fully foresee that everything that happened today would sweep across the Dragon God Empire like a hurricane, sweep across the sky continent, and sweep across every corner of this plane. By then, the human race's blood will be completely awakened, and this huge race that has been sleeping for millions of years will burst out with unprecedented power, sweeping across the continent, suppressing all races. The prerequisite is that Monlay must be alive. If he dies, everything will be in vain. The key question is, can he successfully survive today's ordeal? Just when everyone was in a state of confusion and had their own thoughts, a golden beam of light suddenly descended from the sky high above, reaching from heaven to earth, soar into the sky, as high as the sky, on par with the stars, about 10,000 meters thick, like a giant pillar reaching the sky. Everyone's attention was attracted by this sudden vision and they all looked up. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the sky, and a hideous head poked out from the hole, followed by a long body. It was a giant dragon that was 10,000 feet long, with golden scales shining all over its body, as if it was made of gold. The giant dragon roared towards the sky, and the rolling sound waves exploded like a nuclear bomb. Wherever the sound waves reached, the void was shattered. Despite the long distance, people in the square still felt splitting headaches, blank minds, and buzzing ears. A demigod exclaimed, "Dragon, dragon god? Could it be that the dragon god has descended? Its length is 10,000 feet. This is beyond the reach of a demigod dragon. It is definitely a true god-level dragon. Dragon god. It must be the dragon god. The dragon god has brought down divine punishment. The dragon god has brought down divine punishment. We are doomed." The powerful human beings were immediately terrified. Although they did not recognize this giant dragon, they knew with a little brain that the newcomer was extremely dangerous. "Ha ha ha, Your Majesty the Dragon God. This is the aura of Your Majesty the Dragon God." In the crowd, the storm dragon was shaking with excitement, going wild with joy. "I've known for a long time that His Majesty the Dragon God has never abandoned us. He will eventually come. Today, he finally arrived. Traitor, today I will show you what a dead end is." I didn't expect that the Dragon God would arrive before Eros showed up. Looks like the show is about to begin. The three emperors were shocked. They thought that the focus today was Eros killing Monlay, but they didn't expect the Dragon God to show up first. But it makes perfect sense. The Dragon God Empire is the only territory the Dragon God believes in. If he doesn't retaliate once that faith collapses, he'd be unworthy of being called the Dragon God. But isn't it true that the Dragon God cannot descend upon the sky continent? How could the divine projection be so powerful? That's not a projection of divine power, but a physical body descending. Don't you feel the terrifying dragon's might? It's definitely the dragon's true form. How did the Dragon God manage to descend in his true form? No one knows. No matter what, Monlay is probably going to be in trouble this time. Although the strong men were puzzled by the arrival of the Dragon God's true body, they were more gloating and waiting for this shocking drama to unfold. Foolish and lowly mortal. The golden dragon slowly descended, its divine power overwhelming, and its voice spread like thunder. "Do you admit your guilt?" Facing the Dragon God's question, Monlay shook his head and chuckled. "Your Majesty, I have done so many things. I don't know which one you are talking about. Did I kill the Emperor of the Dragon God Empire? Or slaughter your descendants? Or smash your divine power projection with a hammer? Bold! The dragon god roared angrily. You were once a subject of my dragon god empire, enjoying its blessings. Yet, you turned against me, murdered your king and father, rebelled against me, repaid kindness with resentment, and challenged me. You are guilty of countless crimes and are a ruthless and insane person. You are simply an unforgivable demon. Today, this god will torture you to death, pulling out your tendons and bones, so that all ignorant mortals will understand how terrifying the wrath of the gods is. A mere winged lizard dares to call itself a god? Monlay sneered. Where is Bobrus? Yes, master, Babulus responded. The rise of humanity is bound to be accompanied by endless blood, and today is the starting point of humanity's rise. How can it be possible without bloodshed? Menglay said calmly, go. Capture this giant lizard, pull out its tendons, break its wings, and dig out its heart and lungs. I will use its liver to cook, its blood to make wine, its horns to make cups, and its scales to spread the table, to entertain all my people and guests. The master's will is my destiny. Bobrus roared and turned into a stream of light rushing towards the dragon god. Zero? Seeing this scene, people were stunned. What on earth is this for? He actually sent one of his men to deal with the dragon god. Was Menglay's head clamped by foam Giazanus? Traitor, you're scared and let your men die. But it doesn't matter. Once this foolish titan dies, you'll be next. There was murderous intent in the storm dragon's eyes. The elf queen, the beast king, and the titan king all frowned. The dragon god is so powerful, and you actually sent a subordinate to fight him? Do you really think that sending a subordinate can find out the details of the dragon god and increase your chances of winning? It's so childish. Big Lizard, you showed up at this very moment, not earlier, but now. You're really asking me to give you a beating. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. Bobrus's hands clicked together, his excitement unbelievable. I just merged with the godhood, and before I could even show off my skills, you're already offering yourself up. Wouldn't I be a fool if I didn't eat this feast? Damn reptile, die. The dragon god was extremely angry. He is the mighty dragon god. Although his current body only has the strength of a true god, Menglay actually let one of his men deal with him? This is a huge insult to him. The dragon god roared, stretched out his dragon claws which were bigger than the mountains, and rushed straight towards Bobrus, wanting to smash him to pieces with one claw. Ha, you came just in time. Bobrus did not flinch, but instead rushed towards the dragon claw. This scene completely shocked the audience. Is this guy crazy? That's the dragon god. However, the following scene left everyone stunned. Instead of smashing Bobrus into pieces, the huge dragon claw was pierced by his punch, and blood gushed out. The dragon god cried out in pain, quickly retracted his claws, and stared at Bobrus with his huge dragon eyes wide open. You dare to hurt this god? Hurt you? He. I'm going to kill you too. Bobrus laughed loudly, and his body suddenly expanded rapidly like an inflated balloon, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a giant 10,000 feet tall. Its size is in no way inferior to the dragon god's 10,000 foot tall golden dragon body. The power of the divine might is not inferior to the power of the dragon god mixed with the dragon's might. Everyone who saw the scene was stunned. No matter it was a demigod like the storm dragon, or the three emperors, the beast king, the titan king, and the elf queen, or other civilians, believers, and sanctuaries, everyone was shocked beyond words. Such a tall titan. This guy is also a demigod? Oh my god, he's a true god-level titan. How can he become a true god? Come here, big bug, let daddy have some fun with you. Bobrus grinned, stretched out his palm which was bigger than a mountain, and grabbed the dragon god fiercely. The dragon god roared and raised his sharp and ferocious dragon claws to attack. Crack! The claws and palms collided, like a comet hitting the moon. Amidst the deafening sound, the void collapsed inch by inch, turning into a huge black abyss. A shrill wail sounded, and everyone was shocked to see that the majestic dragon god actually stumbled backward, with blood dripping from his claws and spilling into the sky. Everyone was shocked and horrified. In their first confrontation, the dragon god was injured. How could the demigod Bobrus be so powerful? Come again, come again. Bobrus laughed loudly and pounced on the dragon god. His fists were as big as mountains and fell on the dragon god like a torrential rain. With a series of muffled thuds, the dragon god was beaten back again and again. After several heavy punches, he was unable to organize an effective counterattack. Completely suppressed and beaten, everyone's eyes widened in shock. The situation before them was completely opposite to what they had expected. The dragon god was actually being beaten by Bobrus? Why is this? When did the traitor Bobrus become so powerful? The Titan King's face was full of horror. He didn't know whether the dragon god was using his full strength at this moment, but he knew one thing for sure. Bobrus was much stronger than he was 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Bobrus was only slightly better than his father. However, 2 years later, he has grown to be thousands of feet tall and his strength is comparable to that of a true god. What on earth did he go through in those 2 years? Ah, big lizard, is this all you can do? Bobrus fought more and more frantically, and each punch contained terrifying power. When it landed on the dragon god, the latter became dizzy and his blood boiled. The dragon god was on the verge of collapse. In order to take revenge on Menglay, he specially picked out a true god-level dragon from the kingdom of gods that had been a god for less than 10,000 years. Then he destroyed his own soul, seized the divine body, forcibly occupied it, and descended to the sky continent. He thought that with his current strength he could sweep across the sky continent, and neither Menglai nor other demigods could match him. Killing all these rebels, even driving the elves, titans and orcs back to their nests, and unifying the continent like he did in front of Wuan, is just a piece of cake for him. However, the cruel reality gave the dragon god a loud slap in the face. Menglai didn't even take action, but just sent out one of his men to beat him to death. This is simply unbearable for the dragon god. With this little strength, you dare to challenge the master? You really overestimate your own abilities. After a round of fierce blows, the dragon god was knocked out without any suspense. Bobris took the bruised and dying dragon god towards Menglai. Master, I brought this thing, Bobris said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, the dragon god. Menglai raised his eyes and said coldly, your time is over. Wouldn't it be better for you to hide away in the kingdom of God? Why do you have to wade into this mess? Why? The dragon god's eyes were filled with unacceptable resentment. How did your subordinate become a true god? He clearly has no followers, no power of faith to nourish him. Want to know? Why should I tell you? Menglai waved his hand lightly. Bobris, kill it. Bobris transformed into a butcher. He reached out and stroked it, and the dragon scales fell off. With a casual twist, the dragon horn broke. With a strong pull, the dragon tendon was pulled out. The dragon god let out a heart-wrenching scream, but he was unable to resist at all. Bobris's power was far beyond his imagination, making him desperate. As everyone watched in astonishment, Bobris slaughtered the dragon god alive like slaughtering a pig during the new year. Peel off the dragon's scales and tear its hide. Catch the dragon's blood and take out the internal organs. Wash the dragon liver and clean the internal organs. This dignified true god died tragically with screams filled with unwillingness, resentment, and anger. He can be said to be one of the most tragic gods in the history of the sky continent. Master, the mission is successfully completed. Menglai nodded slightly, and with a wave of his hand, he divided the dragon blood of the dragon god into millions of portions and distributed them to everyone in the audience. Thank you all for coming to today's ceremony. This emperor is deeply grateful. I will offer you dragon blood instead of wine. Thank you all for coming from afar. Everyone, rest assured. The divinity in the dragon blood has been completely cleansed. You can drink it with peace of mind. As soon as he finished speaking, Menglai picked up a bowl of dragon blood and drank it all. Bobris and the other 11 demigods also raised their heads and drank it all. People looked at the dragon blood appearing before their eyes, and they couldn't help but hesitate in their hearts, but the demigods and people in the holy realm showed ecstasy, raised their heads and drank the dragon blood. It's rare to taste it even in dreams, but now it's right in front of me. Wouldn't I be a fool not to drink it? The civilians and believers hesitated for a moment, then drank it all in one gulp. Menglai was not worried at all that they would explode and die. Although the blood of the dragon god contained powerful energy, after being divided into millions of parts, the amount was extremely small and ordinary people could easily withstand it. Damn it! Even the dragon god was killed by him. The storm dragon hiding in the crowd looked at the dragon blood in front of him and trembled in his heart. He had thought that the dragon god would come and kill everyone, including Menglai, but the reality was completely different. I declare, from today on, the dragon god empire is renamed the Menglai Empire, and I officially become the founding emperor of the Menglai Empire. Menglai's voice was like thunder. My first order, liberate all human beings who are still being exploited, enslaved, and oppressed. The scope covers all human beings on the entire continent. Arrogant. As soon as the order came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Liberating all human beings on the entire continent is tantamount to declaring war on the 3 empires. As everyone knows, the 4 empires are the places where humans live most densely. If Menglai wants to liberate human slaves, it is equivalent to directly interfering in the internal affairs of the 3 empires. How could the 3 empires tolerate this? The answer is obvious. The expressions of the Titan King, the Beast King, and the Elf Queen suddenly changed. Initially, Menglai was passionate, and although they were angry, they chose to stay out of the matter. If it doesn't concern you, just stay out of it. Whatever you, Menglai, do to your dragon god empire has nothing to do with us, but now you are arrogantly trying to liberate the human slaves in our empire. This is tantamount to severing the foundation of the country and intending to destroy our empire. Emissaries from the 3 great empires, upon your return, be sure to convey this decision to your emperors. Menglai glanced at the envoys from the 3 empires. Within a month, this emperor wants to see tangible results. Your Majesty, a beautiful, heroic elf, a sword slung from her waist, stepped forward. It was none other than the commander of the Elven Empire's Azhara Legion. She stared directly at Menglai and said coldly, abolishing human slavery is the internal affairs of the Elven Empire. Your Majesty has no right to interfere. This emperor has no interest in the internal affairs of the Elven Empire. This emperor only cares about the human race. Menglai responded calmly, my Menglai Empire was founded on the human race. The human race is our foundation. Anything involving our human race is related to our Menglai Empire. Your Majesty, forgive my bluntness. Azhara said coldly, coldly, there are more than 1 trillion humans on the sky continent. You can only represent the humans of the Manlei Empire, but not all of them. Meng Lei was slightly stunned, as if he was at a loss for words for a moment. After a long while, he slowly nodded and said, "You are right. I can only represent the human race of my own country, not the human races of other regions." The envoys from the 3 empires breathed a sigh of relief, but unexpectedly, Meng Lei's next words almost made them jump in shock. "If this emperor incorporates the entire sky continent into the territory of the Manlei Empire, will it represent the entire human race? Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is right." Babris, Pohaman and others immediately flattered him, wishing to unify the continent. "Your Majesty, be careful with your words." Azhara's expression suddenly changed. She warned in a cold voice, "Your Majesty, you are now the emperor of the Manlei Empire. Every word you say represents the will of the empire, not your personal opinion. I hope your Majesty will not speak rashly. Otherwise, I will interpret your words as a declaration of war on the entire continent, including the other 3 empires." "Declare war on the entire continent?" Meng Lei sneered. "Your words remind me that the human race is the master of the sky continent. The human race wants to take back everything that belongs to them. So what if they declare war on the entire continent?" "Your Majesty." Azhara's face was cold. "My second order, the Elf Empire, the Titan Empire, and the Beast God Empire are ordered to immediately submit to the Manlei Empire." Meng Lei's voice was icy. "Otherwise, wherever the Manlei Empire's army passes, the country will be destroyed and the family will be ruined. This is too much." The Titan King, the Elf Queen and the Beast King of the 3 empires were furious. They didn't expect Meng Lei to be so arrogant. They were asked to submit to the country right after it was established. This clearly shows that they do not take the 3 major empires seriously. "This is simply too much. Your Majesty," Azhara said coldly, "you are too arrogant." Meng Lei snorted coldly, and a sense of oppression like a terrifying aura enveloped Azhara. She was suddenly struck by lightning and was directly suppressed to the ground. "If you weren't an envoy from the Elf Empire, you'd be dead long ago." Meng Lei said calmly, "Go back and tell the Elf Queen to lead the elves out of the Elf Forest and return to the Goddess Lake. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you elves follow in the footsteps of the dragons and become history." Azhara was filled with shame and anger, but no matter how she struggled, she could not resist. She could only lie on the ground and let the humiliation torture her. The same goes for the Titan Empire and the Beast God Empire. Meng Lei turned to the Titan Empire and the Beast God Empire's envoys. "I've said everything I need to say. It's up to you to decide whether to listen or not. In 1 month, the flames of war will ignite." With the previous example of Azhara, although the delegations of the 2 countries were furious and hated to the extreme, they could only swallow their anger and endure it. "Damn Eros, why hasn't he come yet?" The Titan King gritted his teeth. "What the hell is this bastard doing?" It was as if God heard his curse, and suddenly a shrill sound of breaking through the air came from the distant sky. "What's going on?" Everyone turned their heads and saw a black dot rushing towards them at lightning speed. "That is..." The Titan King was shocked. The Beast King, the Elf Queen, and other powerful demigods from the sanctuary were all trembling with fear. "It's finally here. We've been waiting so long. Master, it should be Eros coming." Babris, Pohaman, Najia and others walked closer and protected Meng Lei by their side, with a solemn look on everyone's face. "Don't be nervous." Meng Lei smiled calmly, his eyes sweeping across the envoys from the 3 empires. He sneered, "These guys, especially the Titan Empire, see Eros as a lifeline, hoping he can kill me and save them from danger. Little do we know that the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. With the support of Eros, the resistance I face in conquering the 3 empires and unifying the sky continent will be greatly reduced." Master is wise. Everyone was excited. As Eros got closer, the rumbling sound of breaking through the air became more shrill and louder. People gradually saw clearly that a thin figure was flying towards them with a huge sword under his feet. He was wearing a black cloak and was short and thin, completely unlike the tall and burly, thin bodies of ordinary titans. But no one dared to underestimate him, not only because he was Eros, but also because of his unmatched speed. He reached the top of Dragon God Mountain, and Eros suddenly stopped. "He is Eros," someone exclaimed. "He broke through the demigod realm at the age of 57, shattered the void and left the sky continent 30,000 years ago, and is hailed as the most outstanding titan in the history of the Titan Empire. What a historical figure. He's an antique who's lived for 30,000 years." Everyone looked at Eros standing proudly in the sky, whispering to each other, their eyes filled with curiosity, anticipation, excitement, and trepidation. Everyone's emotions are complicated and difficult to describe. At this moment, Eros opened his eyes slightly and glanced at everyone. For a moment, people felt a sharp pain in their eyes like needles, and they closed their eyes in pain. "Oh, weak mortal." Eros sneered and said lightly, "Where is little Meng Lei?" "Master, be careful." Babris warned hurriedly, "I can't see through this guy at all. You must be careful." "Yes, Master. This guy is definitely not on the same level as the dragon god just now. You must be careful." Pohaman also looked solemn. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Meng Lei waved his hand, slowly took off into the air, and walked in front of Eros. "Are you Man Ray? Eros stared at him with eyes as sharp as a knife. That's right, Meng Lei replied calmly. I never thought that 30,000 years later, Sky Continent could still produce a hero like you. It's truly remarkable. A hint of admiration flashed across Eros's face. However, you shouldn't have provoked Lord Giant Spirit. His wrath is more than you can bear. Talented people emerge in every generation, each leading the trend for hundreds of years. Meng Lei snapped his fingers and said, back when the Sky Continent was still ruled by the Elf Goddess, didn't the Titan God dare to provoke the Elf Goddess? You have to know that the Elf Goddess back then was a high-ranking deity. Even she could be challenged by the Titans. I'm just challenging a mid-ranking deity. Compared to him, I'm probably far inferior. Many people know, but knowing more isn't necessarily a good thing. Sometimes it can even lead to misjudgment and cost you your life. Eros said calmly, go ahead. Since you are my junior, I will allow you to strike first, so that others won't accuse me of bullying the weak. This guy is too arrogant. When the master beats him to a pulp, let's see if he still dares to be so arrogant. He's really acting like a fool. It's really annoying just to watch him. Babras, Pohaman and others cursed in low voices, extremely dissatisfied with Eros' tone and attitude, as if Man Lei was outshined by him and seemed half a head shorter. But others didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Eros is a legendary titan from 30,000 years ago. He was a peerless genius who became a demigod at the age of 57. He returned again 30,000 years later. To what level has his strength reached? So what if I'm a little arrogant? To him, Meng Lei is indeed just a junior. Why is Eros talking so much nonsense? Just kill him with one sword. Titan King and others couldn't help but feel a little impatient. Let me make the first move? Meng Lei's mouth curled up slightly. When I first set foot on Dragon Island, those arrogant dragon demigods said exactly that. In the end, only one of them escaped. Eros raised an eyebrow. That's what those burly titans said when I climbed Titan Peak for the second time and fought against the demigods of the Titan Empire Temple. Meng Lei shook his head and smiled, speaking vaguely. Among them, there are even beings older than you, but their endings were particularly tragic. You compare them with me? Eros chuckled and shook his head. Be it the dragon demigods or the temple demigods, they are actually just like you, just bumpkins living in this small puddle of the Sky Continent. You are trapped in the Sky Continent, sitting in a well and looking at the world from afar. You are self-righteous and can only mess around in this plane. How can you know how big the world outside is? Meng Lei raised his eyebrows. Little guy, the world outside is huge. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have achieved a little in this plane. Eros said calmly, I'll give you one last chance to strike first. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to strike. Well, in that case, I'll respectfully obey your command. In the distant kingdom of God, the Titan God sat on the throne, with a crystal ball floating in front of him, showing the scene on the top of Dragon God Mountain. Humble mortal, you will pay a heavy price for your stupidity and ignorance. Killing intent flashed in the Titan's eyes. He hadn't been this angry for a long time. The last time was 50,000 years ago when the Dragon God appeared. At that time, the Dragon God led the Dragon Clan to rise up, drove the Titan Clan into the Titan Mountains, and took away a large number of his believers. The Titan God was furious, but he could do nothing but watch the Dragon God unify the continent and gather countless faiths to become a god. However, this time, the Titan God is no longer silent. Since he received the key training of the Theodore family in the Thunder God realm 20,000 years ago, he has transformed himself into a rich man. He controls 108 material planes, has countless believers, and abundant resources. He has cultivated several true gods alone, so why should he endure it? After I kill this mortal, Eros will take advantage of the situation to annihilate the orcs and elves, unify the Sky Continent, and this plane will once again become my territory of faith. In another secret kingdom of God, a sturdy man with two horns on his head and a majestic face was staring at the Sky Continent. His face was gloomy and his eyes were blazing, as if someone owed him a huge debt. This strong man is none other than the deity worshipped by the Dragon God Empire, the Dragon God. Damn thief. Good luck, Eros. The Dragon God was in a terrible mood. He looked at the two figures standing proudly on the top of Dragon God Mountain with a dark face. Man Ray versus Eros. No matter who wins in the end, it has nothing to do with him, the Dragon God, and he will lose the faith territory of the Dragon God Empire. That is his only territory of faith. Damn mortal. Deserved to be killed. Must be killed. The rage in the Dragon God's heart was almost burning. If possible, he would tear Meng Lei into pieces, kill the demigod of Dragon Island, and even destroy the dragon nobles, completely cutting off his roots. His hope of regaining the Dragon God Empire was shattered, and there was no possibility of regaining this holy land of faith. Especially just now, Meng Lei actually slaughtered him in front of so many people. It was a great shame and humiliation, and it made him lose face. Kill him. Kill him no matter what. The Dragon God gnashed his teeth and said, it would be best if both sides were defeated and killed. At this moment, the Dragon God's mind was twisted. He hated Meng Lei because Meng Lei had taken away his faith territory and completely disgraced him. He was jealous of the Titan. Why could that simple-minded, strong-limbed idiot get the training of the gods for free, and he could only watch helplessly helplessly. Whether it was the people and believers of the Manlei Empire, the envoys of the three empires, or the strong men of various races, they all stared at the two people in the sky. Everyone knows it. This battle will determine the future direction of the new empire, the fate of the human race, and even the fate of the entire sky continent. If the human race can rise completely, it will sweep across the entire continent with unstoppable force, and the sky continent is very likely to be unified again. If they fail, the newly born Manlei Empire will be torn into pieces, and the human race will be reduced to its original form and continue to be degraded into slavery. Therefore, this battle is crucial. Your Majesty, come on. Great God Manlei, you are invincible and will definitely defeat the evil demon. Die. Manlei must die. Only if he dies. Some people prayed silently. Some people harbor resentment and curse. Some people gloat over other people's misfortune. Just when everyone was in a state of confusion, Manlei took the first step. In that case, I will respectfully obey your command. Manlei quietly disappeared from the spot. He appeared strangely behind Eros, with a hammer of destruction in his hand, and smashed it hard on Eros's head. Little guy, teleportation may be fast, but it's useless to me. Eros stretched out his hand strangely and grabbed the hammer of doom lightly, then held it firmly in his palm. Then he squeezed it hard, and with a crack, the hammer of doom was crushed into powder. Eros clenched his other hand into a fist and quietly struck Manlei in the abdomen. Manlei was blown away in an instant like a cannonball. Owner, Bobris and others' expressions changed drastically. Ha ha ha, great. As expected of the legendary Titan Eros, awesome. Upon seeing this, the Titan King was overjoyed, and all his previous worries and anxieties turned into excitement. Crushed the hammer of destruction with one grab. One punch knocked Manlei away. With just two moves, he completely suppressed Manlei. His strength was overwhelming. The two were not on the same level at all. Menglei's life is hanging by a thread. Your Majesty, this arrogant guy is no match for Eros and will most likely die at his hands. What should we do now? The heroic elf captain Azhara approached the elf queen and asked in a low voice, should we rescue him? The elf queen did not respond. She was also conflicted. This is, according to what Manlei said just now, saving him is tantamount to cultivating a powerful enemy for the elf empire, which is very likely to launch a war of annihilation in the future. How should I explain this to Her Majesty the elf goddess? Let's wait and see. The elf queen sighed. There was no better choice now. Master, how do you feel? Bobris and others surrounded Manlei and asked nervously. It's no problem. Manlei waved his hand slightly and turned his gaze to Eros. I underestimated you. You are much stronger than I thought, but you are even weaker than I imagined, which makes me a little disappointed. It seems that the so-called number one in the sky continent is just like this. Eros shook his head slightly. That's right. After all, I'm just a flower in a greenhouse. How can I be compared with those geniuses in the outside world? You actually underestimated me. Manlei threw away the hammer handle in his hand and said coldly, if I don't show some real skills, I will probably be laughed at by you, a senior who has seen the world. After saying this, he twisted his neck, and the aura around him suddenly changed, becoming cold, bloodthirsty and sharp. Eros keenly noticed the change in Manlei and was slightly surprised. A shadow flashed by, and Manlei appeared in front of Eros again. He swung his fist as fast as lightning and hit Eros' face in an instant. It's useless. Eros shook his head slightly and casually stretched out a finger to meet it. You reacted too slowly this time, Eros. Manlei suddenly appeared behind Eros and hit him on the back of the head with his fist. Eros stumbled forward and nearly fell flat on his face. How about it, Senior Eros who has seen the world? What do you think of my fist? Manlei raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a smile. Second stage teleportation, quite clever. Eros steadied himself and squinted at Manlei. But your strength is too weak. You can't hurt me at all. Manlei chuckled, and suddenly 8 arms appeared on his body. Together with the 2 before, there were a total of 10 arms. One punch can't hurt you, so what about 10 punches? Eros's reaction was extremely quick, but he was still half a beat slow in the face of 3 teleportations, and this was Manri's opportunity. I see. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Manlei used the Wing Chun Chain Sun Punch that he had practiced for many years to the extreme. Amidst a series of continuous collisions, Manlei's 10 fists transformed into countless fist shadows, pouring down and smashing into Eros. Oh, everyone was stunned. How could they fight like this? After being hit by 100,000 punches in a row, Eros finally reacted and quickly retreated. At this time, his face was bruised and swollen, and his nose was bleeding. It was obvious that he had been beaten badly. You're really tough. You're fine after taking so many punches from me. Manlei couldn't help but gasp when he saw this. He had just used up all his strength in human form and threw 100,000 punches in one breath, but Eros only suffered minor skin injuries. This level of resistance is simply amazing. You cunning boy, you made me angry. Eros wiped the blood from his nose and his eyes suddenly burst into anger. He has been out there for many years and has experienced many hardships, but now he is beaten like this by a junior. Where can he put his face? I will tear you into pieces. Eros roared, and his body suddenly swelled up. Boom, boom, boom. His body expanded rapidly rapidly like a balloon, and in an instant he became a giant hundreds of feet tall. A powerful and terrifying divine power burst out from the giant and spread rapidly. Although the 100-foot divine body could not be compared with the previous 10,000-foot dragon god and 10,000-foot Babras, this surging divine power directly suppressed the civilians and believers in the square at the foot of the mountain and made them unable to move. The sanctuaries and demigods had sweat on their foreheads and their breathing became heavy. Such terrifying divine power, completely beyond the demigod level, much stronger than the dragon god just now. A demigod was terrified. Junior, die. Eros raised his huge foot and stomped hard on Meng Lei. Logically, the rate at which the body grows should slow down significantly. But what was strange was that Eros's speed became even faster. He stepped on Meng Lei in an instant and then stomped towards the top of Dragon God Mountain. If you dare to step on me, I won't be polite. Meng Lei sneered, pulled out the god-killing spear with his backhand, and thrust it upward fiercely. I'll stand up. To this day, Meng Lei still doesn't know what level of artifact the god-killing spear is, but its sharpness is beyond imagination. Puff! The god-killing spear easily pierced Eros's foot, leaving a bloody hole. Eros screamed and quickly retracted his foot. Good baby! Meng Lei soared into the air and looked at Eros. Eros, you are not so good either? Junior, what kind of artifact is this? Eros stared at the god-killing spear, his eyes full of vigilance. Aren't you knowledgeable? Come and see for yourself. Meng Lei shook the golden divine blood on the tip of his gun and smiled indifferently. Ridiculous. There are so many divine weapons, how could I possibly know them all? Eros snorted coldly, his eyes filled with fear and solemnity. Although he had reached the perfect state of true godhood, awakened the blood of the titans, and had a divine body comparable to that of a lower-level god, he was actually penetrated instantly by the god-killing spear. This is enough to prove that this magic gun is at least a mid-level artifact, or even higher. It doesn't matter if you don't recognize the god-slaying spear, but there's one artifact you definitely recognize. Meng Lei showed a strange smile, and a blood-red sickle suddenly appeared in his hand. Death's scythe. Death's scythe. This is the Grim Reaper's scythe. Inside the kingdom of God, the Titan god looked at the sudden death scythe and his expression changed drastically. Where did this thief get the death scythe? The death scythe is no ordinary divine weapon. It is a sinister weapon used by the death god to harvest lives and sacrifice souls, horrifying, bloodthirsty, and extremely powerful. Each of the Grim Reaper's scythes is at least a superior artifact. Even a top-level middle-level god with a rich fortune like the Titan god is extremely envious of such high-level artifacts. More importantly, the death scythe is the companion artifact of the god of death. How could Meng Lei have it in his hands? Is he really a member of the death god clan? Death scythe. How could you possess such an evil weapon? Eros's face suddenly turned gloomy, and his eyes were full of fear. This is a superior divine weapon. Chopping him is like cutting vegetables. His divine body can't bear it at all. The death scythe is the companion artifact of the god of death. Meng Lei licked his lips and said, nonsense. Where did I get the death scythe? Could it be that you are? Eros's face changed drastically. You guessed it right. Now I will give you a reward with a knife. Meng Lei teleported to the front. Puff! The Grim Reaper's scythe chopped down, easily cutting a 2-meter deep bloody wound on the body of the god Eros as if a sharp kitchen knife cuts tofu. Severe pain instantly spread through his nerves. Looking at the blood oozing out of his abdomen, Eros couldn't help but gasp. It's indeed the Grim Reaper's scythe. It's extremely sharp. Of course it's sharp. 2 years ago, I used the death scythe to chop down a true god-level sheep lion demon king. Meng Lei smiled faintly. And you are the first god I killed. Want to kill me? Eros's eyelids twitched, and he said coldly, that depends on whether you have the ability. The kingdom of God suppresses you. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden shadow of the kingdom of God suddenly appeared above Meng Lei's head, and the surging power of the kingdom of God poured down from it, completely enveloping Meng Lei. At this moment, Meng Lei felt as if he was stuck in a quagmire. The pressure from all directions was madly pressing on his body, making him feel as if he was carrying a heavy burden, and his movements became extremely slow. Boy, why are true gods different from demigods? It's because of the kingdom of God. Eros sneered. The kingdom of God is the most powerful trump card of every true god. Only in the kingdom of God can the true god's combat power be exerted to the extreme. Even outside the kingdom of God, the power of the kingdom of God can be mobilized to suppress the enemy. The power of the kingdom of God. Meng Lei looked at the golden shadow of the kingdom of God above his head with a complicated and incomprehensible look in his eyes. Boy, you are indeed amazing and have great luck, but if you are not a true god, how can you understand the power and terror of a true god? Eros said coldly, remember, don't underestimate any true god. Before he finished speaking, Eros punched Meng Lei. This time he showed no mercy and used all his strength. Meng Lei threatened his life. He must not be lenient again. Eros believed that with his body as a lower-level god, he could blow Meng Lei to pieces with a full-strength attack and kill him instantly. However, just as the fist was about to hit Meng Lei suddenly exploded and turned into countless tiny electric currents running around. Eros's punch missed and his body staggered, and the electric currents instantly closed and condensed into Mon Lei again. Mon Lei swung the Grim Reaper's Reaper's scythe, and with a whoosh sound, blood splattered, and Eros's right arm was cut off, soaring into the sky and separated from the body. This scene shocked all the spectators. A moment ago, Meng Lei was suppressed by the power of the kingdom of God and could not move, and Eros had the advantage. But the next moment, the situation was reversed. Not only did he fail to defeat Meng Lei, but Meng Lei cut off his right arm. The speed was so unbelievable. That was a lightning element? Eros covered his broken arm, endured the severe pain, and looked at Meng Lei in disbelief. You guessed it right, but no prize. Meng Lei shook the Grim Reaper's scythe, and blood dripped. I didn't expect you to have this ability. Eros's expression turned grim. But you think you can defeat me with this? You are totally wrong. No, I never thought of defeating you. Meng Lei took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Eros. From the beginning to the end, I have only one goal: to kill you. Suddenly, Meng Lei exploded, turning into black smoke that passed through Eros' body, but then recondensed behind him, and the Grim Reaper's scythe slashed out a sharp blade. Puff! This knife cut off Eros's left arm. With both arms broken at the root, Hellas was like a human stick, with golden divine blood spurting out of his broken arms. The tragic scene was heartbreaking. Dark elementalization. Eros's face turned pale, and he finally felt a little scared. You actually mastered 2 elemental abilities. What kind of monster are you? This is just the beginning. Meng Lei smiled faintly. It's rare to meet such a strong opponent. From now on, I will use all my methods on you. As soon as he finished speaking, a 1,000-foot-high peak suddenly appeared above Eros' head and crashed down with a loud bang. This time, it's teleportation. Crack! The peak slammed into Eros, shattering it instantly. While Eros was being buried by the boulder, Meng Lei commanded. The golden airflow spread, instantly covering Eros and the shattered mountains. This time, it's absolute zero. Crack! Crack! In an instant, Eros and the mountain debris turned into a huge golden ice block, so cold that people in the distance felt a biting chill. Meng Lei did not stop. Netherworld divine fire emerged from his palm and gradually condensed into a black spear. This is the Netherworld divine fire. 1, 2, 3. Monroe counted slowly and methodically. A roar was heard, the huge ice block exploded, and Eros appeared again. At this moment, the black spear was ready to shoot out in an instant. After all, the black spear was made of the Netherworld divine fire, and was far less sharp than the god-killing spear and the scythe of death, and failed to pierce Eros's divine body. But it exploded upon impact and then burst into flames. In an instant, Eros was engulfed by the Netherworld fire. Damn it! This is the Netherworld divine fire. Eros was shocked and angry, and almost collapsed. The spectators couldn't help but look at Eros with pity, cut by the scythe, frozen by the ice, and now consumed by the flames. His situation is so dire. Far away in the kingdom of God, the Titan's eyelids twitched, and his heart was filled with regret. Sending Eros to the Sky Continent was simply asking for trouble. Being beaten up is not enough. The key is being tortured like this. It's simply too much. Lightning element. Dark elementalization. Death scythe. That spear. Now it's the Netherworld divine fire again. Who exactly is this mortal? Why does he possess so many incredible talents and high-grade artifacts? The Titans were puzzled. Leaving aside the divine weapon, one can still explain it if one has a background in connections, but natural talents and supernatural powers cannot be obtained just by having connections. Elementalization is a unique innate magical power of elemental life. Meng Lei is obviously immortal. How could he have it? Teleportation is an extremely rare innate magical power. The Titan god has only heard of it but has never seen it with his own eyes. The Netherworld divine fire is a magical power unique to the Netherworld divine Phoenix clan. Meng Lei is clearly a human. How can he use it? This human has become a complete mystery. It's impossible to tell what he is like. The Titan god really disliked the feeling of being out of control because it made him feel that he was not strong enough. Netherworld divine fire. Is this guy from the Netherworld divine Phoenix clan? The dragon god's face twisted slightly. Although he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't help but feel jealous. The Nether Phoenix clan is a powerful race that is no less powerful than the Titan clan, but they have a weak bloodline, a sparse population, and are extremely protective of their own people. The dragon god imagined that once the Netherworld divine Phoenix discovered Meng Lei, it would definitely bring him back to the clan for intensive training. By then, the resources enjoyed by Meng Lei will definitely not be less than those of the Titans. With the help of massive power of faith and abundant resources, his strength will surely increase rapidly, and he will soon surpass the dragon god, leaving the dragon god with only his eyes to look up to him. The thought of this nearly tore the dragon god apart with jealousy. The dragon clan was incredibly powerful in the void world, but unfortunately, they were selfish and rigidly hierarchical, cultivating only those with pure bloodlines. A wild dragon like him, with mixed bloodlines and origins from a lower material plane, was unloved and uncared for. Who would be willing to cultivate him? How enviable. The dragon god's eyes were red and hot. Even Eros was helpless in the face of the eternal flame of the netherworld, and ultimately could only struggle and suffer in pain and torture. I've said before, the ending won't be any different. Meng Lei approached Eros step by step. Whether it's the Dragon Island demigod, the Titan demigod, or you're all the same in my eyes. Human. Human, I truly underestimated you. Eros gnashed his teeth. Even as he was burned by the raging flames, he said nothing. I will die without regrets, but the giant spirit will avenge me. Revenge? Then let him come. Manglei chuckled. Anyway, he and I have a grudge against each other for a long time. One more person won't make much difference, and one less person won't make much difference either. Eros was silent and said no more. He slowly closed his eyes and let the netherworld divine fire burn him, appearing determined to die bravely. Yes, you are quite tough, Manglei praised. How about this? I'll give you a chance. As long as you submit to me, I can spare your life. How about it? How could I, the great Eros, bow to a junior like you? Eros smiled coldly. That's fine, Manglei said calmly, then go ahead. Eros is finally dead. Under the burning of the netherworld divine fire, it turned into ashes and turned into a wisp of dust without any surprise. Come and go in a hurry. The news of his death was like a cold wind from an ice cellar, which made countless people feel cold and shiver, and plunged them into endless fear and despair, as if the whole world was collapsing. The Titan King was particularly shocked. At this moment, the Emperor of the Titan Empire looked pale, as if his soul had been hollowed out, and he collapsed to the ground. It's over. The Titan Empire is completely finished. The Beast King was also desperate. Even an unfathomable true god like Eros was easily defeated by Manglei. How could their Beast God Empire compete with Manglei? The Beast King was in a state of confusion, had no confidence, and was at a loss. All those great ambitions, those dreams of unifying the continent, and the rise of an empire were thrown behind him. The Beast King just wanted to leave here quickly and think carefully about how to resist Menglei's attack. He actually killed Eros. The Elf Queen couldn't believe it. She knew that Manglei was powerful, able to slaughter the demigods of Dragon Island and fight against the Titan demigods alone, and his cultivation was unfathomable. But she never expected that Manglei was so powerful that he could kill a true god of Eros's level. How strong is Manglei? The Elf Queen was full of doubts. In fact, this is also the question in everyone's mind, but no one can give an answer. Even Manglai's closest people such as Babris and Pohaman cannot explain it. Eros is dead, Manglei said to the audience, who were filled with horrified, reverent, and desperate gazes. I believe that neither the Titans, the Dragon Gods, or even the Beast Gods would easily send anyone down to the mortal realm. So, Manglei glanced at the envoys from the three empires. You must be completely desperate, right? I think there's no need to explain what to do. Within a month, I want to see the three great empires surrender. If you fail to do so, yesterday's dragon will become tomorrow's you. After he finished speaking, Manglei flew back to the dragon chariot and left with Babris and the others. Everyone watched the dragon chariot go away in silence. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Someone asked anxiously. You ask me, who should I ask? Manglei responded indifferently. His coronation ceremony has ended, but the shock it brought has just begun. The oath of the rise of humanity. An order that the three empires must surrender. Kill the dragon god and destroy Eros. Order after order, incident after incident. It swept across the Manglei Empire and even the entire continent like a storm. Especially with the deliberate propaganda of the Manglei Empire court, the storm spread even faster. Your Majesty has spoken. In our Manglei Empire, any human under the age of 20 can undergo magic tests free of charge and also receive Dochi secret manuals for free. Your Majesty has spoken. In our Manglei Empire, we have built a Dochi and Magic Academy. All children under the age of 16 can enroll for free and enjoy 6 years of compulsory education. Your Majesty has spoken. In our Manglei Empire, no taxes of any kind will be levied, no grain payments will be collected, and no soldiers will be conscripted for the next 10 years. Your Majesty has spoken. In our Manglei Empire, every human can obtain at least 3 acres of land. Your Majesty has spoken. In our Manglei Empire, everyone is equal. There are no slaves and no nobles. Woo woo woo. Praise the great Majesty. Your Majesty, praise you. His Majesty. Menglei's oath was printed into a book and spread throughout the streets and alleys, even to the ends of the village. Every corner of the empire was chanting this oath. Ha ha ha. The influence of this oath is unparalleled. Everyone cried with joy, their eyes filled with tears, and their hearts were deeply enlightened. For a time, the believers who originally believed in Manglei became more devout, and those who had not yet believed also began to convert. The number of Menglei's believers was increasing at an alarming rate. When this information was transmitted to the three empires through various channels, it had a profound impact on the human race there. There is no harm without comparison. For a time, everyone was eager to join the Manglei Empire, desperately trying to become one of it, and some action-oriented people even began to flee their homeland. In short, the entire continent fell into chaos because of Manglai's actions. An invisible storm swept across the entire continent, and the foundations of the three empires began to shake. But these are nothing. For the three empires, they were not afraid of the slaves' unrest. The slaves had no power, and no matter how hard they struggled, it was just the howling of the weak. The only thing they were worried about was Manglei. Manglei is different. He is like a sword hanging above his head, which may be cut down at any time. Old priest, please. The Beast Emperor and the ministers of the Beast God Empire all looked toward the elderly foxman, their eyes filled with hope and anticipation. At this moment, they could only place their hopes on the beast god. "Your Majesty, I will try my best." The old priest coughed a few times, slowly closed his eyes, and tried to communicate with the beast god hidden in an unknown place. As the most devout believer of the beast god of the sky continent, it is not difficult for the old foxman to communicate with the divine beast, and the beast god usually responds. But this time, 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, half an hour passed. "Your Majesty, I am sorry to disappoint you." The old foxman opened his eyes, his face full of guilt. "Old priest, has the beast god really abandoned his devout people?" The beast king's eyes were filled with despair, and his ministers were as heartbroken as if they had lost their parents, and were as devastated as eggplants hit by frost. "Your Majesty, let me try again." The old fox smiled bitterly and silently ignited the power of his soul to deepen his perception. However, no matter how hard he tried, the great beast god never responded, as if he had completely disappeared. Finally, the old foxman couldn't hold on any longer, spit out a mouthful of blood, fell straight down and died. "Old priest! Old priest!" Sorrow enveloped the hall, and all the ministers knelt down. The beast king blamed himself. "Old priest, it's me who harmed you. It's all my fault." Except for the sad and desperate king and ministers of the beast god empire, at the moment the old foxman passed away, a great force descended from the darkness and took his soul away. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a picturesque golden kingdom. A divine power descended from the sky and condensed his body for him again. A moment later, a strong, black-haired foxman appeared. It was the old foxman himself. He looked at his hands, felt the young and strong body, was so excited that tears filled his eyes, and immediately knelt down to express his gratitude. "Great beast god, thank you for your generosity and gifts. I praise you. Those who believe in me will have eternal life." A majestic thunderclap rang in his ears. The old fox knew it was the voice of the beast god. He immediately cried out loudly, "Great beast god, please save your humble people. They are in dire straits." However, the beast god's voice then fell completely silent and never appeared again. "Beast god." The old foxman collapsed to the ground, his face full of despair. He knew clearly that the beast god had completely given up on the orcs on the sky continent. "Your Majesty, what should we do now? Your Majesty, please make a decision." The ministers of the Titan Empire were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, but the Titan Emperor drowned his sorrows in alcohol and ignored their anxious cries. The ministers had no choice but to invite Queen Titan, hoping that she could persuade His Majesty. "Oh, it's the Queen. Come, have a few drinks with me." "Your Majesty, the country is in imminent danger. How can I have the heart to drink?" said the Titan Queen. "The ministers are almost crazy with anxiety, waiting for your decision." "Decision? What decision can this emperor make?" The Titan King looked drunken. "The ancestors of the temple are all dead. Even Eros, who was sent to the underworld by the giant spirit, is gone. The Titan Empire is so huge, but it doesn't even have a demigod. It's like fish on a chopping block. How can we talk about a decision? We can only wait for death." "Even so, Your Majesty, are you just going to sit there and wait for the Monray Empire to attack?" The Titan Queen advised. "If we continue like this, we will have no chance of survival." "Queen, what do you mean by this?" The Titan King looked at the Queen sideways. "Since you can't fight, why not surrender?" The Titan Queen said in a deep voice, "If we surrender voluntarily, we can at least have a good ending. We won't end up like the Dragon Clan, where our country and tribe were destroyed. But if we wait for the Monlay Empire to come, I'm afraid we'll be destroyed and die in vain." "Died in an unclear manner?" The Titan King shuddered violently, his drunkenness instantly dissipating as he sobered up. Right. We can't wait for them to come. We absolutely can't wait for them to come. Come, quick, gather all the ministers. This emperor wants to submit. This emperor does not want to die." The Elf Queen opened her beautiful eyes, looked at the pairs of eyes full of expectation and hope, and smiled bitterly. "Everyone, I have disappointed you." The ministers' faces suddenly changed and their hearts sank to the bottom. "Your Majesty, what does Her Majesty the Goddess mean by this?" Azhara asked in a trembling voice. "Let us surrender voluntarily, lead the elves into the forest of life, and never step out of the forest of life again." The Elf Queen's face was bitter. "Escape into the forest of life? How can that be possible?" Azhara couldn't accept it at all. "The territory of the Elf Empire covers the entire Elf Forest. Its territory is vast, not inferior to the Dragon God Empire, and only slightly inferior to the Beast God Empire." "And what about the Forest of Life?" "The area covered by the life barrier emitted by the Tree of Life is the Forest of Life, located in the center of the Forest of Elves, only 1,000 miles in radius. Such a small piece of land, not even as big as a corner of the Elf Forest, makes the elves give up their vast homeland and retreat to this 1,000-mile-wide Forest of Life. Who can accept this? This is the will of Her Majesty the Goddess. This emperor is powerless to do anything about it." The Elf Goddess sighed softly. "Immediately send an envoy to the Monray Empire and offer your submission. I believe His Majesty Monray will spare us all for the sake of the goddess." "Your Majesty, absolutely not." Azhara hissed. "The Elven Forest is our elf's homeland. If we abandon the Elven Forest, how many of our people will be sacrificed?" "Captain Azhara, I know this is a painful choice, but have you ever considered that if we don't give up the elven forest, the elves will completely disappear from the sky continent? The elf queen's face was filled with pain. Compared to the two, which one is more serious? Compared with the bleakness of the three empires, the palace of the Monlay Empire was a completely different scene. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Fatty, Hades and others looked at Monlay with awe and a bit of restraint on their faces. What's Your Majesty? There are only friends here, only Menglay, no Majesty. As early as the coronation ceremony, Monlay discovered the fat man, Hades, Joseph, Jonah, Andrew and others mixed in the crowd. After the ceremony, he summoned them into the palace. He hadn't seen them for more than 2 years, and to be honest, he really missed them. Your Majesty, you are the king and we are the people. Etiquette cannot be abolished. Everyone was flattered, and their faces were full of restraint. Menglay is still the familiar Menglay, but his identity has undergone earth-shaking changes, especially after witnessing him kill the true god with their own eyes. Everyone realized more clearly how powerful he was. In front of him, who could still be the same as before? You guys? Menglay felt helpless, and only then did he truly understand what it meant to be alone. When the gap between each other widens to a certain extent, even relatives and friends will become alienated. Even if you always regard them as friends, they may not have the same idea in their hearts. Helplessly, Menglay could only ask everyone to sit down and try to find some lighthearted topics to ease the atmosphere. Captain Hades, how is the village? Good. Everything is good. Hearing Menglay's question, Hades immediately stood up and said, in the past 2 years, the villagers have taken the sacred tree fruit you gave them, and with the special care of Master Puhaman, their lives have become better and better, and their strength has grown day by day. Then I'm relieved. Menglay asked him to sit down and said with a smile, I see that you have become a 9th level warrior now. Your blood and energy are condensed. I think you will be able to break through the Saint Realm soon. This is all thanks to Your Majesty. Hades quickly expressed his gratitude. In fact, it's not just him. Joseph, Jonah, Andrew and others have also made amazing progress. Joseph and Andrew have both reached the level of 8th level warriors, and Joanna has become an 8th level magician. Her strength has improved a lot compared to 2 years ago, but that was nothing. What was truly shocking was the fat man. In just 2 years, he had actually broken through to the Saint Realm. His dragon might was mighty and pure, and he had obviously awakened the bloodline of the golden dragon, and it was a deep awakening, the kind that allowed him to transform into a golden dragon. It seems that you haven't been lazy in the past 2 years. Menglay smiled and patted the fat man. I have to thank Your Majesty for this. The fat man stood up immediately. Menglay was dissatisfied and said viciously, if you call me Your Majesty again, I will whip you. Have you forgotten how to call me that before? Your Majesty. Old brother. The fat man had a sad face. Menglay suddenly felt relaxed and said with a smile, I told you before that if you can break through the Holy Land, I will give you New Dragon Island and let you become the new Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. I mean what I say. Now, New Dragon Island is yours. Brother, no, this won't do. The fat man waved his hands quickly. It was just a joke at the time. How could I take it seriously? What a joke. I mean what I say. Menglay glared at him and said, are you afraid that there are no dragons on New Dragon Island? Don't worry, I have tens of thousands of dragons on hand. I'll send them all to you later. Really? The fat man blinked, and a hint of excitement flashed in his squinting eyes. Tens of thousands of giant dragons. The lost continent is so big, it's useless to leave it alone, so I might as well make good use of it. Those dragons are eating and drinking my food, and they're almost bankrupting me. Menglay patted the fat man's shoulder and said, how about you do me a favor and take good care of them? Since you said so, brother, I won't be polite. The fat man smiled and showed that mischievous expression on his face again. That's more like it, but with your current strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to suppress those dragons. They're all so unruly. Menglay smiled slightly and took out a gold-type divine power. Take it and refine it. After fusing it, it should be no problem to subdue the dragon. Brother, what is this? The fat man stared at the divine body and could feel the terrifying fluctuations of divine power coming from it, which made his heart tighten and he couldn't help but feel palpitations. Menglay smiled and said, of course it's a processed godhead. The original owner's thoughts, will, memory, and divinity have been completely eliminated. Only pure divine power and the understanding of the laws of heaven and earth remain. You can integrate it with confidence. Godhead. The fat man shuddered and almost jumped up in shock. Although he had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. Godhead was a symbol of the gods. Once he merges with the divine nature, he will become a god. A high and mighty god. How precious is this treasure? Brother, this thing is too valuable. I don't dare to take it. I really don't dare. The fat man shook his head like a rattle. Brother, you have been good enough to me. If I take your treasure again, I will be too greedy. Menglay snorted lightly and snapped his fingers. A drop of blood shot out from the fat man's body and landed on the divine nature. The divine nature instantly sank into the fat man's eyebrows and disappeared. Brother, where is God? Godhead? I've become one with you. Menglay smiled and said, with your strength having just entered the Holy Land, it will take much longer than for a demigod to fully integrate this divine nature, but at least least it can be integrated. Don't run around anymore. Stay in the palace and complete the fusion first. Otherwise, you might get discovered and killed to steal your treasure and godhood. Thank you, bro. The fat man's eyes turned slightly red. Brother, my life is yours. Even if it means going through fire and water, I will not hesitate. Don't worry, it's not that serious. Meng Lei sighed. Actually, I also have selfish motives. Sooner or later, I will leave the sky continent and head to that vast void world. It will be so lonely alone. So, you should bring a few more friends with you so that you won't be alone. Having said that, Meng Lei looked at Hades and the others again. You must also practice hard. When you break through the holy realm, we will become gods together and shatter the void. Brother Monlei, can I become a god too? Joseph pointed at himself, his face full of disbelief. Meng Lei smiled slightly. So, you have to work harder and strive to achieve the Holy Land as soon as possible. Brother Meng Lei, we will definitely do our best. As everyone ate and drank, they talked about interesting things in the past and embarrassing moments in their childhood. Gradually, they relaxed and became less reserved. There was constant laughter throughout the meal. In the next few days, Meng Lei did not practice, but accompanied everyone to play in the imperial capital. He let everyone disperse only when they had enough fun. As soon as he returned to the palace, Pohaman came to meet him with a group of people. Pohaman, didn't I tell you that you are fully authorized to handle state affairs? You can handle everything. Don't ask me. Master, thank you for your trust. Pohaman smiled bitterly and said, but today's matter really depends on you to decide. Meng Lei was a little surprised. The envoys from the Elf Empire and the Titan Empire have arrived, and they have offered their surrender. Pohaman said excitedly, among them, the Titan Empire is willing to offer its entire territory, and only asks your majesty to grant a piece of territory for the Titans to reproduce and thrive. The Titan King is a smart man. Meng Lei smiled. Since he is so sensible, let's fulfill his wish. Pohaman, draft an edict. Buzz buzz buzz. Master, please give me your orders. Appoint the Titan Emperor as Duke of Titan, a lifetime title, and grant the Titan Mountains as his fiefdom as the habitat of the Titan clan. Meng Lei said lightly. Master is wise. Pohaman bowed slightly. Thank you, your majesty, for your grace. The Titan Empire's envoys knelt down to express their gratitude and completed their mission. Get up. Meng Lei waved his hand slightly. Master, the Elf Empire is also willing to offer the entire elf forest in surrender. We only beg your majesty to give them the forest of life as the habitat of the elves. Pohaman continued to report. The elves have also surrendered? Meng Lei was very surprised and couldn't help but look at the Elf Empire delegation. The elves are not weak, and they are believers of the elf goddess. However, the elf goddess is a dignified superior god. Will she be willing to give up the vast territory of the elf forest? Your majesty, this is the oracle from her majesty the goddess, said the envoy of the Elf Empire respectfully. The elf goddess means. Meng Lei was increasingly curious, but this was no time to dwell on it. He looked at the delegation and said, since the Elf Empire has taken the initiative to show goodwill, and I am not a mean person, let's just follow their wishes. Thank you, your majesty. The envoy of the Elf Empire bowed deeply. Pohaman, you can take care of the rest. Meng Lei waved his hand and signaled to leave. Master, there is one more thing. Pohaman hesitated. Meng Lei looked puzzled. It's about the harem. Pohaman warned, now that the master has ascended the throne and proclaimed himself emperor, an empty harem is not conducive to the stability and development of the empire. Master, it's time to enrich your harem. Meng Lei shook his head helplessly. What does an empty harem have to do with the stability of the empire? I'm a true god, immortal and indestructible. Do I really need to inherit the throne? Pohaman smiled bitterly. Master, you are indeed immortal, but one day you will leave the sky continent. When that time comes, who will inherit the throne? Let's talk about it later. Meng Lei waved his hand. It's okay, leave quickly, I'm sleepy. This is, Master. Pohaman had no choice but to lead his men to retreat. Selecting a concubine, Meng Lei thought to himself. Meng Lei shook his head decisively. I have a wife and children. How can I do such an immoral thing without telling my wife? No, absolutely not. 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines. That sounds really exciting. But I have to state that what is written here is not objective, let alone true, because no man is a good thing. Hunting for beauty is a man's nature, and men all like young and beautiful women. In this situation, any normal man would definitely choose concubines, indulge in wine and women, be licentious and shameless. Don't ask me how I know, because women think the same way. In the vast universe, countless planes are born. These planes floated in the void like bubbles, some clinging together, some scattered independently, and some moving at high speeds. There are so many of them as the grains of sand in the Ganges. Outside the plane, there are no magical elements, no air moisture, only raging space turbulence. Space turbulence is the void world. Su means nothingness. The void world means a world of nothingness. The sky continent is one of the many bubble-shaped material planes. Countless dust particles are piled up around it, rotating around the sky continent like a meteorite. From a distance, these dust particles appear very small, but when you get closer, you will find that they are huge, like a huge floating land. A Among them was a small and inconspicuous speck of dust floating quietly. However, no one knows that there is a hidden world inside this piece of dust because it hides a kingdom of God. Inside the kingdom of God, there is a world full of vitality, with endless grasslands, rolling forests, and a vast blue sea. Everything the material plane has, we have here too. What doesn't exist in the material plane also exists here. Vibrant and magnificent. Lush and green, it looks like a fairyland. In the center of this divine kingdom, a towering temple made of gold is suspended. The surface of the temple is engraved with dense runes of laws, like tadpoles swimming. A middle-aged man sat in the center of the hall, with a transparent crystal ball floating in front of him, reflecting a series of images. Countless lion men faced the statue of the beast god, bowed to the sky, and cried loudly. Countless tiger men prayed devoutly, knelt and worshipped with tears and blood. There are also countless hippopotamus, pigmen, foxmen, centaurs, minotaurs, elephant men. Looking at the scene in front of him, the middle-aged man sighed softly, feeling a surge of powerlessness in his heart. It's not that I don't want to save you, but I'm powerless to help with the affairs of the sky continent. This middle-aged man is none other than the beast god, the deity of faith of the beast god empire of the sky continent, the beast god. The moment Monlay killed Eros, the beast god knew that the beast god empire was finished. Even if I don't want to, even if I feel extremely unwilling, even if my heart is filled with reluctance, but the beast god has no choice. Meng Lei is unmatched in the sky continent, and any means to deal with him are futile. Instead of struggling in vain, it is better to just give up and wait until Meng Lei leaves. Anyway, the beast god had experienced this kind of situation more than once, and he knew what was the wisest thing to do, but he still felt uncomfortable when he saw his believers praying with tears and blood. There are many devout believers and even fanatical believers here. They have an extremely firm belief in the beast god and provide abundant power of faith. Even after death, such believers can be introduced into the kingdom of God, become petitioners, gain eternal life, and continuously contribute the power of faith to the beast god. However, now, I have given up everything, and the loss cannot be underestimated. It's all that Meng Lei's fault. Anger flashed in the beast god's eyes, but it quickly turned to helplessness. Meng Lei was actually very weak. He could kill him with a single slap, but the other party was far away in the sky continent. I don't believe you can hide in the sky continent forever. Once you leave, it will be your death. The beast god's heart was filled with hatred, and murderous intent arose spontaneously. Master beast god, why are you so worried? At this moment, a burst of laughter came from outside the hall. The beast god was slightly stunned, and saw a burly middle-aged man with two horns on his head walking in. Herr Ives, how dare you come here? The beast god's eyes turned cold, and murderous intent suddenly emerged. Aren't you afraid that I will extract your soul, find your kingdom of God, and kill you completely? Elves Heber, the real name of the dragon god, means that the one in front of him is none other than the dragon god, one of the four true gods of the sky continent. Of course, what appeared this time was only a projection of his divine power, not his true self. After all, the dragon god himself would never easily step into the kingdom of the beast god. That would simply be courting death. Lord beast god, it's been 60,000 years since the incident. Why are you still thinking about it? The dragon god said with a faint smile. Besides, I came to you today to discuss cooperation. I believe that you will not kill me with your own hands. The dragon god's tone was full of confidence. 60,000 years is just a nap. The beast god said in a cold tone without commenting. I have never forgotten the time when you stole my faith. The beast god snorted coldly. Lord beast god, I had no choice but to do so back then. I had to do so in order to become a god. I hope you can understand. The dragon god was humble and kept a low profile. The beast god snorted softly. Tell me, what made you risk being killed by me to come to me? You also know, Lord Orc, that what the gods care about most is faith. The dragon god spoke slowly. You have also seen that a demon has appeared in the sky continent. He not only seized my dragon god empire, but also intends to unify the entire continent. I believe that before long, Lord beast god's beast god empire will be destroyed by him, and hundreds of millions of believers will be wiped out. The loss will be devastating. This Meng Lei is simply insane. Everything that rises must fall. It's the law of nature. The beast god responded coldly, his tone flat. Besides, he will leave the sky continent sooner or later. By then, the Monlay empire he built will also collapse, just like the Elf empire, the Titan empire, the beast god empire, and even your dragon god empire. Even so, who knows how long this thief will stay here? During this time, how much faith power will you lose, Lord beast god? The dragon god said anxiously. Master beast god, this villain is rampant. Are you just going to watch him wreak havoc? Herr Ives, what do you want to say? The beast god sneered. Just say it. I don't have time to play guessing games with you. Lord beast god, the dragon god empire is the only place of my faith, and I must not lose it easily. The dragon god's expression changed slightly, and his tone was heavy. Moreover, my dragon clan was completely slaughtered by this villain. How can I rest in peace if I don't avenge this? Don't worry, you'll get used to it after a few times. The beast god waved his hand. Nothing else, you can go now. Lord beast god, the dragon god gritted his teeth. As long as you help me take revenge and retake the dragon god empire, I will reward you with a generous generous gift. The beast god scoffed, everyone knows that you, the dragon god, are the weakest and poorest of the 4 true gods. What kind of gift can you offer? The dragon god was unconcerned. If I remember correctly, Lord Beast God, you comprehended the 5 laws of thunder, fire, wind, light, and ice, right? Your investigation is quite thorough, but so what? The beast god's face turned cold. To be honest, Lord Beast God, I once accidentally entered a secret realm and obtained many treasures, among which happened to be a fragment of the fusion law. The dragon god said with a smile, his eyes flashing with a gleam. Fragments of the fusion law? The beast god's entire body trembled, and he stared intently at the dragon god, his eyes flashing with divine light. You mean, to be honest, this fragment of the fusion law is the fusion fragment of the thunder and ice laws? The dragon god smiled. Fragments of the thunder and ice fusion law. The beast god suddenly stood up, and a terrifying divine power pressed towards the dragon god, almost crushing the projection of divine power to pieces. Elves, you know the consequences of deceiving me. The beast god stared at him. I dare not deceive Lord Beast God. The dragon god suppressed his smile and swore solemnly, I swear on my soul that if I tell even a single lie, I will forever be cast into the 9 netherworlds, where my heart will be devoured by myriad ghosts. Give it to me. The beast god's eyes were burning and his heart was beating fast. He has fully comprehended the 5 laws of heaven and earth, thunder, fire, wind, light, and ice, and has condensed 5 divine clones, firmly occupying the peak of the middle-level gods, only 1 step away from reaching the realm of the upper god. This crucial step can only be taken by perfectly integrating the 2 laws of heaven and earth. The beast god has always dreamed of this step and longed to be promoted to a higher god, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not merge the 2 laws. This step was like an insurmountable barrier, trapping him tightly. As the long years passed, the beast god gradually felt despair. He even began to doubt whether he was destined to never break through and become a higher god in this lifetime. However, at this moment, the beast god saw a glimmer of hope. That is the fragment of the fusion law. As long as he can obtain this law fusion fragment and comprehend the law of thunder and ice fusion contained in it, he can take this as an opportunity to follow the clues and hopefully merge the 2 laws of heaven and earth, thunder and ice, into one. Yes, there is hope. At least it's better than now. At least it's better than not having any clue at all now. Therefore, the beast god is determined to obtain the fragment in the dragon god's mouth, on the condition that it really exists. Seeing the beast god's keen interest, the dragon god smiled faintly, knowing he had taken the bait. I risked my life to come to Lord Beast God today, having already given up everything, even my kingdom of God. What do you mean? The beast god's eyes narrowed. Lord Beast God, I know this fragment of the fusion law is extremely important to you. To obtain it, you even went so far as to kill me, the incarnation of divine power, and lock onto my kingdom of God, searching for my true self. The dragon god showed an expression of knowing what he was thinking. Lord Beast God, am I right? Since you know, stop talking nonsense and hand over the fragments immediately. The beast god responded coldly. Lord Beast God, wait a minute. I just said that for revenge. I have already given up everything, including my kingdom of God. The dragon god smiled and said, to be honest, Lord Beast God, my original body has already taken all the treasures, including the fragment of the law, and left the kingdom of God and entered the vast void. Even if Lord Beast God kills this divine clone of mine, he will never be able to find my original body. The beast god was slightly startled and stared coldly at the dragon god. Elves, you are really cautious. I underestimated you. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Beast God. You are a 9-eyed wolf. How can I dare to take any chances when dealing with you? I can only use this stupid method. Tell me, what are your conditions? The beast god narrowed his eyes, stared at the dragon god for a long time, and then slowly spoke. I hope that Lord Beast God will help me kill that traitor Meng Lei, avenge me, and take back the dragon god empire that originally belonged to me. The dragon god quickly said, as long as Lord Beast God is willing to help, I will offer you the fragment of the law with both hands to repay your kindness. Let's change the conditions. The beast god shook his head slightly. Inside the sky continent, Meng Lei is almost invincible. No one can kill him, and I am no exception. Lord Beast God. The dragon god was anxious. As long as you hand over the fragment of the law, I will allow you to choose a good continent from the 7 material planes I rule and spread your faith there. I wonder how many times stronger it is than the dragon god empire. The beast god waved his hand, his tone calm. Lord Beast God, with my strength, if I wish, I can find a remote material plane to spread my faith. It's no problem at all. The dragon god slowly shook his head. But I can't swallow this anger. Not only did Meng Lei take away my dragon god empire, he also brutally slaughtered one of my clones in front of so many mortals. This hatred and resentment can only be washed away by his blood. I hope Lord Beast God can help me. Elves, your obsession is too strong. This is not the way of God. The beast god shook his head slightly. However, there are ways to kill Meng Lei. Please give me some advice, Lord Beast God. The dragon god was overjoyed. I have a demonic contract here. The owner of the contract is a demon god. The beast god said calmly, you should know that we true gods cannot descend into the material plane in our true form, but demon gods can. Lord Beast God, I am willing to exchange this demon contract. The dragon god was ecstatic. "Give me the fragment of the law, and this demonic contract will be yours." A black shadow quickly passed by in the sky, like a frightened herd of deer, galloping over the mountains, passing through the Dragon God Empire, flying over the far north wasteland, and finally arriving at the far north icefield. As the northernmost tip of the sky continent, the Arctic icefield is covered in snow year-round, resembling a vast expanse of white ice and snow, dead silent and cold. It is extremely cold here, and there is almost no life except for ice-attribute monsters. The Dragon God is completely defeated. Our dragon race will never rise again. From now on, the sky continent will completely fall under Meng Lei's control. The black shadow slowed down. It turned out to be the storm dragon demigod who had just participated in the coronation ceremony of Dragon God Mountain and was scared out of his wits. He escaped from the Dragon God Empire and fled to the Arctic icefield just to avoid Meng Lei's pursuit. I, a dignified dragon demigod, actually ended up like this. Heaven is so unfair. Forget it, forget it. I'll spend the rest of my life in this Arctic icefield. When Meng Lei leaves the sky continent one day, I'll leave here. The storm dragon chose an iceberg and prepared to carve out a dragon's nest as his own secluded place. At this moment, a golden beam of light descended from the sky and condensed into a projection of divine power. The storm dragon turned around suddenly and saw a burly middle-aged man standing behind him. He was immediately shocked and quickly knelt down and kowtowed. "Greetings, greetings to His Majesty the Dragon God." "Arlo, you've actually come all the way to this Arctic glacier?" the Dragon God asked, frowning. "Are you hiding here like a rat, struggling to survive, because you're afraid of Meng Lei?" "Your Majesty the Dragon God, I." The storm dragon wished he could find a hole to crawl into, as this was exactly what he was thinking. "As a descendant of the Dragon Clan, you are so afraid of death. Arlo, you have tarnished this great race. I am extremely disappointed in you." "Your Majesty, Dragon God, I had no choice. I really had no other choice." The storm dragon hurriedly defended himself. "That traitor Meng Lei is simply too powerful. Even if I tried to fight to the death, I would be no match for him. What if there is a way to kill him?" The Dragon God suddenly spoke. "If there is a way to kill that villain, even if there is only a glimmer of hope, I will tear him into pieces at all costs." Storm's eyes were full of hatred. "That's good." The Dragon God was slightly relieved and handed over a piece of parchment. "Sign it, and you will be able to kill Meng Lei and avenge our Dragon Clan." "Your Majesty the Dragon God, what is this?" The storm dragon looked at the demonic contract, which was covered with unfamiliar words and gave people an extremely eerie and evil feeling. "The only way to kill Meng Lei," said the Dragon God in a heavy voice. "Your Majesty the Dragon God, can you tell me what this is?" the storm dragon asked in a low voice. "This is a demonic contract. The owner of the contract is a demon god. As long as you sign it, you can borrow the power of that demon god." The Dragon God said coldly, "Even if I only borrow 1/10 or even 1% of your power, it would be enough to kill that thief." "Demon contract?" The storm dragon's entire body trembled, its head shaking like a rattle. "Your Majesty, Dragon God, I heard that signing a demon contract is like selling your soul to the devil. From now on, life and death, freedom and dignity will all be controlled by the devil. We will be completely reduced to slaves and puppets, a life worse than death." "You can say that," the Dragon God responded indifferently. "No, no way." The storm dragon shook his head repeatedly. "I can't sign such an evil contract. I can't completely destroy my life and freedom for revenge. You selfish coward." The Dragon God's eyes blazed. "As a demigod of the dragon race, you shoulder the mission of redeeming the dragon race's hatred and restoring its glory. How can you only care about your own selfish interests and disregard your race?" "Your Majesty, Dragon God, once this contract is signed, I will be completely reduced to a puppet." The storm dragon shook his head firmly. "I cannot agree to such a thing. You should find someone else. The hatred of the Dragon Clan is certainly important, but compared with one's own life, it is not worth mentioning at all. The storm dragon would never sell his soul for revenge. It's impossible, even if it is an order from the Dragon God." "Arlo, how dare you defy my will?" The Dragon God's face suddenly turned cold. "Your Majesty the Dragon God, I naturally dare not go against your will, but as a demigod, I also have my own dignity. Your Majesty cannot force me." The storm dragon was no longer humble, but became extremely firm. "Although demigods are far from true gods, they are called gods after all. Those who can achieve the status of demigod are all proud and tenacious. How could one willingly give up one's life and sell one's soul to the devil just because of a few words from the Dragon God? It's wishful thinking. How dare you go against my will?" The Dragon God was furious, and his terrifying divine power swept over and poured towards the storm dragon. "Lord Dragon God, I only want to survive. Please don't make things difficult for me. Let's say goodbye now." The storm dragon begged, his heart filled with helplessness and despair. The storm dragon bowed slightly, then turned into a stream of light and fled into the distance. Although the Dragon God is only a projection of divine power, he can also exert the strength of a demigod. The storm dragon did not dare to confront him head-on and chose to escape. "You selfish fool, do you think you can escape?" The Dragon God snorted coldly, and his mind moved. Then a dull bang was heard. The storm dragon suddenly screamed and fell straight to the ground like a meteorite. The dragon god snorted coldly and flew away again. What's going on? The storm dragon's whole body was twitching violently. The pain was like countless ants gnawing at his flesh and blood, making him feel like he was dying. What happened? He asked in horror. What's wrong with you? He was even more horrified. You selfish coward, you are a disgrace to our dragon race. The dragon god stared at the suffering storm dragon and said coldly, your death does not deserve a pity. What on earth did you do to me? The storm dragon was shocked and angry. Do you remember how you broke through to the demigod realm? The dragon god asked calmly. Merge with the blood of the ancient dragon and break the bloodline shackles. The storm dragon's eyes suddenly widened. Could it be that you tampered with the blood of the ancient dragon? You're not that stupid, the dragon god said coldly. The so-called blood of the ancient dragon is actually my divine blood. Of course, I also added something to it. Why are you doing this? The storm dragon's face twisted. We are all from the dragon clan, and even your followers. Why are you trying to harm us? Why? Of course, it's to guard against you. The dragon clan only needs one dragon god. The dragon god shook his head slightly. We can't have another dragon god competing with me for faith. Despicable. Selfish. Shameless. The storm dragon roared ferociously. Heribes, who are you to be called a dragon god? You are not worthy at all. Stop talking nonsense. The dragon god snorted coldly and threw out the demon contract. If you sign the contract, you can still live. Otherwise, I will make your blood and chi explode and die immediately. You bastard. The storm dragon's heart was filled with hatred. If possible, he really wanted to fight to the death and die together with the dragon god. But he didn't dare, nor did he want to. He still wanted to live, and he hadn't lived enough. Besides, what's the point if the fish are killed and the net is broken? What was before him was merely a projection of the dragon god's divine power, not him himself. What would become of killing this projection? Lord Dragon God, you win. In the end, the clever storm dragon surrendered with hatred and signed the devil's contract. The moment the contract came into effect, a huge space vortex appeared in the air, and a heart-pounding evil aura gushed out from it. Gudon, the storm dragon kept swallowing his saliva, his eyes full of fear. If he could, he would have covered his face and ran away immediately. Two scarlet beams of light shot out from the vortex, and a dragon head darker than the night slowly emerged. A vast and evil aura spread instantly, the air seemed to be frozen, and the storm dragon trembled in fear to the extreme. The dragon god's eyes narrowed as he recognized this demon god who was comparable to a mid-level god. Thick goat horns, scarlet and strange eyes, scales as hard as steel. The fangs flashed with a cold light, bringing with them an evil aura of terror and oppression. Dark dragon, the dragon god whispered, a flicker of fear in his eyes. This demon god's strength was no less than his own. Indeed, this huge head emerged from the space vortex, and it was obviously a dragon head. But this dragon head is really huge. The dragon horns alone are 10,000 feet long, the eyes are bigger than buses, and each dragon scale is like a basketball court, flashing with cold black light. Just by looking at the cage, you can imagine how huge its body is. Humble servant from afar, are you the one who awakened me? The dark dragon's lips moved, and a low and captivating voice came out. Yes, yes, great master. The storm dragon trembled all over. Although it was a demigod and its body was 1,000 feet long, it was less than 1/10 of the dark dragon's head, let alone the entire dragon body. The two are not on the same level at all. Disgusting smell. The dark dragon slowly raised his eyelids and cast a cold gaze on the dragon god. You lowly and filthy bug, get out of here. Roar. A soul-shaking dragon roar resounded, and the projection of the dragon god's divine power exploded in an instant, and the surrounding void was torn into chaos, as if a black hole swallowed everything. Seeing this, the storm dragon felt happy, but he lowered his head even more. After all, although the dark dragon shares the same origin with the dragon clan, it fell into depravity and became a demon, becoming the mortal enemy of the dragon clan. There is simply no harmony between the two. The storm dragon was afraid that the dark dragon might dislike him and swallow him in one gulp. That kind of death would be too unfair. The dark dragon glanced around coldly, its crimson pupils fixed on the storm dragon. Humble bug, are you the one who signed my contract? Yes, great master. The storm dragon's voice trembled with a bit of awe. The aura you exude is extremely repulsive, the dark dragon growled. However, considering that you signed a demonic contract with me and granted me a lower plane, I will not kill you for now. Thank you, master. The storm dragon knelt repeatedly, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He was really afraid of being devoured by the dark dragon on the spot, which would have been a waste of his life. However, since you have signed the contract to become my slave, you must obey my will. Otherwise, I can wipe you out at any time. The dark dragon's voice was cold and ruthless. Everything is subject to the master's orders. The storm dragon quickly stated his position in a firm voice. Very good, very good. The dark dragon was slightly satisfied. First order, build a magic circle immediately and summon my servants. I want to completely occupy this surface, ordered the dark dragon. Occupy this seat? The storm dragon shuddered, unable to suppress its inner shock. Great master, do you want to? Wherever I visit, it will become my territory. The dark dragon said in an icy voice, I will spread my magic light throughout the void and make all living beings in the world submit to my magic power. Master, I will obey your will. The storm dragon knelt down quickly. But if the master wants to occupy this seat, he must first get rid of the person who is obstructing my actions. The storm dragon reminded respectfully, my army has arrived. Any living creature in this plane will become my prey. The dark dragon said coldly, casually pulling out a piece of black scale. Build the magic circle according to this method. It will be completed in half a month. Great master, but that person. The storm dragon hesitated to speak, but the dark dragon showed no mercy and suddenly retracted its head into the vortex of space and disappeared in an instant. The evil demonic power suddenly dissipated, and only the storm dragon was left floating alone above the Arctic ice field. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He gritted his teeth, his face twisted and filled with resentment. Damn Haribes! Damn the dark dragon! Damn them all! Damn them all! As the Elf Empire and the Titan Empire successively declared their surrender, the two tribes quickly took action. The Titans retreated to the Titan Mountains, and the Elves returned to the Forest of Life. At the same time, the armies of the two empires disbanded and returned home, and the army of the Monlay Empire steadily advanced. In just 2 months, the Monlay Empire conquered these two empires without bloodshed. At one time, various policies were introduced one after another, such as cracking down on the nobility, dividing land, and promoting faith. Due to the large number of human beings, these policies quickly received enthusiastic responses from the people of both countries. With their support, the Atitatan nobles and the sub-elven nobles were unable to make much waves and were eventually submerged in the rolling wave of liberation. The territory of the Monlay Empire expanded rapidly, threatening the Beast God Empire and making the latter feel tremendous pressure. Everyone, the Elf Empire and the Titan Empire have surrendered one after another. Now only our Beast God Empire is left. What should we do? The Beast King slumped on the stone chair, looking much older. It all depends on your Majesty's decision. The Imperial Minister choked in a low voice. There are only two choices now, either surrender and live in misery like the other two empires, or fight to the death with the Monlay Empire. No matter which one, they are unwilling to accept it, let alone unable to accept it. The Monlay Empire launched an attack on the nobles and confiscated their land, but all of us ministers are nobles of the Beast God Empire, and they are all prominent nobles. Once we surrender, we will completely become civilians of the Monlay Empire and will never be able to enjoy the glory of nobility again. The Monlay Empire even killed the legendary Titan Eros, and it has 11 demigod subordinates and 10 demigod dragons under its command. How can we possibly resist? Isn't this like an egg hitting a stone? The Emperor decides? How should the Emperor decide? The Beast Emperor looked extremely depressed. No matter which path I choose, it will push the Beast God Empire into an abyss of no return, and I will eventually become a sinner. Your Majesty, why not surrender? A pigman minister sobbed and said, if you surrender, you can save your life. If you don't, the Monlay Empire will raise the Beast God Empire to the ground. By then, our country will be destroyed, our families will be ruined, and we orcs will be like the dragon race, completely annihilated in the long river of history. You incompetent pig! How dare you instigate His Majesty to surrender? What are your ulterior motives? A werewolf with a wolf head looked cold and angrily scolded the pig-headed man. Wolf Sanwa, in the face of absolute power, roaring is meaningless. Pig Wunang responded coldly, only by doing so will you bring about catastrophic disaster. At this moment, a terrified lion guard rushed into the hall and knelt before the Beast King with a plop. Your Majesty, the situation is extremely bad. Upon hearing this, the Beast King stood up abruptly, his expression changing drastically. Why are you so flustered? Could it be that Meng Lei has already attacked the Ghoul? No, Your Majesty, news just came from the far north ice territory that a massive demon army suddenly appeared there. The lion guards were filled with panic. Their numbers are astonishing, surging towards the far north ice border like a tide. An army of demons? The Beast King and his ministers looked at each other in bewilderment. Everyone knew that the Arctic ice field was desolate and uninhabited. With the exception of a few ice-attributed magical beasts, there was almost no trace of any living creature. This doesn't seem real at all. Just as everyone was confused and stunned, another lion guard rushed in. Your Majesty, the latest news from the far north ice territory is that the demon army is massive and terrifyingly powerful. The far north ice territory can't hold out for much longer. Your Majesty, please send reinforcements quickly. Your Majesty, the situation is extremely critical. In the next few hours, bad news kept coming, like heavy hammers hitting the hearts of the Beast King and all the civil and military officials in the court. The demon army destroyed the Arctic ice frontier, and then swept towards the Beast God Empire like a flood, leaving no one behind. What made the Beast King and the imperial high-ranking officials despair the most was that this angry army of demons left no one alive wherever they passed. All living beings were slaughtered. One after another, the strong passes turned into dust. One by one, the orc tribes were reduced to ashes. Where did this demon army come from? Why did it appear in the territory of our Beast God Empire? The Beast King was nearly devastated. Who can tell me where they came from, who commands them, and how to resist them? The ministers leaders looked at each other in bewilderment, speechless. You ask me, who should I ask? My heart is also filled with despair. Your Majesty, now that things have come to this, we must mobilize our forces immediately to meet the demonic horde. They are extremely fast. A fox minister said hurriedly, if we allow this to spread, it won't be long before the entire empire is shrouded in crisis. Hundreds of millions of people will be tragically killed, and our beast god empire may be destroyed. Hearing this, Beast King Rexer was shocked and nodded repeatedly. My dear Lord Aldous, your words make sense. It was my fault for being negligent. Convey this Emperor's order. Immediately dispatch the Behemoth Legion, the Barbarian Bull Legion, the Elephant Legion, and the other 6 legions to meet the invading enemy. Be sure to block their attack, intercept them, and ultimately utterly destroy them. I will obey your Majesty's orders. The Menglei Empire was completely unaware of the crisis of the Beast God Empire. After several months, the Fat Man finally began to integrate the divine nature. So, he brought the Fat Man to the Lost Continent, along with the multi-armed behemoth Salus. At this moment, the aura of the two people changed drastically. Their faces were majestic and their eyes were full of divine power. They actually surpassed the level of demigods and became true gods. Although he is the weakest and most vulnerable true god, he is indeed the true god. Even if he couldn't defeat a true god of the same level, he was more than capable of dealing with sanctuaries and demigods. Brother, is this the Lost Continent? The Fat Man stepped on the void, looking at the lush and green Lost Continent in front of him, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, excitement, and anticipation. If everything goes well, this place will become the new Dragon Island, and he will become the new master of this continent, the new Dragon Emperor. Yes, this is the Lost Continent. Menglei smiled and nodded. From now on, this place will be handed over to you. I hope you can manage the Dragon Clan well and don't let me down. Don't worry, bro. I will definitely keep the Dragon Clan under control and make them all convinced and loyal believers of yours. The Fat Man patted his chest and assured confidently that he was confident in his own strength and that dealing with the Dragon Clan was no problem at all for him. Menglei nodded slightly and waved his hand. Clatter. Countless dragons appeared out of thin air. There were pitch-black dark dragons, light dragons gleaming with holy light, frost dragons emitting cold light, and storm dragons covered in green scales. There are many varieties and everything you need. The number is as high as tens of thousands. As soon as these giant dragons appeared, they immediately exuded surging dragon power. They all raised their necks and roared, releasing the doubts and surprise in their hearts. Where exactly is this place? Have we finally escaped from that damn place? Fatty, it all depends on your performance from now on. Menglei looked at the Fat Man with a smile. Brother, don't worry. The Fat Man chuckled, stepped forward, stood above the heads of the dragons, and transformed without hesitation. Suddenly, a giant golden dragon with a length of 10,000 feet and shining golden light all over its body appeared. Its mighty divine power spread out, covering an area of 10,000 miles. The giant dragons fell to the ground one after another as if struck by lightning. They were suppressed heavily, trembling, and could not even raise the thought of resistance. Listen up, dragons below. This is New Dragon Island. You will be the first residents here, and I am your new Dragon King. Who objects to this? New Dragon Island? New Dragon Emperor? Menglei took Sarath away from the Lost Continent, and just as they returned to the palace, Pohaman hurried over. Master, something big has happened in the Beast God Empire. The Beast God Empire? Menglei raised his eyebrows. Are these guys causing trouble again? In the past few months, the Titan Empire and the Elf Empire have surrendered one after another, but the Beast God Empire remains indifferent and is obviously unwilling to surrender. Menglei was extremely dissatisfied with this and was about to send troops himself, but something happened to the Beast God Empire? What on earth do these orcs want to do? Are you going to fight to the death? Master, our anti-dragon guards lurking in the Beast God Empire have sent back intelligence that a staggering number of demonic armies have appeared within the Beast God Empire. They are so aggressive that they have quickly occupied nearly 1/10 of the Beast God Empire's territory near the Arctic icefield. Pohaman's face was heavy. The demon army is spreading at an alarming rate. At this rate, the Beast God Empire will be completely crushed within half a month. An army of demons? Menglei was stunned. Why did a demon army appear in the Beast God Empire? Is it some demon wizard's doing, or did someone accidentally sign a demonic contract? It's all possible. Pohaman whispered back. When I received the news this morning, I sent Saniel to the Beast God Empire. I'm sure he'll be back soon. Menglei nodded. Saniel also merged with the lower godhood, and his strength reached the realm of true god. His speed was even faster, making him the best candidate to gather intelligence. Not long after, less than 2 hours later, Saniel returned with shocking news. Master, the estimated number of demonic troops attacking the Beast God Empire is around 1 billion. Among them are a large number of demon lords, and even quite a few demon kings. There are several big demon kings. The demon army is moving at an extremely fast pace and will soon completely conquer the Beast God Empire. The demon lord is as powerful as a demigod. The demon king is almost on the same level as the true god. The great devil is comparable to a lower level god. Master, this demonic invasion is far from ordinary. It is even more terrifying than any other in history. We must pay close attention to it. Minotaur are naturally strong and have strong fertility, making them one of the most powerful races in the Beast God Empire. However, like other orc races, the Tauren are composed of thousands of tribes, large and small, scattered throughout the far northern wastes. The Ironhoof tribe was one of these tribes, controlling over 10 million square kilometers of the Ironhoof wasteland. This tribe was vast in number, with numerous powerful individuals emerging one after another. They held immense influence within the entire Minotaur community and even within the Beast God Empire. But today, the Ironhoof tribe encountered the most terrible crisis in its history. Countless demons swept in like bloody black waves and attacked the Ironhoof tribe frantically. Aha! Quack, quack, quack. Gaga. What should we do then? No matter whether it was the fragile young Minotaur, the strong Minotaur warrior, or even the powerful sanctuary flying in the sky, they were all swallowed up by the waves of demons. Some were torn into pieces and became food for the demons, some were swallowed by the demons, and some were crushed to pieces by the demon lords. Wherever we go, there are ruins everywhere. It's over. Supreme Beast God, please save our humble people. Damn demon, I'll fight. Help! Someone come and save me. Screams, roars, and cries for help rose and fell over the iron-hoofed wasteland, then gradually disappeared, swallowed up by the rolling demonic tide. 3 hours later, the demonic tide receded, the Ironhoof tribe completely disappeared, and in its place was a hellish scene. The Minotaur disappeared without a trace. All the buildings collapsed into ruins. The tribe disappeared forever, as if it had evaporated from the Beast God Empire and even the Sky Continent. Master, before us lies the most important gateway of the Beast God Empire, the Beast God Pass. This is the only way to the heart of the Beast God Empire, and it is also the last line of defense protecting the interior of the Empire. If the Beast God Pass is lost, the demon army will rush straight into the heart of the Beast God Empire and approach the Orc King's court. The Empire will face the danger of national destruction. Beast God Pass is indeed magnificent. Meng Lei stood in the void, looking at the majestic pass that stretched across the earth, and couldn't help but feel emotional. The Beast God Pass is extremely spectacular, towering and majestic, spanning high mountains and steep cliffs, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, like an iron wall and bronze wall. Because of its vital importance, the Beast God Empire has mobilized all 10 legions here, swearing to defend Beast God Pass to the death and resist the demon army. At this moment, the number of troops of the Beast God Empire entrenched in the Beast God Pass is more than 1 billion, and it is impossible to count them all. There are the Behemoth Legion, who are 100 meters tall, the Lion Legion, who are full of golden hair, the Tiger Legion, who are imposing. There are also the Bull Legion, Komodo Legion, Elephant Legion, Hippo Legion, Centaur Legion, Rhino Legion, and Leopard Legion. Each legion has hundreds of millions of people, and the total number of the 10 legions is definitely over 1 billion, comparable to the total population of India. In addition, countless powerful saints also gathered at the Beast God Pass. The number was astonishing, reaching tens of thousands. Possessing the power of tens of thousands of Saint Realm warriors is enough to destroy an entire country. However, no one is optimistic about the prospects of the Beast God Empire. It's all in vain. Pohaman shook his head and said, "This demon army is far beyond the reach of any demonic disaster in history. It is an unprecedented demonic tide. The power of the Beast God Empire is simply unstoppable." Bobris, Saniel, Nakia, and the others nodded in agreement. The military strength of the Beast God Empire was indeed terrifying, but facing this demonic disaster, they were completely vulnerable. If this continues, the Beast God Empire will be destroyed and completely wiped out by the demon army. Pohaman sighed, "Master, are we going to sit back and watch them get slaughtered, or are we going to help them?" Bobris, Saniel and others all looked at Monlay, obviously obeying his orders. The Beast God Empire's high-ranking officials are certainly hateful, but the civilians are innocent and should not die in such an untimely manner. Meng Lei said without hesitation, "Besides, the orcs are also creatures of the Sky Continent. How can we watch them being destroyed by the demons? I will obey the Master's orders." Aha! At this moment, a low roar suddenly came from the distance, and a black thread slowly appeared on the horizon. As time passed, the black line grew thicker and stronger. By the time it got closer, it had transformed into a raging black wave, which eventually turned into a raging black sea. "That is the mighty army of demons. Master, the demon army is coming." Pohaman, Bobris, and others were shocked. There was no fear in their eyes, but excitement. They were eager to try and were ready to go. The demon army. There are many great demons among them, and these are strong people of the same level as them. Being able to fight against such demons is the opportunity they have always dreamed of. "Yeah, here it comes." Meng Lei nodded gently, his expression as calm as an ancient well. "The devil is coming. The demon army is coming." The army of the Beast God Empire also noticed the approach of the demon army and shouted wildly. As orders were issued one after another, the entire Beast God Empire instantly entered a state of full war preparation. Roar, roar, roar. Quack, quack, quack. "Your Majesty, the demon army is coming." The Beast King and many ministers looked at the demon army rolling reveling in hatred, fear and anxiety in their eyes. Pass on this emperor's order. From this emperor to every soldier, you must go all out, fight to the death, and live and die with the beast god pass. The beast king said coldly, "Yes, your majesty." The order was quickly passed down, but the beast king was still worried and flew high into the sky himself. His voice was like rumbling thunder, shaking the sky. "My fellow countrymen, the time has come to defend our homeland. Follow me to annihilate the damned demon army and protect our homeland and our people. I swear to live and die with the beast god. I swear to live and die with the beast god. I swear to live and die with the beast god." All the orc armies roared to the sky in unison, and the roaring thunder gathered into rolling sound waves, which overwhelmed the overwhelming demon army in momentum. "Listen to my command, kill." At a command, countless magic cannons spewed out blazing flames, charging straight at the oncoming demon army, and then exploded with a loud bang. Countless demon soldiers were blown into pieces, blood and flesh splattered all over the sky, and several gaps were blown out in the sea of demons, but the remaining demons ignored them and continued to rush towards the beast god pass frantically. The fire demon bathed in flames, a snow-white ice demon, the wind demon wrapped in black wind, a blood demon made of blood. There are also countless little demons, big demons, horn demons, howling horn demons. They come one after another, continuously, and attack madly. Following the magic cannon, there was a dense rain of arrows and magic, which attacked and killed countless demons in turn, but it still could not stop the progress of the demon sea, and could not even delay it a little. In just a few minutes, the blood-black sea of demons rushed to the beast god pass. The demon generals at the sanctuary level took the lead and took to the air, launching a fierce attack on the beast god empire army on the city wall. The beast king swung the sword in his hand. Swish, swish, swish. A torrential downpour of attacks ripped the advancing demon generals into sieves. However, before the beast god empire could breathe a sigh of relief, countless more demon soldiers rushed onto the city walls. Under the tenacious resistance of the beast god empire, the demon army was unable to break through the beast god pass for a while. Upon seeing this, a demigod-level demon lord soared into the sky, roaring to the sky. The monstrous demonic power suddenly erupted and wantonly pressed towards the army of the beast god empire. Feeling this terrifying power, the soldiers of the beast god empire were terrified. Demigod! This is a demigod-level demon. Damn it! How can we resist this? The ministers of the beast god empire were on the verge of collapse. Even though there were many ordinary demon soldiers and demon generals, they still relied on the advantages of the beast god pass to resist. But how to resist the demigod-level demon? What caused the beast god empire to completely collapse was that after the first demon lord, the second, third, fourth, and fifth followed one after another. In an instant, hundreds of demon lords rose into the air and rushed towards the beast god pass. The overwhelming demonic power gathered together into a force as heavy as a mountain, pressing down on the beast god pass. That's good. Beast god is above. So many demigods? We're fucked. There's no way to compete. The morale of the beast god empire's 1 billion troops collapsed in an instant. They could hardly cope with one demigod, let alone so many demigods in front of them. How can we continue this situation? It's over. The beast god empire is completely finished. The beast king's face was pale, and his whole body seemed to be hollowed out. He collapsed to the ground, and the powerful oath he had made before completely collapsed at this moment. He knows it very well. Facing hundreds of demigods, their beast god empire had no chance of winning at all, not to mention the endless army of demons. In a word, the beast god empire is finished. Hundreds of demon lords rushed to the beast god pass, some spewing fiery red magma from their mouths, some spewing out biting white cold currents, and still others releasing cold and sharp wind blades. Swish, swish, swish. A round of attacks swept through swiftly, and the 10 legions of the beast god empire were like fragile chicks. Some were burned to ashes, and some were frozen into ice sculptures. In an instant, nearly half of the people were killed or injured. They are so strong. We are no match at all. Witnessing this scene, the remaining troops of the beast god empire were instantly swallowed up by endless despair. They lost all their will to fight and not even a glimmer of hope. How could they possibly win against such terrifying demon lords? Even if the beast god himself came, he might not be able to defeat these demon lords, right? Blame me, the beast king. It's all my fault. The beast king's heart was torn as he said in agony and despair, if I had issued an order to surrender to the Monlay Empire earlier, perhaps the situation wouldn't be so dire right now. It's all my fault that the beast god empire was destroyed. It's all because of me that I've harmed countless people. Dear readers and friends, on the occasion of the Chinese New Year, I would like to wish you all a happy new year. I wish you in the new year endless blessings from the rat. Rat brings endless wealth, endless luck, endless joy of the rat. I also wish you and your family peace, health, and success. Not far from the beast god pass, dozens of figures were suspended in the air. There were behemoths, foxmen, tigermen, lionmen, and minotaur. These dozen or so people all have powerful auras and mighty divine might, and they are clearly powerful demigod-level warriors. They are the demigods of the beast god empire. They came to the beast god pass this time to help the imperial army eliminate the demonic disaster. However, at this moment, faced with the sudden emergence of hundreds hundreds of demon lords. These demigods hesitated. If so many demigod-level demon lords rushed forward, wouldn't they be sending themselves to die in vain? Acacia demigod asked in a low voice, while the others remained silent, unsure how to respond. The tiger demigod couldn't help but look at a nine-tailed fox. Fox, you are the smartest and wisest among us. Give us some advice. Who are you? The other demigods also turned their gazes towards the nine-tailed fox man, their eyes full of expectation and hope. The demon army is unstoppable, and there are hundreds of demigods among them. Even if we charge in, it will be like an egg hitting a rock. The nine-tailed fox sighed softly. What's even more terrifying is that I can still sense a heart-pounding aura from the demon army, indicating that there are beings among them who are comparable to true gods. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The nine-tailed fox is a peak demigod, only one step away from establishing a kingdom of God. Only a true god can make her heart palpitate. Yes, the true god. The nine-tailed fox looked at the demon army with a cold gaze. This demonic disaster is far more terrible than we imagined. We are completely powerless to stop it. What should we do? Are we going to watch the empire fall? The demigods looked solemn. Now that things have come to this, there is only one way. The nine-tailed fox closed his eyes in pain. What method? The demigods asked eagerly. Submit to the Manlay Empire. The nine-tailed fox man slowly spoke. The Manlay Empire has two true god-level beings, Manlay and Babras. After we surrender, they will protect us orcs and prevent us from extinction. If we do not submit to the Manlay Empire and allow the demon army to wreak havoc, we orcs will eventually disappear from the sky continent forever. One word, or surrender, or perish. The nine-tailed fox looked around at everyone. Fox is right. After surrendering, the beast god empire may perish, but at least we orcs can survive. This is, if you don't surrender, you will die. I agree. Between two evils, choose the lesser. It's better to surrender than to be destroyed. After hearing this, the demigods all agreed with Fox's suggestion without hesitation. Then he changed direction and prepared to fly to the Manlay Empire to seek Manlay's assistance. However, at this moment, more than a dozen figures shot out like lightning and appeared above the beast god pass. Each one was majestic and imposing, exuding a terrifying aura. Many demigods of the beast god empire turned around. The beast king and his ministers also looked up in confusion. Immediately, expressions of shock and confusion appeared on everyone's faces. Your Majesty, it's Manglay and the others, a minister exclaimed in a low voice. The beast king frowned. Why exactly are they here? Are they just sitting back and watching the fire from the other side of the river, waiting for our beast god empire to fall, or are they planning to help? At this moment, the beast king and his ministers were feeling uneasy. Facing their opponents, it was difficult for them to guess the true intentions of Manglay and the others. Could it be that they are the ones controlling the demon army behind the scenes? The people who came were Manglay and his group. When hundreds of demon lords appeared at the beast god pass, Manglay knew it was time to show up and he must not sit idly by and watch them wreak havoc. Otherwise, the 1 billion troops entrenched in the beast god pass will be wiped out and rivers of blood will flow. His Majesty Monarch Lay has arrived. Dozens of demigods from the beast god empire quickly flew over and bowed to Manglay. They knew that Manglay had already discovered their presence. Are you the demigods of the beast god empire? Manglay glanced at the demigods, obviously having recognized them already. Yes, your Majesty Manlay. A nine-tailed fox demigod bowed and responded. We are willing to lead all the subjects of the beast god empire to submit to His Majesty Manglay. We sincerely ask His Majesty Manglay to show mercy and take us in. You've only surrendered now. What were you doing before? Babras snorted coldly. The Master's Oracle has already shaken the entire continent. The Elf Empire and the Titan Empire have surrendered one after another. Only your beast god empire has remained silent for months. I thought you were fighting to the death. Your Majesty, please forgive me. The demigods begged for mercy. This is all our fault, and has nothing to do with the billions of people in the beast god empire. If your Majesty wishes to punish us, we are willing to bear all the consequences. We only ask your Majesty to save the billions of people in our beast god empire. They are innocent. If you don't save me, I won't show up today. Manglay responded calmly. Whether you submit or not, the beast god empire has long been in my hands. No one can change that. I will obey His Majesty's oracle. The demigods bowed. Go! Catch these demons in one fell swoop. Manglay waved his hand lightly, his tone stern. Babras and others could no longer hold back. As soon as Manglay said this, the 11 true gods rushed out like tigers out of a cage, without hesitation. Ha ha ha! Go to hell! Babras threw a punch, and a huge force gushed out, and the void exploded instantly. Crack! More than a dozen demon lords didn't even have time to react before they were knocked into a bloody mist by a single punch, with flesh and blood splattering everywhere, causing violent turmoil. The remaining demon lords' expressions suddenly changed, and they looked at Babras with eyes filled with fear and terror. Only a true god could possess the power to kill dozens of demon lords with a single punch. But this is not over yet. Taking advantage of the demon lord's days, Pohaman, Saniel, Nagia, and others took action. Swish, swish, swish. Blood-red steel needles shot shot out, and in an instant, dozens of demon lords were pierced to death. The spider goddess takes the lead in attacking. Woo woo! A true god-level undead bone dragon soared into the air, swung its claws suddenly, and killed dozens of demon lords on the spot. This bone dragon was summoned by Pohaman. Saniel spewed out a black dragon breath, instantly devouring dozens of demon lords. For a moment, the subordinates of the 11 true gods displayed their magical powers, and various attack methods instantly overwhelmed hundreds of demon lords. In just a few breaths, hundreds of demon lords who were originally so aggressive were all destroyed. Witnessing this astonishing scene, the demigods, the Beast King, the ministers of the Beast God Empire, as well as the 1 billion troops, were completely stunned with disbelief on their faces. Hundreds of demigods died just like that? Beast God. When did the demigod become so fragile? How terrible. They are so terrible. Not only were the people in the Beast God Empire shocked, but even Meng Lei finally took action at this moment. His target was not the Demon Lord, nor the Devil King or the Great Devil King, but the boundless and overwhelming demon army, the vast sea of demons. Meng Lei pointed his finger, and a golden cold current quietly emerged, then spread out with a burst of explosion. In a blink of an eye, the cold wave quickly expanded to a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, covering the entire area. Crack! All the demons in this area were instantly frozen and turned into golden ice sculptures, standing still, motionless. Ding! Kill a horned demon and obtain the 12 Lost Source Crystal. Ding! Kill a fire demon and obtain 23 Lost Source Crystals. Ding! Kill one little devil and get 1 million gold coins. The system prompt sounds came one after another. The individual strength of the demon army is generally not strong, but their numbers are huge enough to shock people. In just this moment, Meng Lei gained a huge fortune of 13 million Lost Source Crystals. 13 million. This is an extremely large number. Based on the calculation that each demon is worth 0.1 Lost Source Crystal, the number of demons killed by Meng Lei just now is as high as 130 million. A full 130 million. What an astonishing number. However, compared with the endless army of demons in the entire demon sea, these 130 million are just the tip of the iceberg and are insignificant. Even though the harvest was already rich, Meng Lei continued to slaughter the demon army without mercy and would not let any of them go. Ding ding ding. Demon after demon was frozen into ice sculptures, and the wealth value on the attribute panel soared wildly, increasing by tens of millions in an instant. The actions of Meng Lei and his 11 true gods angered the demon kings in the demon army. They all glared at us and flew towards us with great momentum. There is the fire demon king bathed in flames. There is a wind demon king wrapped in green wind. There is an ice demon king made of ice. At a glance, there are as many as 17 demon kings. How dare you, you lowly bugs, kill my demon army. You deserve to die. All of you must die. The 17 demon kings roared to the sky, murderous intent in their eyes, staring at Meng Lei and his 11 subordinates, demonic energy swirling around them, and murderous intent boiling. Finally took action. Bobris licked his lips, a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. Brothers, kill. Pohaman, Saniel, and 10 other true gods rushed towards the demon kings without hesitation. Boom boom boom. Without any extra words, the 28 true gods instantly erupted in a fierce collision. Bobris faced 2,000-foot-tall black flame fox true gods. Pohaman stepped on the undead bone dragon and fought against the 10,000-foot-long underworld dragon. Saniel transformed into a 10,000-foot dragon and fought fiercely with the three-headed creature from hell. Nakia, Satia. They fought 1 against 1 or 1 against 2, and the battle was brutal. This is the real destruction of heaven and earth. The collision force of 28 true gods is enough to shatter the void, and a random punch can cause the sky and the earth to collapse. The overflowing aftermath is enough to wipe out the Holy Land, and the raging space cracks can tear apart demigods. This is a doomsday scene, a battle of this level. The nine-tailed fox people of the Beast God Empire, as well as the demigods, the Beast King and his ministers, retreated hastily with an army of 1 billion, fearing that if they retreated too slowly, they would be affected. But Meng Lei did not retreat at all. He continued to slaughter the demon army and accumulate wealth crazily. Large ice sculptures continue to appear. A large number of demons died tragically. The wealth value is skyrocketing. Wealth 888.88 million Lost Source Crystals. 880 million Lost Source Crystals. An increase of 300 million compared to before. About 3 billion demons died at my hands? Not bad, not bad. Keep up the good work. As Meng Lei continued to slaughter, more and more vacuum areas appeared in the demon sea, and countless demons died. However, this is far from enough for the boundless and endless sea of magic. Too slow. Meng Lei was not satisfied with his hunting speed. His body flashed and instantly split into 10 figures. The 10 figures split into 100, and the 100 figures split into 10,000. In an instant, 10,000 thunderbolts appeared in the sky, each of them being the embodiment of his divine power. Each incarnation of divine power consumes 1 drop of divine power. 10,000 incarnations of divine power are equal to 10,000 drops of divine power, which is by no means a small number. However, for the wealthy Mon Lei, this is nothing at all and he can totally afford it. Netherworld Divine Fire. 10,000 pinches of Netherworld Divine Fire shot out from the fingertips of 10,000 Meng Lei at the same time, rushing straight towards the demon army, and then landed on the bodies of 10,000 demons. The Netherworld Divine Fire rapidly expanded against the wind, spreading across the demon sea like a prairie fire. In an instant, screams rang out one after another, making people's scalps numb and their hair stand on end. What kind of fire is this? It's so terrifying. That's totally unheard of. Seeing countless demons screaming and struggling in the Netherworld Divine Fire, and finally turning into ashes, everyone in the Beast God Empire couldn't help but feel a chill all over their bodies. The Netherworld Divine Fire is so terrifying. Any demon it came into contact with, no matter if it was a low-level demon or a high-level fire demon, was not spared and was all burned to charcoal. This scene is much more terrifying than being frozen into an ice sculpture at absolute zero. Ding ding ding. At the same time, system notifications sounded repeatedly, and the wealth value skyrocketed wildly. Meng Lei was overjoyed. That's it, turn to ashes. Damn it. This is the Netherworld Divine Fire. Isn't the Netherworld Divine Fire the immortal flame of the Netherworld Divine Phoenix clan? How could a mortal like him from the material plane get the Netherworld Divine Fire? At the rear of the demon army, there are two great demon kings at the level of lower gods. One of them was completely black, covered with bumps, and looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The other one is covered with spikes and has a shell on its back, looking like a giant alligator snapping turtle. The former is the Dark Tyrannosaurus King. The latter is the Dark Snapping Turtle King. As the Great Devil, the Dark Tyrannosaurus King and the Dark Snapping Turtle King are the most capable subordinates of the Dark Dragon, so they were sent to attack the Sky Continent. They originally thought that attacking a material plane was easy, and wherever the demon army passed, there would be devastating losses. However, the power of the Sky Continent far exceeded their expectations. First, more than 10 true gods appeared. Now a terrifying existence that can release the Netherworld Divine Fire has appeared. It is simply unbelievable. As great demons at the level of lower gods, they certainly knew the Netherworld Divine Fire. This was the unique divine fire of the Netherworld Divine Phoenix clan, an immortal flame that could burn even higher gods to death. It is precisely because we understand its power that we are afraid of it. Why can this human god use the Netherworld Divine Fire? Is he a descendant of the Netherworld Divine Phoenix clan? This is the only possibility. What should I do now? His Majesty the Demon Dragon has given us the task of conquering this plane. Unless we disobey His Majesty's orders, we must kill him. This human's divine aura isn't strong, and his strength is only at the lower divine realm. It's no problem for the two of us to kill him together. What I'm worried about is the Netherworld Divine Phoenix clan. Don't worry, the Netherworld Divine Phoenix clan is far away in hell and can't intervene at all. That makes sense. After a brief discussion, the Dark Tyrannosaurus King and the Dark Snapping Turtle King decisively charged towards Meng Lei. Their speed was astonishing, and they were in front of Meng Lei in the blink of an eye. The Dark Tyrannosaurus King roared, and his thick dragon tail swung down in midair with the force of thunder, as if to beat Meng Lei into a meat paste. Meng Lei disappeared in an instant and appeared strangely above the head of the Dark Tyrannosaurus King. Seeing this, the Dark Snapping Turtle King growled and shot out dozens of steel spikes from his back. Swish, swish, swish. With a shrill sound of breaking through the air, dozens of steel spikes shot towards Meng Lei like raindrops, but just when they were about to hit him, Meng Lei disappeared again. It's so fast. The Dark Snapping Turtle King's entire body shook, and a slight sound of breaking air came from above its head. Without giving it much thought, it immediately retracted its head into its shell. Meng Lei's attack missed, and he couldn't help but laugh. As expected of a turtle-like demon, your speed of retracting your head is also amazing. But do you think I can't do anything to you? As he spoke, Meng Lei teleported to the shell of the Dark Snapping Turtle King, and the Grim Reaper's scythe quietly appeared in his hand, and he chopped it down fiercely. Sizzle! The Grim Reaper's scythe was extremely sharp and instantly cut through the hard shell of the Dark Snapping Turtle King, leaving a 2-meter deep cut on it. The Dark Snapping Turtle King roared in pain, and his demonic energy surged, transforming into a heavy hammer and smashing towards Meng Lei. The Dark Tyrannosaurus King was not idle either. He roared like thunder and launched a sonic attack. The sonic attack was all round. Meng Lei was unable to dodge and was hit directly by the sonic wave. His head shook slightly and he was briefly blank. What a terrifying sound wave. Meng Lei stared at the Dark Tyrannosaurus King, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and then he teleported behind it and chopped it down with the Grim Reaper's scythe. Sizzle! The scales of the Dark Tyrannosaurus King were extremely tough, but they were ultimately no match for the hard shell of the Dark Snapping Turtle King. The Death Scythe could even cut through the Dark Snapping Turtle King's shell, let alone its neck. Puff! Black blood splattered, and the Dark Tyrannosaurus King's head was cut off, flying into the sky, and then fell heavily to the ground. Its eyes widened, and it couldn't believe what it saw. I'm actually going to die? Die at the hands of a lower-level god? The Dark Tyrannosaurus King was filled with resentment. The divine power emitted by Meng Lei was not strong at all, and only barely reached the level of a lower-level god. It was hard for it to accept the cruel reality that it would be killed by him. Baker. The dark snapping turtle king looked at the separated corpse of the dark Tyrannosaurus king, then stared at the death scythe stained with black blood in Meng Lei's hand, and shouted wildly, "Death scythe! This is the death scythe! Your Majesty the dragon, where did this guy get the death scythe?" Meng Lei swung the bloodstained sickle and said coldly, "Next, I will use the scythe of death to harvest your head and send you to meet the god of death." "You're overthinking it, human god." The dark snapping turtle king snorted coldly and actually ran away in the direction he came from. "Are you planning to escape just like that?" Meng Lei was slightly stunned, then teleported behind it, snapped his fingers, and a black spear shot out. The distance was too close, and the dark snapping turtle king had no time to dodge, and the spear hit the target. Its shell was so defensive that the black spear could not penetrate it. But after the spear hit, it exploded with a loud bang, turning into a ball of netherworld divine fire, burning the body of the dark alligator turtle king. Demonic energy surged behind the dark crocodile turtle king, quickly forming a demonic energy shield that separated the netherworld divine fire from his body and then peeled the flames off his body. "Awesome, my turtle." It was the first time that Meng Lei saw someone being able to strip off the netherworld divine fire, and he couldn't help but feel surprised. However, despite his surprise, he did not stop his movements at all. With a wave of his hand, he shot out 10 black spears that hit the dark snapping turtle king directly. The dark snapping turtle king's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated, darting away. But no matter how fast he ran, how could he compare to Meng Lei's teleportation? Swish, swish, swish. Meng Lei blocked the way and threw out 10 black spears made of netherworld divine fire. Attacked from both front and back, the dark snapping turtle king was finally unable to dodge, and 20 spears hit it one after another. Then it exploded. In an instant, the dark snapping turtle king was enveloped by the netherworld divine fire. Even though he tried his best to mobilize his demonic energy, he was unable to separate the flames and could only endure the burning while screaming in pain. Meng Lei watched the scene with a smile, letting the flames burn until the dark snapping turtle king was about to collapse. Then he spoke, "If you want to live, just squeak." Upon hearing this, the dark snapping turtle king immediately begged, "Mercy, mercy. Sir, please spare me. It's easy to survive. Hand over your soul and submit to me." Meng Lei said coldly, "As long as you surrender, I can let you go." "Submit, submit. I am willing to submit." The dark snapping turtle king surrendered his soul and spirit without any hesitation, willingly submitting to Meng Lei's tyranny. Meng Lei refined the soul essence of the dark snapping turtle king and successfully subdued this demon servant of the great devil level. "My name is Anton, great master," the dark snapping turtle king replied respectfully. "Tell me about your details." "Yes, great master." As the dark snapping turtle king told the story, Meng Lei gradually understood the origin of this demon army, where it came from, and even who assigned them. It turned out that this demon army came from a demon plane called the Dragon Continent. Of course, the demon dragon continent belongs neither to hell, nor to the demon world, nor to the underworld. The demon dragon continent is the same as the sky continent, but is just a lower-level material plane. The difference is that the creatures on the dragon continent are not kind races like humans or elves, but, that's right, the entire continent is completely occupied by demons, and demons are the only living creatures here. The great existence believed in by the demon dragon continent is not a god, but a dark dragon. This dark dragon is named Cyrus Frost, a demon god of the middle god level, with great strength and a vast territory. There are dozens of low-level planes under its control alone, and its territory far exceeds that of the dragon god and beast god on the sky continent. The demon dragon continent is one of them. This invasion of the demon army was planned by Cyrus Frost because it had set its sights on the sky continent and wanted to take it for itself. That's why there was this invasion. On the other side, the battle between Bobris, Pohaman and others was also coming to an end. Although they were at a disadvantage with the number being 11 to 17, Bobris and his men were lower-level gods after all. Even the weakest lower-level god could not be contended with by an ordinary demon king. "Master, the mission is successfully completed." The 17 demon kings were brought before Mon Lei. Bobris and the others had satisfied expressions on their faces. The battle just now had made them feel refreshed. Meng Lei's eyes swept over these demon kings, and saw that they were covered with scars and in a miserable state. It was obvious that they had just been beaten up. "Anton, what do you think we should do with them?" Meng Lei looked at the dark alligator turtle king Anton, who had just surrendered, and asked leisurely. "Great master, they, like me, were forcibly sent here by Cyrus. They didn't come to attack the sky continent voluntarily." Anton prostrated himself on the ground and pleaded, "I hope master will be magnanimous and grant them a chance to live." Meng Lei nodded slightly. "Since you are begging for mercy, then give them a chance to live." "Thank you, your majesty. Thank you for your forgiveness." The 17 demon kings knelt down to express their gratitude. The death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment of living cannot be escaped. Meng Lei changed the subject. "You led the people to attack the sky continent. According to my previous temper, only execution can vent my hatred. Your majesty, please punish me. Your majesty, please punish me." The 17 demon kings were trembling with fear. "Let's do this." Mon Lei looked at at Bobrus and the others. Let them submit to you and become your slaves. Master, is this okay? The eyes of Bobrus and the other 11 people lit up, but they were a little hesitant. These were all god-level demon kings, whose strength was only slightly inferior to theirs. Wouldn't it be too much to make them slaves? If I say yes, then yes. Meng Lei said calmly, according to Anton, there are dozens of demon kings under the Dark Dragon. I can reward them all to you. Thank you, great master. Your greatness is like the endless flow of a river, and like the overflowing yellow river. Praise you, my great master. Bobrus and others were overjoyed and immediately bowed to express their gratitude with tears in their eyes. Meng Lei waved his hand. That fire demon is mine. No one can snatch it from me. If anyone tries to steal it, I'll be angry with them. I've taken a fancy to that wind demon. Looking at Bobrus and others selecting the 17 demon kings like selecting goods, the dark snapping turtle king Anton felt mixed emotions. Once upon a time, these demon kings were the infamous and unrivaled demons who roamed the demon dragon continent and dozens of other planes, dominating one side. But now he has ended up in such a situation, being picked like a commodity. It's really like a tiger in plain land and a dragon trapped in shallow water. But now that things have come to this, Anton can only accept it and watch it all happen. The division work did not last long before it was over. The 17 demon kings were each assigned a position and became slaves of Bobrus and others. Master, thank you for your gift. The 11 subordinates sincerely thanked Meng Lei. Meng Lei turned and looked at the demon army. The netherworld divine fire burned more and more vigorously, and had already covered half of the demon sea. Countless demons struggled in pain in the flames, letting out shrill howls. This scene frightened the remaining demons, and they fled towards the Arctic ice field. The speed was so fast that a large number of demons even escaped from the burning range of the netherworld divine fire. Can you escape? If it were just ordinary gods facing the endless army of demons, a considerable number of them would indeed escape. After all, there are a large number of demons, and if they flee separately, some will always escape. But who is Meng Lei? He can move instantly and is not afraid of consuming divine power. How can such an army of demons escape? The final outcome is self-evident. Billions of demons were buried in the sea of fire, burned to death by the netherworld divine fire, and turned into ashes. Anton and the 17 demon kings witnessed the whole tragic scene and were almost scared to wet their pants. They had been dissatisfied with the surrendered Bobrus and others before. However, at this moment, all they felt was fear and relief at having escaped death. If they had not chosen to surrender just now, they would probably have been wiped out like the demon army. It's terrifying to think about it. The master is so powerful. Bobrus and others were also shocked. Billions of demons were buried in the sea of fire, and their struggling sounds were shrill and tragic. The scene was extremely shocking. They were all horrified. Master, what should we do next? Bobrus asked again. First, deal with the matter of the Beast God Empire, and then go to the Demon Dragon continent to meet the Demon Dragon. Meng Lei glanced at everyone in the Beast God Empire and made a quick decision. Follow the master's orders. Bobrus and others had no objection. Everyone arrived at the top of the Beast God Pass city. The demigods, beast kings, and ministers of the Beast God Empire came to pay their respects, fearing that if they walked too slowly they would anger Meng Lei. Where is the Beast King? Babulus asked sharply. Here, I'm here. Beast King Grum saluted hurriedly. If I remember correctly. Meng Lei stared at Beast King Grum and said, my decree reached the Beast God Empire 3 months ago, right? Why haven't you taken any action yet? The Beast King naturally understood what the decree Meng Lei was talking about, and immediately became panic-stricken. He knew that Meng Lei was going to settle the score later, and he was very anxious and didn't know how to defend himself. Your Majesty, the Beast King hesitated. Forget it, no need to say more. I see. Meng Lei interrupted with a wave of his hand. Since you have chosen to be my enemy, you must bear the consequences. Considering that you are the Beast King, I will give you a decent death. Commit suicide. The Beast King collapsed to the ground as if struck by lightning, knowing that he was completely finished. There is no way out. The ministers trembled with fear, shaking like sieves. If the Beast King committed suicide, where would they go? How would Meng Lei punish them? As for you, Meng Lei turned to the ministers and said, demote yourself to commoners, disband your clan, hand over your land and wealth, and from now on live like ordinary people. Thank you, Your Majesty, for not killing me. The ministers were immediately overjoyed and knelt down to express their gratitude. They had thought they were going to die, but unexpectedly they survived and were considered to have saved their lives. Pohaman, the Beast God Empire is now in your hands. How to deal with it is up to you. Mon Lei turned his gaze towards Pohaman. Thank you for your trust, Master. I will definitely live up to your trust. Pohaman solemnly promised. The matter of the Beast God Empire is over. It's time to go to the Demon Dragon continent. Meng Lei looked towards the Arctic ice field. Follow the Master's orders. The Arctic ice field is vast and boundless, covered with ice and snow all year round. The white snow and towering icebergs are like a kingdom of ice and snow, with few human traces. However, in a corner of the Arctic ice field, there lives a group of special creatures, full of demonic energy, and they are all demon lords. The number is astonishing. staggering. There are hundreds of them. These demon lords formed a circle and guarded a giant teleportation array. The teleportation array has a diameter of 10 kilometers and is inlaid with countless elemental crystals. It can be imagined that the teleportation ability of this teleportation magic circle is extremely strong, and it can teleport more than 1 million demons each time. The demon army that ravaged the Beast God Empire came to the Sky Continent with the help of this teleportation magic circle. The importance of the teleportation circle is self-evident. It's so boring, so boring. I'm going crazy from boredom. Why can Crass and his men lead the army to attack the Sky Continent, while we can only stay here and guard the teleportation array? That's right. Just thinking about it makes us demons furious. Why can they go but we can't? The creatures from the mortal plane must taste incredibly delicious. Just thinking about Klaus and the others savoring their delicious flesh and blood makes me drool. This damn mission. The demon lords cursed in their hearts. No. Next time we must talk to Lord Intun and Lord Baker and ask them to let us be responsible for attacking the mortal plane, said a demon lord firmly. Next time? Who knows when that will be? Another sneered. Yes, I have lived for 39,872 years, but I've only participated in such battles twice. God knows when I will have the next chance. Someone sighed. Just thinking about it makes me angry, but to be honest, how long do you think it will take for our demon army to occupy the Sky Continent this time? Asked a demon lord. Within 7 days. Our demon army will be able to flatten the entire Sky Continent within 7 days, slaughter all the mortals here, and turn this land into a paradise for demons. Another answered confidently. That's right. With the strength of our demon army, it's only a matter of time before we completely occupy the place within 7 days. The hundreds of demon lords chatted with each other to kill time. They were assigned to guard the teleportation array and felt extremely bored and idle, which naturally made them unhappy. They also longed to lead the demon army into battle. They also want to attack the Sky Continent themselves. They also want to devour the flesh and blood of mortals. The teleportation array is the gateway to attack the Sky Continent, and it must be absolutely safe, so only the demon lords like them can be sent to guard it. Even if you are extremely reluctant, you have no choice but to faithfully perform your duties. At this moment, a breeze blew by, and a group of people suddenly appeared above their heads. The demon lords looked at them in confusion, and their faces changed instantly. Humans? Gods? It's a human god. How could a human god appear here? They were puzzled. The demon lords put aside their previous boring complaints and stared at the group of people who suddenly appeared, their eyes full of vigilance and alertness. The people who came were Meng Lei and others. Because they did not deliberately hide their aura, they naturally exuded powerful divine power, making the demons feel threatened. Who are you? A demon lord asked in a low voice. Haven't you guessed it already? Meng Lei flicked his fingers and said coldly, kill. Leave no one alive. Yes, master, the demons responded quickly. God's domain. In a matter of moments, the 100 demon lords guarding the teleportation array were completely annihilated, with not a single one escaping. In the face of such overwhelming power, escape became a luxury. Each of you should send out an incarnation of divine power to guard the teleportation array to prevent anyone from destroying it. Everyone else, follow me to the Dragon Continent and see the powerful dark dragon. Yes, master. All the gods answered in unison. Demons and gods belong to two completely different camps and are two completely different higher beings. If a god wants to increase his power, he must not only comprehend the laws of heaven and earth but also spread faith. The more faith he has, the faster his power will increase. Therefore, the size of the territory of faith is the key to measuring the power and status of the gods. Demons, by contrast, are quite different. First of all, demons do not rely on the power of faith. They can increase their strength by devouring each other or higher-level demons or gods. This is the simplest and most direct way for demons to improve themselves, and it is also the first choice for most demons. In addition, demons have another way to increase their strength: occupying planes. The more planes they occupy, the larger their territory will be, the richer the gifts from the void world will be, and their strength will naturally increase faster. This is also the main reason why many demons, although they clearly do not need faith, are still keen on expanding their territory and occupying planes. It was for this reason that the dark dragon Cyrus launched an attack on the Sky Continent. As a demon god, Cyrus has grown to his current level in a short period of time, which amazes outsiders. You know, Cyrus was born in a lower demonic plane and is only 30,000 years old. Such talent is so rare. However, the truth is that the void world where Cyrus's home plane is located is extremely special. Dozens of planes are entangled and intertwined around it, forming a dense, that's right, a plane group. More importantly, before the rise of Cyrus, no demon or true god had ever set foot here. This is an undeveloped virgin land. After Cyrus rose to power, he occupied these dozens of seats effortlessly, and was thus quickly promoted to a demon god in a short period of time. The good fortune makes people envious and jealous. The fast growth is like a plug-in with a golden finger. At this moment, on the Demon Dragon Mountain in the Demon Dragon Continent. This is the most majestic and towering mountain in the Demon Dragon Continent. It is shrouded in blood clouds and black fog all year round, appearing eerie and mysterious. Birds do not fly across, insects and animals do not come. It is a place where few people go and no life exists. In the entire Demon Dragon continent, Demon Dragon Mountain is regarded as a sacred and inviolable forbidden area. Any creature that dares to approach it will be punished with death. At this moment, a thunderous snoring sound was heard from a cave on the top of the Demon Dragon Mountain, and the exhale air rushed out of the cave like a storm. The Dark Dragon is sleeping soundly in the cave. The Dark Dragon is immersed in sleep all year round. Even if it sends troops to attack the material plane and occupy territory, it is entrusted to its subordinates to complete the task. All it needs to do is wait for its subordinates to capture a plane, then descend and refine the heart of that plane. At other times, it sleeps comfortably. Just as the Dark Dragon was sound asleep, a panicked voice was heard from afar. A dark dragon flew through the thick blood-red clouds and black smoke, rapidly approaching the cave entrance. Something terrible has happened, old ancestor. The Dark Dragon crawled on the ground and cried out in tears. The thunderous snoring stopped abruptly, and was followed by an angry roar. Damn you, Baker! How dare you disturb my sound sleep? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I will definitely skin you alive. Ancestor, something big has happened. The Dark Dragon, Baker, who was killed by Monlay, cried and said, the demon army that attacked the Sky Continent was completely annihilated. Even my demon clone is dead. Dead. All dead, ancestor. A pitch-black dragon had emerged from the cave entrance. Its blood-red eyes stared intently at the prostrate Baker, and it demanded in a stern voice, what on earth happened? Explain it to me. Yes, ancestor. Baker didn't dare to neglect it and reported everything on the Sky Continent in detail. Finally, he said, that human god is extremely powerful. Not only can he release the netherworld divine fire, he also wields the death scythe, which is only possessed by the Death God clan. Even if Anton and I join forces, we are no match for him. Human god. The Dark Dragon Cyrus narrowed his blood-red eyes, murderous intent rising in his eyes. No matter who you are, whether you are the Nether Phoenix or the Death God clan, if you dare to challenge me, you deserve to die. As a demon god of the middle god level, the Dark Dragon is by no means a weakling. It is well aware of the power of the Nether Phoenix and the Death clan, but it knew even more clearly that these two tribes could not possibly appear in such a remote plane as the Sky Continent. Now that he has appeared, there is only one answer. Meng Lei is most likely a descendant of the Netherworld Phoenix and the Death God clan. This made the Dark Dragon not afraid at all, but instead thought of something more important. Since the bloodlines of the Netherworld Divine Phoenix and the Death God clan have been passed down to this day, this Sky Continent is definitely not an ordinary place. Perhaps a war between gods and demons once broke out there. Battle of gods and demons. A strange light flashed in the Dark Dragon's eyes. The battle between gods and demons is not uncommon. As opposing beings, whenever demons and gods meet, they will inevitably fight. Even in the Void world, wars between the Void gods and demons would often break out, sweeping across the entire Void. So the war between gods and demons itself is not surprising. What the Dark Dragon cares about is what is left behind from the war between gods and demons. The corpses, weapons, godheads, and even wealth of gods and demons. These are mouth-watering treasures. It's necessary to go to the Sky Continent in person. There was a strange light flashing in the Dark Dragon's eyes. It was no big deal to make a wasted trip. At most, it would just be a waste of sleeping time. But if you really find an amazing treasure in the Sky Continent, you will make a lot of money. Thinking of this, the Dark Dragon transformed into a human form and slowly walked out of the cave. Baker, gather the remaining Demon Kings and Great Demon Kings and follow me to the Sky Continent to destroy the damn human god and flatten that inferior material plane. Cyrus shouted sternly. I will follow the ancestors' orders. Baker was overjoyed and hurried to summon the demons. Soon, all the Demon Kings and Great Demon Kings under the Dark Dragon gathered together and, under the leadership of the Dark Dragon, rushed to the Tamer Plateau. The Tamer Plateau is where the magic circle for teleportation to the Sky Continent is set up. The demons moved at breakneck speed, arriving at the Tamer Plateau in no time. Surprisingly, just before they reached the teleportation array, the magic circle suddenly shook violently, and Monlay and the others emerged from it. Their eyes met, and both were slightly stunned. Obviously, they had not expected to meet each other here. Then, among the group of demons, Buckle was the first to react. He glared at Meng Lei and shouted angrily, damn human god, how dare you break in here? Who are you? Meng Lei looked at Baker with a frown, feeling surprised. He swore that he had never seen this guy before. Damned human god, you killed one of my demon clones, have you forgotten it? Baker was furious, his eyes full of hatred. I don't remember. Meng Lei waved his hand gently, his eyes swept across the many demons, and finally fixed on the Dark Dragon Cyrus. Among the dozens of demons present, the demonic power emanating from Cyrus was the strongest, as dazzling as the scorching sun in the sky. In comparison, although other Demon Kings and Great Demon Kings are numerous, they are like stars in the sky. How can they compete with the scorching sun? Cyrus also stared at Monlay and the others, his eyes flashing with disbelief. No wonder Baker and Anchuan are no match for you. You are indeed extraordinary. Are you the demon god Cyrus? Meng Meng Lei smiled indifferently and asked leisurely, how dare a mere lower-level deity address the Lord Demon God by his name? The great demon king, with a blood-red body, goat horns on his head, and blood-red armor all over his body, glared angrily, his blood boiling. Kneel down. As soon as the words fell, the blood and energy in its body condensed into substance and pressed towards Meng Lei like Mount Tai, as if to completely overwhelm him. You dare to offend the master? Damn it! Bobrus roared and punched the big devil fiercely. The two sides were very close to each other, and Bobrus attacked quickly. The big devil couldn't react in time and was hit on the head by a punch. Crack! With a crisp sound, the devil's head exploded instantly and turned into a ball of blood mist. What was strange was that after the blood mist dissipated, its head miraculously returned to its original state. Is this all right? Bobrus looked surprised. Meng Lei and other True God's subordinates also showed expressions of shock. He withstood a full-strength punch from Bobrus and was completely unharmed. He is really tough. Damn gods! The great demon king glared at Bobrus, his eyes burning with anger. How dare you hurt me? You deserve to die. You deserve to die. The great demon king instantly expanded and transformed into a 100-foot-tall blood demon, violently pouncing towards Bobrus. It turns out to be a blood demon. No wonder it's not dead. Bobrus was not afraid at all and went forward head-on. The two sides collided violently in an instant. The blood demon is a demonic body made of blood. It has no fixed form and is a fluid life form. It is almost immune to most physical attacks. This fact greatly restrained Bobrus. Although he had amazing strength, he was completely helpless against the blood demon. What's more, Bobrus had just merged with the divine nature and was still the weakest lower-level god. How could he compete with the angry blood demon? After a fierce battle, he gradually fell into a disadvantage, was in danger and was completely at a disadvantage. Master, I'll go help Bobrus. Seeing this, Salus hurriedly asked for help. Meng Lei waved his hand slightly, and Salus rushed out immediately. At this time, Cyrus's side also sent out a demon, a winged demon with black wings on its back and goat horns on its head. Want a one-on-two fight? You human gods are really despicable. The winged demon Ludwig stood in front of Saroth and sneered. Get out of my way. Saroth roared and confronted Ludwig forcefully. Go ahead, you guys take action too. Meng Lei waved his hand and gave the order. Yes, master. Nagia, spider goddess, Faciua sword saint and others rushed out upon seeing this. Go, have fun with them, said the dark dragon Cyrus calmly. Is this still a human? Yes, Lord Demon. The demon kings answered loudly. Boom boom boom. An unprecedented battle between gods and demons broke out violently over the Tamer plateau. Instantly, 10 gods and 45 demons engaged in a fierce battle. Pohaman was not present. The gods are all lower-level gods who have just merged with the godhood, while the demons include 9 great demon kings and 36 demon kings. Judging from the surface strength alone, the gods appear to be at a great disadvantage and the outcome is uncertain. This is indeed the case. On average, each god was besieged by 1 great demon king and 3 demon kings, and they had just merged their divine natures when all 11 gods were completely suppressed and beaten by the demon kings. The situation is precarious and full of dangers, as if we could be killed at any time. However, Meng Lei was not afraid at all, and continued to stare at the dark dragon Cyrus. Sir Cyrus, now it's just you and me. Human god, you are so brave. Cyrus exuded a fierce murderous aura. How dare you massacre my troops? Apart from anything else, you actually dared to chase me here. You are simply seeking your own death. Whether you're seeking your own death or not, we'll talk about it later. Meng Lei smiled calmly. Sir Cyrus, you sent the demon army to invade my territory for no reason. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? When you defeat me, there will be an explanation. Cyrus bared his fangs. Otherwise, you and the gods under your command will be eaten by me and become my food. In that case, let's have a life and death battle. Meng Lei twisted his neck, making a crisp crackling sound. Since you're my senior, I'll let you make the first move. Arrogant gods, die. Cyrus was enraged and threw a punch. Although it was in human form, this punch was extremely terrifying. The fragile void was shattered instantly, and the fist appeared in front of Meng Lei as if teleporting. Unmatched speed. It was not ordinary violence, but a violent explosion of power. If this punch hit, even a peak lower-level god would be beaten into a meat paste. Meng Lei clearly felt the horror of this punch. The moment the fist hit him, he immediately turned into a dark element and became a ball of free dark energy. Dark elementalization. Cyrus instantly understood Munley's moves and snorted coldly. Demon domain. A powerful force suddenly appeared and froze the void around Meng Lei. He felt that his body could not move, and he couldn't even restore his human form. Arrogant human god. Cyrus said coldly, your realm is too low. I don't need to use any other means. The demon realm alone can completely suppress you. Meng Lei's heart moved. The gods have their own divine realm, and the demons naturally have their own demon realm. The demon realm is also called the demon realm by the demons, but the names are different. The demonic realm cast by a demon god comparable to a mid-level god is indeed extraordinary. Meng Lei sighed inwardly, decisively used teleportation, and quietly disappeared into the demon realm. Disappeared? Cyrus was slightly stunned, turned his head to look at Meng Lei, who suddenly appeared not far away and could not hide his surprise. There's no fluctuation of divine power, nor any disturbance of airflow. If I'm not mistaken, you just used a spatial divine power, right? You guessed it right. Meng Lei smiled slightly. To be precise, this is teleportation. Cyrus narrowed his eyes slightly, his heart in turmoil. He possessed the bloodline of the Nether Phoenix, mastered the Death Scythe, and was proficient in the two powerful magical powers of dark elementalization and teleportation. Who exactly is Meng Lei, and why does he possess so many powerful and terrifying methods? Cyrus, you are very strong, but unfortunately. Meng Lei stared at Cyrus and said, you are still no match for me. I will give you a chance to survive. Submit to me. I hope you can seize it. Cyrus snorted coldly. You are a god with secrets. I am very interested in your secrets. As long as you hand over all the secrets, I am willing to spare your life. In that case, let's start the war. Meng Lei smiled calmly. Next, I will use my strongest killer move. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick black flame suddenly ignited on Meng Lei's body. He seemed to be burning himself, and the black fire burned more and more vigorously. In the end, Meng Lei completely turned into a blazing black fireball. In the center of the fireball, there was a majestic beast with a wingspan of over 100 meters suspended. A chicken head, a swallow chin, a snake neck, a turtle back, a fish tail. The whole body was as black as ink, and black flames were rising up. A breathtaking and terrifying aura emanated from the divine beast, sweeping in all directions and oppressing everyone's hearts. The 50 gods and demons who were originally fighting in the melee suddenly stopped what they were doing, their faces full of disbelief, staring at the strange beast floating in the black fire. What a terrifying aura! The Netherworld Divine Phoenix. This is the divine beast from hell, the Netherworld Divine Phoenix. No wonder the master can control the Netherworld Divine Fire. It turns out he is truly the incarnation of the Netherworld Divine Phoenix. Be it Bobrus and others, or the various demon kings, they were all shocked and terrified. Putting aside the terrifying identity of the Netherworld Divine Phoenix, the aura emanating from Meng Lei alone was enough to make them not even dare to think about fighting. This aura is so terrifying. How long has it been? He has become so powerful. How did this guy practice? The eyes of Spider Goddess Rose were full of complex emotions, and she couldn't help but recall the scene when she first met Meng Lei. At that time, Meng Lei was just a junior demigod. If it weren't for his strange magical powers and the Netherworld Divine Fire, he would not be her opponent at all. However, in just a few years, Meng Lei's aura had already far surpassed the level of the lower gods, reaching a realm that even the Spider Goddess could hardly glimpse. Rose suddenly felt like she was living like a dog. Netherworld Divine Phoenix. Cyrus also stared at Meng Lei, a barely perceptible dread flashing in his eyes. It really is the Netherworld Divine Phoenix. I underestimated you before. Sir Cyrus, give it your all. Meng Lei vibrated his wings and said in a cold voice, otherwise, you won't have any chance of winning. Want to die? I'll help you. Cyrus was not at all nervous. At this moment, the aura emitted by Meng Lei has completely reached the level of a demon god, and his strength is almost the same as its. What's more, Meng Lei is also the Netherworld Divine Phoenix. How dare it despise it? A loud dragon roar sounded, and the dark dragon revealed its true form without hesitation. A 1,000-foot-long, ink-black dragon soared into the sky. Although its size is not huge and is similar to that of a true god-level dragon, its aura is ridiculously powerful, thousands of times stronger than that of a true god-level dragon. Meng Lei laughed loudly towards the sky, and his dark wings flapped lightly, turning into a black lightning, and quickly pounced towards the dark dragon, and arrived in front of it in the blink of an eye. How dare you fight me in hand-to-hand combat? The dark dragon glared angrily, and two violent tornadoes spewed out of its nostrils. The thick dragon tail shook and transformed into a steel whip, lashing towards Meng Lei fiercely. The thick dragon tail is as swift as a steel whip, with such force and power that it is enough to destroy the world. If it really hit Meng Lei, he would definitely be beaten into a pulp. However, just as the dragon's tail was about to hit him, Meng Lei's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already on the back of the dark dragon. The sharp phoenix claws flashed with a cold light, and with a sudden grab, accompanied by a crisp sound, several deep grooves were cut on the back of the dark dragon. The dark dragon cried out in pain, turned around and spewed out a black dragon breath, but in the face of Meng Lei's powerful teleportation, the dragon breath could not hit the target at all. Sizzle! Meng Lei dodged again with a teleportation move, then grabbed suddenly, black blood splattered, and flesh fragments scattered everywhere. The dark dragon roared and launched the demon realm repeatedly, trying to suppress Meng Lei on the spot. However, although the demon realm could dispel the void, it could not suppress Meng Lei. Meng Lei teleported away again. Sizzle! The following battle was almost the same. Meng Lei kept teleporting and attacking at the right moment. The dark dragon was unable to resist at all. All he got in return for roaring and shouting were scars all over his body. On the other hand, Meng Lei remained calm and composed, fighting bravely and firmly suppressing the dark dragon. It must be said that the power of teleportation was simply too incredible. The dark dragon launched the demonic domain, and Meng Lei dodged it with a teleportation. The dark dragon's physical attack, Meng Lei teleported to avoid it. it. The dark dragon bombarded with magic power, and Meng Lei teleported to avoid it. No matter what means the dark dragon uses, Meng Lei can easily avoid it with just a teleportation. Of course, in addition to teleportation, Meng Lei also possesses extremely fast speed and sharp claws that can tear apart the demon body. What are the advantages of dark dragon? A powerful demonic body, amazing power, the dragon's breath that destroys the world. Comparing the two, Meng Lei was naturally stronger than the dark dragon. No matter how strong the demon's body was, how powerful it was, or how terrifying its dragon breath was, if it couldn't hit Meng Lei, everything would be in vain. Sir Cyrus, is this all you have? Meng Lei said in a thunderous voice, if that's all you have, you are doomed to perish today. Human god, the dark dragon roared, you have completely angered me. I will cut you into pieces. The power of the plains, suppress you. An extremely powerful force surged from all directions and instantly pressed towards Meng Lei. This force was pervasive and extremely terrifying. It was heavier than Mount Tai and heavier than Mount Everest. It was as if a million times the gravity was pressing down on him. Meng Lei suddenly froze in place, and his bones made crisp crackling sounds, as if they would be crushed, broken, or even ground into powder at any time. This suppression is truly terrifying. Meng Lei's expression changed slightly. This is neither the demon realm nor a suppression-type magical power. Instead, it is very similar to the power of Eros's kingdom of God. What kind of method is this? Meng Lei was full of doubts. Human god, you will pay a heavy price for your foolishness and ignorance. The dark dragon roared and slapped down with its sharp claws. This time, the suppression of the plane power made Meng Lei unable to teleport or transform into an element, and he was hit by the claw head-on. A huge force suddenly erupted, and an unmatched power swept through his body. Meng Lei was like being struck by lightning, and his bones were almost shattered. Damn, this power is so strong. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but take a breath. Die, you ignorant fool. The dark dragon grinned fiercely, and his violent attack came like a storm, whether it's sharp dragon claws, heavy dragon tail, or devastating dragon breath. In an instant, the situation took a 180-degree turn, completely overturning the previous situation. Bobrus and others roared and prepared to rush forward to rescue, but they were blocked by 45 demon kings and big demon kings and could not get close at all. He, your opponent is us, the demons roared. Humble human gods, we can't wait to taste your flesh and blood. Kill these damn gods. Boom boom boom. Under the fierce attack of 45 demon kings and great demon kings, the situation of Bobrus and others was not much better than that of Monley, and was even more dangerous. Human god, you are the only one to blame for your arrogance and trespassing into my territory. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to do anything to you. The dark dragon roared and laughed grimly as he attacked. Once you arrive on this dragon continent, you are like fish on the chopping board, ready for me to harvest at will. What kind of method is this? Meng Lei asked in a low voice. Since you're dying anyway, it's no harm telling you this. This is the power of the plane. The dark dragon laughed triumphantly. I have refined the plane heart of the dragon continent, and can mobilize the plane power of this material plane at any time. Human god, although you may be powerful, you can never hope to contend with the plane power of a material plane. The power of the plane? Meng Lei suddenly realized and asked, then how do you refine the heart of a material plane? To refine the heart of the plane, you must first find it. Once you find it, you can refine it. The dark dragon sneered, but you don't have that chance, because you will die at my hands today, and there will be no chance of recovery. Death? That's not certain. Meng Lei took a deep breath. Sir Cyrus, you are indeed powerful. You can force me to this point, but unfortunately, you can't kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, sticky black flames rose from Meng Lei's body again, and his entire body was completely burning from the inside out. The head is burning, limbs burning, my internal organs are burning. Every part of his body was burning. Gradually, the sticky netherworld divine fire condensed into a solid black cocoon, completely wrapping Meng Lei inside. The surface of the cocoon is engraved with strange flame runes, like a jumping tadpole, surging with vitality and containing a wonderful rhythm. This is, the dark dragon stared at the suddenly appearing fire cocoon, his pupils suddenly shrinking as he screamed in shock, Nirvana rebirth. Damn it! This bastard actually used Nirvana rebirth at this critical moment. The netherworld divine phoenix clan is famous and is a powerful clan of divine beasts that dominates hell. Their divine power has long spread throughout the void. How could Cyrus not know about it? Of course, he also knew the unique innate magical power of the netherworld divine phoenix, Nirvana and rebirth. The netherworld divine phoenix must undergo 9 Nirvana rebirths in its lifetime before it can truly become an adult and reach the pinnacle, but this process is extremely difficult, because every Nirvana rebirth is accompanied by great risks. If you are not careful, you will be burned alive, turned into ashes, and your soul will be destroyed. It is extremely dangerous. Therefore, whenever the netherworld phoenix is reborn from Nirvana, it will seek a hidden and safe place to display this innate magical power. How could someone be like Meng Lei, who would rashly use Nirvana rebirth when he saw he was losing in the middle of a battle? This is not rebirth from the ashes, but a moth flying into a flame, seeking one's own death. Foolish human human god, since you are seeking death, don't blame me for being rude. The dark dragon roared, and the demonic energy in its mouth quickly gathered and condensed into a basketball-sized ball of demonic energy, which then shot towards Meng Lei like a cannonball. Die, human god! This ball of demonic energy resembled a tailed beast ball, condensed from extremely compressed demonic energy and possessing astonishing destructive power. If it struck, it would surely shatter the black fire cocoon. Owner! Bobrus and others shouted anxiously, but they were entangled by many demon kings and big demon kings and could not escape. They could only watch the ball of demonic energy go straight to Meng Lei. Human god, you are dead. The dark dragon showed a sinister smile, but unexpectedly, at the moment when the black magic ball was about to hit the fire cocoon, a space vortex suddenly appeared and instantly swallowed up the black magic ball. The dark dragon was shocked and could hardly believe his eyes. Where did this space vortex come from? Disappeared? Bobrus and 10 other gods, as well as 45 demon kings and great demon kings, all looked extremely stunned. The fierce attack actually disappeared out of thin air? The dark dragon roared again and spit out a breath of destructive dragon from its mouth, but the result was the same. The dragon breath was also swallowed by the space vortex. Damn it! What the hell is going on? The dark dragon was almost going crazy. At this moment, a little devil with flapping wings suddenly appeared next to the fire cocoon. Little guy, taking advantage of others in distress is not a good habit. The little devil glared at the dark dragon and cursed, wait until Meng Lei completes his nirvana before fighting him. Do you understand? Compared to the huge and terrifying body of the dark dragon, this little devil looks like a tiny creature and has no power at all. No problem. And it actually calls the dark dragon little guy. This scene looks extremely funny. But strangely, instead of refutation, the dark dragon stared at the little devil with horror on his face, as if he had seen a prehistoric monster. Be good and listen to me. Wait until he's finished his nirvana before you fight him. Otherwise I'll skin you alive. The little devil uttered a final threat and then disappeared. The dark dragon gasped for breath, his body drenched in cold sweat. From then on, it never attacked the fire cocoon again. Instead, it stayed where it was, so obedient that it was unbelievable. This scene stunned all of its demon subordinates, and the demon kings looked at each other in bewilderment. What happened, ancestor? You were actually frightened by a little devil? They simply couldn't understand the dark dragon's thoughts at the moment. If they knew the truth, they would be terrified and their hearts would burst. A higher god. This is definitely the breath of a higher god. Damn human god, there is actually a higher god hidden behind him. The dark dragon was so frightened that he almost went crazy. What do you want to do? It didn't recognize the little devil just now, nor did it know its origins, but the divine power exuded by this little devil far exceeded the level of a mid-level god. The little devil is actually a higher god. The higher gods. Don't be fooled by its majestic appearance now, but if it encounters another superior god, it will definitely be slapped into pieces without leaving anything behind. This is what scares the dark dragon the most. It could never have imagined that there was a superior god hiding beside Meng Lei. How the hell do we play this? This bastard is so reckless. In the Tower of Time, Dodora stared at Meng Lei, who was wrapped in a fire cocoon, cursing, obviously extremely dissatisfied with Meng Lei's actions. Nirvana rebirth is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be reduced to ashes and your soul will be destroyed. Other netherworld divine phoenixes, no matter how thorough their preparations, would still be extremely cautious. But he, on the other hand, dared to be reborn in Nirvana under such circumstances. He is simply courting death. Although he cursed non-stop, Dodora couldn't hide his worry in his eyes. He ignored the dark dragon, but Meng Lei was different. He could kill the dark dragon with a single slap, but Meng Lei's situation was much more complicated. Can a hasty rebirth into Nirvana succeed? Forget it. He's so reckless, the possibility of success is really slim. If it doesn't work, I'll help him. He must not die. If he does, the loss will be too great. Meng Lei himself doesn't know what the result will be. He only knew that the divine power in his body was being consumed at an alarming rate, with hundreds of drops of divine power being lost every second. 100 drops of divine power in 1 second. What an amazing speed. You know, many demigods have only accumulated this much power after tens of thousands of years. But now, Meng Lei's consumption rate is simply terrifying. Nirvana and rebirth, that's exactly what it means. Every cell, every bone, every muscle, and even every organ must be burned to ashes, until Meng Lei's whole body turned into ashes, leaving only his soul and the purest blood. Then, based on this remnant, he reshaped the divine body. In other words, destruction leads to construction. This whole process naturally consumes a lot of divine power. After all, the divine body is difficult to break, and even more difficult to reshape. At the same time, this is also accompanied by extremely great pain, because the divine body has to be burned to ashes, and the pain can be imagined. But Meng Lei is not afraid of pain. To get to this point, he has experienced countless torments, and pain is no longer scary to him. He is also not afraid of the consumption of divine power. With the wealth of 888.88 million law source crystals in his hands, what is the consumption of divine power? However, the facts that followed made Meng Lei realize that he had seriously underestimated the consumption of divine power. In just 2 hours, the 10,000 divine crystals and divine power that Meng Lei had previously stored were exhausted. In desperation, he had to continue exchanging. System, exchange for 10,000 divine crystals of divine power. The wealth instantly shrank by 100 million law source crystals. At the same time, 10,000 divine crystals of divine power arrived. Another 2 hours passed, and the newly exchanged 10,000 divine crystals and divine power were exhausted again. Meng Lei had no choice but to spend another 100 million law source crystals to exchange for another 10,000 divine crystals and divine power. After 4 hours of burning, Meng Lei felt that his body had been almost completely burned. Bones, muscles, nothing was spared, all turned to ashes. Only a ball of soul fire and a ball of blood were left floating in the void. The fire of the soul is a ball of golden flame, emitting rich soul power. The essence and blood emit a faint golden halo and are filled with a powerful breath of life, condensing the essence of Meng Lei's blood and life. The flesh body is burned, and now it's time to rebuild the divine body. Accompanied by a long sigh, a surge of divine power was injected into the blood essence. As if injected with chicken blood, the blood essence began to replicate and multiply crazily. In an instant, the essence and blood expanded rapidly like an inflated balloon. In just a few breaths, it expanded several times and was almost as big as a basketball. The blood essence expanded so rapidly that the consumption of divine power also became terrifying. The speed was several times faster than before, and thousands of drops of divine power were consumed every second. Originally, 10,000 divine crystals of divine power could support 2 hours, but now it can only last for half an hour. This consumption rate makes Meng Lei shudder with fear. I still have 680 million law source crystals left. Can this guarantee that I can successfully reshape my divine body? Meng Lei felt uneasy. As the saying goes, destruction is easy, reconstruction is hard. Burning the divine body cost 20,000 divine crystals and divine power. How much more would it take to rebuild it? He had no confidence in his heart, but at this point, it was impossible to stop halfway. He had no choice but to make a final push and successfully reshape his divine body. System, exchange for 30,000 divine crystals and divine power. The essence and blood continued to expand and had grown to more than one person's height. Then it began to give birth to meridians, blood vessels, internal organs, bones, muscles, tendons and marrow and other structures. First, the meridians and blood vessels gradually take shape. Then the internal organs and bones gradually develop. Finally, the muscles, tendons, fur and hair appear one by one. When everything was fully conceived and formed, the consumption of divine power gradually stopped. However, at this time, Meng Lei was shocked to find that he only had 880,000 law source crystals of wealth and 200 divine crystals of divine power left. This means that a total of 888 million law source crystals were consumed before and after this nirvana rebirth, leaving only a tiny fraction. It also means that he has returned to the time before liberation and has become a pauper again. But it finally worked. Meng Lei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If the wealth was a little less, this rebirth would really be in vain and completely ruined. If that happens, he will be dead. He clenched his fists, feeling the completely different physique and the surging power gushing from deep in his blood. I feel incredibly powerful, so much stronger than before. I should be considered a young netherworld divine phoenix now. Now that the divine body has taken shape, it's time to go out. Meng Lei's mind moved, and with a loud bang, the black fire cocoon wrapped around him exploded instantly, and he reappeared in front of everyone. It's out. Dodora, the dark dragon Cyrus, the 45 demon kings, the great demon king, and the subdued Babris all turned to look. This kid actually succeeded. What's going on? Dodora was so frightened that her eyes almost popped out. She was ready to help, but it turned out that Meng Lei succeeded. How did he do it? Dodola was full of doubts and almost doubted his life. The dark dragon was also in disbelief. It really couldn't understand why Meng Lei took such a risky step to perform nirvana rebirth and actually succeeded. Is there any fairness in this world? Where can I find justice? But things had developed to this point, and no matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. The dark dragon knew that once Meng Lei's rebirth was successful, he would face an even more powerful Meng Lei. Before, Meng Lei's physical body was comparable to that of an ordinary mid-level god, and now it must have become even more terrifying. Can he still be his opponent? Not to mention the superior god behind him. The dark dragon couldn't help but go crazy when he thought of Dodora. With such a powerful higher-level deity behind Meng Lei, how should it deal with it next? Did he kill Meng Lei first, and then was killed by Dodola? Or should I give up and let Meng Lei bully me? No matter what choice you make, the ending is fucking tragic. Sir Cyrus, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Meng Lei stepped into the void and spoke in a calm voice. His pupils were as black as ink, as pure and flawless as a baby's, with two faint flames flickering in the depths. Human god. The dark dragon stared at Meng Lei. It seems nothing different on the surface, but the dark dragon can feel an invisible oppressive force. This oppression made it feel unbearable palpitations and almost suffocated, as if the person in front of it was not a human god, but an ancient giant beast. Although he hasn't reached the great demon god realm yet, he's far beyond the level of an ordinary demon god. god. The dark dragon was secretly shocked. This damn human god, with just one Nirvana rebirth, has increased his strength to such an outrageous level. It's simply unbelievable. Sir Cyrus, let's continue our fight. Meng Lei's eyes were clear and his fighting spirit was so high that he could hardly hold back. Human god, take your servants and leave the demonic dragon continent immediately. I can pretend nothing happened. The dark demonic dragon growled, from now on, we will keep our distance from each other. How about that? What a brilliant calculation. Meng Lei shook his head slightly. You sent troops to invade my territory, and now you want to send me away so easily. What a fantasy. Human god, what do you want? The dark dragon roared in a low voice. If you do something wrong, you must bear the consequences. Meng Lei's voice gradually turned cold. You can make peace if you want to, but you must first hand over the essence of your soul and submit to me, and then everything will be negotiable. Human god, you are bullying the dragon too much. The dark dragon was furious. There was a biting cold wind over the Tamer plateau. Bobrus and the other 10 gods were all scarred and in a miserable state. They were even firmly controlled by 45 demon kings and great demon kings. If the dark dragon had not been afraid of the power of Dodora behind Monlay and had not kept a backup plan, Bobrus and others would have been executed long ago. Dodora not only protected Monray, but also indirectly saved the lives of Bobrus and others. This shows how powerful the deterrent power of the higher gods is. Human god, you are bullying the dragon too much. The dark dragon glared at Meng Lei, his eyes blazing with anger, and his teeth were itching with hatred. Then let's fight. Meng Lei raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. I believe that after this battle, you will make a wise choice. Human god, leave now before I lose control. The dark dragon had not yet completely lost his mind. Stop talking nonsense. Meng Lei snorted coldly and launched his attack without hesitation. This time, he didn't transform into the netherworld divine phoenix, but attacked in human form. This wasn't arrogance, but confidence in his own strength. After his rebirth, Meng Lei's power had undergone a tremendous change. He firmly believed that he was capable of defeating the dark dragon in his human form without the need to transform. He took a step forward, and the fist shadow came instantly. With a loud bang, the dark dragon was suddenly knocked away. Its nose bridge was smashed and blood gushed out. It turned out that Meng Lei had broken its nose with a punch. The dark dragon was shocked and angry, and roared angrily, "Power of the plains, suppress." The omnipresent power of the plane immediately pressed down, but Meng Lei instantly jumped to the top of the dark dragon's head. Then, he stepped down hard. Howren's enormous force exploded, and a deep pit was directly stepped on the dark dragon's skull, and the huge dragon body fell straight to the ground. The power of the plane is truly terrifying. Meng Lei stood proudly in the sky, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. But it takes time for you to use the power of the plane and for it to actually take effect on me. This time is enough for me to escape. The lesson is still fresh in my mind. It is enough to suffer a loss once. Even without experiencing Nirvana rebirth, Meng Lei has the confidence to avoid the power of the plane, not to mention that his strength has been greatly improved after Nirvana rebirth. The dark dragon was so angry that he almost went mad. It broke its own nose and stepped on its own head. This is undoubtedly a huge insult. As a dignified dark dragon, how can you endure such humiliation? Die, die. The dark dragon suddenly revealed a terrifying dragon body that was 1,000 feet long, opened its mouth and spewed out a dragon breath that covered the sky, pressing down fiercely on Meng Lei. This dragon breath is extremely thick, with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Ordinary people cannot resist it at all, but it has no effect on Meng Lei. He disappeared from the spot in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already behind the dark dragon. It seems you have no other options besides physical attacks, the demonic realm, and the power of the plains. In that case, this battle should end. Meng Lei understood all the tricks of the dark dragon and had no intention of continuing the fight. He glared with his eyes, and 2 balls of netherworld fire ignited in his pupils. The flames then burned wildly. Finally, it turned into 2 black pillars of fire that shot straight into the sky and shot fiercely at the back of the dark dragon. From the appearance, this netherworld divine fire has not changed much. It is still as black as ink, just like Itachi's Amaterasu fire. However, the essence has changed dramatically. The temperature is even more terrifying. Burning power is better than ever. The quality is also much higher than before. In other words, after Meng Lei was reborn, the netherworld divine fire also advanced. This is actually normal. The netherworld divine fire is said to be an immortal flame that can burn all higher gods. It is the netherworld divine fire that has undergone multiple Nirvana rebirths and upgrades. It was not the divine fire burning by the young netherworld divine phoenix. After all, no matter how strong the flame of the young divine phoenix was, it was impossible to burn the higher gods to death. The netherworld divine fire fell on the back of the dark dragon, burning rapidly and spreading at an alarming speed. What is even more shocking is that wherever the divine fire burned, it turned into ashes, and when the cold wind blew, it turned into dust and drifted away. Then, a pitch-black hole appeared in those parts, as if it had been corroded by strong sulfuric acid. The scene was extremely horrifying. However, this is not the most terrifying thing. The key is that the pain caused by the burning of the divine divine fire is almost unbearable. The dark dragon let out a shrill scream and tried desperately to gather demonic energy to dispel the netherworld divine fire, but the fire spread too quickly. The cold wind blew, like a spark on the dry grassland, spreading at an astonishing speed, and the speed of dispersal was far behind. In just a dozen seconds, the netherworld divine fire spread to the entire body of the dark dragon, completely enveloping its massive body of 500,000 feet. Aha! The dark dragon howled in pain and struggled miserably. Its hard dragon scales turned to ashes and its plump and strong body shrank rapidly. This scene made its subordinates completely panic. The 45 demon kings and big demon kings were trembling all over, shaking like sieves, and were extremely terrified. Demon, Lord Demon God, what should I do now? Even Meng Lei himself was shocked by the terrifying power of the netherworld divine fire. I didn't expect the upgraded netherworld divine fire to be so terrifying. A dragon body of the demon god level can actually be burned to ashes. It's really terrifying. However, the stronger the netherworld divine fire is, the more beneficial it is to Meng Lei, which is actually a blessing for him. Sir Cyrus, I'll give you one last chance. Meng Lei flew in front of the dark dragon and said firmly, hand over your soul and submit to me. Despicable human gods. The dark dragon's eyes were bloodshot and glared angrily. I would rather die than surrender. Even if I turn to ashes and burn to ashes, I will never bow to you. In this case, I can only do nothing. Meng Lei shook his head gently. You can go with peace of mind. I will take good care of your subordinates and the dozens of planes you occupy. The dark dragon gnashed its teeth, shattering them. If looks could kill, it would have wanted to cut Meng Lei into pieces. Unfortunately, this is impossible. Sir Cyrus, please leave without worry. Meng Lei smiled faintly, then turned and walked towards the 45 demon kings and the great demon king. God is merciful. I will give you a chance as well. Submit. We are willing to surrender. This group of demon kings and great demon kings knelt down on the ground without hesitation, expressing their willingness to hand over the origin of their souls and submit to Meng Lei. Submit to me? No, you are wrong. Meng Lei shook his head slightly. You should submit to them, not me. The demon kings turned to look at Bobris and the others, with complex expressions on their faces: grief, humiliation, anger, disbelief, and unacceptable pain. They surrendered to Meng Lei without saying anything. After all, Meng Lei was stronger than them. As a demon, it was natural for them to surrender to the strong. But let them bow to Babulus and others? That is even more unbearable than death. They are all my most loyal subordinates. Only by submitting to them can you have a chance to survive. Otherwise, Cyrus will be your example. Meng Lei said lightly. The demon kings were extremely frustrated, but no one dared to refute them. The tragic plight of the demon lord was still vivid in their minds. If they did not submit, is it really going to be burned to ashes by the netherworld divine fire? Faced with the threat of death, these clever demon kings and great demon kings made the wisest choice and lowered their proud heads. You guys start dividing it, Monray said calmly. Bobris and the others responded and began scanning the group of demon kings, selecting their desired targets. The 45 demon kings and the great demon king were filled with grief and anger, but could only suppress it. A grand division meeting began, with various quarrels breaking out one after another. Sir Cyrus, seeing your men being picked and chosen by them like animals, are you very angry? Are you very unwilling? Meng Lei asked with a leisurely smile. The netherworld divine fire had already burned the dark dragon's scales and subcutaneous tissue, and was now burning its muscles. The scene was horrific. Human, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. The dark dragon screamed at the top of his lungs, roaring hysterically, his hatred soaring into the sky. Become a ghost? That requires a chance. Meng Lei shook his head slightly. I will read your memories and burn the fragments of your soul, leaving you with a lifeless spirit and no chance of reincarnation. The dark dragon trembled all over. Human god, you are so cruel. Vicious? I'm far worse than you. Meng Lei shook his head. I only killed one of your dragons, but you wanted to kill every living creature on the sky continent. In comparison, you're still the most vicious. The dark dragon stared directly at Meng Lei. Human god, I admit defeat, but I will curse you and haunt you for eternity, making sure you die a miserable death. Enough, don't let it go on. Meng Lei waved his hand and released several balls of netherworld divine fire. The flames were blazing and the dark dragon quickly turned into ashes. A few minutes later, the dragon body that was 100,000 feet long was completely reduced to ashes, leaving only a magic grid emitting blood-red light. That was the demon's power core, storing the demon's soul and magic power, similar to the godhead of a god. To put it bluntly, this was actually the demon's version of the godhead. It is only to distinguish it from the divine nature of the gods that the demons call it demon nature. After the demon grid appeared, it was still burned by the netherworld divine fire. If nothing unexpected happened, this demon grid would be burned to ashes like the dark dragon. Will Monray let it be destroyed? The answer is no. He also wanted to read the memory of the dark dragon, so he naturally would not allow the demon goo to be destroyed. So he immediately grabbed the demon goo, dispelled the netherworld divine fire, and began to read the memory in it. 48 material planes. Wow, I'm going to be rich now. Mine. These 48 material planes are all mine. mine. No one else can take them away. Get rich. A wave of getting rich. Meng Lei was previously worried about having used up 880 million law source crystals. After all, that was his savings of many years. But now, all the regrets are gone. 48 material planes. What a huge fortune. Think about the 4 true gods of the sky continent, not to mention the oldest elf goddess. The beast god, as a peak mid-level deity, actually only has faith territories in 7 or 8 planes. Crash. The Titan god, before receiving the reward from the Theodore Titan god clan in the Thunder god realm, only owned 5 or 6 faith territories. Let's look at the dragon god again. Although he is the weakest mid-level god, he is still a mid-level god after all, and he only has 1 faith territory, the dragon god empire. This shows how huge the wealth of the 48 material planes is. It is conceivable that if all these 48 material planes become Meng Lei's faith territory, what enormous power of faith will be generated. Cyrus is so lucky. Meng Lei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Cyrus had just risen and encountered an ownerless plane group. This was simply extremely lucky. Compared with Cyrus, the dragon god is about to cry. How can the gap between dragons be so big? Afterwards, Mon Lei continued to read Cyrus's memory. According to his thinking, Cyrus was a powerful demon god with a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, so his memory bank should be extremely large. However, the reality is quite the opposite. Cyrus has very few memories and spends most of his time sleeping. In other words, Cyrus spent most of his time sleeping and very little time awake. What a lazy dragon. However, Monroe also gained useful information from his few memories. For example, the specific situation of the 48 planes, such as the specific location of the 48 plane hearts. After refining the heart of the plane, you will be able to completely control the entire plane. Every blade of grass, every tree, every mountain, every river, every brick and tile will be under your control. Meng Lei couldn't wait to try it himself. He followed Cyrus's memory and found the heart of the plane of the demon dragon continent. Afterwards, he came to a colorful world where the laws of heaven and earth crisscross like chains, filling the entire space. Silver thunder law, the red fire law, blue water law, the golden law of gold. The 10 basic laws are woven into a dense spider web covering this colorful world, and in the center of this colorful web, a colorful diamond-shaped crystal is suspended. The colorful lights are dazzling. 10 laws of heaven and earth seem to spread out from this colorful crystal. This crystal is like the center of a colorful world. This is the heart of the plane. Meng Lei looked the colorful crystal up and down. As it was his first time seeing the heart of a plane, he was filled with curiosity. After taking a closer look, Meng Lei released his divine consciousness to wrap up the heart of the plane. He felt his divine consciousness instantly permeate every corner of the entire demon dragon continent, every mountain, every river, every forest. Everything on the demon dragon continent is in full view. Every detail is visible. The growth of every blade of grass, the cry of every bird and beast, the sound of every little devil sleeping. All of this was clearly reflected in his mind. This is a wonderful experience, just like the feeling when Meng Lei refined the Tower of Time and obtained the Tower of Time. After a careful inspection, Meng Lei discovered a surprising place. The plane of the demon dragon continent was somewhat different from the plane of the sky continent. Sky continent plane. Surrounding it is the endless deep sea, which occupies most of the plane, and the sky continent occupies only a small part. But the plane of the demon dragon continent is different. There are no oceans here, only continents. Countless rivers and lakes are distributed in the center of the continent, and water resources are very abundant. If the sky continent is compared to the Earth, then the demon dragon continent is like Mars. One is dominated by ocean and the other is dominated by land. The two are completely different. The entire surface is a continent, so the land of the demon dragon continent is more vast and breeds more intelligent life. Unfortunately, they were all killed by Cyrus, and then occupied by his demon army. The dragon continent has thus become a demon paradise, a demon's paradise. Mon Ray learned from Cyrus's memory that the dragon continent plane and the other 47 material planes each gave birth to unique creatures. Sadly, after Cyrus' rise, all the creatures within these 48 planes were slaughtered by the demons, leaving not even a single living being. Afterwards, the demons occupied these 48 seats and became the only living creatures here. That's really cruel. Meng Lei was secretly surprised and began to refine the plane heart of the demon dragon continent plane. This thing had no consciousness, so refining it was quite easy. In just a few minutes, Meng Lei left his soul mark in it and completely devoured the heart of the plane of the demon dragon continent. In an instant, he seemed to transform into the entire plane of the demon dragon continent, and the plane also became his existence. If he wants, you can change everything on this plane at will, make the mountains float in the air, make the sea flow backwards, make the forest wither, and even kill all the demons in the plane in an instant. Everything, just one thought. Of course, the prerequisite is that he possesses the power of the plane. It turns out that mobilizing the power of the plane is so shocking. This power is really shocking. Meng Lei fully felt everything in the plane of the demon dragon continent. If he were to fight Cyrus now, he was confident that he could easily suppress the other party. The plane main power of a material plane is too strong, and it is easy to suppress a mid-level god-level demon. At the same time, Meng Lei was also glad that he had the ability to teleport, otherwise once he was suppressed by the power of the plane, he would never be able to turn things around. It's really bad luck for Cyrus to meet me. If it were someone else, they would not be his match at all. Meng Lei smiled and shook his head, his figure flashed and he left the space where the heart of the plane was. At this time, Bobrus and others had already been assigned, and the demons' respective affiliations were clear. Greetings, Master. The subordinates saluted excitedly. Have they all been distributed? Meng Lei asked. Thank you for the reward, Master. We have divided it all. Bobrus and others bowed in thanks, their eyes full of gratitude. As lower-level gods, it is already difficult for them to subdue the Demon King, let alone the great Demon King. Now that I have achieved it, how can I not be grateful to Meng Lei from the bottom of my heart? Then let's get down to business. Cyrus has a total of 48 material planes under his command, Meng Lei said with a smile. I definitely can't manage them all by myself, so I plan to divide these planes among you and let you be responsible for their management. Give it to us? Everyone was slightly stunned. That's right. I plan to divide these 48 planes among you. I'll let you manage them yourselves and spread the faith. Well, spread your faith, Meng Lei explained with a smile. On average, each person will get 3 or 4 planes. This way, you can accumulate a lot of divine power. Since they become gods by fusing divine natures, the path to advancement for Bobrus and others is extremely difficult. Only by fusing with higher-level divine natures can there be hope. Meng Lei doesn't have the advanced godhood yet, so forget about advancing for now. So, spreading the faith seems to be of little use to them? The answer is no. Faith is extremely important to all gods, even those who have merged with the divine nature to become gods. If you have 3 or 4 planes as your faith territory, you can harvest a massive amount of faith power, which can be converted into divine power and strengthen your soul. There are naturally many benefits. After all, for any god, the reserve of divine power and the strength of the soul are always hard indicators of strength. Therefore, faith is crucial. The question is Monroe really willing to give them 48 seats? 48 seats. It just sounds incredible. You don't have to doubt it. Meng Lei smiled faintly. I plan to establish a pantheon, and when that happens, you will all become my subordinate gods. Establish a divine system. Everyone was shocked. The pantheon is a close-knit collection of gods, just like a country or a family, with extremely close relationships between its members. The pantheon is composed of the Lord of the Pantheon and a group of subordinate gods. The Lord of the Pantheon not only commands the entire pantheon, but also has the right to enjoy priority faith. The gods spread the faith, and the master of the pantheon can get 50% of the power of faith collected, and the remaining 50% belongs to the gods. From this we can see that the pantheon has a strict hierarchy, which is completely different from the ordinary alliance of gods. It's all up to the master. Bobrus and others had no objection. They were originally servants of Meng Lei, and even if Meng Lei monopolized the faith of these 48 material planes, they dared not say much. What's more, Meng Lei allocated these 48 seats to them, allowing them to become gods and enjoy 50% of the power of faith. This is such a blessing. Let's go. Accompany me to visit other dimensions, Meng Lei said lightly. Mon Lei had no intention of establishing a pantheon at first, until he acquired 48 planes, when the idea slowly took root. For him, the key to improving strength is still the system, and faith is ultimately just an auxiliary means. After all, the most troublesome thing is that Meng Lei hasn't even ignited the sacred fire yet, which is really embarrassing. What exactly is the sacred fire? Divine fire is the key tool for transforming the power of faith into divine power. It is the converter of divine power. If divine power is compared to electricity, then divine fire is the power plant. Without the divine fire, even if Meng Lei possessed a massive amount of faith power, he could not transform it into divine power. In other words, even if Mon Lei has 1,000 seats as a faith territory, no matter how much faith power is generated, it can only be accumulated and cannot be used. This is such a waste. Instead of doing this, it would be better to divide these planes among Bobrus and others, allowing them to spread faith, accumulate divine power, and improve their strength. With their increased strength, Meng Lei no longer has to worry about many things personally, and the benefits are self-evident. How could Meng Lei have the time to manage so many planes? You know, he couldn't even bother to manage the Dragon God Empire, let alone 48 planes. The best way is to divide it up. Mon Lei firmly believes that for the sake of faith, Bobrus and his companions will do their best to manage these planes. You finally had a flash of inspiration this time. Dodora praised Meng Lei's idea highly. Establishing a pantheon will not only promote the spread of faith, but also inspire the ambitions of the gods to forge ahead and expand outward. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Since even you said so, then there's no problem. Dodora's words made Mon Lei more determined to establish the pantheon. Then, a group of people began to travel among these 48 planes. These planes were connected by teleportation arrays, making movement quite convenient. Of course, Meng Lei did not forget to refine the hearts of these planes to ensure that these planes were completely under his control. These 48 seats have different styles and are are colorful. Some are ocean worlds, some are land worlds, and some are covered by dense forests. They are all extremely vast, rich in resources, and have an environment suitable for living creatures, making them excellent territories for faith. The only thing that makes everyone unhappy is, they're all taken over by demons. Countless demons occupy all these plains, turning the originally beautiful places into a turbid and chaotic place with demons running rampant, which is really disgusting. It's such a waste to be occupied by a demon. Everyone is extremely disgusted with demons, not only because gods and demons are inherently hostile and hate each other. There is a more important reason. Demons are cunning, cruel, and bloodthirsty by nature, and will not easily believe in others. Therefore, cultivating demon believers is much more difficult than cultivating ordinary believers. So everyone wants to get rid of these demons and migrate other creatures here. In fact, Meng Lei also wanted to kill these demons, not because he hated them, but because he was poor. His previous Nirvana rebirth cost him 880 million Law Source crystals, and now he only has a mere 880,000 left. It was like he went back to the pre-liberation era overnight and became a pauper. It really feels bad to be without money. Meng Lei only wanted to enrich his wealth, but his wallet was empty and he lacked confidence. Killing all these demons should make up for the lost wealth. No, it definitely can. Thinking of this, Meng Lei said, "Everyone, I have decided to establish a divine system and divide these plains among you. Do you have any suggestions?" Everyone looked at each other. Bobris scratched his head and asked, "Master, are you serious?" Monroe rolled his eyes. "Since the master has made up his mind, I would like to offer a suggestion. I hope the master will forgive me." Bobris whispered, "Can we destroy all these demons? They are so annoying. I don't want to have a group of demon followers." "Master, I think so too." Cixia also spoke up. "Such a good material plane has been made a mess by these demons. It's such a huge waste." "Yes, master, quickly get rid of these demons. Keeping them around will only waste resources." "Master, I suggest destroying all demons and then migrating some humans, dragons, or orcs from the sky continent." The others echoed the sentiment, their words all implying the same thing. They didn't really have any other thoughts. The master's willingness to share these planes with them was already a pleasant surprise. "What more could you ask for from a bicycle? Since you all think so, let's do it." Meng Lei said after a moment of contemplation, "Destroy the demons and relocate other races." "Master is wise." "Great master, your wisdom is like the stars in the sky, shining brightly, and more like a lighthouse on the sea, guiding us forward." Everyone was excited and cheered, and the sounds of flattery were heard one after another. The words of praise were like the endless torrent of the river and as unstoppable as the flooding of the Yellow River. However, the real question then is, how to eliminate these demons? The demons in the original 48 planes numbered in the billions, and wiping them all out was no easy task. As Zhang Fei said, even if it were 700,000 pigs, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to kill them all. What's more, there are such a huge number of demons in front of us. But for Meng Lei, who had refined the heart of the plane, this was no problem at all. He only needed to think about it to annihilate all the demons. This is the terrifying thing about the Lord of the Plains. Within his own plane, he can mobilize the power of the plane and easily kill all the lower creatures he wants to get rid of. Ding! Kill a horned demon and obtain the 12 Laws Source Crystal. As Meng Lei began to act, his wealth skyrocketed. For every demon he killed, he would gain 1 billion Law Source Crystals. Based on the calculation that each demon is worth 0.1 Law Source Crystal, it means that he killed a full 10 billion demons. Of course, the real number is far higher than this. 1 Law Source Crystal is equal to 10 billion gold coins. 0.1 Law Source Crystal is equivalent to 1 billion gold coins. 1 billion gold coins is the price of a holy beast, which is equivalent to a demon general among the demons. A plane filled entirely with demon generals? Obviously impossible. No matter which world, the majority are always lower-level creatures. Therefore, in this plane alone, the number of demons that died far exceeds 10 billion. Fortunately, Monlei used a humanitarian method of destruction, and these demons died instantly, without pain or fear, and died very peacefully. The next plane, Meng Lei traveled through 48 dimensions and started a new wealth withdrawal mode. After more than 10 dimensions, the wealth consumed was not only replenished, but also exceeded 10 billion. At this moment, the system's cold voice suddenly sounded. Ding! Detected that the host's wealth has exceeded 10 billion Law Source Crystals, meeting the system upgrade conditions. Host, would you like to upgrade? Meng Lei was stunned. Another upgrade? The last time he upgraded was because he broke through the Holy Land and met the upgrade conditions, but this time it was because his wealth exceeded 10 billion. This dog system is really too willful, right? Although he complained in his heart, Meng Lei did not hesitate and decisively issued the upgrade order. Ding! System upgrade requires 10 billion Law Source Crystals. Host, would you like to upgrade? 10 billion Law Source Crystals. Meng Lei couldn't help but gasp. Just to level up, it takes so many Law Source Crystals? This is simply robbery. Ding! System upgrade requires 10 billion Law Source Crystals. Host, do you want to upgrade? The system seemed not to hear Meng Lei's complaints and still gave a cold reminder. Meng Lei suppressed the pain in his heart and issued the upgrade upgrade order with extreme dissatisfaction. The 10 billion law source crystals he had just earned were instantly lost, and Mang Lei became a pauper again. Ding! System upgrade begins. Time for this upgrade, 3 hours. Friendly reminder, during the upgrade, the system will shut down all functions. Please be patient. Go ahead and go to hell. If you dare, go up to the sky and don't come back, damn it. Looking at the empty column of wealth, Mang Lei wanted to cry but had no tears. He had just earned 10 billion with his own ability, and wow, it was gone before he could even start to feel the heat. Fucking or not, are you angry? Although he was extremely unhappy, Mang Lei was still looking forward to the upgrade. The last system upgrade added 2 powerful features: unlimited looting and brutal plundering. Although brutal plunder is not used often, its power cannot be underestimated. Unlimited pickups have brought great help to Mang Lei. The bloodline of the god-killing rat, the bloodline of the 100-armed giant, various fragments of fusion laws, as well as the soul crystals and soul ice marrow that enhance the soul. All of these are obtained through unlimited pickup. It is no exaggeration to say that without infinite pickup, there would be no Mang Lei today. It can be seen that this system upgrade will definitely bring even more amazing benefits. This is also why, even though the system upgrade price was ridiculously high, Mang Lei chose to upgrade without hesitation, because the benefits brought by the upgrade far exceeded his investment. What features will be added in this upgrade? Mang Lei was full of anticipation. Master, what are you doing? Bobris and others were confused when they saw Man Ray suddenly stop and his face was full of anticipation. What is the master so happy about? Tell us so we can be happy too. Boom. It's better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. Boom. Mang Lei waved his hand and said, "You guys go back to Sky Continent first and discuss immigration with Pohaman. I've had some insights and I'm going to go into seclusion for a while." The subordinates were speechless. It had only been a short time since his breakthrough, and this guy had another realization? Compared to our master, we are living like useless dogs. Everyone was so ashamed that they had to take the teleportation array to the Sky Continent. 3 hours passed in a flash, and the system's cold voice sounded again. Ding! The strongest pickup system upgrade is complete. Ding! The strongest pickup system is at your service. Although the voice was cold, Mang Lei felt like listening to the sound of nature. The upgrade is finally complete. System, tell me quickly, what new features have you added? Host, after the system was upgraded, the basic pickup function has undergone some changes. The system responded coldly. The paid features unlimited pickup and brutal plunder have been cancelled. New paid features have been added: super pickup, super plunder, and super enhancement. Super pickup, super predatory, super enhanced. System, please introduce these 3 functions. Mang Lei urged eagerly with excitement on his face. Super pickup, you can pick up dropped items within the specified plane, including but not limited to divine crystals, bloodlines, law fragments, godheads, etc. The system said coldly, this is a paid feature. Price, 100 divine crystals per use. Pick up dropped items within a specified plane? Mang Lei's eyes lit up slightly. Is this an improvement over unlimited pickup? Do I specify the plane? Yes, host, the system replied. Using this function, you can pick up dropped items from any plane specified by the host. I can specify the plane? This function is too abnormal. Mang Lei was very excited. Infinite picking is random picking, and there are countless planes in the vast universe, hundreds of millions of them. The probability of randomly picking from so many planes is extremely low, but this function allows you to specify the plane, and the advantages immediately increase. Designated Thunder God Realm. Picked up from the Thunder God Realm. Designate the Earth God Realm. Picked up from the Earth God Realm. Designate Heaven and Underworld. Picked up from Heaven and Underworld. Regardless of whether you can pick up good things, at least there will be no embarrassing things like the wine girl Anna's underwear, the Elves bra, etc. This function is indeed powerful, but the price? Mang Lei couldn't help but take a breath. The price was really outrageous. 100 divine crystals are equal to 1 million law source crystals. Using a super pickup consumes 1 million law source crystals, which is 1 million times more than infinite pickup. This price is really scary. What about super plunder? Monroe continued to ask. Super plunder, you can plunder any item within the designated plane, including but not limited to divine crystals, bloodlines, law, fragments, godheads, etc. The system replied coldly, the price depends on the plunder target and the power and preciousness of the item. It's really an improved version of brutal plundering. Mang Lei said excitedly, it can actually plunder any item within a designated plane. It's really creepy to think about it. If I want to plunder the main godhead of a certain main god, is that okay? Yes, host. The system responded coldly. Mang Lei couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This function was really perverted. It could even plunder the main god's main godhead. It was simply too terrifying. However, it goes without saying that the price of plundering the main god's godhood must be staggeringly high, and it is definitely not something that can be used casually. System, let's talk about super enhancement. Mang Lei was full of expectations. The first 2 functions did not disappoint him, so the latter one would definitely be good too. Super enhancement can enhance anything in the host's body, including but not limited to physique, spirit, bloodline, godhood, artifacts, and so on. The system said coldly, the price is determined by the level of the enhanced item. This function sounds pretty good. Meng Lei's eyes lit up and he asked excitedly, system, can this function even strengthen bloodlines? If I want to strengthen my bloodline, what changes will occur after the strengthening? The system replied, use this function to strengthen once, and your bloodline level will increase by 1 level. Upgraded to a higher level? Meng Lei was a little confused. What does this mean? Host, bloodlines are divided into levels, the system explained. The levels are, in descending order, mortal bloodline, holy bloodline, demigod bloodline, true god bloodline, ancient god bloodline, supreme bloodline, and creation bloodline. Using super enhancement, the bloodline can be upgraded to a higher level. For example, the mortal bloodline can be enhanced to the holy bloodline, and the holy bloodline can be enhanced to the demigod bloodline. Meng Lei was greatly enlightened by what he heard. The bloodline level division was not unfamiliar to him. After all, it was a common setting. Some races are born with mortal blood, and if they don't practice, they will remain mortal, such as the human race. Some people are born with sanctuary bloodlines, and as long as they reach adulthood, they will be sanctuary beings, such as the golden behemoth, the golden dragon, and the golden dragon lion. There are also some races that are born with demigod blood and are born as demigods, such as the god-killing rat. So it is normal that bloodlines have levels. What surprised Meng Lei was the following 3 bloodline statements. System, what does ancient god mean? He asked with a frown. System explanation, ancient gods, also known as pseudo-lord gods, refer to high-level gods who have comprehended the supreme laws and reached the state of great perfection. Although the ancient gods do not have the true divine nature of the main gods, they have comprehended the supreme laws and their combat power is extremely strong, able to compete with the main gods. Furthermore, the deeper the ancient god's understanding of the supreme law, the stronger his combat power. When an ancient god perfectly masters a supreme law, he can compete with the strongest lord god. Meng Lei suddenly realized that the ancient gods were the great and perfect gods who were familiar with the supreme laws. Based on this inference, the god of time who has comprehended the laws of time can also be considered an ancient god. Although he does not have the divinity of the main god, he can compete with the main god. Next, he became curious. What is the supreme bloodline? And the creation bloodline? The system explained, host, above the main god is the supreme god of the universe, and above that is the Hongmeng creation god, referred to as the supreme god and the creation god. The supreme god of the universe, Hongmeng god of creation. Meng Lei couldn't help but gasp. The Lord God was already the supreme god among gods, the universally recognized king of all gods in the vast universe. The supreme god and the god of creation are actually stronger than the main god. How strong are they? He was so shocked that his heart tightened, and he felt even more insignificant. Forget the supreme god or the creator god, he was not even a mid-level god now. However, I'm still young and have time to improve. Moreover, I have the system to assist me. I believe I will achieve extraordinary achievements in the future. Meng Lei asked again, system, what are the levels of the several bloodlines in my body? The system replied, the host possesses 4 bloodlines in total. The bloodline of the god-killing rat, the bloodline of the netherworld phoenix, and the bloodline of the 100-armed giant are all true god bloodlines. The bloodline of the ancient human race is a higher level of the bloodline of the ancient gods. The first 3 bloodlines failing was within expectations. Meng Lei nodded slightly. After all, the god-slaying rat, the netherworld phoenix, and the 100-armed giant, if they could survive to adulthood, would be able to fight against the higher gods, the powerful ones of the true god bloodline. What surprised him was that the blood of the ancient human race was actually the blood of the ancient gods. Does this mean that as long as I fully awaken the bloodline of the ancient human race, I can become an ancient god capable of competing with the main god after I reach adulthood? It's so scary. Meng Lei was shocked. However, he also knew that the stronger the bloodline, the harder it was to strengthen. Currently, the awakening degree of the ancient human bloodline is only 16%. If you want to increase it to 100% by spending money, you will have to spend 8.4 billion divine crystals. This money is enough to sell him. System, if I want to strengthen the bloodline of the god-killing rat, how much money will it cost? Meng Lei asked. System prompt, ding. The god-slaying rat bloodline is a powerful true god bloodline. After strengthening, it will be upgraded to the ancient god bloodline. Estimated cost, 10 billion god crystals. Forget it, I won't ask. Meng Lei rolled his eyes. He then asked, system, if I want to strengthen my soul, how much does it cost? Host, your soul is currently at the peak stage of a lower level god. After strengthening, it will break through to the middle level god realm. The estimated cost of strengthening is 100,000 divine crystals. 100,000 divine crystals? It's still quite expensive, but I can still accept it. What about strengthening your physique? Can divine weapons also be strengthened? How much does it cost to strengthen the god-killing gun? Host, the god-killing spear is a mid-level artifact. After strengthening, it will be upgraded to a high-level artifact, picked up in a higher plane. Even the main godhead can be plundered. Bloodline, physique, spirit, divinity, artifacts, all can be strengthened. Looking at these three new features, a glint of envy flashed in Meng Lei's eyes. Although the system upgrade cost him 10 billion law source crystals, which was painful for him, the new functions made him extremely excited. This is worthy of the word super. Meng Lei knew clearly that with the help of these three functions, his strength would be greatly improved. The premise is funds. There must be enough money. I want money. Lots of money. What's going on? Meng Lei shouted loudly in his heart. The new function is so powerful, but he is a pauper. Just died like that? So he began to kill crazily. The 16th plane barely earned 1.1 billion law source crystals. The 17th dimension earned another 1.3 billion. In the 18th dimension, another 900 million was earned. Meng Lei worked tirelessly, going through the remaining 33 planes, killing all the demons, and finally accumulated wealth of 34.2 billion law source crystals, 3.42 million divine crystals. Meng Lei licked his lips and said, "System, stop talking. Strengthen my soul first. I want to break through to the middle level divine realm. Host, your spiritual state is already at the peak lower divine realm. After strengthening, it will reach the middle divine realm. The cost is 100,000 divine crystals." The system responded coldly, "Are you sure you want to strengthen it? Strengthen. I have money." Meng Lei waved his hand with great vigor. Wealth instantly decreased by 100,000 divine crystals. At the same time, a golden energy surged into his sea of consciousness and went straight to the fire of his soul. It was as if a bucket of gasoline was poured on it, and the fire of his soul suddenly soared. Boom, boom, boom. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. When all the golden energy was injected, the intensity of the soul fire was 10 times greater than before. If the soul fire before was just a small fireball, now it is a blazing flame. There's a world of difference. Is this the realm of the middle-level gods? Meng Lei felt the extreme pleasure brought by the strengthening of his soul. He could hardly hold back from moaning. There was only one word to describe it: awesome. He couldn't wait to check the properties panel. Race, human, original bloodline, ancient human bloodline 16%, fusion bloodline, god-killing rat bloodline, netherworld phoenix bloodline young, 100-armed giant bloodline. Wealth value, 3.32 million divine crystals. Constitution, golden source divine body, 1%. Spirit, middle god, early stage. Divine power, 200 divine crystals. A mid-level divine body. A mid-level divine soul. Wakaka, I'm also a mid-level god. Meng Lei was so excited that he couldn't help laughing, venting his joy. Of course, despite his excitement, Monray did not forget one important thing: Cyrus's wealth. That's right, the wealth of the dark dragon. Although it is a dark dragon, it is a dragon after all. Cyrus is extremely keen on collecting treasures, not to mention that it has 48 seats. Its wealth is far richer than that of the average middle-level god, and it is a behemoth. Such a treasure must not be missed. After returning to the dragon continent, Monlama rushed to Cyrus's lair without stopping, full of anticipation. However, the excitement plummeted in an instant. The old nest is empty. Treasures, all gone. Damn it! Damn it! Meng Lei was furious. Who is so bold as to steal my treasure? Anger surged in my heart. He has eliminated all the demons on the dragon continent, and there is no way the treasure will disappear for no reason. Someone must have stolen it secretly. How audacious! How dare you steal my treasure? Through the heart of the plane, Meng Lei spread his divine consciousness to the entire demon dragon continent and began a comprehensive search. In an instant, Meng Lei disappeared from the spot. The north of the sky continent is the Arctic icefield, while the south is a lush forest of elves. The north is cold and dead, while the south is full of life. The demon dragon continent is just the opposite. While the north is spring-like year-round, the south is covered in ice and snow. Apart from ice demons like the ice demon, few other demons can survive here. However, with Meng Lei's massacre, the ice demons in the south were all exterminated, just like the other demons in the dragon continent. Logically, there should not be any trace of life left. 8-1. Meng Lei glared, and a ball of netherworld divine fire fell on the scattered pieces of flesh, rapidly spreading out: 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. A moment later, amid the storm dragon's shrill howls, all the pieces of flesh were ignited by the netherworld divine fire and burned fiercely. Monray, what do you want to do? The storm dragon asked hoarsely. If you make a mistake, you have to be punished, right? Even a child understands that. Meng Lei casually grabbed a space ring from the storm dragon, probed his spiritual sense into it, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Countless gold coins, law source crystals, divine crystals, and magic crystals are piled up like mountains. The number is so large that it is difficult to count, and the variety is so wide that it is dazzling. System, take everything you can. The wealth soared again, and it took a long time to stop. At this time, Meng Lei's wealth had reached 4.5 million divine crystals, with an additional 1.2 million divine crystals. 1.2 million divine crystals, equivalent to 12 billion law source crystals. It's an astronomical figure. It is unbelievable that a mid-level god-level demon god possesses such a huge wealth. You know, a normal mid-level deity like the dragon god has less than 10,000 divine crystals. crystals. Cyrus is so abnormal. After obtaining the wealth of the Dark Dragon, Meng Lei's wealth climbed to an astonishing 4.5 million divine crystals. But he was not satisfied. 4.5 million divine crystals? Used to increase the awakening of the ancient human bloodline? Strengthen the bloodline of the god-killing rat, the bloodline of the netherworld phoenix, and the bloodline of the 100-armed giant? Improve the fusion degree of the golden source divine body? Continue to strengthen the soul? The only thing he could spend money on was the degree of integration of the 3 series and 4 series fusion rules, but he was not in a hurry to improve these 2 items. So, I'm still very poor, still a pauper, and I have to keep working hard. Meng Lei's gaze fell on the storm dragon again. Tell me, who gave you the devil's contract? Tell me, and I can let you go. Dragon God. The dark dragon's demonic contract was given to me by the dragon god. He forced me to sign it. The storm dragon roared. He wanted to use the power of the dark dragon to kill you. This is all his conspiracy and has nothing to do with me. It's him? That doesn't make sense. Meng Lei narrowed his eyes slightly. You signed the devil's contract, attracted the devil's army, and the sky continent was occupied by Cyrus. What good will this do to the dragon god? I don't know about this, but the demonic contract was indeed forced upon me by the dragon god. I have no grudge against you. How could I sell my soul to the devil just to avenge the dragon clan? I'm not that selfless. The storm dragon hissed. Lord Meng Lei, you must believe me, I am innocent. That makes sense. Meng Lei nodded slightly. In that case, I'll ask the dragon god in person someday. I believe he'll give me a satisfactory answer. As for you, he grabbed the air and pulled the storm dragon's soul out of his sea of consciousness. I just said I won't kill you, and I will never kill you. You can leave now. The storm dragon, in its spirit state, stared blankly at Meng Lei, then looked at the body burning in the netherworld divine fire. You really want to let me go? Don't want to leave? Then don't leave. Meng Lei said lightly. Let's go. I'm leaving. The storm dragon quickly swung its spirit and swiftly flew into the vast void. Because it was in spirit form, its speed was even faster than before, and it disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Meng Lei, you're just going to let him go like that? I don't think you're a good person. You have to root out the problem. Dodora's voice rang in her ears, and her attention was always focused on the movements outside. Eradication of the roots? That's easy. Meng Lei smiled indifferently and snapped his fingers lightly. In an instant, a shrill soul fluctuation came from the endless darkness, and a touch of netherworld divine fire ignited, devouring the soul of the storm dragon unscrupulously. The netherworld divine fire can burn everything. I knew you weren't that kind, Dodola said with disdain on his face. Meng Lei smiled slightly, turned around, and flew towards the demon dragon continent. When he approached the plane barrier, the barrier automatically split open a door, allowing him to pass through smoothly. This is the power of the Lord of the Plains. Even though he has been a god for many years, he can still return to the sky continent freely without being rejected. After entering the demon dragon continent, Meng Lei did not stop and returned directly to the sky continent. He released his divine consciousness and began to search for the plane heart of the sky continent. For him, obtaining the heart of the plane of the sky continent is not only to control this continent, but more importantly, he wants to find someone. The plane of the sky continent is huge, and the heart of the plane is hidden extremely deeply, making it extremely difficult to find. But Mon Ray was very patient. Since reading Cyrus's memory, he had gained a lot of experience in finding the heart of the plane and realized that being anxious would be of no use. Hard work pays off. 3 days later, Meng Lei finally found the space where the heart of the plane was located, but when he stepped into that area, the scene before him was both expected and surprising. The heart of the plane was actually refined by someone. Someone took the lead and engraved the mark of the soul on the heart of the plane. Meng Lei frowned slightly. He was not surprised that the heart of the plane was occupied by someone else first. After all, for true gods were born in the sky continent, and it was not surprising that any one of them had the ability to refine the heart of the plane. What he couldn't understand was that since there was already a Lord of the Plains in the sky continent, why didn't the Lord of the Plains prevent the rise of the up-and-coming man, or even destroy him? You know, he expelled the 4 major races, disintegrated the 4 major empires, and unified the entire sky continent. It would undoubtedly be an easy task for the Lord of the Plane to destroy him, but the other party chose not to do so. So what if I strike first? I can still destroy the mark of the soul and take back the heart of the plane. Meng Lei snorted coldly, and his spiritual thoughts condensed into a sharp knife, slashing fiercely at the mark of the soul. As long as the mark disappears, the heart of the plane will still belong to him. However, no matter how Meng Lei attacked, the soul mark remained motionless and indestructible. Could such a tough soul mark be left by a superior god? He wondered. At this moment, the soul mark shone with a green halo and condensed into a beautiful figure. She has pointed ears, long golden hair like a waterfall, a beautiful face and a graceful figure, and her eyes are full of holiness and purity. This is... Meng Lei stared at her, already having some guesses in his mind. Among the 4 true gods of the sky continent, the dragon god, the beast god and the titan god are all male, and the elf goddess is the only female god. Little one, nice to meet you. She opened her red lips slightly, her voice as clear and pleasant as spring water. I think you have guessed it. I am the elf goddess. Greetings, Her Majesty the elf goddess. Meng Lei bowed slightly in greeting. The other party was an ancient upper-level deity, and he had just been promoted to a mid-level deity, so he should be humble and polite. I've noticed you a long time ago. The elf goddess revealed a gentle smile. You've achieved a mid-level deity before the age of 20. You're truly a rare genius in the history of the Sky Continent. Your Majesty the goddess, thank you for your kind praise. Meng Lei bowed slightly. No, you are indeed outstanding, she exclaimed. Even looking at the vast universe and the many higher planes, you are a genius that is hard to come by once in 100,000 years. Your Majesty, goddess, thank you for your kind words. Meng Lei blushed slightly. Little one, I want to ask you a question, and I hope you can answer it honestly, the elf goddess said in a serious tone. Please ask, Your Majesty. Meng Lei nodded in agreement. When do you plan to leave Sky Continent? Which force do you plan to join? She stared at him. I haven't thought about that yet. Meng Lei shook his head. As for factions, I know nothing about the Void World, let alone joining any faction. The elf goddess nodded slightly, expressing her understanding. Given your talent, staying in a low-level plane like the Sky Continent for a long time is a waste of time. I suggest you leave as soon as possible. The higher planes are your true stage. Maybe. Meng Lei remained non-committal. Before the system upgrade, staying in Sky Continent really wouldn't be much help. But after the system upgrade, with the addition of 3 new features, everything has changed dramatically. He can pick up items from higher planes. He can plunder creatures from higher planes. It doesn't really matter whether you go to a higher plane or not. Seeing Meng Lei's nonchalant expression, the elf goddess couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. She felt that she might have deceived Meng Lei a little. For a mid-level god, staying in a lower plane really didn't have much value. Why didn't Meng Lei care? Although she was puzzled, she did not ask further questions. Instead, she said, little guy, if one day you decide to leave the Sky Continent, remember to come to the elf tribe to find me. I think I can help you. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your guidance. Meng Lei responded with a slight bow. The elf goddess smiled like a blooming lily. Keep going, little one. I believe you will achieve even greater success in the future. Before she finished speaking, the figure of the elven goddess slowly dissipated, disappearing along with the mark of her soul left on the heart of the plane. Meng Lei looked at the heart of the plane and bowed respectfully, saying, thank you, Your Majesty, for your help. This thank you came from the bottom of his heart. He knew very well that if the elf goddess was unwilling to give up the heart of the plane, with his current strength, he would not be able to defeat the soul mark left on the heart of the plane. But now, the elf goddess took the initiative to remove the mark of her soul, which was equivalent to giving him the heart of the plane for free. How could Meng Lei not be grateful? Afterwards, Meng Lei refined the heart of the plane, completely controlling the Sky Continent plane, and couldn't wait to start checking it out. Familiar scenes flashed through his mind. Compared to the Dragon Continent, the Sky Continent was nothing more than a small island. The sight shifted away from the Sky Continent and came to the endless deep sea. Island after island appeared before the eyes, some big and some small. The big ones were almost as big as the Lost Continent, and the small ones were even less than a few kilometers. Traces of humans and orcs can still be seen on many islands. They live away from conflicts and civilization and make a living by fishing. Can't find it. Still can't find it. Ha, what's that? Suddenly, a huge piece of land came into view. This piece of land was extremely far away from the Sky Continent, tens of millions of kilometers away. It is situated on the endless deep sea, and its area is several times that of the Sky Continent. It has a dense population, far exceeding that of the Sky Continent. I knew that the Sky Continent plane was more complex than it seemed. How could this vast ocean contain only one piece of land, the Sky Continent? Meng Lei was shocked and quickly explored the intelligence of this continent. After a thorough investigation, he was surprised to find this continent actually has humans, elves, dragons, titans, orcs, and even dwarves, orcs and other ethnic groups. But what is surprising is, the ones who dominate this continent are neither dragons, nor titans, nor elves or orcs. The human race occupies the most vast and fertile land on the continent, while the orcs, dragons, elves, titans and other races are scattered around the continent. The human race on this continent is very powerful. Meng Lei was full of admiration and continued to explore in depth. Suddenly, a familiar breath came into view. That's the old Dean. Old Dean, I finally found you. Meng Lei was extremely excited. Wrapped in the power of the plane, he disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next moment, he arrived at the top of a towering mountain in the New World. The mountains are towering into the clouds, and all kinds of strange buildings stand on the mountains. Thousands of buildings are connected together to form a solemn and majestic architectural complex. The square was crowded with people, all dressed in strange clothes, looking up nervously at a figure in the sky. Come on, Dean Amos. Master Dean, let these charlatans of the Holy Sea of Light see the power of our Crocker Academy. At this moment, 5 figures were floating in the sky. Each of them had a powerful aura, reaching the level of demigods in the Sky Continent. One of the 4 people was wearing a red bishop's cloak, a special mitre on his head, golden gloves on his hands, holding holding a pastor's staff and a gold badge with an angel image on his chest. The Holy See of Light, the cardinal. On the other side, there was only one person, wearing a white robe, with red hair and a kind face. If Monlay were here, he would definitely recognize that this person was the old dean he had been looking for, Amos Crocker. Archbishop Chicus. The old dean glared at the four people opposite him and said, "My Croc Academy and the Holy See of Light have always been independent of each other and have not interfered with each other. Why did you trespass?" "Dean Crocker, that's not right." Archbishop Chicus's face was filled with compassion. "God has mercy on the world. Our Lord also cares about the suffering of the people of Croak Kingdom. We obey the Lord's will and want the people of Croak Kingdom to bathe in His glory." "Dean Amos, why are you trying to stop us?" "Stop using such hypocritical rhetoric." The old dean responded coldly, "Isn't it just that you want to promote the belief in the God of Light in the Kingdom of Croak? Don't even think about it. My Kingdom of Crocker is constantly striving for self-improvement and has no need to believe in any gods." "Dean Crocker, you cannot speak for the hundreds of millions of people in the Crocker Kingdom. They enjoy freedom of belief and you have no right to decide for them." Archbishop Chicus's face was full of compassion. "We can't stop them from throwing themselves into the arms of the God of Light." Hypocritical righteousness. The old dean snorted coldly, "If that's the case, then fight. I'm always here to accompany you. Since you are so stubborn, we don't have to be polite." Archbishop Chicus sighed, "Supreme God, your child is about to be lost again. I beg for your forgiveness and pardon." After the prayer ended, Archbishop Chicus's compassionate expression disappeared and turned cold as ice. "Activate the angel battle formation and capture him quickly." The other three cardinals shouted in unison, and holy light power rose from their bodies, transforming into three sacred angel phantoms. In an instant, four auras that shook the heavens and the earth swept over and pressed towards the old dean. The surrounding void was instantly blocked, and the old dean felt an overwhelming pressure, making it difficult for him to move even a little. "You want to suppress me with just the angel battle formation? Fire!" The old dean roared, and suddenly a shadow of the kingdom of God appeared above his head. The surging power of the kingdom of God gushed out, strongly countering the angel battle formation. "God's kingdom! You actually opened up the kingdom of God. Your Excellency the Pope is right. You are indeed the most hidden demigod on the continent." The four cardinals looked at the shadow of the kingdom of God appearing in the sky, feeling horrified and angry. The 3 steps for a demigod to become a true god: ignite the divine fire, condense the Godhead, and establish the kingdom of God. With every step taken, the demigod's strength increases dramatically. Once the kingdom of God is developed, the demigod will officially step into the realm of true God and become a true god. There are only a few true gods on the bright continent. Each of them is a strong man who has gone through thousands of years of trials and tribulations. Who is Amos Crocker? How can he become a god? To become a god without permission is heresy. Archbishop Chicus roared, "Suppress him with all your might, even if it means killing him. The bright continent will never allow anyone to become a god without permission." "Angel blade!" Archbishop Chicus roared, and a sacred sword emitting endless holy light suddenly appeared in the hands of the angel shadow above his head. The sword's edge was so sharp that it forced dark cracks into the void. "It is the angel's blade, the peerless weapon used by the Holy See of Light to exterminate the true God." "Angel blade, cut!" The angel blade chopped down instantly, creating a crack in the void. The sword tip passed through the crack and instantly appeared above the old dean's head. "Damn it, he even brought out the god-slaying god weapon, angel blade." The old dean's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly urged the power of the kingdom of God to resist the suppression of the angel battle formation. His body flashed and he quickly jumped to the side. The angel's blade is a legendary artifact that is invincible in slaying gods and demons. It is said that only the most devout believers can possess it. The four archbishops' cultivation was not much inferior to his, and together with the angel's blade, they were strong enough to kill the true god. The old dean did not dare to fight head-on. He moved extremely fast and successfully avoided the angel's blade, but as he ran away, the shadow of the kingdom of God above his head instantly dissipated. Angel battle formation, continue to suppress. How could the four archbishops miss such a good opportunity? The angelic shadows burst out with holy light and pressed down forcefully on the old dean, pinning him firmly in place. Angel blade, cut! The angel blade swung down again. Unable to move, the old dean could only watch the angel blade slash down at him, his eyes filled with despair. He knew in his heart that he was finished. He was only a demigod, ultimately unable to achieve true godhood. If struck by this divine weapon, the angel blade, his divine body would surely be split in two. "I haven't even returned to the sky continent yet, and I'm going to perish in this bright continent?" The old dean's eyes were filled with endless despair. "Sister, and Meng Lei, I haven't even seen you one last time, and I'm going to die like this. I'm so unwilling." "Dean, be careful." The students and teachers in the square shouted in fear and warned loudly, but their voices were completely drowned out by the howling cold wind. "Amias, go with peace of mind." Archbishop Chicus smiled triumphantly. "After your death, the kingdom of Crocker will be under the wing of the Holy See of Light, and billions of its people will be bathed in the holy light of our Lord. Chicus, the Holy See of Light. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. The old dean's eyes were filled with anger, and he roared to the sky, I will not accept this. The angel blade slashed down suddenly, instantly engulfing the old dean, and with a swing of the momentum, it directly split a mountain in half. This astonishing power terrified the students and teachers in the square, and they looked up at the sky. The sky is empty. Only 4 cardinals stood in the air, while their dean disappeared without a trace, as if he had evaporated from the earth. The old dean? Where's the old dean? Where is he? The students and teachers were distraught, unable to accept this fact. In the entire Crocker Academy, the dean was a god, the incarnation of heaven. But at this moment, the sky seemed to have fallen. Gone? Compared to the distraught students and teachers, the 4 cardinals frowned. Although the angel blade is extremely sharp, it can never cut a person into ashes. Amos disappeared. There was only one possibility. He dodged the attack just now. He actually dodged. The 4 archbishops looked grim. They searched everywhere for the old dean's whereabouts and finally saw him in the void not far away. Wait, who's that person next to him? The 4 archbishops discovered that there was an extra person beside the old dean. He was wearing a black robe and looked less than 20 years old. Do you know him? Archbishop Chicas looked at the 3 people around him. I don't know him. I've never seen him. I haven't seen him either. The 3 cardinals shook their heads in unison. Strange. I can't sense any breath from him. Who is this guy? Archbishop Chicas stared at Meng Lei with a frown. He was flying in the air, but he couldn't sense any breath. Obviously, he was not an ordinary person. Could he be a master? You are Meng Lei? Others didn't know Meng Lei, but the old dean knew him. He looked at Meng Lei in disbelief, his eyes full of surprise. He and the old dean of the Sky Continent were the same person, sharing memories, so he naturally knew Meng Lei. That was why the old dean was so shocked. The Sky Continent is tens of millions of kilometers away, and there is an endless deep sea in between. Even a true god would find it difficult to cross. Meng Lei was in the Sky Continent, but he appeared here. How did he get here? Old dean, long time no see. Meng Lei's eyes were slightly red. After we last met, I thought I would never see you again. I didn't expect you to be alive. Thank God, thank God. Meng Lei, why are you here? The old dean was also very excited. This is a long story. Meng Lei took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with coldness. Old dean, please be patient. Let me deal with these 4 bugs first, and then we can talk about it in detail. Mon Lei, what are you planning to do? The old dean was shocked. They are the cardinals of the Holy Sea of Light. Each of them is a peak demigod and wields the angel blade, the god-killing sword. You are no match for them. Peak demigod? Meng Lei's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of the 4 cardinals. His voice was as cold as ice for 10,000 years. How dare you attack the old dean? You all deserve to die. Unable to discern Meng Lei's strength, Archbishop Chicas did not take action for the time being. Instead, he warned in a deep voice, I don't know who you are, but this is a matter for our Holy Sea of Light. I hope you will not interfere. Otherwise, the Holy Sea of Light? Humph. Meng Lei sneered. What is the Holy Sea of Light? Even if the God of Light himself descends, it cannot change your fate. How dare you blaspheme the great Lord? Archbishop Chicas's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted sternly, you heretic, no matter who you are, if you dare to blaspheme my Lord, you shall die. Angel blade, cut. Monray, be careful. The holy angel blade cut through the void and appeared above Meng Lei's head as if teleporting, and then slashed down, pointing directly at his head. Die, heretic. Archbishop Chicas laughed grimly, as if he had already seen the tragic scene of Mon Lei being split in half and blood splattering everywhere. He was full of confidence in the angel blade. Monray, be careful. The old dean reminded him loudly, but Meng Lei seemed oblivious. Instead, he turned around and smiled at the old dean. Old dean, don't worry. Monray. Seeing this scene, the old dean's heart tightened and he was panicked. He thought, don't worry? How can I let go? Afterwards, he witnessed a scene that he would never forget. Meng Lei stretched out 2 fingers and gently pinched the angel blade, and he actually held it firmly in his hand, without moving at all. Meng Lei's 2 fingers were intact, neither cut off nor bleeding, as if what he was holding was not the angel blade at all, but a pair of ordinary chopsticks. How is this possible? The old dean gasped, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Others didn't understand Meng Lei, but he was different. He accompanied Meng Lei all the way until Meng Lei's clone died and they lost contact. It's only less than 3 years. What can be done in 3 years? It's just time for a nap. How much could Meng Lei grow in just 3 short years? Breaking through the demigod realm was already the pinnacle. However, the reality completely overturned his imagination. What kind of strength does it take to catch the angel blade with bare hands? No, impossible. Absolutely not. Archbishop Chicas and the other 3 cardinals were also extremely shocked. The angel blade was a divine weapon that could kill true gods, but how could it be stuck like this? This must be an illusion. An illusion. The 4 of them simply couldn't accept it. Angel blade? That's all. Meng Lei applied a little force with his fingertips, and with a click, the angel blade emitting holy light was broken into 2 pieces. Angel blade is broken? The 4 cardinals stared with their eyes wide open. Their minds went blank, and they completely collapsed. The old dean regained his composure. This is terrifying. What on on earth has this child been through in the past 3 years to have grown to this point? Whether it's the Church of Light or the God of Light, anyone who dares to harm the old dean must die. Meng Lei shook his wrist slightly, and the half-broken sword turned into a stream of light and shot towards a cardinal. Puff! As expected, the broken sword instantly pierced through the archbishop's head, shot out from the back of the head, and continued to fly due to inertia. The archbishop was stiff all over, his eyes wide open, with an expression of unwillingness to close his eyes. He never expected that he, the cardinal of the Holy See of Light, a figure second only to the emperor, would die here. He can't accept it. Kurt! Archbishop Chikas and the other two glared at Mon Lei with their eyes wide open. Damn heretic, how dare you kill the cardinal of my Holy See of Light? You're dead. No matter who you are, no matter what power is behind you, even if you go to heaven or hell, the Holy See of Light will destroy you. Meng Lei smiled faintly. I am looking forward to that day, but I am afraid you three will never have the chance to see it. How could the three cardinals not hear the murderous intent in Mon Lei's words and turn around and run away? Faced with an opponent who could take the angel blade head on and kill Kurt instantly, they didn't even have the courage to fight back. The farther the better. The farther you run, the safer you are. Escape? Can you escape? Meng Lei slowly uttered a word. Determined. A surge of righteous energy instantly suppressed Archbishop Chikas and the other two who were preparing to escape, as if they were acupunctured, and froze in place for a moment. Meng Lei uttered another word. Archbishop Chikas and the other two instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, which scattered in the wind. They were shattered into pieces, without even a single intact bone left. Dead? For cardinals, just dead like that? Oh my god, how is this possible? A huge wave of emotion surged in the old dean's heart. He never thought that Meng Lei would bring him such a surprise. Killing 4 peak demigod cardinals in the blink of an eye? What kind of terrifying power is this? If the old dean was shocked, then the countless teachers and students in the square were shocked to the extreme. He is the cardinal of the Holy See of Light, a noble being second only to the Pope. The teachers and students were all horrified. As the representative of the God of Light in the continent of Light, the Holy See of Light is the most supreme ruler of the entire continent, and the cardinal is second only to the Lord. And they had just witnessed with their own eyes that 4 cardinals were instantly beheaded by an unknown young man. Who is that young man? Why does he possess such terrifying strength? The dean seems to know him? Could he be a friend of the dean? Meng Lei returned to the old dean as if he had done something insignificant. Old dean, it's been a few years since we last met. How are you? It's okay. The old dean seemed to be truly recognizing Meng Lei for the first time. I haven't seen you for 3 years, and you're so strong. It seems you've been through a lot in these 3 years. Meng Lei smiled and said, Old dean, how did you come to this continent, and what have you experienced here? I really want to know. It's a long story. The old dean sighed. Let's go to my office. The old dean's office is an antique little attic with an elegant surrounding, including rockery waterfalls, small bridges, and flowing water. Living here makes people feel comfortable. Come, have some tea. The old dean poured a cup of tea for each of them, leaned back in his recliner, and sighed. Speaking of my coming to the bright continent, it's a long story. Old dean, please speak slowly. Meng Lei smiled and said that he was filled with joy at being reunited with the old dean, and he was eager to know the old dean's experiences and stories. When I entered the demigod realm, like many demigods, I chose to split my soul. But I didn't divide it evenly. Instead, I divided it 30% to 70%. The distribution of souls was uneven. One has the strength of a demigod, while the other is only at the saint level. The old dean sighed. You know, the sky continent has been completely divided up by the 4 true gods. Demigods like us can't get involved at all. Meng Lei nodded to show his understanding. Before him, many demigods in the sky continent faced such an embarrassing situation. No faith. So, my saint domain clone stayed in the sky continent, while my demigod clone chose to leave the continent and travel into the endless deep sea. The old dean smiled and said, I hope to find a decent island in the endless deep sea to spread faith and collect the power of faith. And then, the endless deep sea is vast and boundless. Although there are many islands, there are not many decent ones. Even many of the good islands are owned. The old dean shook his head and said, there was nothing I could do. I had to continue my journey. This journey lasted for over 5,000 years, and I finally arrived here in a daze. At this point, the old dean couldn't help but smile bitterly. At first, I was filled with excitement, thinking that God was helping me and that my luck was about to change. But that's not the case at all. The territory of this continent is several times that of the sky continent. Whether its population, powerful people, or the level of civilization, it far exceeds our sky continent. These are not the most important things. The most important thing is that this continent has an owner, and the owner's background is extremely powerful. The old dean shook his head and sighed. This continent is ruled by 2 religious forces, the Church of Light and the Church of Darkness. After learning this, I was very disappointed. I came all the way here, but ended up like this. I feel very unhappy. But I was tired and didn't want to travel anymore, so I settled down in seclusion in the bright continent. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the Church of Light destroyed the Church of Darkness, I founded the Kingdom of Crocker. It wasn't until a few years ago, after the Holy See of Light completely wiped out the Holy See of Darkness, darkness and unified the continent that they had the time to deal with my kingdom of Crocker. The old dean gritted his teeth, his face filled with anger. The power of the Holy Sea of Light is astonishingly strong, far surpassing any empire or race on our sky continent. Besides, they have the support of the angels from heaven. My Crocker kingdom is no match for them. If you hadn't saved me today, I would have died. So, thank you so much. Old dean, you are so polite. Meng Lei smiled helplessly. We are no match for each other. Why do we need to be so polite? Hey, I'm just being polite. Don't take it seriously. I'm not being polite with you. The old dean smiled and nodded. Suddenly, his eyes became sharp as torches, staring intently at Meng Lei. Tell me, how strong are you? Have you become a god? You should be a god, right? Meng Lei shook his head and answered honestly, no, I haven't become a god yet. Did he really become a god? The answer is no. He did not kindle the sacred fire without the condensation of Godhead, nor did they establish the kingdom of God. So, he really hasn't become a god yet. He only possesses a soul and a body comparable to those of a mid-level god. You haven't become a god yet? The old dean was stunned. You can kill peak demigods like Chicus in a second, but you haven't become a god yet? This doesn't make sense. Old dean, how could I possibly lie to you? Meng Lei said helplessly, I'm indeed not a god. My body is just a little stronger. He really didn't become a god? The old dean frowned and stared at Meng Lei. I really haven't become a god. Meng Lei nodded seriously and answered, freak, you're such a freak. You haven't become a god yet, you have such strength. The old dean frowned. But if you haven't become a god, then that's troublesome. Meng Lei raised his eyebrows. You killed 4 cardinals. Given the vengeful nature of the Holy Sea of Light, they will definitely not let this go. Next, we must prepare to endure the violent retaliation of the Holy Sea of Light. Meng Lei smiled faintly. It's just the Holy Sea of Light. Don't worry, old dean. If they really dare to come, we can just destroy them. Just destroy them? The old dean laughed bitterly. You truly are ignorant and fearless. The power of the Holy Sea of Light far exceeds your imagination. We are absolutely no match for it. The headquarters of the Holy Sea of Light is located on the Holy Mountain of Light. The entire Holy Mountain is made of crystals of light elements and radiates a sacred glow, holy and peaceful. The Temple of Light stands majestically on the top of the Holy Mountain. At this moment, inside the Temple of Light, Pope Hayes, wearing a crown and a papal robe, knelt devoutly in front of the huge statue of light and prayed, Your Holiness. 4 cardinals suddenly walked into the hall, their faces full of anger. The Pope ignored them and continued to pray devoutly. Seeing this, the 4 archbishops had no choice but to wait in silence. After a long moment, the Pope finished his prayer and slowly spoke, Didn't you go to the Crocker Kingdom? Are you back so soon? These 4 cardinals were none other than the 4 archbishops Chicus who had just been killed by Monray, and the ones standing here were just their clones. Your Holiness, something terrible has happened. Archbishop Chicus gritted his teeth, suppressed his anger, and reported the whole thing in detail. At the end, he said angrily, that evil heretic not only humiliated the great Lord, but also despised our Holy Sea of Light. He must be severely punished, Your Majesty. Yes, Your Holiness. This heretic's crimes are grave and unforgivable. Only by burning him alive at the stake can we deter the world. And that bastard Amos hid himself so well that he secretly opened up the kingdom of God and entered the realm of true gods. His crime is unforgivable. The other 3 cardinals also spoke, their words filled with anger and hatred. With their demigod clone destroyed, their years of hard work had gone to waste. They hated Meng Lei to the core. Pope Hayes listened quietly. After the 4 cardinals finished speaking, he slowly asked, Do you know that young man? I don't know him. We've never seen him before. Chicus and the other 3 shook their heads. We know every demigod-level expert on the continent, but this guy is someone we've never seen or heard of before. If I hadn't known Amos, I would have suspected that he appeared out of nowhere. Pope Hayes said calmly, If I'm not mistaken, the suddenly appearing expert should be from the Sky Continent, just like Amos. The 4 cardinals were stunned for a moment, their faces filled with confusion. Sky Continent? Pope Hayes explained softly, You may not know that on our material plane, there are 3 continents, the bright continent where we are, the Sky Continent to the east, and the God and Demon Continent to the southeast. He continued, These 3 continents are spread out across the vast ocean, tens of millions of kilometers apart, and there is little communication between them. Hearing this, the 4 cardinals were shocked, their eyes full of disbelief. This plane actually has 3 continents. God of Light, this is truly shocking. Sky Continent, God and Demon Continent. It's unbelievable. It's incredible. Pope Hayes said solemnly, These are the highest secrets of our Holy Sea of Light. Only the popes of all generations and the holy sons and holy daughters are qualified to know them. A cardinal's expression changed slightly, and he asked cautiously, Your Holiness, if that's the case, please tell us, is there something wrong? No, there's no need to hide it. A sharp glint flashed in Pope Hayes's eyes. It is the duty and mission of our Church of Light to let the Lord's light illuminate the entire material plane. Now that we have unified the bright continent, it is time to expand outwards and allow the other 2 continents to also bathe in the glory of our Lord. God have mercy on the world. My Lord, have mercy. Your Majesty is wise. The 4 cardinals' eyes sparkled as they praised in in unison, "Your Majesty, why don't you give us a detailed introduction to these two continents? Knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle." Pope Hayes nodded slightly and said, "The Sky Continent is located to the east of the Bright Continent and is ruled by the 4 tribes of dragons, elves, orcs, and titans. These 4 tribes each established a vast empire, each worshipping 4 true gods: the dragon god, the elf goddess, the beast god, and the titan god. Among them, the dragon god, the beast god, and the titan god are all mid-level gods, while the elf goddess worshipped by the elves is a high-level god." The 4 cardinals' expressions suddenly changed, and they asked anxiously, "Your Holiness, have the 4 true gods left this plane?" Pope Hayes nodded slightly. "Phew, luckily they left." The cardinals breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure from the 4 true gods was too great. If one of them still stayed, it would be disastrous. The Sky Continent is the weakest of the 3 continents. Conquering it is not difficult. We can easily take it down by sending a team of angels. Pope Hayes sighed and said, "The difficulty lies in the god and demon continent located in the southeast." "Your Holiness, are there mid-level gods in the continent of gods and demons?" The 4 cardinals felt their hearts tighten and asked solemnly. "The power of their holy sea of light is extremely strong, and ordinary true gods can be easily slaughtered. Only mid-level gods and above are difficult for His Holiness the Pope to deal with. The continent of gods and demons does have mid-level gods." Pope Hayes nodded slowly. "The continent of gods and demons is completely different from the continent of light and the continent of sky. There are no humans, dragons, or titans here. Only magical beasts occupy it." The 4 cardinals were slightly stunned. "Yes, it's Warcraft. The continent of gods and demons is a paradise for Warcraft." Pope Hayes sighed and said, "All Warcraft believe in one true god, the Warcraft god. This Warcraft god is himself a mid-level deity and has always been stationed in the continent of gods and demons." "Your Holiness, this doesn't make sense. Since the god of Warcraft hasn't left this seat yet, it means it's been less than 10,000 years since it became a god," Archbishop Chikas said doubtfully. "As everyone knows, the cultivation speed of the demigod realm is extremely slow, and the progress of true gods is even slower. How could a Warcraft god who has been a god for less than 10,000 years be a mid-level god? That makes sense. A true god that hasn't been a deity for 10,000 years can't possibly be a mid-level deity. If it's not a mid-level deity, we wouldn't be afraid of it at all. As long as we destroy the god of Warcraft, wouldn't it be easy to conquer the continent of gods and demons?" The 3 cardinals echoed this, their faces full of confusion. "No, you're wrong." Pope Hayes shook his head slightly. "Although the god of Warcraft has only been a deity for less than 10,000 years, he is indeed a powerful mid-level deity. In this material plane, he is absolutely invincible. It really is a mid-level deity." The 4 cardinals couldn't help but gasp, completely shocked and speechless. Looking at the vast void, the middle-level gods are nothing, but in the lower material plane, the middle-level gods are absolutely invincible. Because in the lower planes, the upper gods cannot enter, the great gods cannot enter, and the main gods cannot descend. Even with the help of divine power projection, they can only exert the strength of the peak demigod at most. A mid-level deity could turn them into nothingness in one breath. "Your Holiness, is this true?" Archbishop Chikas asked in disbelief. "Of course it's true." Pope Hayes nodded slightly. "The god of Warcraft achieved the status of a lower-level god 5,000 years ago, broke through to the lower-level god 4,300 years ago, and 1,200 years ago, he even crossed over to the realm of a middle-level god." The 4 bishops were terrified and turned pale. From a lower-level deity to a mid-level deity, it only took 3,000 years. How did it do that? 3,000 years? It's just time for a nap. The god of Warcraft was much better. In just 3,000 years, he was promoted from a lower-level god to a middle-level god. Such a speed of cultivation makes everyone feel ashamed. If the other party is really a mid-level deity, then the situation will be extremely difficult. Middle-level gods, how can we fight against them? Even if we gather all the strength of the Holy Church of Light, we can't resist a mid-level god. If they attack, how can we resist? Pope Hayes slowly explained. "The cemetery of gods and demons is located in the continent of gods and demons. The god of Warcraft has cultivated at an astonishing speed. It is very likely that he has obtained something from the cemetery of gods and demons, such as the Godhead." God and Demon Cemetery? The cardinals were slightly stunned. "Your Holiness, what exactly is the cemetery of gods and demons?" The cemetery of gods and demons is the final resting place of gods and demons. It is said that over 30,000 years ago, a meteorite crashed into the continent of gods and demons. Not long after, the gods and demons from the void descended there. Everyone nodded. Pope Hayes said in a deep voice, "Then the war between gods and demons broke out. The fighting was brutal, and countless gods and demons perished in that earth-shattering war. After the war, the surviving gods and demons left the continent of gods and demons, while the fallen gods and demons rest here forever. Therefore, the continent of gods and demons is also known as the cemetery of gods and demons, meaning the holy place where gods and demons are buried." Battle of gods and demons. Fallen gods and demons. Gods and demons cemetery. The 4 cardinals' eyes lit up when they heard this. The place where gods gods and demons were buried must be full of treasures and divine natures could be seen everywhere. If they can pick up a divine power and fuse it, they may be able to become a true god. All the holy sons and holy daughters of our holy sea of light must go to the continent of gods and demons for training. Only those who successfully return alive are qualified to inherit the throne of Pope. Pope Hayes said slowly, "Your Majesty, have you ever been to the continent of gods and demons?" The cardinals looked at the Pope with sharp eyes. Pope Hayes nodded slightly. "I did go to the continent of gods and demons when I was young, and stayed there for more than 50 years. The four cardinals were extremely surprised. The cultivation of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter had always been the biggest secret of the Holy See. Even these cardinals, who were second only to the Pope, were not aware of it. What is even more unexpected is that His Holiness the Pope has actually stayed in the continent of gods and demons for 30 years. Has His Holiness the Pope ever attained divinity? Your Holiness, we haven't heard from the saint for a long time. Did she also go to the continent of gods and demons?" Archbishop Chicus asked cautiously. "That's right, she did go to the continent of gods and demons." Pope Hayes did not deny it. "Teacher, I'm back." A cold voice suddenly sounded. Meng Lei had no idea what was happening in the Holy Sea of Light. He was having a pleasant conversation with the old dean, immersed in the joy of reunion. "Old dean, I saw that when you fought those four cardinals, you actually mobilized the power of the kingdom of God. Have you become a true god?" Monroe asked curiously. Hearing this, the old dean smiled bitterly and shook his head. "No, I haven't become a true god yet, otherwise I wouldn't be in such a mess. How can you mobilize the power of the kingdom of God without opening up the kingdom of God?" Meng Lei was even more confused. "It's a long story." The old dean shook his head and said, "A month ago, while traveling, I stumbled upon a strange place. The laws there were simple, and the area was small, yet it was different from a demiplane. Later, I realized it was actually a ruined kingdom of God." "The ruined kingdom of God?" someone asked. "That's right, it's the ruined kingdom of God." The old dean nodded slightly. "The master of that kingdom of God has fallen. Without the blessing of divine power, it has long since begun to collapse and disintegrate. If nothing unexpected happens, within 100 years, that ruined kingdom of God will completely crumble and disappear into nothingness. I was lucky enough to find an ownerless true Godhead in the kingdom of God." "You can guess what happened next." The old dean shook his head. "Although I have integrated the true God's divine nature, due to the rush of time, it has not yet been fully integrated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been easily defeated by the four demigod-level cardinals of the Holy See." "Old dean, you are so lucky." Meng Lei was speechless for a moment. "It's just that time is too tight." The old man's face was gloomy. "If I could completely integrate that Godhead and become a true God, the situation today would have been very different." "Old dean, you're wrong. Even if you completely merge, you're still no match for the Church of Light." Meng Lei said with a smile, "I can sense that the Church of Light actually has 9 true gods of light, 1 lower-level deity, and countless demigods." "Is this true?" The old dean took a deep breath. "I knew the Holy See of Light was powerful, but I never imagined it would be this strong. This strength is truly unbelievable. By the way, how did you know?" "Amos, you evil heretic, show up and die immediately." Suddenly, a cold voice exploded in the air, like a muffled thunder, resounding throughout the entire Crocker Academy, setting off a huge storm. The old dean's expression changed slightly. "What's coming has finally come. Meng Lei, you should just leave. There's no need to get involved in this dispute." "Don't worry, the Holy See of Light isn't strong enough for me to escape," Meng Lei said with a smile. "Let's go and meet them." "Oh, there's really nothing I can do about you." The old dean sighed and walked out of the office with Meng Lei. Then, he was shocked by the luxurious lineup of the Holy See of Light. Countless knights are floating in the sky, wearing armor of light, helmets of light, and holding holy swords of light in their hands, as holy as angels. "The Knights of Light," a student exclaimed in a low voice. "No, these aren't just any ordinary Knights of Light. They're the Holy Maiden Knights of the Holy See," a teacher corrected. "Look carefully. Those knights are wearing angel emblems on their chests. This is the unique symbol of the Holy Maiden Knights." "The Holy Maiden Knights?" "They are an elite force specifically designed to protect the Holy Maiden of Light. Their lowest rank is a saint. Could it be that the Holy Maiden of Light has come in person? Oh my God, the Holy Lady of Light is here in person." "Monray, today's situation is a bit tricky." The old dean stared at the Holy Knights with a serious expression and a low voice. "Perhaps." Meng Lei smiled faintly. "However, the opponent's lineup is indeed powerful, 24 demigods and 1 peak true god." The old dean gasped. Peak true god? How can we fight him?" "Amos, you've colluded with demons from another continent to bring disaster to our bright continent. Your sins are grave." Archbishop Chicus suddenly stepped out. "Why don't you kneel down and repent immediately? What are you waiting for?" "What did he say?" someone asked in confusion. "What alien demon? Could he be referring to the expert beside the dean? That person is from another continent?" All the teachers and students of Croc Academy turned their eyes to Monlay, their eyes full of curiosity and confusion. "Chicus, stop talking nonsense here and fooling the world. You guys at the Holy See of Light keep doing this all the time, don't you? Have any new tricks?" The old dean responded coldly. "If you want to fight, then and fight. I'm always here to fight you. Cut the crap. Still so stubborn. Archbishop Chicus shouted coldly, come, capture him and bring him back to the holy mountain for trial. At a command, 10 demigods rushed out instantly and pounced on the old dean. Archbishop Chicus stared at Manley, his eyes full of fear and warning. The old dean growled and was about to rush forward to fight the other party, but was stopped by Manley. Old dean, let me do it. It's a good opportunity for you to see the results of my 3 years of training. Well, okay. The old dean sighed and didn't refuse. Facing the terrifying power of the Holy Sea of Light, he had no idea what to do. At this point, we can only pin our hopes on Manley. Manley took a step forward, slowly scanning the crowd of the Holy Sea of Light, and said calmly, I'm in a good mood today and don't want to kill anyone. I'll give you one chance. Get out of my sight immediately. As soon as the words fell, the crowd of the Holy Sea of Light was immediately enraged. The 10 demigods who had previously rushed towards the old dean quickly turned their guns around and rushed towards Manley without hesitation. These 10 demigods seemed to have transformed into 10 white lightning bolts, and the air was rubbed to make a sharp sound, as loud as a train whistle. Devil, prepare to die. Anyone who dares to challenge the Holy Sea of Light, die. You're overestimating yourself. Manley shook his head slightly, stretched out a finger, and gently pointed at the void. Stop. The void solidified instantly, and the 10 arrogant demigods stood still as if they had been acupunctured, unable to move. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, disperse. Manley waved his hand, and in an instant, the 10 demigods exploded and turned into 10 balls of blood mist. The head exploded and blood mist filled the air. The bones shattered and turned into a bloody mist. The limbs exploded and turned into a bloody mist. The internal organs were shattered and turned into bloody mist. All organs exploded into a bloody mist. The blood mist drifted with the wind, quickly sweeping towards the people of the Holy Sea of Light, submerging them in the blink of an eye. Everyone in the Vatican, including Archbishop Chicus, gasped. These 10 demigods died just like that? It didn't cause any ripples, didn't fly over, and didn't make much noise. Just turned into blood mist? Brutal. Archbishop Chicus swallowed his saliva, an indescribable fear rising in his eyes. These 10 demigods who had reached the peak of their training were the backbone of the Holy See. How could they be killed instantly? What kind of terrifying power is this? What kind of terrifying power is this? I just set foot on this continent and had no intention of paying any attention to you, the Church of Light. After all, no matter how arrogant you are just a bunch of ants. Manley seemed to think this matter was insignificant. But since you are seeking your own death, I don't mind crushing you to death. Archbishop Chicus' eyelids twitched and he shouted angrily, obviously knowing that Manley was about to launch an attack. Clang clang clang. The members of the Holy Knights released their fighting spirit in unison, gathering it above their heads and condensing it into an indestructible shield of light that enveloped everyone. You heartless demon, how dare you wantonly slaughter the demigods of my Church of Light? Archbishop Chicus, feeling much safer within the protective shield, glared at Manley with wide eyes. If you know what's good for you, surrender immediately and return to the holy mountain with me to repent your sins. Otherwise, the Lord's punishment will befall you, and you will regret setting foot on the continent of light. Manley glanced coldly at Archbishop Chicus, raised his crystal-clear jade palm, and gently patted the Holy Knights. Boom! The power of the plane condensed into a giant palm that covered the sky, pressing down on the Holy Knights like Mount Tai. Archbishop Chicus and all the knights looked at the giant palm that was crushing down on them, and their hearts were extremely nervous. God of Light bless you. We must block it. Supreme Lord, I praise you. Please protect us from this fatal blow. Everyone prayed silently in their hearts, but their wishes went unanswered. The giant palm that covered the sky touched the light shield, and the shield was instantly covered with cracks. Then, accompanied by a crisp crack, the shield shattered into white light and dissipated into the void. It's over now. Despair suddenly appeared on everyone's faces. The light shield built by tens of thousands of people could not withstand this giant palm. How powerful is this giant palm? Just when everyone thought they were going to be beaten into a pulp, a golden sword light suddenly shot out from the knights and headed straight for the giant palm. Swish! The sword light was sharp and directly split the giant palm, covering the sky into two halves. A golden figure flashed out and stared at Manley coldly. She is tall and curvy. Her appearance is extremely beautiful, even more beautiful than Jinji. His eyes were cold and frost formed on his face. With long golden hair, a pair of slender legs, wearing golden armor and carrying a bright red cloak, he looks heroic and imposing. Your Highness the Saint, Archbishop Chicus called out softly, his heart suddenly filled with excitement. Her Highness the Saint is a peak true god. With her presence, there is nothing to fear. The Holy Maiden of Light Altasia. The Saint stared at Manley coldly, her tone full of ice. Finally out. Manley snapped his fingers and taunted, I thought you would hide behind and not dare to show up. God from the Sky Continent, this is the territory of our Holy Sea of Light. How can we allow you to act so tyrannically here? Follow me back to the Holy Mountain to receive punishment. Saint Altasia said coldly, your territory? Manley laughed silently, but thought to himself, I am the Lord of the Plain, this entire plain is my territory. How dare you not let me run wild? Your Highness, are you planning to make make me laugh to death so you can inherit my Aunt Huabe? Your Highness, do you want to make me laugh to death and then inherit my Aunt Huabe? Artesia was confused, but from Monre's tone, she knew that it was definitely not a good word, and it was even sarcastic. God of another world, you are too arrogant. Artesia's face was as cold as ice. Surrender immediately and follow me back to the holy mountain for trial. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Your Highness, many people have said similar things to me before, and their endings were not very good. I think you can't escape it either. As soon as Meng Lei finished speaking, he slapped down with his palm. Another giant palm covering the sky. Stubborn. Artesia snorted lightly, swung the sword in her hand, and split the giant palm in half with one sword. As expected of Her Majesty the Saint. Your Highness the Saint is mighty. Your Highness, let this damned heretic know the consequences of being an enemy of our Holy Sea of Light. Devil, die. Everyone in the Holy Sea of Light cheered. The Saint defeated Meng Lei's attack with one sword, which made them feel honored. However, the Saint of Light disagreed. That giant palm, covering the sky, was neither a physical attack nor divine power, yet its power reached the level of a true god. Moreover, Meng Lei did it casually. This is really terrible. In the eyes of the Holy Maiden of Light, Meng Lei was like a black hole that she could not see through at all. Based on this alone, she did not dare to underestimate him. When did such a master emerge from the sky continent? The Holy Lady of Light's mind raced, trying to guess Meng Lei's identity. She was very familiar with the sky continent. Your Highness, your strength is quite good. As long as you can take my next move, I can let you live. Meng Lei said leisurely, slowly extending his crystal-clear jade palm, and a black flame condensed in the palm of his hand, gradually turning into a black spear. He waved his sleeve, and the black spear turned into a black lightning, shooting straight towards the Holy Maiden of Light. Black flame? This is the Netherworld divine fire. The Holy Lady of Light's expression suddenly changed. She never expected that Meng Lei could actually release the Netherworld divine fire, which is the unique flame of the Netherworld divine phoenix, the divine beast of hell. Faced with the Netherworld divine fire, the Holy Maiden of Light did not dare to be careless. She quickly mobilized the divine power in her body, injected it into the sword in her hand, and slashed out of thin air. Holy Light Judgment. The dazzling sword energy transformed into a 40-meter-long sword beam, like a rainbow across the sky, instantly splitting a dark crack in the void. What a terrifying Holy Light Judgment! Archbishop Chicus and all the members of the Knights exclaimed in surprise. As members of the Holy See, almost all of them can perform the judgment of Holy Light, but none of them can exert such terrifying power as Her Highness the Saint. Clang! The black spear collided with the golden sword like two heavy hammers, emitting dazzling sparks. An amazing scene happened. The seemingly sharp golden sword light suddenly shattered, turning into countless golden lights flying everywhere. The members of the Holy Knights were immediately in trouble. The overwhelming golden light penetrated their heads and chests, turning them into sieves. Even Cardinal Chicus was shot through the head by a blast of golden light and became the biggest victim. Archbishop Chicus's face was filled with disbelief. As a cardinal of the Holy See of Light, his status was second only to the Pope and the Saint, and he was a highly respected figure in the entire Bright Continent. However, at this moment, his life was hanging by a thread. With both of his divine clones dead, his life was also coming to an end. Plop, plop, plop. Archbishop Chicus fell to the ground, and the unlucky ones of the Holy Knights also fell to the ground like dumplings. For a time, the once powerful and aggressive Holy See of Light suffered heavy casualties, with more than 30% of its members becoming innocent victims. However, the Holy Maiden of Light had no time to care about these people, because the black spear was intact and continued to shoot towards her. There was no time to dodge at this moment. In the critical moment, the Holy Maiden of Light hurriedly mobilized her divine power and set up a layer of divine power shield. As soon as the shield was formed, the black spear shot up. With a crisp sound, a hole was pierced in the divine shield like paper. Puff! Immediately afterwards, the black spear pierced through the neck of the Holy Maiden of Light, passed through her body, and continued to fly forward by inertia. The Holy Lady of Light's face turned pale instantly, and blood gushed out of her throat like a fountain, and she couldn't stop it no matter what she did. You are not a true god. You are a lower level god, a spirit. She stared at Meng Lei and uttered these words slowly, then her head tilted and her body fell straight back. Your Highness the Saint. The remaining members of the Knights were horrified. Some of them rushed towards the Holy Maiden of Light, while others pounced on Meng Lei with red eyes. Damn heretic, how dare you hurt Her Highness the Saint? Any heretic who dares to harm Her Highness the Saint shall die. The Knights launched a violent attack without hesitation. The attacks came like a tide. Meng Lei frowned slightly, and with a wave of his hand, dense golden winged blades shot out, sweeping across the entire Holy Knights. Screams rang out one after another. When the wind blades swept through, almost all the Knights were wiped out, with only a few lucky ones barely standing. Although they were alive, they were all terrified and looked at Meng Lei as if they were facing a ferocious demon. Devil! You are a devil! The Knights shouted in terror. Go back and tell your Pope to give him 3 days to prepare. Whether it's recruiting experts or calling for reinforcements, it's up to him. Meng Lei waved his hand and said, in 3 days, I will go to the Holy Mountain of Light myself. I I hope he won't let me down. Alright, you can get out of here. Although the remaining demigods and members of the Knights were filled with resentment and anger, they had to retreat temporarily in the face of Meng Lei's unparalleled strength. In less than 10 seconds, all the members of the Holy Sea of Light fled, taking away the bodies of the Holy Maiden of Light and the dead knights before leaving. At this moment, only the old Dean and Meng Lei were left floating alone in the sky. The old Dean had a complicated look in his eyes. The Holy Maiden of Light is a peak true god, and you actually killed a peak true god in an instant. Meng Lei, how strong are you? Old Dean, to tell you the truth, no one in our plane can defeat me. Monroe laughed. So, you are a lower-level deity? The old Dean asked in disbelief. Temple of Light, in front of the Statue of Light. Teacher, I'm sorry to disappoint you. The Holy Maiden of Light bowed her head, her face filled with shame. Behind her stood 4 demigods and 3 cardinals, all looking equally embarrassed. Pope Hayes frowned slightly. Altasia, your true god clone was also killed by the god from the Sky Continent? Yes, teacher. Artasia was filled with shame. She had made such a solemn vow when she went into battle, but ended up being defeated and losing face. Tell me about your battle, Pope Hayes said in a deep voice. That's right, teacher. The Holy Maiden of Light dared not conceal anything and recounted the battle in detail. Rather than a battle, it was more like being crushed and killed instantly. Meng Lei only used 3 moves from beginning to end. A giant poem condensed by the power of the plane. The spear condensed from the netherworld divine fire. The wind blade that kills the holy knights. Is this a battle? Obviously, not at all. Pope Hayes was silent for a long time after hearing this. After a while, he slowly spoke. I never thought that such a monster would be born in such a weak land as the Sky Continent. If I'm not mistaken, the Sky Continent must have undergone earth-shaking changes. The Saint of Light nodded slowly. How could the Sky Continent, which had nurtured a being like Meng Lei, not cause drastic changes? And how could he watch helplessly as the 4 true gods took over the Sky Continent? This is absolutely impossible. The descendant of the Netherworld Phoenix, a lower-level deity, is more powerful than we anticipated. Our church is facing an unprecedented crisis. Pope Hayes sighed and said, everyone, prepare yourself for this storm that will destroy the religion. Yes, teacher. You kid, you're really a pervert. The old Dean had a complicated expression on his face. When I was with you back then, I was often shocked by you. I knew your future was limitless, but I never thought that in just 3 years, you would reach such an astonishing realm. Lower-level deity, this is simply unbelievable. Old Dean, stop praising me. I'll get carried away if you continue praising me. Meng Lei laughed. He was indifferent when others praised him, but he felt particularly comfortable when the old Dean praised him. I really don't know how you practiced. The old man shook his head. By the way, how is the Sky Continent now? Hearing this, the smile on Meng Lei's face gradually faded, and he sighed. Old Dean, please don't be angry if I tell you, otherwise I won't say it. The old man raised his eyebrows and said, angry? Hearing you put it that way, I can probably guess what you did. It's definitely not good. You guessed it right. Meng Lei made no secret of it. I killed the emperor of the Dragon God Empire, exterminated all the civil and military officials in the court, and even slaughtered the demigods of Dragon Island, except for your sister, of course. As for the dragon nobles, some died, some were demoted, and there are almost no more left. The vast Dragon God Empire has become my Monlei Empire. Even though he had expected it, the old man was still shocked beyond belief. Kill the emperor, execute the civil and military officials, slaughter the demigods, and demote the nobility. It's really horrifying. This was something he had never dared to imagine, but now Meng Lei had actually realized it one by one. It was simply unbelievable. Old Dean, are you very angry? Meng Lei looked at the old man. Angry? You think too much. The old man waved his hands. I'm just shocked, not angry at all. If it were me, I would do the same. The old man smiled and shook his head. After all, for us, becoming a god is the supreme pursuit. To achieve this, we can do anything. If it were me, I would be even more ruthless than you. You really think so? The old man glared at Meng Lei and said, besides the Dragon God Empire, what about the other 3 empires? With your temper, you will definitely not let them go, right? Meng Lei nodded slightly. I annexed the 3 major empires and completely unified the Sky Continent. Unify the Sky Continent? Awesome. The old man took a breath and said, such a feat could only be accomplished by the Elf Goddess, Titan God, Beast God, and Dragon God of the past. And you are the 5th person to create the world. Who would have thought that that little guy back then would be able to get to where he is today? But honestly, are you coming to Bright Continent this time to occupy this place? Meng Lei shook his head. I came to the Bright Continent to find you. Whether I occupy it or not is secondary. I don't even care about the Bright Continent. The old man said angrily, you're getting cocky, you little brat. How can you not even take the Bright Continent seriously when you only have a few faith territories? Let me tell you, the Bright Continent is much more vast than our Sky Continent. Meng Lei scratched his head and said with a simple smile, not much. If you don't count the Sky Continent, there are only 48 planes of faith. Only 48 planes and you've become so inflated. Wait, how many did you say? The old man's eyes widened like cows. 48 planes? Yes. A few days ago, I accidentally killed a demon and occupied its place. plane, which is exactly 48 material planes. Meng Lei smiled foolishly. The old man was so shocked that he was speechless. 48 planes of faith territory, is this true or not? Meng Lei nodded heavily. The old man took a deep breath and said, "You are so lucky, kid. I really want to strangle you to death and take all 48 seats for myself. It's just a 48-seat restaurant. Why are you so excited?" Meng Lei rolled his eyes. "Old Dean, if you want a territory of faith, I can give you a few," said Meng Lei. "Are you telling the truth?" The old man shuddered, staring at Meng Lei and saying viciously, "If you dare to lie to me, I'll skin you alive." Meng Lei said helplessly, "It's just a few planes, no need to get so excited. I'll give you a few when I get back. But I have to remind you first, those planes are empty. You have to manage them yourself." "No one? How could there be no one?" The old man was slightly stunned. Meng Lei explained the whole story, but the old man waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "As long as there's territory, it doesn't matter whether there are people or not. I'll bring a group of humans and orcs with me when I get back. With their reproductive capacity, within 100 years, the entire plane will be filled with them. Ha ha ha. The faith territories of several planes, how much faith power can be produced? Just thinking about it makes my blood boil, and I can't stop at all." The old man laughed excitedly. Meng Lei didn't want to pay any attention to the crazy old man and took out a few things. "Old Dean, these are 5 lower-level godheads. Keep them for now." "What did you say? Lower godhead? And there are still 5? The old man was stunned, staring at the 5 godheads in Meng Lei's hand in disbelief. Judging from the aura, it was indeed a lower-level godhead, but the old man still found it hard to believe. Could this really be a lower-level godhead? Where did Meng Lei get so many godheads? But the old man didn't hesitate at all. 3 days passed in a flash. That morning, Meng Lei got up early, had a hearty breakfast with the old man, and then flew slowly towards the Holy Mountain of Light. The Holy Mountain of Light is located in the center of the continent. It is the headquarters of the Holy Sea of Light and the core of faith on this continent. Countless believers come here to worship every year. The old man put his hands behind his back, flying in the air while pointing at the mountains and rivers. Although he has not yet integrated the 5 lower-level godheads, his spiritual aura is completely different from what he was 3 days ago. He was full of confidence in this trip to the Holy Sea of Light. After all, Meng Lei had even brought out the lower godhead, so how strong could he be? What was the Holy Sea of Light to him? Although the two of them were not flying in a hurry, they crossed most of the bright continent in less than half an hour and arrived at the foot of the Holy Mountain of Brightness. The entire Holy Mountain of Light is made of crystals of light elements and radiates a holy and divine glow. The majestic Temple of Light stands on the top of the mountain, looking like a heavenly palace under the sunlight. In previous years, there was an endless stream of pilgrims coming to worship the saints, but today the entire Holy Mountain of Light is under strict security, with no believers left, only the knights holding their ground. Knights in armor of light set up guards every 3 steps and sentries every 5 steps, guarding the Holy Mountain of Light tightly and completely surrounding it, without any leakage. What a tight formation! Meng Lei and the old man floated in the air, looking at the Holy Mountain of Light in admiration. "I didn't feel anything on the way, but now I'm a little nervous." The old man took a deep breath. "I hope everything goes well today and nothing goes wrong." "Old Dean, don't worry." Meng Lei consoled him with a smile, then turned towards the towering Holy Mountain and said loudly, "Meng Lei from the Sky Continent pays homage to His Majesty the Pope of the Holy Sea of Light." His voice was not loud, as relaxed as a normal chat, but when it was heard, it was like thunder, roaring and shaking the sky. Boom boom boom. All the Knights of Light who were on high alert were struck by lightning, holding their heads and screaming in pain, with blood oozing from their nostrils and corners of their mouths. The tragic scene of bleeding from all 7 orifices was shocking. "Your Majesty has come from afar, and I hope we can forgive you for not welcoming you in person." A group of people walked out from the gate of the Temple of Light, led by Pope Hayes. There is also the Holy Lady of Light Artasia, 8 cardinals, the Grand Inquisitor of the Holy See, and a large number of ascetics and fanatics, numbering hundreds, all of whom are demigods. 108 demigods, 9 true gods, and an unfathomable Pope of Light. The old dean said solemnly, "The power of the Holy See is truly unfathomable. No wonder they were able to defeat the Dark Church and unify the continent of light. It's really amazing, much better than our sky continent." Meng Lei also admired sincerely. "Your Majesty, I am the Pope of the Holy See of Light. On behalf of the entire Holy Sea of Light and even the continent of light, I warmly welcome you." Pope Hayes' attitude was extremely respectful, as if the person in front of him was not an enemy with a grudge against the Holy Sea of Light, but a distinguished guest. "Your Holiness, please introduce the person next to me." Meng Lei smiled faintly. "He is my teacher, and he is also the founding emperor of the Croak Kingdom and the Dean of Croak College." The Pope nodded slightly in approval. "But unfortunately, as soon as I arrived at the Bright Continent, I witnessed a scene that made me extremely unhappy. The 4 cardinals of your Bright Church actually besieged my former dean and even attempted to occupy Crocker College and even the Crocker Kingdom." Meng Lei said calmly, "Your Holiness, can you give me a reasonable explanation?" "Your Majesty." The Pope bowed slightly and said, "First of all, we were not aware that Dean Crocker was your teacher, so we accidentally offended him. We hope your Majesty Majesty will forgive us. Secondly, spreading the Lord's faith and allowing His glory to illuminate the entire continent is the sacred duty of our Church of Light. We simply hope that the people of the Kingdom of Crocker can soon bathe in the Lord's glory. No offense intended. So, your Holy See of Light is innocent of ignorance and is doing its job without any mistakes, right? Monlay sneered. Your Majesty, the Holy See of Light has always spread the teachings of our Lord, which show His love for the world and His guidance for good. Although there are flaws, it has never made a serious mistake. Pope Hayes spoke slowly, his face full of compassion. Hypocrisy, the old dean snorted coldly. The Holy See of Light, which was clearly dressed in a glamorous appearance, was able to stand until now. Wasn't it because it stepped on countless corpses to rise to power step by step, caring for the world, guiding people to do good? Hearing what His Holiness the Pope said, I feel like I'm making a big deal out of nothing. Meng Lei said calmly, after all, even if the old dean was killed by the 4 cardinals of your Holy See of Light, it was because he hindered your mission. He deserved it, right? Pope Hayes' expression changed slightly. I understand now. So this is the truth that your Church of Light believes in. Meng Lei snapped his fingers and said with a smile, so, I also want to spread my faith in the bright continent. What do you think, Your Holiness? Your Majesty, Your Holiness will definitely stop me, right? If so, you won't complain if I destroy you. Meng Lei smiled and asked, after all, isn't this the truth that your Church of Light upholds? Your Majesty, let's stop talking nonsense. Meng Lei waved his hand and said, Your Holiness, go ahead and use all your tricks. I don't want anyone to say that I didn't give you a chance. Your Majesty, do you really want to tear your face apart? Pope Hayes' face darkened. The Church of Light had stood on the bright continent for over 100,000 years, having weathered countless storms. They truly didn't care about a lower-level deity, the netherworld divine phoenix. Breaking off? No, I'm just practicing your truth. Meng Lei responded with a sneer. Since your Majesty is so aggressive, we can't expect to be polite. Pope Hayes shouted, arrange the angel battle formation. Yes, Your Holiness. As soon as he finished speaking, 9 true gods suddenly soared into the sky and turned into 9 streams of light that instantly surrounded Meng Lei, encircling him. A holy milky white light rose from their bodies, gathered above their heads, and condensed into the shadow of a sacred and majestic angel. As the power of light continued to be injected, the angel's shadow gradually solidified and finally turned into a physical entity. A terrifying pressure swept over and spread in all directions. This pressure has surpassed the level of true gods and reached the realm of lower gods. Angel battle formation, suppress. The 9 true gods roared in unison, and the angel above them stretched out his hands, as if to touch Meng Lei's head, and gently pressed it. A sense of righteousness instantly enveloped Meng Lei, and even the void around him was oppressed, making a creaking sound. Not a bad method, but unfortunately, the majestic holy mountain of light remains holy, emitting a gentle and sacred light. However, today, everyone in the holy mountain of light was tense as if facing a great enemy. From every Knight of Light to Pope Hayes, everyone's eyes were focused on the sky. Everyone on the holy mountain understood that today's battle was a matter of life and death for the Holy See of Light. If they win, the Holy See of Light will be able to continue to rule the continent of light. Losing means total destruction. Success or failure depends on today. Angel battle formation, suppress. The huge force of Howran swept down like a tidal wave, and the void was blocked in an instant. Meng Lei was at the center of the suppression. It's a good way to trap the enemy. Most lower-level gods will indeed be suppressed, but unfortunately, it has no effect on me. Meng Lei put his fingers together to form a sword, and gently drew it across the imprisoned void. The invisible sword light suddenly shot out and slashed towards the solidified void. Sizzle. The void was split in two in an instant, and the repressive force stimulated by the angel battle formation dissipated, and the faces of the 9 true gods changed drastically. The angel battle formation was defeated just like that? How dare you try to trap me, the lord of this plane, in front of me? How childish. Meng Lei flicked his finger, and an invisible spear condensed by the power of the plane shot out and directly pierced through the head of a true god. The true god was struck by lightning, his body suddenly stiffened, a bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows, and golden divine blood flowed out. Am I going to die just like that? His face was full of disbelief. As an ascetic in the Holy See, he had worked hard and diligently for 50,000 years, and finally broke through the shackles 28,760 years ago, stepped into the realm of true God, and became one of the few true gods in the Holy See who broke through on his own. Now, he was about to die. All his years of hard training had gone to waste. He found it hard to accept and was filled with resentment. Lord Conant. The faces of everyone in the Holy See of Light suddenly changed. They were shocked and unbelievable. That was Lord Conant, one of the most powerful ascetics in the Holy See. How could he die like this? How could Lord Conant die? No one could accept this fact. Teacher, this is the kind of attack. The Holy Maiden of Light's face was gloomy. It's neither a physical attack, nor a divine power attack, nor a soul attack, yet it can directly reach the level of a true god. It's extremely strange. Pope Hayes nodded slightly, frowning. Munley's strength far exceeded expectations, and the situation today was extremely serious. Conant died just like that? The remaining 8 true gods all had expressions of fear on their faces, their eyes filled with dread. The angel battle formation they jointly arranged can trap most of the lower-level gods, but now they were easily defeated and Conant was killed. What kind of power is this? A peak lower-level deity. He is definitely a peak lower-level god. The 8 true gods looked at each other and exchanged thoughts. Everyone, the opponent's strength is too strong, far beyond our expectations. What should we do? If you want to defeat him, that's the only move you can use. Otherwise, you're no match for him. That trick? Is there really no other way? Yes, that's the only way. Unless we escape, we have no other choice but to resort to this last resort. Otherwise, we have no chance of winning. It must be said that several of the true gods even considered escaping. As long as a true god set his mind to escaping, he would definitely be able to escape. But the question is, if they escape, what will the Holy See do? They have been brought up by the Church of Light since childhood. The Church is their root. Even if they die, even if they are killed, they will never abandon the Church and run away. One died, and there are 8 left. Meng Lei stared at the remaining 8 true gods and said coldly, "Next, I will kill all of you, flatten the holy mountain of light, and uproot the holy sea of light. Are you ready?" As soon as the words fell, the 8 true gods trembled all over, and hesitation and struggle flashed in their eyes. They really didn't want to use that trick easily. The first one, Meng Lei locked onto a true god and slowly extended his right index finger. "Let's start with you." The true god's face changed drastically, and he instinctively wanted to escape, but he was horrified to find that his body could not move. "Damn it! Move! Move faster!" He screamed in his heart, but a sharp pain instantly came from his eyebrows, quickly sweeping through his nerves and brain. Then, his body became as stiff as wood and fell straight to the ground, his eyes wide open, as if he was dying with his eyes open. The second one. Meng Lei looked around at the remaining 7 true gods, his eyes sweeping over them. The 7 true gods were terrified. 6 of them were still struggling and hesitating, but one true god unexpectedly didn't even look back, fleeing at full speed into the distance. His speed was so fast that he instantly leaped over 10 miles and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. The remaining 6 true gods were stunned, staring blankly at the receding figure of the true god. Their hearts were surging, and they couldn't help but want to curse MMP, but they didn't know whether they should say it out loud. Alpit. Everyone nodded in agreement. This bastard, he actually escaped. They actually betrayed their faith, abandoned the Church of Light, and deserted the battlefield. Shame. He is a disgrace to the Holy See. Pope Hayes's face was so gloomy that it looked as if water was dripping out of his mouth. Usually, Alpert always claimed that he was willing to go through fire and water for the Holy See without complaint, but at the critical moment, he ran away so easily, bringing shame to the Holy See. Is anyone else escaping? The old man was stunned. These charlatans of the Church of Light are usually so compassionate and sympathetic, pretending to be ready to sacrifice their lives for their faith, but I didn't expect them to run away at the critical moment. It's really shocking. Meng Lei smiled and shook his head. Only one escaped, which is already a rare achievement. Think about it, who can cultivate to the realm of true God is not a strong person with a strong will. How could they truly believe in others? That makes sense. The old man nodded in agreement. Whether it is a demigod or a true god, they are selfish in nature. When faced with life and death, they can abandon everything. Now there are only 6 of you left. Meng Lei stared at the remaining 6 true gods. When they saw Meng Lei's gaze, they trembled all over, but did a shocking scene. Without even looking back, he ran away, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the distant horizon. Meng Lei, old man, everyone in the Holy See of Light, old Dean, they've all run away. Meng Lei couldn't help laughing. It seems we were wrong. Their faith in the God of Light isn't as devout as we thought. Yeah, I really misjudged you. The old man said helplessly, human beings are indeed selfish. The stronger and more prestigious the gods are, the more self-centered they tend to be. That's exactly the truth. Meng Lei nodded slightly and turned his gaze to Pope Hayes. Your Holiness, the talents cultivated by your Holy See of Light are truly astonishing. Assholes. These 7 selfish guys are all sinners. Sinners. Pope Hayes could no longer maintain his compassionate look. His face was distorted and his eyes were red. They have abandoned their faith, betrayed the Lord, and betrayed the Church. They are even more despicable than those evil heretics and deserve death. Teacher, what should we do now? The Holy Maiden of Light had a cold expression on her face. She had not expected the situation to develop to this point. 2 true gods died in battle, and the remaining 7 fled without a fight, abandoning them. The Holy See of Light was suddenly caught in an extremely embarrassing and dangerous situation. We can only fight to the death. Pope Hayes spoke slowly. Activate the light shield. The Temple of Light must not be lost. Yes, Master. The Holy Lady of Light nodded slightly and immediately conveyed the order. In an instant, a soft milky white halo rose from around the Temple of Light and quickly spread, forming a milky white shield that isolated the entire temple from the outside world. The light shield is formed from the power of faith accumulated over the years by my light temple. It is strong enough to withstand multiple attacks from mid-level gods. Looking at the gradually forming light shield, Pope Hayes finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the light shield, my light temple should be indestructible. From now on, I can fight with confidence. Teacher, you want to. The Holy Maiden of Light trembled slightly. Altasia, the Lord's faith cannot be blasphemed, and the Holy See of Light cannot be challenged. Remember this, and only then will you become a qualified pope. Pope Hayes looked at Artasia deeply, took off the papal crown on his head with his own hands, and solemnly placed it on the head of the Holy Lady of Light. Teacher, no, don't do this. The Holy Maiden of Light shook her head desperately, her voice choked with sobs, tears glistening in her eyes. Altasia, don't grieve for me. It is my greatest honor to sacrifice my life for the Lord. Pope Hayes smiled kindly. Besides, your teacher won't die so easily. As soon as he finished speaking, Pope Hayes slowly rose into the air. Freed from the restraints of his tiara, his white hair fluttered in the wind, his snow-white robes spotless. Within his thin frame, anger quietly accumulated, like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Your Holiness, you have finally appeared. Mengele smiled and looked at the Pope of Light. You are so brave. I am beginning to admire you. For the glory of the Lord, what is death? Pope Hayes' voice gradually turned cold. Your Majesty, retreat quickly. I wish to pretend that everything that just happened never happened. Otherwise, Your Holiness, you have never understood one thing. Mengele snapped his fingers and shook his head, saying, this is my plane. I will never allow any other beliefs to exist. Do you understand? Pope Hayes swung his scepter, and a surge of divine power poured into it. The sound was like thunder, shaking the sky. God said, let there be light. Brilliant golden divine light descended from the sky. Wherever it passed, the void dissolved into dark cracks. This terrifying divine light even wiped out space itself. The divine light instantly enveloped Mengele. Your Holiness, His Holiness the Pope has finally taken action. His Majesty the Pope is a lower-level deity and the strongest being in our bright continent. If he takes action, this evil god will surely perish. Your Holiness, this evil god must be slain. As soon as Pope Hayes made a move, everyone in the Holy See of Light was in an uproar. They looked at the Pope in the sky with bright eyes, their eyes full of expectation. Teacher, you will definitely defeat him. Definitely. At this point, the Holy See of Light has revealed all its cards. If even the Pope cannot defeat Mengele, then there is only one outcome for the Holy See of Light: destruction. At this moment, all hopes are pinned on him. At the same time, the 7 true gods who had escaped earlier did not completely leave. They were watching this place from a distance that they thought was safe. They all want to know how this battle will end and who will win. Golden divine light descended from the sky and instantly enveloped Mengele. The terrifying dissolving force swept over his body, madly corroding his body. In a flash, Mengele's clothes were completely dissolved, revealing his muscular and slender body and the Rui Jingubang in his hand. As long as you are a lower-level deity, you will be crushed by my attack. Pope Hayes stared at Mengele with full confidence. He is a peak lower-level god. This secret technique of God's sayings was passed down from heaven, and its power is 10 times that of ordinary light-based magic. How could a lower-level god resist such an attack? However, time passed by second, 3 seconds, 10 seconds, half a minute. Mengele was still safe and sound. Except for his clothes being completely dissolved, his divine body was not damaged at all, and even the hair on his body was as straight as before. Your Holiness, is this your attack? Netherworld divine fire rose from Mengele's body, cleverly shielding his vital parts. He looked at Pope Hayes calmly and said, the power is too weak, not even enough to tickle me. Pope Hayes was incredulous. My magic is enough to severely injure the peak lower-level gods. There is no way you can escape unscathed. Absolutely not. Your Holiness, you may have misunderstood something. Mengele shook his head. I never said I was a lower-level god. Isn't it a lower-level deity? Could it be? Pope Hayes's expression suddenly changed. At this moment, Mengele appeared before him as if by teleportation and lightly slapped him on the chest. Pope Hayes spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell straight back and hit the milky white light shield hard. Teacher, Your Holiness. The expressions of everyone in the Holy See of Light suddenly changed, and they stared at the scene in disbelief. With just one move, he defeated His Holiness the Pope. What kind of terrifying power is this? A mid-level deity. He must be a mid-level deity. The Holy Maiden of Light's eyes were filled with fear as she murmured softly, Great Lord, he is actually a mid-level deity. Why is he a mid-level deity? On the plane of the sky continent, such a being is absolutely invincible. Even if the entire Holy See of Light joined forces, it would be impossible to defeat a mid-level deity. The gap in strength is simply too great. I miscalculated. I really miscalculated. Pope Hayes flew up trembling, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect His Majesty to be a mid-level god. I was short-sighted. It's not too late to know now. Mengele snapped his fingers and said calmly, Your Holiness, I admire your strength and courage. I will give you a chance to survive. Submit to me and become the Pope of my Mengele cult. I'm going to disappoint His Majesty. Pope Hayes coughed up a mouthful of blood and said firmly, as a servant of the Lord, I will only believe in the great Lord all my life and will never convert to anyone else. That's such a pity. Mengele said with a hint of regret, in that case, I have no choice but to offend you. He slowly raised his finger, and netherworld fire emerged from his fingertips. A black spear quietly took shape and pointed at Pope Hayes in the distance. Netherworld divine fire. Pope Pope Hay's pupils suddenly contracted. Sensing a great crisis, he quickly waved his scepter and said, "God said, let there be light." A surge of golden divine light gushed out from the scepter, turning into a golden wall blocking in front of him, ready to withstand Meng Lei's attack. "This trick again? Your Holiness, it seems you've exhausted all your cards." Meng Lei waved his hand casually, and the black spear condensed from the netherworld divine fire shot out like a sharp arrow, instantly approaching the golden wall. Puff! Almost unopposed, the spear pierced through the golden wall, piercing Pope Hay's chest and exiting from his back. Pope Hay spat out a mouthful of blood and stared blankly at the black hole in his chest. In an instant, all his fighting spirit and determination turned into despair and powerlessness. The gap is too big. The difference in strength between the two sides is huge. Pope Hayes laughed bitterly. At this point, there is no other way but to use the trick. After saying this, he stared at Meng Lei, then looked at the Temple of Light and the people of the Holy Sea of Light shrouded in the Shield of Light, and said hoarsely, "The Holy Sea of Light will not perish, and the glory of the Lord will always shine on the world." His whole body suddenly ignited with brilliant flames, and the flames that were supposed to be holy were burning Pope Hay's body madly. The breath of life faded away at an alarming rate, like water in a bottomless bucket quickly draining away. "Is this a sacrifice?" The old dean's face changed drastically when he saw this scene. "Monley, stop him. He's offering a sacrifice. He's summoning an angel. Once the angel descends, there will be big trouble." "Sacrifice? Summon an angel?" Meng Lei raised his eyebrows slightly, but he was not surprised. The old dean had told him long ago that the Holy Sea of Light could summon angels from heaven, but this move had the flavor of the seven wounds fist. "If you want to summon, you must first sacrifice. Sacrifice will almost burn the life essence and most of the soul of the sacrificer. At the very least, the strength will be greatly reduced, and at the worst, the sacrifice may result in death. It can be said that sacrifice is almost a means of mutual destruction. The reason why the seven true gods would rather escape than sacrifice was because the price was too high. The stronger the sacrificer, the more powerful the angels summoned. The old dean shouted in a low voice, "Pope Hayes is a lower-level god. The angels he summons by burning his divine body and soul are absolutely terrifying." Meng Lei shook his head slightly and smiled faintly. "Old dean, I have never seen a real angel. This is a good opportunity for me to see one." "See it?" the old dean said angrily. "This is a matter of life and death, and you still want to see it for yourself? What if the angel you summon is stronger than you? It's okay. In this plane, no one is stronger than me. Don't worry." As the sacrifices continued to deepen, the Pope's divine body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his once powerful soul became increasingly weak. Finally, when the sacrifice entered its final stage, Pope Hayes completely turned into a skinny, dying old man, and a golden space door appeared above his head. "Who is calling me?" A majestic voice suddenly sounded, and the space door above the Pope's head slowly opened, and a beam of dazzling golden light that penetrated the sky and the earth poured down. An extremely powerful aura emanated from the golden light column, like a surging golden wave, sweeping around in an instant. Plop, plop. The Knights of Light on the holy mountain of light were suddenly crushed to the ground by this oppressive feeling, unable to even lift their heads. They trembled all over and were terrified to the extreme. Even the Holy Maiden of Light, the high-ranking officials of the Church of Light, and the demigods, who were shrouded in the Shield of Light, felt waves of suffocation and palpitations. What a terrifying aura, definitely surpassing the level of a lower-level god. As expected of His Holiness the Pope, he actually summoned such a powerful angel from the upper realm. The demigod leaders of the Holy Sea of Light looked excited, as if they had already witnessed Meng Lei being powerfully defeated or even killed. The whole place was in an uproar. The golden light gradually faded, revealing a towering figure. He wears a golden halo on his head, holds a golden spear in his hand, and exudes a dazzling golden glow all over his body. He has bare feet and 3 pairs of golden wings spread out behind him. Absolute zero. Seraphim. This is a 6-winged angel comparable to a mid-level god. We are saved. The Holy Sea of Light is saved. Did you see that? We are saved. Everyone was in ecstasy, and the Holy Lady of Light was even more excited. As a member of the Holy See, how could she not understand the level and strength of angels? Angels are divided into 3 categories and 9 levels. The lower angels, with 4 wings, are comparable to the lower gods. The median angel, with 6 wings, is comparable to the median gods. A higher angel, with 8 wings, comparable to a higher god. Each rank is further divided into 3 categories. The 3 levels of median angels are power angels, and archangels, and each level is stronger than the previous one. The angel that descended now had 6 wings on his back and was undoubtedly a mid-level god. A middle-level god, how powerful. But what rank among the middle-rank angels is this angel? If he is a main angel, today's battle is completely won. The Holy Maiden of Light's eyes were excited, full of expectation and hope. "Who summoned me?" The seraph stared down at the scrawny Pope Hayes, his voice commanding. "Angel, I summoned you." Pope Hayes was dying, but his eyes were shining. He pointed at Monley and said excitedly, "My Lord Angel, I am the Pope of the Holy Sea of Light in this plane. Now, an evil blasphemer has been born in our plane. He attempted to destroy the Church of Light light and sever the Lord's faith. I beg the Lord Angel to bring down divine punishment, eradicate this heresy, and protect our church." As soon as he finished speaking, Pope Hayes seemed to have exhausted the last bit of his strength. His head tilted and his whole body went limp. If his chest had not been still rising and falling slightly, everyone would have thought he was dead. "Blasphemer?" The six-winged angel stared at Meng Lei, a sharp cold light flashing in his golden eyes. "Any blasphemer who dares to blaspheme my lord shall be punished by death. I, the Archangel Lorenzo Fillmore, sentence you to death." The majestic voice echoed in the void, and the spear in the six-winged angel's hand pierced towards Meng Lei's eyebrows like lightning, at a speed that was breathtaking. Unfortunately, the spear hit a shadow, but Meng Lei strangely teleported to a few meters away and looked at the power angel with interest. He could clearly feel that the power angel in front of him was not a projection of divine power, but his real body. "This is really shocking. Dodora, didn't they say that the void gods couldn't descend to the lower planes? Why can this six-winged angel descend to the sky continent? Facts aren't absolute. There are always loopholes in the rules of heaven and earth." Dodora explained calmly, "Generally speaking, the void gods cannot descend upon the lower planes, ruled by the gods. However, the Holy Sea of Light, through the use of secret sacrificial techniques, can temporarily open the gate of space and summon the void gods to descend. Of course, this kind of sacrifice belongs to the secret method of the race, and ordinary gods have no way of knowing it. Looking across the void world, there are very few gods who know this way." Meng Lei nodded slightly. "It's so fast." After one of his attacks missed, the six-winged angel Lorenzo frowned slightly. "You actually dodged my attack. It seems you're no ordinary true god, but in front of me, any speed is futile." Angel Realm. The golden ripples slowly spread out, covering the space around Meng Lei. The void was firmly imprisoned, and Meng Lei was also trapped in place. "The divine realm is more than enough to deal with a low-level deity like you." The six-winged angel Lorenzo took a step forward, the tip of his spear firmly pressed against Munli's brow. "Blasphemer, from the moment you blasphemed the Lord, your fate was sealed. Go to hell." With a simple push, the spear tip could penetrate Monrei's brow. However, Lorenzo was surprised to find that he could not move his body. The movements that were usually easy now felt like 1,000 pounds. The six-winged angel Lorenzo looked at the scene in disbelief. Although he was only a mid-level god, he was considered a fierce general among the entire angel clan. He was invincible when he descended to the lower planes. How could he be unable to move? "Is your divine body unable to move?" Meng Lei looked at the six-winged angel with a mocking smile. "Is this the power of the plane?" Lorenzo carefully sensed the power that was restraining him, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. "You have refined the heart of this plane and become the master of this plane?" "You guessed it." Meng Lei smiled and nodded. "Also, I have to add that I am also a mid-level deity, on the same level as you. Even without the power of the plane, your divine domain can't do anything to me." After saying that, Meng Lei took a step forward, approached the six-winged angel strangely, and then punched out. The six-winged angel Lorenzo seemed to be struck by lightning, spitting out blood, and his internal organs seemed to be displaced. "This power is indeed that of a mid-level deity." Lorenzo was horrified and turned to look at Pope Hayes, his eyes filled with anger and hatred. "You damn idiot, are you blind? You actually let me descend into a plane with an owner. Do you want to kill me? You are so stupid." Lorenzo was so angry that he could barely breathe. Monrei was a mid-level deity, also a plane lord. He was no match for him. "I am just an ordinary power angel, but I want to go head-to-head with a mid-level god who is the lord of a plane. Isn't this just courting death?" What's even more hateful is that the Pope didn't even understand this and allowed him to come so easily, which was clearly pushing him into the fire pit. Although he was almost out of breath, Pope Hayes still gritted his teeth and held on. He wanted to hold on until the end of the battle, to see with his own eyes that Monlei was eliminated and the Holy Sea of Light could continue. So, he was still alive, staring intently at the battle between Monrei and the Seraphim. Seeing Meng Lei being imprisoned, he secretly cheered in his heart. He was worthy of being a six-winged angel. His strength was indeed strong. The realm of God could actually suppress Meng Lei. However, at this moment, the Pope was suddenly scolded by the angel, and was stunned for a moment. "Master Seraph, what's wrong with me?" "You damn idiot." The six-winged angel glared at the Pope. "Did you know that he has refined the heart of this plane and become the master of the plane? Lord of the planes?" Pope Hayes's expression suddenly changed. The Holy Sea of Light had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. As the Pope, how could he not know the power of the Lord of the Planes? The Lord of the Planes can mobilize the power of the entire plane for his own use. He is extremely powerful. It is no exaggeration to say that in his own plane, the Lord of the Planes is absolutely invincible. Meng Lei is actually the Lord of the Plane? You're just randomly summoning someone without even figuring out if he's the Lord of the Planes. How foolish. Lorenzo was so angry that he almost vomited blood, but at this point, blaming the Pope was useless. He turned and looked at Monlei. "Sir, I apologize for any offense I've caused you earlier. It was purely out of ignorance. Please forgive me. I'll leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, he took off into the air, ready to return to the space gate and leave the sky continent. Meng Lei said, "You come and go as you please, eyes, sir. What do you think of this place? What are you going to do? The six-winged angel Lorenzo's pupils suddenly shrank, and he stared coldly at Meng Lei, with anger flashing in his eyes. I heard that your angels serve the god of light and are born slaves and lackeys, extremely skilled at serving and ministering? Meng Lei flicked his fingers with a look of disdain. Bold. The six-winged angel Lorenzo's expression suddenly changed. Sir, do you know what you are talking about? Meng Lei raised his eyebrows. You are blaspheming the great god of light. The six-winged angel Lorenzo roared angrily. How dare you, a mere lord of a lower plane, commit treason and blaspheme the Lord God? You deserve to die. Meng Lei sneered and shook his head. Provoking the god of light is a sin? Then I have cursed the god of the underworld, spitted on the god of death, and even dared to contradict the goddess of life in my dream. Isn't this a grave sin and deserves to be cut into pieces? You damned blasphemer. The six-winged angel Lorenzo was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Your crimes are heinous, your sins are deep, your crimes are extremely evil, and you deserve to die. Are you done? Meng Lei waved his hand impatiently. Now that you said that, I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over your soul and submit to me. Submit? You actually want me to surrender? The six-winged angel Lorenzo was furious. I am a member of the angel family and a servant of the great god of light. Even if I die, even if I fall into hell forever and become the demon I hate the most, I will never submit to you. Don't surrender? Then die. Meng Lei snorted coldly, and the netherworld divine fire in his hand suddenly rose. I will use the netherworld divine fire to burn your divine body and soul, and your soul will be shattered. Looking at the netherworld fire burning in Monre's hand, the six-winged angel Lorenzo felt despair in his heart. He is not only the lord of the plane, but also a mid-level god and the netherworld divine phoenix. How could such a perverted existence be born from a low-level plane? My lord angel, it's time to get going. The sooner you get going, the sooner you can report to hell. Monre instantly moved in front of Lorenzo and was about to launch an attack, but he saw that the angel, who should have been righteous and passionate, was prostrating himself at his feet. Don't burn me. I am willing to surrender. Meng Lei was speechless. The old dean was stunned. The Holy Lady of Light was also stunned. The Pope would never have imagined that the angel he summoned would be like this, and chose to surrender before even fighting. Is this really an angel from heaven? So spineless? His Holiness the Pope was so angry that he couldn't breathe and eventually died on the spot, becoming the most bizarre Pope in the Holy See of Light in tens of thousands of years. The seven true gods who had fled the scene were equally shocked. Although the distance was far, it didn't matter to them at all. The angel from the upper realm actually surrendered, and they surrendered before the fight. A dignified six-winged angel is so spineless. It's really shameful. The seven true gods were filled with contempt, but when they thought of themselves, they couldn't feel contempt at all. The angels from above surrendered. But I ran away. We are all birds of a feather. What qualifications do we have to look down on others? However, they were extremely grateful at this moment. Yes, it's a blessing. The seven true gods were glad that they escaped at the last minute and did not fight to the death with Meng Lei like the saint and the Pope, and ended up with such a miserable end. The Holy See of Light is finished. We have completely lost our foothold in the bright continent. Where should we go? Release the essence of the soul. Yes, sir. The six-winged angel Lorenzo did not dare to delay and quickly handed over the origin of his soul, allowing Meng Lei to refine it. Life and death were all in his control. Your name is Lorenzo? Meng Lei asked calmly. Yes, sir, my name is Lorenzo Fillmore, the six-winged angel responded respectfully. Are all you angels so spineless? Meng Lei asked with a raised eyebrow. Sir, Lorenzo's face suddenly turned red, and he stammered, not knowing how to answer. Well, since you've surrendered, then serve me honestly. If you dare to have second thoughts, I will destroy your soul and body, leaving you with no place to bury your body. Meng Lei was quite satisfied with his attitude and turned his gaze to the Holy Lady of Light and the high-ranking officials of the Holy See who were shrouded in the shield of light. When they saw this, their faces turned pale, and they lowered their heads in fear, not daring to look at Meng Lei. In their eyes, Meng Lei is more terrifying than the demons in hell and more terrifying than the devil. Why did it become like this? The Holy Maiden of Light felt desolate in her heart. She could never have imagined that the six-winged angel who had been so majestic just now would surrender in an instant. This went completely against all their expectations. However, what should we do now? What should the Holy See of Light do? Where should they go? Will you show up on your own, or do you want me to find them out myself? Meng Lei said lightly. The high-ranking officials were terrified, but no one responded. Perhaps they were too frightened to speak, or perhaps they were still hoping the light shield would protect them. In short, no one spoke. I won't give up until I reach the Yellow River. Meng Lei shook his head slightly, drew a sword shape with his fingers, and slashed in the air. Sizzle! An invisible sword beam slashed out from the void, instantly striking the light shield. With a crackling sound, the light shield, which had been designed to withstand multiple attacks from a mid-level god, suddenly snapped in two without warning, shattering into nothingness. The light shield was actually broken just like that? The Holy Maiden of Light gasped. Although she knew how powerful Meng Lei was, she had never imagined that he could be so strong. It was truly frightening. At this moment, she suddenly understood why the angel chose to surrender. Facing such a powerful person like Meng Lei, would he only die if he didn't surrender? Now, it's your turn. Meng Lei glanced at the high-ranking officials of the Holy Sea of Light. What do you want to do? Live or die? Plop. Someone knelt on the ground without hesitation. Sir, I am willing to surrender. I only ask you to grant me a way to live. Meng Lei nodded slightly. What about you? Plop, plop, plop. With the first one, the second one followed. In just a few seconds, all 108 demigods knelt down, except for one person who remained standing. She was the Saint of Light, Artasia. They have all surrendered. Why don't you? Meng Lei asked, staring at the Holy Lady of Light. I am the Saint of the Holy Sea of Light. You can kill me, but you can never make me submit to you. Even if I die, I will never betray my faith. The Saint of Light responded coldly. Meng Lei pointed casually, and a bloody hole suddenly appeared between the eyebrows of the Holy Lady of Light. She fell straight to the ground and died on the spot. This scene frightened the 108 demigods. They were all terrified and felt a sudden fear. If they did not surrender, they would probably end up as tragically as Her Highness the Saint. You are so heartless, such a beautiful person, you actually killed her like this? The old dean couldn't help but complain. Don't you have any sympathy for women? You're really clueless. You shouldn't be like this. You're fucking stupid. Meng Lei rolled his eyes at him and said, Old dean, these demigods of the Holy Sea of Light, as well as this bright continent, are all given to you. The old man's eyes suddenly lit up. Meng Lei nodded and said, things here are almost over, and it's time for me to leave. Do you want to come with me, or stay here first? The old man suddenly became conflicted. It had been more than 20,000 years since he left the Sky Continent. Naturally, he wanted to go back and take a look, especially to see his sister. But now the Church of Light has just collapsed, the continent of light has fallen into his hands, many demigods are waiting for him to subdue, and there is also this continent. Now is the perfect time to show off his talents, and he really doesn't want to leave. Meng Lei looked at the old man's hesitation and understood what he was thinking. He couldn't help but said speechlessly, Old Dean, your thinking is a bit rigid. Aren't you just building a teleportation magic circle between the two continents? Then traveling between the two places will only take a moment, won't it? Meng Lei reminded. Teleportation array? Oh, how could I forget about this? The old man slapped his forehead and said in frustration, Oh, you are the Lord of the Plains? That's right. That's great. The old man was extremely excited. The task of building the teleportation array is now handed over to you. You are the Lord of the Plains. This shouldn't be difficult for you, right? If anyone else dared to order him around like that, Meng Lei would have slapped them. But facing this old man, he obeyed obediently. Of course, building the teleportation array was a piece of cake for him. In just 5 minutes, the teleportation array connecting the two continents was completed. The old man excitedly tried it out back and forth. It was indeed very convenient and easy to use. It was built so quickly. The Lord of the Plains is truly extraordinary. The old man couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Meng Lei was very proud. At this moment, the six-winged angel Lorenzo suddenly spoke. Master, the summoning time has come. I am leaving now. What are your instructions? I have only one order. Collect as many divine crystals, law source crystals, gold coins and other resources as possible. The more the better. Do you understand? Meng Lei said. I will obey the master's orders. Lorenzo took the order respectfully and left. Monroe waved his hand. Take care, my lord. Lorenzo bowed slightly, then turned into a golden light and entered the space gate. Meng Lei closed his eyes and carefully sensed the soul mark on Lorenzo's body, and then sensed a huge plane. That's right, it's the realm of light. As a powerful race of gods comparable to the Titans, the angels' footprints can be found throughout the universe. Whether in the heavens, one of the two highest planes, or in the 10 divine realms, or in other lower planes, angels can be found. And Lorenzo, as a six-winged angel, obviously came from the realm of light. It's time to leave, but before we go, Meng Lei turned to look at the old man. Old Dean, would you like to go with me to the treasure house of the Holy Sea of Light? Visiting the treasury of the Holy Sea of Light? The old man's eyes lit up, but then he shook his head. Forget it. I'm content now. I don't care about material possessions anymore. Don't regret it. Meng Lei teased with a smile, then disappeared on the spot. You little bastard, you've already given me so much. If I'm still greedy and go to the treasury of the Holy Sea of Light, that would be too greedy. The old man shook his head and sighed. He turned to look at the leaders of the Church of Light. The Church of Light has been destroyed. From today on, you are the leaders of my Crocker cult. Any objections? Everything is up to you, sir. Everyone responded in unison. Excellent. The old man nodded with satisfaction. These were 108 demigods. Their power was truly astonishing. They will become the best weapons for him to rule the bright continent and spread his faith. My first order to you is, destroy all statues of the God of Light in the bright continent and replace them with statues of me, the great god Croc. Here we go again. The Holy Sea of Light has stood for tens of thousands of years, and its history is far longer than that of the Dragon God Empire, the Beast God Empire, and the Titan Empire on the Sky Continent. One can imagine how wealthy the Holy Sea of Light is and how magnificent abundant its treasury is. There were mountains of law source crystals, piles of elemental crystals, law fragments, and countless magical materials and magical devices. The source crystal of law is directly stored in the system. Elemental crystals and magic crystals were also collected. The holy magic weapon and the semi-divine weapon were also obtained. Monray reaped a rich harvest and finally came to the area where special items were stored. The special items there are similar to those in the treasury of the Dragon God Empire and the Titan Empire, and are filled with all kinds of strange and bizarre things. It could be the remains of a true god, the heart of a demon god, a rare ore, or even a true divine artifact. There are so many varieties that it's dizzying. Ding! Dropped objects detected. Do you want to pick them up? The system prompt sounded. Ding! Picked up successfully. Obtained the bloodline of the four-winged angel. Do you want to fuse it? No fusion. Ding! Dropped item detected. Do you want to pick it up? Ding! Picked up successfully. Obtained the bloodline of the ancient tree of life. Do you want to fuse it? The bloodline of the ancient tree of life? What kind of bloodline is this? Meng Lei couldn't help but look at the object in front of him with curiosity. It was a piece of ordinary wood, as thick as an adult's arm and more than 1 meter long, and looked inconspicuous. Is this a branch of the ancient tree of life? Ancient tree of life? What kind of tree is it? Just as Meng Lei was about to take a closer look, he was surprised to find that the piece of wood was extremely heavy and it was even difficult to hold it. So heavy? He couldn't help but feel secretly shocked. With his current physical strength, he is comparable to a mid-level god. With such great strength, he can easily grab a mountain, let alone a 1 meter long piece of wood? What kind of plant remains are these? Why is a branch so incredibly heavy? Meng Lei decisively asked Dodora for help. Dodora glanced at it casually and said unhappily, "Why ask? It's just an ordinary piece of wood, isn't it?" Dodora, take a closer look. Meng Lei warned, "This wood is incredibly heavy. Even with my current strength, it's hard to hold it. It's definitely not an ordinary dead wood." Dodora was slightly stunned and stared at the half-dead tree again. Gradually, its eyes widened, and finally it gasped, "My goodness, this is a branch of the ancient tree of life. Where did you get it?" "The treasury of the Holy Sea of Light." Meng Lei responded, then asked, "What kind of plant is the ancient tree of life? Is it related to the tree of life?" "Of course it's related." Dodora nodded slightly and said, "In this vast universe, many strange lives have been born, both animal and plant life. Among them, the most famous plant life is the 5 and 8 sacred trees. It is said that they were born on the continent of creation and are extremely ancient." "The 5 and 8 sacred trees?" Meng Lei took a breath and asked curiously, "What are these 5 sacred trees?" "The Mother Earth tree, the deep-sea coral willow, the Fusang sacred tree, the ancient tree of life, and the golden apple tree," Dodora explained. "Among them, the ancient tree of life grows in the forest god realm. It is the oldest, tallest, and most majestic life there. The world-famous tree of life was nurtured by the goddess of nature using branches from the ancient tree of life." "I see." Meng Lei took a deep breath and said in disbelief, "Even a branch is this heavy. How huge is the real ancient tree of life?" "It's huge, far beyond your imagination," Dodora said with a smile. "When you have the chance to leave the sky continent, remember to go to the forest god realm first. I guarantee you will be shocked. That day will definitely come." Meng Lei said firmly, and then left the Tower of Time. System, integrate the blood of the ancient tree of life. A green torrent containing surging life force suddenly surged out from Meng Lei's brain and instantly spread throughout his body. It flows through every part of your body and integrates into your internal organs. All the cells in Meng Lei's body gradually turned green, and even his flesh, bones, organs, and skin began to change. He seemed to be transforming into the form of a Namekian. "I didn't feel any pain at all when fusing with the blood of the ancient tree of life. This is truly a first." Ever since he first fused with the fire dragon bloodline, every fusion had been accompanied by severe pain, almost making him live a life worse than death. But this time there was no pain, which made Meng Lei feel a little uncomfortable. The entire fusion process lasted about 10 minutes. After the fusion was completed, Meng Lei completely turned into a tree. The hair turned into lush leaves, the body turned into a thick trunk, the hands turned into branches, and the feet turned into roots. It is 100 meters tall with lush branches and leaves. The posture is upright and full of vitality. The most amazing thing was that a surge of life energy emanated from Meng Lei's body, and the dried-up plant-based magical materials on the surrounding shelves came back to life and sprouted new buds, growing wildly as if they had been injected with hormones. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. In just a few breaths, the area around Meng Lei instantly turned into a forest, with all kinds of plants growing lushly, submerging him, the culprit. Wow, such surging life energy. Meng Lei felt the changes in the divine body. Not only was the divine body greatly strengthened, but the vitality contained in it was hundreds of times stronger. Vitality increased hundreds of times. This is truly shocking, meaning that Monry's cells are more active, his injuries heal faster, and he can fight longer. System, bring up the properties panel. Race, human, original bloodline, ancient human bloodline 16%, fusion bloodline, god-slaying rat bloodline, netherworld phoenix bloodline young, 100-armed giant bloodline, ancient tree of life bloodline 13%. Wealth value, 6.5 million divine crystals. Constitution, golden source divine body, 1%. Spirit, middle god, early stage. Divine power, 200 divine crystals. Dual system fusion, several. 3-element fusion, wind, light, dark, 0.1%, gold, wood, earth, 0.1%, earth, wood, thunder, 0.1%, gold, dark, ice, 0.1%. 4 elements fusion, ice, gold, dark fire, 0.1%. The degree of fusion of the ancient tree of life's bloodline is only 13%. Meng Lei couldn't help but marvel at it. System, how much does it cost to increase the fusion degree of the ancient life tree's bloodline? Host, increasing the degree of fusion of the ancient tree's bloodline by 1% requires 100 million divine crystals. The system replied coldly. 100 million divine crystals? So expensive. Meng Lei opened his mouth in surprise. Could it be that the bloodline of the ancient tree of life is also the bloodline of the ancient god? Yes, host. It's actually another bloodline of the ancient god. I'm really going to make a fortune this time. Meng Lei was very excited. The bloodline of the ancient human race is the bloodline of the ancient gods, and the bloodline of the ancient tree of life also belongs to the bloodline of the ancient gods. He now holds 2 bloodlines of the ancient gods. This means that he has an extra layer of solid protection on his road to becoming an ancient god, which is really refreshing. Then, Meng Lei returned to human form from his tree form and frowned as he saw himself surrounded by dense vegetation. With a wave of his hand, he gathered the plants grown from magical materials and sent them to the Tower of Time for planting. These magical materials that could be placed here were all extremely valuable and rare. Rather than letting them wither, they should be placed in the Tower of Time and nurtured. Afterwards, Meng Lei continued to check for other treasures. Ding! Picked up successfully, obtained the bloodline of the 6-winged angel. Do you want to fuse it? Ding! Picked up successfully, obtained the bloodline of the 6-winged angel. Do you want to fuse it? What does this mean? No fusion. Ding! Picked up successfully, obtained the secret art of light magic god sayings. Do you want to merge it? God says? Mon Lei was slightly stunned. Although Pope Hayes was easily defeated by him, he was deeply impressed by the divine arts Hayes displayed. The power of a peak lower-level god can actually cast a divine spell with destructive power comparable to that of a mid-level god. The increase in power cannot be underestimated. Such a powerful secret technique. I must take a closer look. In an instant, a large amount of information flooded into Meng Lei's mind. It took him a long time to digest it, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. God says is a light magic inherited from the angel clan. Its power far exceeds that of ordinary light magic by 10 or even dozens of times. If general light magic is compared to ordinary light magic, then God says is the light dragon language magic in the light magic, and its power is extraordinary. What a treasure! Meng Lei nodded repeatedly. With this secret technique, my divine attacks will be more colorful. Ding! Picked up successfully, obtained the bloodline of the bright eagle. Do you want to fuse it? Bloodline of the bright eagle? What is this? The system did not respond, so Meng Lei had to ask Tadora for help. Tadora is a literal encyclopedia of all things. The bright eagle is a divine beast of both light and wind. When fully grown, it can rival the power of a lower-level deity. It can only be comparable to lower-level gods after it reaches adulthood. This divine beast is garbage, so throw it away. Meng Lei shook his head without hesitation. After a round of inspection, Meng Lei did not obtain any other precious treasures, so he left the demiplane where the treasury of the Holy Sea of Light was located. Old Dean, do you want to go back together? The old man nodded repeatedly. I have arranged the tasks properly. I believe they can complete them excellently. Now I can be a hands-off boss. Meng Lei approved of the old man's approach. He believed that things like spreading faith could be left to his subordinates and there was no need to do it personally. Afterwards, Meng Lei took the old man back to the Sky Continent and went straight to the former Dragon God Empire Palace, which is now the Meng Lei Empire Palace. The palace has hardly changed at all, but the owner has changed from the former Dragon Clan to the current Meng Lei. Things have really changed. In those days, I stepped into the Imperial Palace many times, met the Dragon Emperor, and even took the children of the Fire Dragon Magic Academy to participate in the Imperial Exchange competition. The old man sighed. At that time, I never imagined that the dragons would be driven out of the palace and that the masters of the empire would become humans. The world is truly unpredictable. 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side of the river. Meng Lei smiled and said, everything is constantly changing. There is no eternal dynasty, nor is there an immortal dynasty. That makes sense. The old man nodded slightly. Let's go, old Dean. Go into the palace and sit for a while, then you can go back to Dragon Island. Meng Lei said with a smile. When Meng Lei returned to the palace, Pohaman and his men hurried forward to greet him. Greetings, master. Meng Lei didn't react much, but the old man was stunned. He stared at Pohaman and others. Wow, such terrifying divine might. Each of them is so powerful, no less powerful than the Pope of the Holy Sea of Light. Could they all be lower-level gods? Monrei, are they really lower-level gods? The old man couldn't help asking. Yes, they are all all lower-level gods. Monroe replied with a smile. Oh my god, there are so many lower-level gods. The old man gasped. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, there are actually 12. It's unbelievable. The old man looked at Pohaman and others, and everyone was looking back at him, with confusion on their faces. Who is this old man and why is he so close to the master? Monley introduced calmly. This is my teacher, Amos Crocker. Amos Crocker? Everyone was puzzled, but Saniel was shocked and asked in surprise, are you Emeren's brother? The old man turned and looked at Saniel. I am the demigod of the Black Dragon clan, Saniel. He introduced himself. Saniel was confused. Amos, aren't you dead? How could it be? The old man laughed heartily. Ah, I have 2 lives. So that's it. Saniel nodded slightly and understood instantly. Menglay glanced at everyone and said calmly, the old dean is the person I respect the most. From now on, you must treat him the same way you treat me. Do you understand? Yes, master, everyone responded in unison. The old man quickly waved his hands and said, Menglay, there's no need to say that. They are all lower-level gods. I'm not even a true god. How could I dare to let them treat me like they treat you? Menglay smiled and shook his head, then asked, how are you handling the immigration issue? You should have a rough plan, right? Pohaman stepped forward. We've discussed this matter and agree that to develop a 48-seat surface as quickly as possible, the best approach is to first migrate some of the more fertile orc races, such as pigmen, rabbitmen, and kobolds, and then gradually introduce other races. Besides, the Beast God Empire has just suffered a heavy blow, and the entire empire is in panic. This is the best time for them to establish faith in their hearts. The others nodded in agreement. You've thought it through very carefully. I'll leave this matter to you. Don't let me down. Menglay nodded slightly. Once this matter is properly handled, it will be time to divide the plains and form a pantheon. Yes, master. Everyone looked excited and full of expectations for the future, dividing the plains and forming a pantheon. By then, they will all become gods under Menglay, enjoying endless faith and glory, which is really exciting. I've been away these few days. Has anything happened in the Sky Continent? Menglay asked. Master, everything is normal in the Sky Continent. Pohaman bowed and replied, and the others nodded. With so many lower-level gods in charge, it would not be easy for trouble to occur. But Saniel hesitated for a moment, then suddenly said, Master, the dragon god once came to me. Menglay raised his eyebrows. What does he want you to do? He told me to destroy the teleportation array in the Arctic ice field and occupy the 48 seats left by the Dark Dragon. Of course, that's not the point. Saniel didn't dare to hide anything and continued. The point is, the dragon god told me that he has reported the secrets of the Sky Continent to the Dragon God clan. He said this is a secret coveted by countless higher gods, and the Dragon clan will definitely send a large army to the Sky Continent. By then, the Sky Continent will be devastated, and you, Master. The secret of the Sky Continent? Menglay frowned slightly. What secrets could the Sky Continent have? It's just a low-level material plane. There's no way it could have any secrets. This dragon god guy must be exaggerating. Everyone shook their heads, scoffing at the dragon god's words. But Menglay fell into deep thought, feeling a vague sense of unease. The secret of the Sky Continent? Could it actually move countless higher-level gods? What kind of secret is hidden? Dodora, could the secret that the dragon god mentioned be the Tower of Time? Menglay asked doubtfully. Aside from the Tower of Time, I can't think of any other possibilities. Dodora replied, of course, the continent of gods and demons can't be ruled out, but the secrets of the continent of gods and demons can't be compared with the Tower of Time. The Sky Continent is poor in resources and has vague laws. It generally has few earth-shattering secrets, and at most there are some demigod relics. These are of no value to the gods above, let alone moving the higher gods. The only thing Menglay could think of was the Tower of Time. The God of Time not only comprehended the 5 basic laws and integrated them perfectly to reach the state of great perfection, but he is also an ancient god who has mastered the laws of time. Although the ancient gods do not have the divinity of the main god, they can compete with the main god. How terrifying is this existence? The Tower of Time, as the storage place of the inheritance and treasure of the God of Time, is undoubtedly attractive to the gods of the void. Once you master the Tower of Time, you will inherit the power of the ancient god, the God of Time. Once you own the Tower of Time, you can obtain the treasure of the God of Time. Once you get the Tower of Time, you can practice the law of time. Such temptation is hard to resist. It is no exaggeration to say that even the main god might be moved by this, let alone those higher gods. If that's the case, it's really troublesome. But don't worry, as the Lord of the Plains, no god can do whatever they want here. Menglay said slowly. He was the Lord of the Plains, his position here was unshakable, so what was there to be afraid of? Monlay, you think too simply. Dodora shook her head. I've said before that the void gods generally can't descend on the Sky Continent, but this is by no means absolute. Aside from the secret method of sacrificing and summoning the angels, are there other methods? Menglay frowned slightly. He was not worried about the angels' sacrifices. In addition to the extremely harsh conditions for the sacrifice, the most crucial point was, the strength of the angels summoned by the sacrifice is closely related to the sacrifice. sacrificer. The stronger the sacrificer, the stronger the summoned angel. Even a peak lower-level god like Pope Hayes can only summon the six-winged angel Lorenzo, who is comparable to a middle-level god. Anyone weaker than the Pope will naturally summon weaker angels, and in the plane of the Sky Continent, there will never be anyone stronger than the Pope. Besides, the sacrifice is so harsh, who would be willing to do it easily? So Meng Lei doesn't have to worry about the sacrifice at all. Monlei, you think too simply. Dodora shook his head again. When the void gods want to descend into the lower planes, they have many ways to do it, but they usually use two. What method? Meng Lei asked in a deep voice. The first is guidance and cultivation, Dodora explained. The void gods will guide the native life forms of the Sky Continent and cultivate them into true gods, lower-level gods, middle-level gods, and even higher-level gods within 10,000 years. You should know that cultivating a high-level deity is not difficult. It's nothing more than a few godheads and a fragment of the fusion law. Meng Lei's face changed. Is it difficult to cultivate a higher-level god? In theory, it's not difficult. The sanctuary can fuse the divine nature. To cultivate a sanctuary into a lower-level deity, all you need is a lower-level godhead. To cultivate into a mid-level god, 5 lower-level godheads are needed. To cultivate into a superior god, only 5 inferior godheads and 1 fragment of the dual system fusion law are needed. Of course, this process requires splitting the soul, so it is necessary to use treasures such as soul crystals, soul ice marrow, etc. to strengthen the soul. Generally speaking, the cost of cultivating a superior god is indeed not small, but there are many rich people among the gods of the void. As long as they are willing, it is entirely possible to cultivate a superior god in a short period of time. It can be like this. Meng Lei took a breath and was shocked by the wisdom of the gods for the first time. I told you, as long as the void gods are willing, there are many ways to descend into the lower planes. Dodora sighed. The second most common method is demonization. Demonization? Meng Lei was shocked. You know, the void gods can't descend directly to the lower planes, but demons can. Dodora whispered. That's their weakness. The void gods will split their souls, take over the bodies of lower-level demons or even demons of the same level, and cultivate demon clones so that they can descend to the lower planes at any time. Is this even possible? Meng Lei gasped. Aren't gods and demons mortal enemies? There are actually gods willing to possess demons and possess a demonic clone? What's that? Dodora laughed mockingly. To tell you the truth, any god with a little bit of wealth will cultivate 1 or more demon clones, and even raise a lot of demon slaves, to be used in critical moments. She said sarcastically, gods? Demons? How can there be absolute justice? How can there be absolute evil? As long as it benefits them, the gods will do anything. I understand. Meng Lei nodded slowly, secretly sighing in his heart that he had indeed underestimated the means and wisdom of the void gods. If the dragon god really reports the Tower of Time to the dragon clan, the situation we face will be extremely dangerous. Dodora said in a deep voice, the dragon Protoss is not inferior to the Titan Protoss, Angel Protoss, and other powerful Protoss. Meng Lei nodded slowly. So what are you going to do? Duatala questioned in a low voice. Improve your strength. Only when you are strong enough can you cope with various difficulties. Meng Lei smiled and said, if that doesn't work, then I can only become a god in advance and have a clone of a higher god first. That way, I can be absolutely sure. Hearing you say that, I feel relieved. Dodola breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Lei had already integrated several laws. As long as he wanted, he could become a superior god at any time. Being both a high-level deity and the master of the plane, Meng Lei is absolutely invincible in the Sky Continent as long as he doesn't encounter the Great Perfection. So, there's nothing to be afraid of. Meng Lei said in a relaxed tone, by the way, you mentioned the continent of gods and demons? Is there another continent of gods and demons in the plane of the Sky Continent? You, the lord of this dimension, deserve to be. Dodola rolled his eyes, his tone full of impatience. So what if I'm the lord of the plains? How long have I been the lord of the plains? The endless deep sea is so vast, how could I have known there was a continent of gods and demons? Meng Lei snorted, but then again, after becoming the lord of the plains, I haven't really explored the plains of the Sky Continent. Then go check it out now. As soon as he thought of this, Meng Lei immediately released his divine consciousness and began to explore the plane where the Sky Continent was located through the heart of the plane. The divine consciousness of a mid-level god can only radiate within a range of 1 million miles at most, but with the help of the heart of the plane, Meng Lei can explore the entire plane. Of course, this also takes some time. A few minutes later, Meng Lei's divine consciousness wandered in the endless deep sea and finally found the third continent, the continent of gods and demons. Oh my god, this continent is so huge. It's even more vast than the bright continent. Strange, why are there only monsters? Where are the humans? Where are the orcs? Where are the titans? All I see is forest. Are there no elves? After a round of investigation, Meng Lei was extremely disappointed. No humans, no orcs, no titans, no elves. There are only countless monsters. What is even more shocking is that these magical beasts are far more powerful than those in the Sky Continent and the Bright Continent. The holy beasts here are not even as good as dogs, and the demigod beasts are not worth mentioning. There are nearly 100 mythical beasts. It has to be said that Meng Lei was so shocked by the magical beasts in the continent of gods and demons that he was speechless. There were an astonishing number of Holy Realm magical beasts and countless demigod magical beasts. There are also nearly 100 true divine beasts. That's not all. The key point is that there is a divine beast here that is comparable to a mid-level god. This is really shocking. How could a mid-level divine beast still be in this plane? Could it be that it had only been a mid-level divine for less than 10,000 years? What a joke. Have you seen the horror of the continent of gods and demons? Dodora smiled calmly. Apart from the Tower of Time, the continent of gods and demons is definitely the biggest secret of your world. Dodora, what secrets does the continent of gods and demons hold? Why are the monsters here so powerful? They're incredibly powerful, Monroe asked in disbelief. Why? Because of the word gods and demons. Dodora said, more than 20,000 years ago, countless gods and demons suddenly descended upon this plane, setting off a war between gods and demons that engulfed the entire continent. Gods and demons are coming? Why is this happening? Meng Lei looked confused. Dodora shook her head. There used to be humans and other races on the continent of gods and demons, but they were all wiped out in the great war between gods and demons. In the end, only a few magical beasts managed to survive. After the war between gods and demons ended, the magical beasts became the biggest beneficiaries. They devoured the bodies of gods and demons, seized their property and divine power, and their strength increased horribly in a short period of time. Meng Lei suddenly realized that since everyone was in the same plane and their living environment was almost the same, it was impossible for such a huge gap to appear. The reason was actually the battle between gods and demons. More than 20,000 years have passed. There should still be many corpses of gods and demons left on the continent of gods and demons. If you are interested, you can go and take a look. Dodora smiled and said, maybe we can find something good. Meng Lei nodded slightly. Even if there are no corpses of gods and demons, I have to go to the continent of gods and demons to take a look. This plane is my territory. Dodora didn't say anything more, and the voices soon died down. Absolute zero. Meng Lei turned to look at his men. You must hurry up and deal with the immigration matter, but you must also guard the teleportation array in the Arctic ice field. There must be no mistakes. Yes, master. All the men responded in unison, bowing their heads respectfully. Okay, get busy. Meng Lei waved his hand and dismissed them, then took the old man around the palace. The old man stayed in the palace for 2 consecutive days, and only left on the 3rd day to go to Dragon Island. In Dragon Island today, except for the old dean's sister Emerin, the rest are all human geniuses. The regulations of the Monray Empire are that strong people in the Holy Land can enter demiplanes such as Dragon Island and Titan Temple where the laws are clear and the magical elements are rich to practice. Therefore, there is only one dragon named Emerin on Dragon Island now, and the nominal Dragon Island has long been dead in name only. After the old dean left, Meng Lei came to the continent of gods and demons alone, intending to take a good look around. This continent, located southeast of the Sky Continent, has a much larger territory than the Sky Continent. The entire continent is almost covered by forests, making it the one with the best environment among the 3 continents. Meng Lei was suspended in the sky above the continent of gods and demons, his divine consciousness spreading like a tide, enveloping the entire continent and exploring it carefully. But after just over a minute, Meng Lei discovered something strange. There's something unusual there. He came to the top of a basin, which looked like a huge bowl, embedded in the center of the boundless forest. The trees in the basin are lush and green, even more luxuriant than those outside, and in the center of the basin reside several divine beasts of the lower god level. The magical elements in the basin far exceed those outside. Especially in the center of the basin, the concentration of magical elements is almost condensed into substance. It must be caused by that thing underground. A sharp glint flashed in Meng Lei's eyes, and he grabbed in mid-air. His invisible giant claws swung out from thin air, striking directly at the center of the basin. The giant claws penetrated the ground, finally reaching 60,000 meters underground, and suddenly grabbed with force. Along with the roar, the ground within a radius of 5 kilometers shook violently as if experiencing an earthquake, and then slowly rose up into the air. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. The earth rolled and the trees broke. What happened? The huge movement disturbed the monsters in the basin, especially the 4 divine beasts that were comparable to lower-level gods. They all flew into the air and observed vigilantly. They immediately saw the empty center of the basin and the culprit, Meng Lei. The 4 divine beasts were suddenly enraged. This basin is their old nest, and Meng Lei dared to cause trouble here. This is tantamount to running wild over their heads, which is simply too much. How can you tolerate such an insult? How dare you lowly reptile, run wild here? Die! The 4 mythical beasts are the 5-colored divine bull, the howling moon wolf, the 7-colored wooden toad, and the earth bear. Although they did not transform into their true forms, their bodies were still hundreds of feet tall, and their terrifying divine power spread rapidly, crushing all directions and sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Crash! The monsters in the basin were so frightened that they crawled on the ground, trembling trembling all over and were terrified to the extreme. They simply didn't understand why these four great kings suddenly became angry. Four attacks containing surging divine power swept over immediately, namely a colorful torrent, countless wind blades, snake-like wooden vines, and a sonic attack like thunder. Violent and overwhelming, like a mountain falling down, destroying everything. Meng Lei raised the corner of his mouth slightly, stretched out a finger and tapped the air lightly, set. A mysterious wave spread rapidly, and the void within a radius of 100 miles was instantly imprisoned. The terrifying attacks stopped in mid-air, motionless. The four attacks dissipated with a bang, turning into countless points of light scattered in the air. How could our attack be neutralized so easily? The four divine beasts were stunned. Although they were just attacking casually, it was definitely not an ordinary attack. How could it be blocked so easily? Who is he? I don't know him. Never. I don't know. Just as they were wondering, four green vines quickly grew out of Meng Lei's body, transformed into four poisonous snakes, and shot towards the four divine beasts. The four divine beasts did not dare to be careless and were about to fight back when they were suddenly shocked to find that their bodies were completely unable to move. Move. The four beasts were terrified and struggled with all their might, but they could not move at all, and all their efforts were in vain. Don't listen? Then tie him up with a leash. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Four vines shot out like lightning, wrapped around the necks of the four divine beasts, and tied them up tightly. The four beasts were furious, thinking, they dug our cave for no reason, and now they're putting bridles on us. This is really too much. However, after Meng Lei tied the reins, he no longer paid any attention to them, as if they had become air, and instead concentrated on grabbing things underground. The soil rolled and rocks fell. Accompanied by a violent earthquake, a huge monster was pulled out from the ground, covered with mud and unrecognizable. The moment it appeared, a powerful divine power quickly spread out, and the four restless divine beasts looked at the giant in shock. There is such a terrifying divine power? It was actually dug out from the ground? Meng Lei waved his hand casually, and the mud attached to the huge monster flew away. Soon, a majestic giant beast appeared. It looks like an ape and a hippopotamus, covered with hair as hard as steel needles, golden all over, with muscles as hard and bulging as rocks, and exuding explosive power. The four divine beasts recognized its identity at a glance, the golden behemoth. They were even more shocked. There was actually a golden behemoth buried underground, and they were completely unaware of it? This is a golden behemoth of the middle god level. Meng Lei nodded secretly. Even after more than 20,000 years, the body of the golden behemoth was still lifelike, with no signs of decay. This was the flesh of a mid-level god, nearly immortal. But between its eyebrows, a black spear was inserted, piercing through it and killing it. This spear looks so familiar. Meng Lei took out his god-killing spear for comparison and was surprised to find that the two spears were exactly the same, with lightning wrapped around them, with no difference at all. Another god-killing spear. Meng Lei's expression suddenly changed, and he said in a deep voice, the murderer who killed this golden behemoth is definitely the same person who killed the old dean. Damn it! Who is it? He immediately shed blood to acknowledge the owner and claimed the spear without any hindrance. It was obvious that the owner of the spear had died. Old Dean, oh, Old Dean, you don't even have a chance to take revenge, you were so pitiful. Meng Lei waved his hand to put away the two god-killing spears, and then put the body of the golden behemoth into the Tower of Time. This body was priceless. As for the four of you, Meng Lei turned his head to look at the four divine beasts and had to admit that they were extremely majestic. The five-colored divine bull, the howling moon wolf, the seven-colored wooden toad, and the earth bear, all of them are extraordinary and majestic. Heaven has mercy on life. I won't kill you. Meng Lei said calmly, however, you can't escape this crime alive. Hand over the essence of your soul, and you can be spared from death. Let us submit to you? That's too deceiving. After hearing what Meng Lei said, the four beast gods were furious. They glared at him with rage in their eyes and a fierce look in their eyes, as if they had been greatly insulted. Don't want to? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Meng Lei shook his head slightly. I've already given you the chance. If you don't cherish it, then you can't blame me. Puff, 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 puff. The vines wrapped around the necks of the four mythical beasts suddenly grew countless tiny sharp needles, piercing their necks and madly sucking their vitality. Absorbing the vitality of other creatures for its own use and replenishing its own life essence is not a natural supernatural power, but the instinct of the ancient tree of life. Gurgle. Feeling their vitality being continuously drained, the four beasts struggled desperately, but under the suppression of the power of the plane, all their efforts were in vain. They could only watch helplessly as their bodies shrank rapidly like deflated balloons and their strength drained away at a rapid rate, but they were powerless to do anything. If we keep going like this, we'll be sucked dry and killed by him. Quick, summon the great god, only he can save us. Yes, yes, summon the great god. The four beasts tried to roar, but unfortunately they couldn't even open their mouths, let alone call on the great god. We're fucked. No, I don't want to die. I just became a divine beast. I can't die. Under the threat of death, Howling Moon Wolf was the first to give up and begged for mercy. Mercy, mercy. I surrender. I surrender. You surrendered so quickly? What a coward. Meng Lei snorted softly, and with a hint of reluctance, he stopped absorbing the Howling Howling Moon Wolf's life essence. He said lightly, "Do you need my reminder on what to do next?" Ouch. The Howling Moon Wolf let out a shrill wail and immediately released the essence of its soul, allowing Meng Lei to refine it and completely control its life and death. Only then did Meng Lei let Howling Moon Wolf go. Thank you. Howling Moon Wolf stared at Meng Lei with complicated eyes, with mixed feelings in his heart. He never expected that he, the mighty Wolf King just a moment ago, would surrender to a complete stranger the next moment. What about you three? Meng Lei turned to the 5-colored divine bull, the 7-colored wooden toad and the earth bear. We are also willing to surrender. Although they were extremely unwilling in their hearts, under the threat of death, the 3-headed beasts finally bowed their heads and obediently offered the origin of their souls. That's good. Meng Lei turned and flew away. The 4 divine beasts did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly followed him. Half an hour later, Meng Lei flew over a lake. The rippling blue water was like an emerald green gem inlaid in the dense forest. The surrounding trees were lush and green, and the scenery was extremely beautiful. What a great place. Meng Lei felt reluctant to destroy this place, but there was a target hidden in the lake, and he had to destroy it. A moment later, a trident broke through the water. This trident is 100 meters long and is made entirely of some unknown material. It emits surging water waves and its divine power is extremely awe-inspiring. Meng Lei snapped his fingers and a drop of blood dripped, but he was unable to refine the trident. He was stunned. This trident actually had an owner. The divine consciousness immediately entered the trident, shattered the spiritual imprint left by the original owner, and imprinted his own spiritual imprint. Wow, it's actually a superior artifact. I'm going to make a fortune this time. After refining the trident, Meng Lei was shocked to learn the level of the artifact. Higher level artifacts are extremely rare. He himself has a profound background and owns artifacts such as the Death Scythe and the God-Killing Spear, but the only truly superior artifact is the Death Scythe, which shows how precious they are. Now, I have obtained a superior divine weapon for no reason, which is simply a windfall from heaven. At this moment, the lake suddenly rolled violently, and a huge green snake with wings on its back broke out of the water, opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Meng Lei. A strong fishy stench hit his nose, almost making Meng Lei vomit last night's meal. This lake is called Tianqing Lake. It covers an area of millions of square kilometers and is the largest lake in the surrounding area. The Tianqing black-winged snake is the overlord here and is a divine beast of the lower god level. The azure black-winged snake is the unshakable king of this lake, and no magical beast dares to compete with it. This lake is its private territory and it can do whatever it wants. When they are hungry, they can find food at will. After eating, they can lie on the trident at the bottom of the lake and fall asleep peacefully. Their life is leisurely, comfortable and free. But today, when the azure black-winged snake was sleeping lazily as usual, the trident under it suddenly disappeared out of thin air. The azure black-winged snake suddenly woke up, its eyes fixed on Meng Lei floating on the surface of the lake. It was furious, not only breaking into its cave without permission, but also stealing its magic weapon. The azure black-winged snake rushed out of the azure lake without hesitation, opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Meng Lei. The fishy smell almost suffocated Meng Lei. Meng Lei slapped out in the air with his palm. The sky-blue black-winged snake was blown away by this force, and with the wings on its back flapping, it pounced towards Meng Lei again, opening its mouth and spewing out a green breath containing a highly poisonous substance. Meng Lei pointed his finger, and the green breath instantly condensed into ice chips and shattered in all directions. Then, a vine appeared in Meng Lei's hand and immediately turned into a steel whip which lashed towards the sky-blue black-winged snake fiercely. The sky-blue black-winged snake was unable to dodge and was hit by the steel whip. Its skin and flesh were torn, blood was dripping from its body, and a deep scar was left. Pa pa pa. The whip shadows in the sky swept over like a violent storm, and the sky-blue black-winged snake became a sandbag that could be hit at will. Its skin was whipped and made crackling sounds, and its body was covered in blood. The piercing pain made the azure black-winged snake wake up instantly, and its heart was filled with fear. It knew that it was no match for its opponent at all, so it quickly flapped its wings and flew towards the azure lake. If it was hit again, it would probably be beaten into a meat paste. Meng Lei snorted coldly. Absolute zero. Crack. The surface of the Tianqing lake instantly froze into thick ice. The Tianqing black-winged snake hit the ice, as if it had hit a solid wall. It immediately felt dizzy and saw stars. Die, you evil beast. Meng Lei threw the trident casually, and it turned into a stream of light, instantly piercing through the head of the sky-blue black-winged snake, nailing it to the ice. Dead? Darkwing just died like that? The 4 divine beasts who were traveling with him witnessed the whole process of Meng Lei killing the sky-blue black-winged snake, and they all couldn't help but gasp. The sky-blue black-winged snake is also a lower-level divine beast, and its strength is no less than theirs. But he was killed by Meng Lei in a few seconds. If they had not chosen to surrender, would they have ended up like this? Thinking of this, a chill rose involuntarily in the hearts of the 4 divine beasts. It's not your fault that you have a foul mouth, but it's wrong for you to come out and disgust others. Meng Lei casually put away the trident, shook off the blood on it, then dug out the divine nature of the sky-blue black-winged snake and threw the corpse to the 4 divine beasts. This body belongs to you. Thanks. Thank you, master. Afterwards, Meng Lei continued his patrol. As the Lord of the Plains, as long as he was determined to search, nothing on the continent of gods and demons could be hidden from his eyes, whether it is a small insect or a big mountain, whether in the sky, on the ground, or in the water. Nothing can escape, every detail is revealed. Pieces of god and demon debris, pieces of artifact fragments, and corpses of gods and demons. Meng Lei dug them out one after another, and his harvest was extremely rich. After traveling across half of the continent of gods and demons, Meng Lei collected a total of 38 lower-level godheads, 17 complete divine artifacts, and 24 complete corpses of gods and demons. As for other damaged and incomplete divine artifacts and corpses, there were even more. Of course, wherever there are corpses of gods and demons and artifacts, there are often mythical beasts lurking. Those who need to be killed are killed, and those who need to be subdued are subdued. After one round, Meng Lei has 24 more subordinates. Including the previous 4 mythical beasts, there are now a total of 28 mythical beasts subordinates, and the lineup is extremely powerful. Finally, Meng Lei came to a cliff tens of thousands of feet high. A waterfall over 10,000 meters wide rushed down from the top of the cliff like a river in the sky, creating a huge pool of water at the bottom of the cliff. The water mist is swirling and the water droplets are splashing. Cliffs, waterfalls, and pools. It forms a magnificent scenery. Although this scene is spectacular, such beautiful scenery is not uncommon in the entire continent of gods and demons. There are many places that are more majestic and magnificent than this. When the 28 divine beasts arrived here, they all trembled with fear, as if there were ferocious beasts lurking in the pool. Meng Lei understood what they were afraid of, because the only divine beast in the continent of gods and demons that could rival the mid-level gods was lurking in the depths of the pool. This is its nest. I learned from my subordinates that this monster is called the god of monsters, and all the monsters on the entire continent believe in it. Don't worry, your Warcraft god will soon be like you. Meng Lei smiled faintly. Who will call it out? The 28 mythical beasts trembled all over and lowered their heads in unison. Calling out the great mythical beast? Are you kidding? They still want to live a few more years. A bunch of cowards. Meng Lei shook his head and looked towards the deep pool. Your Majesty, God of Warcraft, since you have discovered us, why don't you show yourself? Gudong. Bubbles emerged from the deep pool, and a huge head slowly emerged from the water. It was a massive snake head, covered in gleaming golden dragon scales, as if cast from gold. A pair of purple snake eyes emanated endless majesty. With the appearance of the golden snake head, a terrifying pressure that spread from heaven to earth instantly swept over, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. Meng Lei was naturally unmoved, but his 28 subordinates, the divine beasts, could not withstand the pressure. They looked terrified and almost instinctively prostrated themselves on the ground to show their submission. You are a human. I wonder if you are from the sky or the bright continent. The god of Warcraft stared at Meng Lei with his snake eyes, his expression cold and indifferent, not taking the 28 mythical beasts crawling on the ground seriously at all. You actually know those 2 continents? Asked the god of Warcraft. Meng Lei raised an eyebrow. Since you know about these 2 continents, why don't you occupy them? With your strength, this shouldn't be difficult, right? Occupying the continent is meaningless to me. The god of Warcraft shook his head slightly. Faith, as long as it's enough, it's fine. Enough? Is the faith of an entire continent of gods and demons really enough? Meng Lei looked around the continent and asked, given your status, you should be a mid-level god, right? The god of Warcraft did not respond, but instead issued an order to expel the guest. Human god, you can leave now. Leave? Why leave? Meng Lei's mouth corners slightly raised. Human, you have trespassed into my territory without permission. I have already given you face by not attacking you immediately. The god of Warcraft glared, his snake pupils flashing with a cold light. Now, leave immediately. What if I don't leave? Meng Lei responded with a faint smile. The waterfall, tens of thousands of meters wide, falls from the sky like the falling Milky Way. The rising mist fills the air, and the scene is as magnificent as a fairyland. But at this moment, no one appreciated the beautiful scenery because the atmosphere was tense. Human, the continent of gods and demons is not a place where you can run wild. I warn you, leave immediately. The eyes of the Warcraft god Snake flashed with cold light, and the aura gushed out of his body, like an ancient giant beast, ready to suddenly attack and kill Meng Lei at any time. Meng Lei thought to himself that this guy was much stronger than the 6-winged angel Lorenzo. Whether in terms of divine body or divine power, he was the best among the middle-level gods. Meng Lei could clearly feel the terror of the god of Warcraft. His divine body was strong, his vitality was vigorous, his divine power was surging, and his soul was indestructible. Is this the end? It is hard to imagine that such a being was born in a lower material plane. What is even more exaggerated is that he became a god in less than 10,000 years. Who can believe it? Meng Lei wondered in his heart, how many divine clones does this guy have, and what realm has he reached? Only those gods who have fully comprehended at least 2 basic laws and possess 2 divine clones can be considered the weakest mid-level gods. He has fully comprehended the 5 basic laws, possesses 5 divine clones, and is only 1 step away from becoming a higher level god. god. He is the most powerful middle-level god. The body, vitality, power and soul of the Warcraft god in front of him have reached their peak. Meng Lei boldly deduced that he probably has 4 divine clones. For divine clones, such a being has become a god in less than 10,000 years. Can you believe it? Unfortunately, no matter how powerful you are only a mid-level god. Meng Lei looked directly at the god of Warcraft. God of Warcraft, you want me to leave? No way. I can tell you that the faith of this plane can only belong to one person, and that is me, said the god of Warcraft coldly. If you are willing to become my subordinate god, I don't mind letting you continue to rule this continent. Human, you are courting your own death. The Warcraft god snake pupil stood up, and fierce light flashed in his eyes, as if he was ready to tear Meng Lei to pieces at any time. Whether you're courting death or not, we'll know after the battle. Meng Lei shook his head and chuckled. Go ahead, let me see the power of you, the god of Warcraft. Divine art, wind blade burial. The god of Warcraft opened his mouth without hesitation and spit out countless purple wind blades, instantly approaching Meng Lei. These purple wind blades are different from ordinary wind blades. They are as fast as lightning, condensed to the extreme, and have amazing cutting power. If it were an ordinary mid-level god, he would definitely be cut all over his body, or even seriously injured and unable to escape. Nice trick, what a pity. Meng Lei shook his head slightly and slowly uttered 4 words. Life protection. Clatter. Countless green leaves suddenly appeared in front of Meng Lei, and they condensed into a thin wall of leaves, blocking Meng Lei. The god of Warcraft sneered, his serpent eyes revealing contempt. A mere leaf thinks it can stop my wind blades. It's like an ant trying to shake a tree. However, when the purple wind blades hit the leaf wall, it was like a sharp arrow hitting a high tenacity fiber. The leaf wall only trembled slightly, but perfectly blocked all the wind blades, allowing the purple wind blades to cut wildly without any damage. How is this possible? The Warcraft god's face suddenly changed, his snake eyes full of disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Meng Lei responded calmly. Meng Lei shook his head. The ancient tree of life is a dignified ancient god. Even though the degree of fusion of my ancient tree of life bloodline is only 13%, you can never hurt it. Divine art, wind blade burial. The Warcraft god roared and released a purple wind blade from his mouth. Unlike the previous one, this wind blade was about 50 feet long, like a rainbow piercing the sky. In less than 1/10 of a second, the wind blade reached the wall of leaves. With a swish sound, a hole was cut in the leaf wall, and the wind blade penetrated through and instantly killed Meng Lei. The number has decreased, but the power has become stronger. Meng Lei did not dodge, but stretched out his right hand. Countless vines quickly spread out from the surface of his palm, condensing into a thick shield. The wind blade hit the shield, making a dull metallic collision sound and sparks flying, as if 2 pieces of steel were clashing fiercely. However, as before, no matter how hard the wind blades sliced, they couldn't break the shield. This shield, formed from countless vines, was indestructible, and the wind blades couldn't even shake it. Why is this defense so strong? The god of Warcraft stared at the defense in front of him in disbelief. He knew the strength of Meng Lei's divine body well. They were both at the middle level of gods, but Meng Lei was even slightly inferior to him. But why is Meng Lei's divine body so tough? Wind blade burial is not allowed. Wind blade burial is also ineffective? What kind of monster is Mon Ray? How could the great god be unable to break through the master's defense? What is the origin of the master? The 28 divine beasts watching the battle were all shocked. They really couldn't understand why, as the god of magical beasts, they couldn't even break Meng Lei's defense? This new master is so indestructible? The god of Warcraft roared, and suddenly opened his mouth and spewed out a ball of purple flame, burning wildly and rushing straight towards Meng Lei. That was the divine spell, purple fire burning the sky. As the purple fire appeared, it expanded against the wind, rising to 100 feet in an instant, completely engulfing Meng Lei. Boom boom boom. The purple flames burned fiercely, emitting terrifyingly high temperatures. Even the water in the waterfalls and pools was evaporated by the heat, forming a large amount of water vapor that enveloped the surroundings. The 28 divine beasts all moved away. Although they were not afraid of cold or heat, they had to retreat when faced with such a powerful fire magic. Fire overcomes wood. I don't believe you can withstand the fire magic. The snake eyes of the Warcraft god flashed, and he stared coldly at Meng Lei, who was surrounded by flames. However, as the flames continued to burn, the purple flames gradually died out, revealing Meng Lei, who had been burned for dozens of seconds. Everyone was stunned. Meng Lei was wrapped in a shell made of green vines, exactly the same as the previous shield. Logically speaking, wood is most afraid of flames. Once burned by flames, it will inevitably be burned to ashes, or at worst, burnt. But Meng Lei's shell was completely different. The purple fire burned for a long time, but there was no trace left, not even a trace of burnt black. The god of Warcraft is about to collapse. He is not afraid of wind blades and can resist flames. How powerful is he? I don't believe in evil. The god of Warcraft's eyes turned blood red, and he roared, divine art, rolling thunder. Crack! After a while, the thunder magic still failed due to Meng Lei's undamaged defense. Then he launched the gold magic, but it was also in vain. In the end, Meng Lei was intact, while the god of Warcraft Warcraft completely collapsed. After round of attacks, Meng Lei remained unharmed. The god of Warcraft collapsed first and asked in a trembling voice, what kind of monster are you? Meng Lei did not respond but looked at the god of Warcraft and said, wind, fire, thunder, and gold. It seems that my guess was right. You really do have 4 divine clones. So what? The god of Warcraft responded coldly. It's impossible to possess such strength through normal cultivation. If I'm not mistaken, you not only obtained 4 lower-level godheads, but also possessed a treasure that can strengthen the soul. Meng Lei said lightly, am I right? Although it is easy to fuse the divine nature and become a god, it is very difficult to split the soul and cultivate the divine clone. To split the soul, the spirit soul must be strong enough. A strong spirit soul is the prerequisite for splitting the spirit soul. Therefore, it is easy to become a lower-level god, but it is extremely difficult to be promoted to a middle-level god. There are very few middle-level gods who have 4 or even 5 avatars. This is too much damage to the soul. From this, it can be seen that the god of Warcraft must have obtained a treasure that strengthened his soul, which allowed him to split into 4 divine clones in less than 10,000 years and successfully enter the realm of a mid-level god. The god of Warcraft looked at Meng Lei coldly, neither admitting nor denying, which was considered as tacit agreement. This is truly a heaven-defying opportunity. I'm even a little envious. Meng Lei shook his head slightly. I'll give you one last choice, surrender or die. I am the god of Warcraft. How can I bow to a mere human like you? The god of Warcraft said in a low voice. No matter how strong you are, don't even think of making me surrender. Why is it always like this? Meng Lei shook his head slightly, and dozens of vines quickly emerged from his body and shot towards the god of Warcraft. I won't play with you anymore. The god of Warcraft snorted coldly and sank his head into the pool, ready to escape. Seeing this, Meng Lei smiled faintly, thinking about escaping now? How naive. The power of the plane, suppression. A surge of dimensional power gushed out, instantly suppressing the god of Warcraft and forcing it out of the water. Crash. The true face of the god of Warcraft was then revealed. It turned out that it had a snake-like head and a dragon-like body, which was weird and out of place. Swish, swish, swish. The vines climbed up and tightly wrapped around the god of Warcraft, like a dumpling. The god of Warcraft roared and struggled desperately, but under the dual suppression of the plane's power and the vines, even the power of a mid-level god could not break free. Meng Lei shook his head and said, forget the power of the plane. You can't break free with the power of these vines alone. Human, what do you want? The god of Warcraft stared at Meng Lei, his eyes full of questioning. Meng Lei did not answer but asked instead. The god of Warcraft asked in a low voice, I see. I am the lord of the plains. Meng Lei responded coldly, whether it's the sky continent, the bright continent, your god and demon continent, or even the vast, endless deep sea, they're all my territory. Do you think it's possible to establish an independent kingdom on my territory? Lord of the plains. The god of Warcraft sneered, you're lying. The lord of this plane is the elf goddess. She refined the heart of the plane 200,000 years ago and became the true lord of the plane. Believe it or not, you're dying. Meng Lei was too lazy to say more and directly activated Life Drain to absorb the life essence of the god of Warcraft. Your divine body is extremely powerful. I have absorbed the life essence from your entire body. My divine body will surely be able to break through to the realm of a peak mid-level god. Gurgle. As Meng Lei absorbed it crazily, the vitality of the god of Warcraft poured into Meng Lei's body like a flood. The warm feeling enveloped his whole body, which was more comfortable than taking a hot spring bath. At the same time, all the cells in Meng Lei's body were like hungry wolves, greedily devouring the vitality that was pouring into his body. This is the purest essence of life, the nutrient most conducive to physical improvement. Most people have a limited appetite and will stop absorbing after reaching a certain level. But Monroe is different. He awakened the bloodline of the ancient human race and also fused the bloodline of the god-killing rat, the netherworld phoenix, the 100-armed giant, and the ancient tree of life. So many bloodlines are not vegetarians. They need to grow, and growth requires the nourishment of natural treasures and massive amounts of life essence. Therefore, Meng Lei's appetite is extremely amazing. As he continues to absorb, these bloodlines begin to grow wildly. Their growth directly led to the improvement of Meng Lei's physical body. The feeling of physical improvement was indescribable. Meng Lei was immersed in it and felt so comfortable that he almost moaned. In sharp contrast, the god of Warcraft felt that his vitality was being drained away madly and his strength was declining rapidly. This feeling made it both terrified and angry. It knew that if it continued like this, it would surely die. God of Warcraft, don't you still have 3 divine clones? Why don't you summon them? Meng Lei smiled faintly. If they take action, they may be able to save your life. 3 divine clones? I do have them, but they are not in this plane. How can I summon them? At this moment, the god of Warcraft knew that the critical moment of life and death had arrived. If it did not fight with all its strength, it would surely die. The god of Warcraft screamed madly, Golden Branch, kill it! Amidst the churning water in the pool, a golden vine suddenly shot out, emerging from the water like a golden cobra, heading straight towards Meng Lei. Swish, swish, swish. The speed is amazing. It's so fast vast that it can't be described in words. Before Meng Lei even had time to cast the vine shield, the lightning-fast golden vine pierced through his abdomen, piercing his heart. He spat out a mouthful of blood and stared in disbelief at the golden vine that pierced his stomach. What kind of divine weapon was this that was so sharp? Mon Rei. Dedora's voice rang in her ears. Are you okay? I can still hold on. Meng Lei said slowly. Dedora, do you know this golden vine? I don't know, but it looks a bit like a branch of a golden apple tree, but it has a weird smell. Dedora shook her head. You have to be careful. This earthly giant python is insidious and cunning. It is definitely not an ordinary middle-level god. I understand. Meng Lei nodded silently, his body transformed into dark elements and recondensed into shape not far away. I didn't expect you to have such a magical weapon. Human, you're not dead. The god of Warcraft was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Seeing Meng Lei standing not far away in good spirits, the killing move he just used was his best skill, but it still failed to kill Meng Lei. This life is too tough. You can't kill me. Meng Lei waved his hand, and a sharp trident appeared in his hand. However, to prevent any accidents, I have decided to put an end to you immediately. Human, how dare you? The god of Warcraft panicked. Meng Lei appeared in front of the god of Warcraft in an instant, and stabbed the sharp trident fiercely, directly piercing the head of the god of Warcraft. Human, I won't let you go. The god of Warcraft finally died, or rather, its incarnation finally fell. The moment Meng Lei made up his mind to kill, it was doomed to die. The snake's head was pierced and it died on the spot. We must strike while the iron is hot. Meng Lei did not let the god of Warcraft go. He madly absorbed its vitality and finally turned it into a dried corpse. Only then did he stop with satisfaction. My divine body has become even stronger. My divine body should be almost invincible among the middle-level gods. Meng Lei clenched his fist slightly, and infinite power gushed out from his body. He even felt that he could punch through the entire continent of gods and demons with one punch. I have successfully integrated the essence of other lives into my own. The bloodline of the ancient tree of life has truly been integrated successfully. Meng Lei took a deep breath, waved his hand to put away the Warcraft god that had turned into a mummy, and turned to look at the golden vine that had fallen to the ground. After losing its divine power, the golden vine transformed into a golden branch about 20 centimeters long and as thick as a thumb, its surface covered with strange patterns. Meng Lei took a look and immediately felt extremely familiar. This texture, why is it so similar to the golden leaves in my sea of consciousness? Meng Lei whispered to himself, could they be from the same plant? He really wanted to summon out the golden leaves for a careful comparison, but unfortunately the golden leaves did not respond at all. Meng Lei could only refine this golden branch first, store it in his sea of consciousness, and study it slowly. A drop of blood fell, but it could not penetrate the golden branch, which meant that the recognition of the master had failed. In other words, this golden branch already has an owner. Meng Lei released his divine sense and indeed found the soul mark left by the god of Warcraft inside the golden branches. Without hesitation, he shattered the mark. Afterwards, Meng Lei successfully recognized the golden branch as his master and took it into his sea of consciousness. A magical scene happened. The golden leaf that was originally suspended motionless in the sea of consciousness actually rotated and flew over after sensing the golden branch. The golden branches also flew towards the golden leaves, and when the two came into contact, they strangely merged together. To be precise, the golden leaves grow on the golden branches, and from a distance, it looks like a branch with leaves. Oh my god, they actually grew up together. Meng Lei was stunned with surprise, thinking to himself, what on earth is going on? He could see that the two were extremely similar and likely came from the same source, but he didn't expect that they would actually merge together, which was really beyond his expectations. Then, Meng Lei tried to activate them, and a wonderful scene happened. The golden branches made up of golden branches and golden leaves actually moved. It can actually be activated. Meng Lei was overjoyed and quickly summoned the golden branch, looking at it carefully in his hand. The textures on the surfaces of the two are exactly the same, and you can tell at a glance that they come from the same tree. Now the question is, what kind of tree is this? Dedora, you just said it was a branch of the golden apple tree? Mon Lei asked doubtfully. It looks similar, but the aura is completely different. Dedora was also confused. To be honest, I'm a little confused now, but this thing is definitely a treasure. Keep it for yourself. Meng Lei nodded. This golden branch could easily pierce his divine body. Its sharpness was shocking. Even a superior divine weapon is only this good. Such a treasure must be collected well. Waving his hand to put away the golden branch, Meng Lei turned to look at the corpse of the god of Warcraft and took out a divine power from it, which was the divine power of the god of Warcraft. Human, I will never let you go. I will never let you go. The angry roar of the god of Warcraft came from the godhead, and it hated Meng Lei deeply. If hatred could kill people, it would definitely cut Meng Lei into pieces and torture him to death. I'm always at your service. Meng Lei sneered, and his divine consciousness rushed straight into the divine body, wreaking havoc wildly. He wanted to read the memory of the god of Warcraft and find out what secrets this guy was hiding. Human, forget it. The god of Warcraft obviously noticed Meng Lei's intention, and his soul began to resist frantically.
tree. You were no match for me when you were alive, and you still want to act so arrogantly after you die?
Meng Lei snorted coldly and increased the impact on his soul. After a period of crazy rampage, the soul of the god of Warcraft was shattered, and Meng Lei began to read its memory.
About half an hour later,
Meng Lei slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, a faint smile appearing on the corner of his mouth.
This time, I deserve to make a fortune again.
I never thought the god of Warcraft would have such an adventure.
Who exactly is the god of Warcraft?
6,000 years ago, the god of Warcraft was just an ordinary sacred python-type monster, but its luck was extremely good. It accidentally entered an underground cave and picked up a space ring. The space ring itself is ordinary, but it contains a large number of treasures, and even 2 lower-level godheads. The god of Warcraft refined these 2 lower-level godheads, and took the treasure that strengthened his soul, successfully promoted to a middle-level god. In the continent of gods and demons, mid-level gods are almost invincible. The god of Warcraft subdued all the beasts with his powerful strength, became the god of Warcraft, and frantically plundered treasures. Relying on these treasures and divine powers, it split into 2 divine souls and cultivated 2 divine clones. At this point, it has 4 divine clones, becoming the best among the middle-level gods. If it weren't for the limited treasures that could strengthen its soul, it would have already cultivated its 5th divine clone and reached the realm of a peak mid-level deity.
Good fellow.
He has plundered most of the treasures in the continent of gods and demons by himself. After reading the memories of the god of Warcraft, Meng Lei clearly knew how rich it was. There are hundreds of lower-level godheads alone, and other treasures are countless, the least of which are items that strengthen the soul.
However, among so many treasures, Meng Lei really valued only a few. Only one thing caught his attention, a small golden tree. The golden branch that the god of Warcraft finally used to attack Meng Lei came from this little golden tree. What exactly is that little golden tree? Even the god of Warcraft himself doesn't know. It only knew that this little golden tree grew in a demiplane and was discovered by it by accident. Demiplane. Meng Lei immediately teleported to the entrance of the demiplane according to the memory of the god of Warcraft and went straight in.
The demiplane is not big, only a few kilometers wide. The entire space is bare, without any plants, only a lonely small tree standing in it. The small tree was not tall, about 1 meter, with 3 or 4 branches and a few leaves hanging on them. One of the branches was broken and the leaves had fallen off. How should I describe this tree? It's like a small tree that has been hit by frost in autumn and its leaves are about to fall off. This golden branch was precisely what the god of Warcraft painstakingly broke from this small tree. Meng Lei stared at the small tree intently, his eyes filled with anxiety and anticipation. The god of Warcraft has been trying to refine this small tree for years, but has always failed.
I wonder if I can refine it. He couldn't help but drop a drop of blood onto the golden tree.
To his surprise, the blood actually seeped into the tree's body.
In an instant, Meng Lei felt a vague connection between himself and the little golden tree. Did I refine the golden tree? Meng Lei looked confused. Meng Lei was puzzled. The god of Warcraft had tried hard for thousands of years to refine the golden tree but failed, but he succeeded on his first try. He himself couldn't explain the reason. But does it matter? Of course it doesn't matter. The key is that he successfully refined it and established a connection with this small golden tree. At the moment of successful refining, the golden branches and golden leaves that were entrenched in Meng Lei's sea of consciousness flew out of the sea of consciousness at the same time and grew back on the golden tree. The golden little tree emits a hazy golden light, which blends perfectly with the golden branches and golden leaves, forming an integral whole and inseparable from each other. What is the origin of this little tree? Meng Lei suppressed his inner excitement and used his spiritual power to penetrate into the golden tree to take a closer look. Since he had already acknowledged his master, he should have been able to find some clues. However, after carefully investigating for a long time, he found nothing. This golden tree looks like an ordinary tree, except that it is made of gold. Normal organizational structure, normal flexibility, normal sharpness. Everything is extremely ordinary. Even its vitality is very ordinary. Its breath of life is not as strong as a vine on Meng Lei's body. Is this little tree really ordinary? Meng Lei fell into deep thought. The god of Warcraft can pierce my divine body with just a branch. How amazing is that sharpness? Is it really ordinary? Unfortunately, he looked over and over for a long time, but still couldn't discover the secret of the golden tree. Forget it, never mind. It's a treasure anyway, so putting it away is the important thing to do. Meng Lei used that connection to try to move the tree. The tree slowly pulled itself up from the ground and floated into the air. The roots of the golden tree also shine with golden light, and the whole tree looks like a piece of gold cast art, full of endless charm. Meng Lei thought about it and put the small tree into the Tower of Time. Dodora, where is the best place to plant it? Just find a place to plant it. Meng Lei arrived at the 95th floor of the Tower of Time. This floor was extremely rich in wood magic elements and was the most suitable for plant growth. He had previously planted a sapling of the Tree of Life here. After not seeing it for so long, the Tree of Life sapling has grown quite tall. Initially a small sapling just over a meter tall, it has now grown into a towering tree over 20 meters tall.
tall, its branches and leaves lush, its canopy spreading out, covering an area of 100 meters, emitting a breathtaking breath of life.
Man Ray was very satisfied with the growth of the Tree of Life.
If it continued to develop in this way, in a few decades it would be able to give birth to elves.
You'll probably like it here. Meng Lei chose a grassland hundreds of kilometers away from the Tree of Life and planted the golden little tree.
Afterwards, he took out a large number of wood element crystals and set up a spirit-gathering magic circle around them to gather the surrounding wood elements. However, just as he finished setting up the formation, something he had never expected happened. With the golden tree as its center, the surrounding plants began to strangely wither and die. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters. In just a few breaths, all the wild grass within a radius of hundreds of kilometers died, and the entire grassland instantly became withered and dead, like hay in the cold winter.
Withered and dry, deadly, flammable.
What shocked Meng Lei even more was that the momentum of plant withering did not stop at all, and the withered grassland continued to expand outward.
100 kilometers, 200 kilometers. Eventually, the entire grassland dried up completely.
The forests on the edge of the grassland began to suffer.
Trees, giant trees that reached the sky, ancient trees that have stood for thousands of years, they began to wither. The entire forest withered at an alarming rate.
Even the Tree of Life that Meng Lei planted with his own hands was not spared and turned into a dead tree.
What kind of monster is this little golden tree that can devour the vitality of the surrounding plants?
Dedora appeared beside Meng Lei, looking at the rapidly withering 95th floor, his mouth wide open, so surprised that he couldn't say a word.
You ask me, who should I ask?
If this continues, all the plants and trees on the 95th floor will wither and die, and this demiplane will be completely reduced to a dead place.
Dedora took a deep breath and muttered to himself, too domineering. It's really too domineering.
This is the most domineering plant I have ever seen. There is no other.
The final outcome was exactly as Dedora expected. 10 minutes later, all the plants in the entire demiplane withered and died.
Whether it's plains, forests, or bushes, whether it's an ordinary plant, the Tree of Life, or a plant-type monster, all of their vitality was sucked dry. The 95th demiplane, once full of life and lush greenery, has now become a completely dead place, with only one plant still surviving, the golden tree. Yet, it has devoured the vitality of so many plants, yet remains unchanged.
No new sprouts.
The vitality has not become more intense.
Exactly the same as before. What kind of monster is this?
As the saying goes, you poop when you eat and pee when you drink water. Ordinary grass absorbs carbon dioxide and releases oxygen.
But this little golden tree didn't make any movement at all. Who could believe it? Could it be that its appetite is too big, and this little vitality is simply not enough to feed it?
Meng Lei suddenly had an idea and took out the corpse of a god and threw it in front of the golden tree. The vitality contained in this god's corpse is unquestionable. Even if all the plants in the entire demiplane were added together, they might not be able to match its vitality.
The golden tree did not disappoint Meng Lei.
It didn't know how it did it, but the vitality in the god's corpse was rapidly lost at a terrifying speed. The originally plump and full body of the god gradually shriveled up visibly and turned into a mummy in just 2 minutes. After absorbing the corpse of the god, the golden tree finally changed. A crystal clear, tender and juicy little bud slowly sprouted from one of its branches. Seeing the tender sprouts, Meng Lei and Dodola looked at each other and were speechless for a moment. After sucking dry all the plants in the entire demiplane and the corpse of a god, only such a tender sprout grew.
Is there any plant that grows slower than this?
Although its origin is unclear, I am certain that its background is absolutely earth-shattering, even more mysterious than the 5 innate sacred trees. Dedora's eyes flickered. With its terrifying appetite, it has already far surpassed the ancient Tree of Life.
Meng Lei nodded slightly.
The more powerful the creature, the more it can eat. Just like mortals and gods, mortals will die of bloating after eating a cow, while gods can eat a cow without any effect.
The gods' digestive abilities are extremely terrifying. They can digest while eating.
They can digest the food that a cow has just finished eating at the same time.
As long as the gods are willing, they can eat as much as 10,000 cows. Grow it well, this little golden tree will surely bring you surprises. Meng Lei still hasn't figured out the origin of the golden tree, but he and Dedora have a highly consistent view.
This seemingly ordinary little tree definitely has a terrifying identity and unimaginable background.
You must raise it well.
If you raise it well, you may get the most precious treasure in the future. At this moment, Meng Lei threw the looted corpses of gods and demons to the golden tree. The tree swallowed them all in one breath without any hesitation. Unfortunately, the new sprout of the golden tree only grew a little bigger and did not undergo any significant changes.
It's really not easy.
Meng Lei sighed for a long time, then left the Tower of Time. The little golden tree was so voracious, he had to plunder more corpses of gods and demons to feed it. He was eager to know what kind of powerful life form the golden tree would become when it truly grew up.
Boom!
The 10,000-meter wide waterfall still hits the pool. The surrounding scenery has not changed much, but the owner of the pool has left forever. Meng Lei came to the top of the pool, and as his divine consciousness spread out, he pulled pulled out all the treasures that the god of Warcraft had looted over the years from the bottom of the pool. 126 corpses of middle and lower level gods and demons, 154 mid-low level artifacts, 138 lower godheads. There are also countless divine crystals and other precious treasures. The god of Warcraft truly deserves to be the biggest winner in that war between gods and demons.
It's simply too extravagant. Meng Lei sighed as he looked at the
pile of treasures. Countless gods and demons perished in that war, and most of these corpses, godheads, and treasures fell into the hands of the god of Warcraft.
If it weren't for it, who else would be the biggest beneficiary?
But now, all these treasures belong to me. System, collect the Law Source Crystal and Divine Crystal. His wealth instantly soared by 2 million divine crystals, reaching an astonishing 8.5 million divine crystals.
Meng Lei immediately made a fortune, and a sense of sudden wealth arose spontaneously.
Afterwards, Meng Lei threw all 126 corpses of gods and demons to the golden tree, letting it devour them to its heart's content.
Next comes the godhead and the divine artifacts.
So far, I have 171 divine artifacts and 176 divine powers. Unfortunately, most of them are mid to low level divine artifacts and low level divine powers, which are not very useful to me.
After the inventory was complete, Meng Lei continued his search.
Although the god of Warcraft had already plundered the continent of gods and demons, it was not the lord of the plains. Many things were completely undetectable, and there were still many treasures waiting to be discovered. A few days later, Meng Lei again found dozens of corpses of gods and demons, dozens of divine artifacts, dozens of divine powers, and some incomplete remains of gods and demons. The bodies of gods and demons were left to the golden tree to deal with as usual. After completing all this, Meng Lei's journey in the continent of gods and demons came to an end, but he was not in a hurry to leave, as there was one last thing he had to do. According to the memory of the god of Warcraft, its other 3 divine clones are not in this plane, but have gone to other planes.
That's right, it's another dimension. The god of Warcraft's faith territory is not just one continent of gods and demons, it also has many other faith territories, a total of 3. Meng Lei followed his memory and came to the teleportation array leading to the first seat, but to his disappointment, the teleportation array could not be activated. He knew that the other end of the teleportation array was destroyed by the god of Warcraft, causing the teleportation to fail. This guy's speed is amazing. Meng Lei tried other teleportation arrays, but they were all destroyed.
He had no choice but to give up the search for the god of Warcraft.
It's time to leave.
He summoned his 28 beast minions and said, "Listen carefully. The god of Warcraft is dead.
Its faith in the land of gods and demons should collapse." The 28 mythical beasts held their breath and listened attentively.
"I give you a mission, which is to spread my faith and let the entire continent of gods and demons bathe in the glory of my faith.
Do you understand? I will obey the Master's orders. We will do our utmost to spread the Master's faith and help him become the ruler of the continent of gods and demons." The 28 divine beasts' subordinates all gave assurances. Meng Lei nodded slightly, then turned and left.
The matter of the continent of gods and demons has been dealt with.
Now it's time to deal with the dragon god. Dedora, do you know where the dragon god's kingdom is? I really don't know about that. Dedora shook her head.
The kingdom of gods is the lair of the gods.
It's very secretive, especially
for weaker mid-level gods like the dragon god. The kingdom of gods is even more well hidden.
How would I know where it is? Meng Lei was a little disappointed. What a pity. If I can find the dragon god's kingdom, I will make him pay for his stupidity.
Don't waste your breath. It's better to think about how to improve your strength.
Duatalo rolled his eyes.
The arrival of the dragon god clan is imminent, and your current strength is far from enough to deal with it.
I understand. Meng Lei returned to the imperial palace and began a new round of secluded training. System, open the properties panel. Race, human, original bloodline, ancient human bloodline 16%, fusion bloodline, god-slaying rat bloodline, netherworld phoenix bloodline young, 100-armed giant bloodline, ancient tree of life bloodline 13%. Wealth value, 8.5 million divine crystals. Constitution, golden source divine body, 1%. Spirit, middle god, early stage. Divine power, 200 divine crystals. Law comprehension, several. Now I have a fortune of 8.5 million law source crystals. But Krypton gold is too expensive, and I can't afford other functions. There are only 3 functions available at the moment: super pickup, super enhancement, and super looting. Come one by one. Meng Lei took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "System, activate super pickup." Ding! Super pickup is a paid function. The usage fee is 100 divine crystals per time. Do you confirm to use it? The cold voice of the system sounded. Ding! Host, please specify the target plane. Meng Lei slowly uttered 2 words. His wealth instantly decreased by 100 divine crystals. 10 seconds later, the system coldly prompted again. Ding! Pickup successful. Obtained a stock of sky silver grass. Silver grass? Meng Lei was stunned for a moment. What is this? The system didn't respond, so he turned to Dedora to ask. Sky silver grass is a common plant life in the heavens. It is not only extremely flexible, but also exceptionally sharp. The strength of a mature sky silvergrass is even comparable to that of a demigod. Comparable to a demigod? Meng Lei was immediately disappointed. He casually threw it into the 95th floor of the Tower of Time and continued to pick up items. Ding. Host, please specify the target plane. Ding. Successfully picked up an angel's heart. Do you want to fuse it? Such a weak aura. It's obviously the angel heart of a four-winged angel. I won't fuse it. Meng Lei muttered dissatisfiedly. Keep going. Ding. Host, please specify the target plane. Ding. Successfully picked up a drop of the bright titan's blood. Do you want to fuse it? The blood of the light titan? Disappointment rose in Meng Lei's heart again, but he still habitually took out the drop of titan's blood and observed it carefully. In an instant, a suffocating and terrifying pressure erupted from the titan's blood essence. Meng Lei was caught off guard and was almost forced to his knees. Even so, he still felt severe chest pain, breathing became extremely difficult, and his heart beat rapidly, as if he would suffocate at any time. What a terrifying pressure. Meng Lei was shocked. King of Titans, this is definitely the blood of the Titan King. In the secret kingdom of God far away from the sky continent, the dragon god knelt respectfully on the ground. Sitting cross-legged on the throne was a middle-aged man in a black robe, a lowly tribesman wandering the lower realms. The black-robed middle-aged man said in a voice as resounding as a bell, with immense authority, I would like to ask you, was the intelligence you reported earlier accurate? My lord, if I tell even a single lie, I will be damned to hell, eternally condemned to eternal damnation. The dragon god swore. That tower has 100 floors and can reverse time. It's exactly like the legendary Tower of Time. The middle-aged man in black robes nodded slightly. If the information is true, I will accept you as my disciple and reward you with 20 material planes. Thank you, sir. No, thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher. The dragon god was overjoyed and kowtowed repeatedly. This is the secret method for constructing the Void Great Teleportation Array. The black-robed middle-aged man pointed into the void, and a golden light shot into the dragon god's brow. According to this method, the Void Great Teleportation Array will be built in the shortest possible time. I am respectfully welcome to come. Yes, teacher. The dragon god responded respectfully. The figure of the middle-aged man in black robe disappeared in an instant. The dragon god slowly stood up, looked at the empty throne, and couldn't help laughing towards the sky. You lowly bastard. I want to see how you die this time. His eyes were filled with pride. If I can't get the Tower of Time, then neither can you. I will watch you die in front of me. At this time, Meng Lei had no idea what was happening in the Dragon God Kingdom. His mind was completely attracted by the drop of Titan's blood in his hand. A drop of blood essence can emit such a terrifying pressure. This is definitely the blood essence of the Titan King, and even, it may be stronger. He whispered to himself. So what is the Titan King? The Titans are a powerful race of gods that dominate the vast void. There are countless strong people in the clan, divided into 3 levels: Earth Titans, Sky Titans, and King of Titans. The Earth Titan, whose power rivals that of a lesser god. Sky Titans, comparable to mid-level gods. The King of Titans is comparable to a higher god. The Titans, who are lower than the lower gods, have not yet awakened their bloodlines and cannot be considered true members of the Titan race. The blood of the Titan King is the blood of the Titan that is comparable to that of the higher gods. Although the upper gods are only 1 level higher than the middle gods, the difference in strength between the two is as huge as heaven and earth. The essence and blood of the higher gods are extremely precious, but the essence and blood of ordinary higher gods will never emit such terrifying pressure. Meng Lei boldly guessed that the owner of this drop of blood was definitely not an ordinary Titan King. It could even be the blood of the invincible Titan King. He couldn't help licking his lips. The invincible Titan King is the supreme being among the Titan Kings, comparable to a perfect upper god. Although there are millions of Titan Kings among the Titans, truly invincible Titan Kings are extremely rare. I possess the bloodline of the 100-armed giant. By fusing this drop of Titan's blood, my divine body will surely be greatly enhanced. Thinking of this, Meng Lei gave the order without hesitation. System, fuse the Titan's blood. The Titan's blood essence immediately spread out, turning into a thin blood curtain that tightly wrapped Meng Lei and then seeped into his body. The blood of the 100-armed giant within his body suddenly went wild, and every cell was like a ferocious beast with bared fangs and claws, scrambling to devour the Titan's blood. With the activation of the bloodline of the 100-armed giant, Meng Lei instantly transformed into a 100-armed giant. The blood vessels all over his body bulged, and the blue veins wriggled on the surface of his skin like earthworms. He clearly felt that a steady stream of pure energy was flowing deep into his cells, strengthening every cell and strengthening his 100-armed giant bloodline. Cells divide and proliferate rapidly. The bloodline of the 100-armed giant is growing rapidly. At the same time, Meng Lei's divine body continued to expand like an inflated balloon. 500 feet, 1,000 feet, 5,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 50,000 feet, 100,000 feet. An extremely violent and boundless pressure spread out from the palace where he was, and instantly formed a super hurricane like a violent storm in
in the palace. The palace collapsed, and the palace maids and eunuchs were blown away like duckweed in the wind. Even Pohaman and others who were handling government affairs were forced to kneel on the ground by this pressure, staring at the giant in the center of the palace in horror. This pressure is too terrifying. Did the master make another breakthrough? It should be. Oh my god. The master is already a mid-level god. Is he going to become a high-level god? Pohaman and others were all shocked. Previously, Meng Lei killed the dark dragon and demonstrated terrifying combat power comparable to that of a mid-level god. Now he is about to break through again? How fast is this improvement? 200,000 feet, 300,000 feet, 400,000 feet. When Meng Lei's body reached a massive 400,000 feet, the rate of growth gradually slowed down. At this moment, he was like a giant standing tall, stretching between heaven and earth, shocking countless people. How high is 400,000 feet? 1 zhang is about 3 meters, and 400,000 zhang is 1.2 million meters, which is equivalent to 1,200 kilometers. How high is Mount Everest? Only 8,800 meters. Meng Lei's feet are actually higher than Mount Everest. You can imagine how tall he is now. Meng Lei stretched across the sky and earth. Not only could the people of the Dragon God Empire see it clearly, but even the people of the Titan Empire, the Beast God Empire, and the Elf Empire witnessed this shocking scene. Great God Meng Lei. The great God Meng Lei. Great God Meng Lei, praise you. Everyone knelt down and prayed to him with extreme piety. This power is truly terrifying. Meng Lei did not notice how huge a storm he had caused. He just felt the surging power in his body and slowly exhaled. The exhaled foul air turned into a howling storm, which hit a towering mountain and instantly shattered it into pieces. Is this the power of a higher god? Meng Lei muttered to himself, feeling shocked and a little scared. No, not enough. It's not hot enough yet. Dodora's voice suddenly rang out. I don't know where you got this drop of Titan blood, but after the fusion, your body has only reached the limit of a mid-level god and is still far from the realm of a high-level god. Not yet at the upper divine realm? Meng Lei was slightly stunned. But I feel like I'm very strong now. I can crush the dark dragon and the god of Warcraft with one punch. If I say it's not here, it's not here. How dare you question my judgment? Dodora suddenly appeared in front of Meng Lei, flapping its small wings gently. A gust of wind swept in and suddenly hit Meng Lei's chest. In an instant, he felt a terrifying force hitting his chest. He couldn't help but groan and staggered back more than 10 steps before he could barely stabilize his body. Dodola, what are you doing? Meng Lei was furious. I just used the power of an ordinary upper god, and I blew you back. Do you understand how big the gap is between you and the upper gods? Dodora said lightly. I really haven't entered the realm of the upper gods yet? Meng Lei was confused, thinking that he was already so strong. Nonsense. The height of a Titan King is usually at least 500,000 feet. Look at you, how tall are you? You're still far from that, understand? Are you still a little short of reaching the realm of a higher god? It's okay, I still have super enhancement. Meng Lei looked relaxed and immediately asked the system. Ding! The host's physique is infinitely close to that of a higher god. After super enhancement, it will reach the realm of a higher god. The cost of using super enhancement, 3 million divine crystals. The system responded coldly. 3 million divine crystals? Meng Lei suddenly lost his composure. Didn't I say that my divine body is infinitely close to that of a higher god? Why do I need so many divine crystals? Isn't this robbery? The system remained silent and ignored him completely, with an attitude that said, if you want to strengthen it, then strengthen it. If you don't want to strengthen it, then forget it. Strengthening bullshit. This many divine crystals are enough for me to super pick up 30,000 times. I don't believe that I can't draw anything good after so many times. Meng Lei made a prompt decision and started the second super pickup. Ding! Host, please specify the target plane. The heaven realm has been picked up twice in a row. Let's look at another place. Meng Lei pondered for a moment. Forest God realm. Wealth decreased by 100 divine crystals. About 10 seconds later, the system's cold voice sounded again. Ding! Pickup successful. An ancient green dragon egg obtained. Ancient green dragon egg? Meng Lei was stunned. After the dragon clan becomes a god, they become ancient dragons. Above them are ancient dragon kings who are comparable to lower-level gods. Above them are ancient dragons who are comparable to middle-level gods. The ancient green dragon is obviously a green dragon comparable to a mid-level god, and its strength is quite terrifying. However, its eggs were of little help to Monlei now, so he didn't think much about it and sent it directly into the Tower of Time to let it hatch on its own. System, continue. Ding! Successfully picked up a piece of the goddess of nature's underwear. Do you want to wear it? I'm wearing your uncle. Meng Lei was furious. You damned dog system, can you be more serious? I don't let you spend my divine crystals casually. He cursed loudly. Ding! Successfully picked up a drop of wooden bat blood. Do you want to fuse it? Wooden bat? Fusion bullshit. Meng Lei's whole body trembled and his face turned pale. Who doesn't know that it is a collection of viruses? Ding! Picked up successfully, got a space ring. Space ring? Meng Lei's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out the ring and examined it carefully. Unfortunately, the owner of this this ring was obviously not a wealthy person, but probably just an ordinary deity in the forest god realm. This guy. But no matter how ordinary a god is, he is still a god from the forest god realm, so his wealth is naturally extraordinary. A pair of divine crystals, a large number of law source crystals, several lower-level divine artifacts, several divine attributes, and other miscellaneous things. Divine crystal, collect. Law source crystal, collect. Wealth increased by 20,000 divine crystals. Although it's not much, the hundreds of divine crystals I spent before have all been earned back. System, continue. Ding. Host, please specify the target plane. It's still the forest god realm. Ding. Successfully picked up a soul crystal. Do you want to fuse it? Soul crystal? Great, let's fuse it, Meng Lei said without hesitation. After fusing this soul crystal, Meng Lei's soul was further strengthened, and he was promoted from the early stage of the middle level god to the middle stage of the middle level god. Ding. Successfully picked up the corpse of an adult powerful King Kong ape. Dodora, what kind of mythical beast is the mighty King Kong monkey? Asked Meng Lei. The mighty King Kong divine ape? It's a very powerful divine beast. An adult mighty King Kong divine ape can tear apart a mid-level god alive. It's a peak mid-level divine beast, Dodora replied. A peak-level mid-level divine beast? Meng Lei was a little disappointed, but it was better than nothing. He decisively released the corpse of the powerful King Kong ape and began to absorb its vitality. Gurgle. A large amount of life essence flows into the body, and a warm current fills the whole body, as if soaking in 70-degree hot spring water, which is extremely comfortable. Come on. I hope I can break through to the realm of the upper gods in one fell swoop this time. Meng Lei silently encouraged himself in his heart. The body of the powerful King Kong ape shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Meng Lei's divine body was also significantly strengthened. But, in the end, he still failed to break through the barrier and enter the realm of the upper gods. Meng Lei couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, so he had to continue picking up treasures. Ding. Picked up successfully, obtained one soul ice marrow. Do you want to fuse it? Soul ice marrow? Keep it for now. Ding. Picked up successfully, obtained one law fragment. Do you want to fuse it? Ding. Picked up successfully, obtained a higher godhood. Do you want to fuse it? Higher godhead? TSK, no fusion. Ding. Pick up successful, a 9 heavens divine wood beast cub obtained. Dodora, what kind of beast god is the 9 heavens divine wood beast? The 9 heavens divine wood beast is an extremely rare divine beast with dual attributes of thunder and wood. Its strength at birth is comparable to that of a demigod, and when it reaches adulthood, it can rival that of a higher god. Good stuff, keep it first. Ding. Picked up successfully, got one woody ginseng king. The woody ginseng king is a priceless divine medicine that can bring the dead back to life and turn rotten bones into flesh. Even if a high-level deity is severely injured, a single piece of the woody ginseng king will allow it to recover quickly. Good stuff, put it away. Ding. Picked up successfully. Next, Meng Lei picked up items in the forest god realm for more than 20 times. Although he gained a lot of treasures, he still couldn't find the key item that could help him break through to the realm of the upper gods. In desperation, he could only change his target and lock onto the underworld. Ding. Pickup successful, obtained the bloodline of the fallen angel. Do you want to fuse it? No fusion. Ding. Picked up successfully, obtained a soul grid of the ghost clan. Do you want to fuse it? The ghost clan? Soul grid? What the hell is this? The ghost clan is one of the higher clans of the underworld. When they are born, their strength is comparable to that of a demigod, and when they mature, they can rival that of a higher god. Dodora explained, the soul is the core of the Dead Soul clan. It is equivalent to the godhood of the void gods and the devil's magic. It is essentially the godhood. This soul grid exudes a terrifying pressure, which is comparable to the superior godhead just obtained. It is obviously a superior soul grid. The value of the upper soul is naturally astonishing. Once fused, it can become a higher god in one leap, but Meng Lei will never easily destroy his future. Ding. Pickup successful, got a Cerberus cub. The 3-headed dog of hell. Cub? Meng Lei's mind moved, and a cute little dog appeared in front of him. It looked a bit like a 1-month-old husky, chubby and very cute. It's a pity that this guy is surrounded by black and red flames, emitting terrifyingly high temperatures. If an ordinary person gets close to him, he will probably be burned to ashes. Good puppy. Meng Lei fell in love with the little guy at first sight and couldn't help but reach out to touch its head. It was furry and felt great. But the next second, the puppy bit Meng Lei's hand, bared its teeth, and whimpered angrily, obviously unwilling to let Meng Lei continue to touch its head. It's quite strong. Meng Lei smiled, grabbed the puppy's neck and lifted it up. Isn't it a 3-headed hellhound? Why does it only have one head? The puppy barked at Meng Lei nonstop and refused to explain. Meng Lei didn't mind and took out a bone. Immediately, the puppy's eyes lit up, staring at the bone with its mouth drooling, just like the local dog that Meng Lei had raised in his previous life. It seems that no matter what kind of dog it is, they all have a special liking for bones. I have a way to deal with you. The 3-headed dog of hell is an extremely terrifying mythical beast. When it grows up, it can devour higher gods alive and is extremely violent. Moreover, it has inherited the strong reproductive distinctive ability of dog-like creatures. The three-headed hellhound is widely distributed in high-level evil planes such as the underworld, the devil world, and hell. Therefore, the strength of the Cerberus clan is even more terrifying than the Nether Phoenix. So, don't underestimate this puppy that looks like a husky. It will become extremely terrifying in the future. But at the moment, it is still just a cute puppy. A few bones can fool it around and it is very close to Meng Lei. That's good. Meng Lei stroked its soft head, feeling great. You are so cute and look like an Era, so I will call you Era. Woo woo. Era did not resist and let Meng Lei caress him. His small black eyes stared at him, full of desire, as if saying, I want to eat bones. Don't worry, you're here. Meng Lei took out another leg bone of a mythical beast and fed it to Era while continuing to pick up. Ding. Pickup successful, get a space ring. Another space ring? Meng Lei was shocked and his spiritual sense quickly probed into the space ring to check. He immediately beamed at the sight. Compared to the previous one, this interspatial ring contained much richer items, clearly made by some wealthy individual. System, put away the divine crystals and law source crystals first. Meng Lei gave the order decisively. Wealth instantly soared by 3.6 million divine crystals. 3.6 million? This time we're making a lot of money. With these 3.6 million divine crystals, Meng Lei's wealth successfully broke through the 10 million mark, reaching 12.1 million, making him rich overnight. 28 median magic weapons. Countless lower-level magic weapons. The most important thing is that there are so many soul crystals. This time we've made a fortune. Without further ado, let's fuse these soul crystals first. A large amount of soul crystals poured into Meng Lei's body, and the soul fire of Meng Lei seemed to be poured with several barrels of gasoline, rapidly expanding. 1, 2, 3 times. After an unknown amount of time, the expansion rate of the soul fire gradually slowed down. At this time, the soul fire was 10 times larger than before. Looking at the attribute panel again, the soul has climbed from the middle stage of the middle-level god to the peak of the middle-level god, and is only one step away from the upper-level god, the divine body of the ultimate mid-level god, the soul of a peak-level mid-level deity. Meng Lei slowly exhaled. Now, apart from the lack of godhood and divine clones, I am already a peak mid-level god. What a pity, I still haven't found the treasure that can strengthen the divine body. There are also many corpses of demons, ghosts, and undead gods in the space ring, and some of them even exude divine power that is no less than that of mid-level gods. Meng Lei swallowed and absorbed it all, causing his vitality to expand infinitely. However, no matter how it grows, the divine body is always stuck at the limit of the middle-level god and cannot cross that hurdle. Meng Lei rubbed his temple, feeling a little irritated. After consuming so much vitality, why can't the divine body transform? That's normal. Dedora's voice rang out. The gap between the middle-level gods and the upper-level gods may seem like only one step, but in reality it's like a chasm, and it's not easy to break through. Otherwise, beings like the Titan god wouldn't be stuck at the peak of the middle-level gods, unable to take the crucial step. Dedora, what should I do? Meng Lei frowned slightly. Does it really take 3 million divine crystals to perform super enhancement? There are 2 directions. Dedora said calmly. First, if your divine power reserves are sufficient, I suggest you try the Netherworld Divine Phoenix's Nirvana Rebirth. Nirvana Rebirth? Meng Lei's eyes lit up, and he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten this innate magical power. The second direction is to find treasures that can enhance the divine body, such as the blood of the Titan King. Dedora gave Meng Lei a meaningful look and said, I believe this shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Ordinary treasures are easy to find, but this kind of treasure may not be. Meng Lei smiled bitterly. After so many super pickups, only the blood of the Titan King can be considered a precious treasure. The others are really ordinary. That's none of my business. Duatala looked relaxed. If that doesn't work, just split your soul and become a god ahead of time. Your soul is so powerful, so splitting your soul will be a piece of cake for you. That's easy to say. Meng Lei shook his head. It was not easy to improve his soul to the current level. He would rather spend money on super strengthening than split his soul and weaken it. Then you can do whatever you want. Dedora's voice gradually died down. Meng Lei had no choice but to continue picking up. In the following time, he kept picking up, but the result went against his wishes. The underworld, the devil world, the abyss, hell, the thunder god world, the light god world, were all searched. There were many ordinary treasures, but he never encountered the key treasure that could help him break through. For several days in a row, Meng Lei could only pick up a pile of messy garbage. Of course, it is garbage in his eyes, but to those true gods, lower gods, and even middle gods, it is definitely a treasure to enhance their strength. Forget it. Since we can't pick it up, let's just stop. There's no point in continuing. Meng Lei finally walked out of the ruined palace and called Pohaman over. Meet the master. Pohaman bowed respectfully. What's the situation with immigration? Monray asked casually. Master, after these days of hard work, the first batch of orcs have all been settled in the 48 plains. Pohaman replied respectfully, 1 million orcs have been placed in each plane, for a total of 48 million. It's going pretty well. Meng Lei nodded slightly. The Beast God Empire had a huge number of orcs, and 48 million was just a drop in the bucket. But these 48 million million orcs were the best kindling for these 48 planes.
There are 1 million orcs in each plane.
Given the orcs' astonishing reproduction rate, within a year, this 1 million can increase tenfold, or even dozens of times. Of course, if there were more time and more fires, the population would grow faster.
You guys are doing great. Keep up the good work. Meng Lei nodded slightly, then waved his hand and released a large pile of treasures.
These were treasures that he had moved and picked up from various places before and had no use for now. For example, holy magic devices, semi-artifacts, true artifacts, magic materials, magic crystals, etc.
Master, this is... Puhamon's face was full of confusion.
I brought these things from the treasure houses of the Dragon God Empire, the Titan Empire, the Beast God Empire, and other forces.
They are no longer useful to me.
Meng Lei said calmly, put them in the Imperial Treasury now to enrich the resources so they can be used where needed in the future.
You can decide how to use them.
Treasures are always useful. Just because they are useless to me doesn't mean they are useless to others. The Monlei Empire is vast and boundless, with generations of geniuses constantly rising. In the future, a group of pillars of society will surely emerge.
How can this be possible without a few treasures as rewards? The Master's wisdom and generosity are like the scorching sun in the sky. Puhamon immediately flattered him.
The howling cold wind danced wildly on the ice field, and the Arctic ice field of the sky continent seemed like an ice world covered with ice and snow.
Suddenly, a huge black shadow flew across the ice field.
It turned out to be a team of tens of thousands of people flying in the air. Zooming in, the camera showed more than 10,000 ragged orcs, their expressions terrified and their eyes filled with despair. Above the orcs' heads, there was a giant beast with many arms flying.
It was Monrei's magical pet, Sarath. Everyone, listen up.
As Sarath soared, he comforted the orcs. This time, I'm taking you to a new homeland. It's a vast continent, rich in resources, and a perfect place to live. Once you get there, no one will compete with you for food, and no ferocious monsters will attack you. You can reproduce freely and make that place your home. The orcs were skeptical.
Vast land? Rich resources? No natural enemies? Is there really such a good place?
In doubt, the orcs soon arrived at the teleportation array on the Arctic ice field.
Salus led them through the teleportation array and arrived at the Dragon Continent. See, this is your new home.
Sarath pointed to the boundless Dragon Continent and said passionately, here are fertile grasslands, dense forests, clear rivers, and fertile land. The orcs stared wide-eyed at this brand new world. Before them lay endless green grasslands, lush forests as verdant as the ocean, and rivers winding across the land like silver snakes.
They didn't see a single monster, not a single human in sight, didn't see a single dragon. Here, you can farm and graze as much as you want, fish and pick fruits as you like, and enjoy life to the fullest.
Sarath said loudly, now, I will take you to your new home. Soon, they arrived at the border of a grassland and a forest. Sarath released the orcs and distributed a large amount of food and seeds.
Welcome to our new home, my people.
Such scenes occurred one after another in various planes. The black dragon Saniel, the fallen titan Babras, the squid mage Mervin, the alchemical creature hunter, the black panther goddess Nagia, the thunder queen Seja, the flying snow sword Saint Galen, the spider goddess Rose, the dark elf queen Naga Rose, the dark snapping turtle king Antun, and many other powerful people are also busy migrating. They all took the trouble to move the house themselves. Everyone's face was filled with smiles and full of anticipation. In the past, because they had no territory, they could only hide in the underground world and work hard to build their own power.
But now, with such abundant resources in front of them, how could they let them go easily?
They can't wait to see the day when believers spread across the 48 planes and continuously supply them with the power of faith. With faith, it can be transformed into divine power. With faith, you can strengthen your soul. When I think of that moment, an indescribable wonderful feeling surges in my heart. It can be summed up in one word: beautiful.
After settling the orcs, Salus took the teleportation array back to the Arctic ice field.
At this moment, a shocking scene appeared before his eyes. Suddenly, a huge black hole appeared in the sky, stretching across the sky like a black hole, and its exact size was difficult to define. But even though he was far away in the Arctic ice field, he could see with his naked eyes that the black hole was at least 100 meters away. Even from such a distance, you can clearly see a black hole with a diameter of 100 meters. It is not difficult to imagine how huge this black hole is. A beam of black light suddenly shot out from the black hole, shooting straight towards the earth like a black pillar of light that penetrated the sky and the earth.
A tremendous pressure spread out, sweeping across the entire sky continent like a tsunami. Plop.
Wherever the pressure passed, no matter if they were ordinary humans or strong men from the Holy Land, they all fell to their knees involuntarily, as if a huge rock was pressing on their hearts, making it difficult to breathe.
God Meng Lei. What just happened? Could it be that a demon from outer space has descended? May the great God Meng Lei bless you. May the great God Meng Lei bless you. Everyone was terrified and panicked, and began to pray devoutly. The situation is serious.
Salus's face suddenly changed, and he turned into a stream of light and rushed straight to the palace of the Monlei Empire. Saniel, Nagia, and others also hurried over.
A loud and clear clear dragon roar resounded through the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a ferocious and terrifying dragon head slowly emerging from the black hole. Next, there is the huge dragon body, broad dragon wings and strong dragon tail. It was a dark dragon that was over 100,000 feet long. Its entire body was pitch black, it looked extremely ferocious, and it exuded a monstrous demonic aura. Dragon! It's a dragon! Oh my god! The dragon is back! The dragon is back! The dragon god empire had just collapsed not long ago, and the belief in the dragon god had not yet completely dissipated. How could people forget the extremely ferocious dragon clan? For a time, all kinds of negative emotions such as hatred, anger, fear, and terror swept across the entire sky continent, and people's hearts fell into deep panic. The demonic power is truly terrifying. This is definitely a dark dragon. Boss's guess turned out to be correct. As Salus galloped, he stared closely at the dark dragon that emerged from the black hole, sneering in his heart, a mere mid-level god-level dark dragon wants to act wildly? It's simply courting death. Just as he sneered, another huge and ferocious dragon head emerged from the black hole, also emitting astonishing demonic power. The dragon's body is still 10,000 feet long. Another dark dragon. Saroth's expression darkened. But it doesn't matter. Boss is the lord of the plains. What's a threat to him against two mid-level gods? However, after the second dark dragon, the third, fourth dragons one after another continued to pour out of the black hole, as if a hornet's nest had been poked, and they could not be stopped at all. In less than a minute, 50 dark dragons emerged from the black cave. Each one of them was 100,000 feet long and had tremendous demonic power. This time, Saroth couldn't contain himself anymore. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Damn it! Where on earth did these dark dragons come from? No one could answer him. Saniel and others were also silent. No one can provide any explanation to the general public. How so? 50 dark dragons circled high in the sky, roaring towards the sky and emitting deafening dragon roars. The sound was so powerful that it was like thousands of horses galloping and thousands of cannons firing at the same time. Boom! The rolling sound waves intertwined together, forming an earth-shaking shock wave that exploded, tearing the void apart and blasting out a mass of chaotic paste. For a moment, the blue sky suddenly became like a pitch-black hell, and terrifying space cracks flashed one after another, as if the end of the world was coming, which was terrifying. So many demons. In a hidden void in the sky continent, a towering figure stared at the black rift and 50 dark dragons in the distance, his expression grim and ugly. Where the hell did they come from? This towering figure was none other than the former belief of the beast god empire, the beast god. Now, his face was filled with deep confusion amidst the gloom. 50 demons. This is definitely an extremely powerful force, enough to sweep across countless planes, defeat countless alliances of gods, and conquer vast territories. But the question is, why did such a force suddenly descend upon the sky continent? What exactly are they planning? The sky continent is just an ordinary low-level material plane. How could it possibly attract so many demon gods to start a war? The beast god was puzzled. There must be some unknown secret hidden here. At this moment, a figure appeared quietly, wearing golden armor and extremely burly. It was the Titan god, one of the four true gods of the sky continent. Nas, you can't sit still anymore? The beast god glanced at him. Hiram, do you know why these dragons came? Asked the Titan in a deep voice. The beast god shook his head. I can't tell for now. 50 demon gods, such a large-scale movement. The Titan frowned and asked, what exactly is their purpose? Just as the two gods were puzzled, two thin figures emerged from the black cracks and descended onto the sky continent. Seeing this, the expressions of the beast god and the Titan god suddenly changed. Haribes, how could it be him? They didn't know one of them, but they were very familiar with the other one, who was the dragon god Elves Heber, one of the four true gods of the sky continent. Were these demons brought by the dragon god? I really can't figure out where the dragon god gathered so many experts from. Isn't he the weakest and least powerful of the four of us? That's unknown, we can only wait and see. 50 dark dragons bowed their heads and saluted with an extremely respectful attitude. Everyone, get up. A middle-aged man in a black robe said calmly, then turned his gaze to the dragon god. Haribes, I hope you didn't deceive me. Teacher, please rest assured. The dragon god quickly assured, the traitor who stole the Tower of Time is in this plane. I will summon him out and hand him over to the teacher for disposal. The middle-aged man in black robe nodded slightly. Long E, long air, you go with Elves. The two dark dragons nodded in agreement. Teacher, please wait a moment. The dragon god bowed slightly, then flew towards the Manglay Empire with Long E and Long Air. The outcome is decided. The middle-aged man in black robe watched the three people's backs, with greed flashing in his eyes. No one knew the value of the Tower of Time better than him, and no one wanted to get it more than him. The legendary time artifact. In the vast universe, the only great being who comprehends the laws of time, the god of time, forged this supreme artifact himself. It is said that it contains not only the god of time's life's wealth, but also the secret method of cultivating the laws of time. There are even rumors that there is a high-level plane seed hidden in the Tower of Time. Any one of these three would make countless higher gods salivate, let alone all three together. Therefore, after learning the news that the Tower of Time
might appear, the middle-aged man in black robe rushed over without hesitation.
He would rather believe it than not. If it really was here, he would make a fortune.
Tower of Time, I will seize it at all costs.
Bastard, let's see how you die miserably this time.
The dragon god was excited and couldn't wait to see Meng Lei.
If I can't get it, you can't get it either.
The three of them moved forward rapidly and soon arrived above the palace of the Manlei Empire. The arrival of the three people, especially the appearance of the two dark dragons, immediately caused an uproar, and the people in the imperial capital were terrified. They wanted to escape, but under the pressure of the rolling demonic power, they found it difficult to even stand up, let alone run away.
They could only pray for safety. Bless us. God Meng Lei, bless us.
Great God Meng Lei, please keep me safe and sound, and keep my family healthy.
As long as you bless me, I am willing to give everything. Thief, get out here and die. The dragon god roared like a roar of thunder, shaking the eardrums of the people in the imperial capital, buzzing their heads, and reaching extreme fear.
How dare you, you heretic, run wild here. Accompanied by a roar, a figure rushed straight into the sky, his eyes as sharp as torches, glaring at the dragon god and the two dark dragons that descended from the sky, and his divine power rolled in.
It's Puhaman.
As the most powerful official who controls the military and political power of the Manlei Empire, Puhaman's prestige in the empire is second only to Manlei. His appearance immediately stabilized people's hearts, and people's panic gradually eased.
Great, it's Master Puhaman. Everyone looked at Puhaman with eager anticipation, their eyes full of hope.
Where did this reptile come from that dares to bark in front of me? Longy roared and suddenly swung out his huge dragon claws at a speed so fast that it was difficult to catch.
Puhaman had no time to react and was hit by the claws.
Puhaman flew towards the palace of the Manlei Empire like a meteorite at a speed even faster than when he came, and razed a palace to the ground. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he felt as if his bones were falling apart and his internal organs were severely damaged.
You little reptile, you're overestimating yourself.
The dragon god sneered. Rebel Meng Lei, don't think you can escape death by hiding in the palace.
I'm telling you, that's just a daydream. If you know what's good for you, come with me to see the teacher right now, or you'll be killed without a burial place. Why bother?
Longy roared and spurted out a black dragon breath that swept towards the palace.
The dragon breath contained endless destructive power, enough to burn everything.
Without a miracle, the entire palace will be reduced to ruins, everyone inside will be reduced to ashes, and even the entire imperial capital will not be able to escape. Faced with the sudden aura of destruction, people fell into despair and terror. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out, as if echoing from the bottom of everyone's heart, absolute zero. The golden cold mist met the black dragon breath. As soon as it came into contact, the black dragon breath was quickly frozen and condensed into a thick icicle.
The icicle then shattered and turned into ice chips. We are saved.
Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had just escaped death. At this moment, a figure slowly rose into the air and appeared above the palace.
Great God Meng Lei. It's the great God Meng Lei.
He saved us. People were so excited that they burst into tears.
Dragon God, you are unwilling to hide in the kingdom of God and survive, but you dare to jump out and seek death?
Meng Lei stared coldly at the dragon god and the two dark dragons. You bastard, you still dare to be stubborn even when you are about to die. The dragon god sneered. Today, not only will I kill you, but I will also take back everything you've taken from me.
That depends on whether you have the ability. Meng Lei sneered. Dodora, lock onto the projection of the dragon god's divine power and find his kingdom of God.
I want to completely destroy this stink bug. As long as we have divine power projection, everything will be easy.
This lowly human is doomed. With so many demons, they can definitely tear him to pieces.
Comparatively, I'm more concerned about this group of people. Who are they, and why are they willing to serve Helibus? The beast god and the titan god stood proudly in the void, staring closely at the movements of the dragon god. The more they watched, the more suspicious they became.
Where do so many dark dragons come from? Why do they stand on the side of the dragon god? What is their purpose in coming to the sky continent? You and I both know that Helibus has always been alone.
Although he is nominally a member of the dragon clan, he has always been ignored. The titan god murmured, but this time, he actually brought so many experts with him. This is very unusual. Could it be that Helibus, like me, suddenly gained the attention of the dragon god clan and received a reward? But look at Heribes, who is arrogant at first but respectful later.
Does he look like the master of these people?
The beast god sneered. The titan shook his head slightly.
Heribes was extremely respectful to the middle-aged man in black robe.
The two men obviously had different identities, and Heribes was more like the other's subordinate.
Since they are not in a master-servant relationship, why did they come to the sky continent? Is it just to avenge Heribes?
The titan continued to ask. A sharp light flashed in the beast god's eyes. Nothing is good without profit, especially for us gods.
Who would do something useless? There must be something fishy going on here. You mean?
The titan frowned slightly. I boldly speculate that Meng Lei is hiding a shocking secret, and this group of people is here just for the secret. The beast god's voice was low, his anger barely concealed. He suddenly realized he might have been deceived. The last time the dragon god god approached him to exchange the devil contract. He had claimed it was to avenge Meng Lei. But now the beast god understood that it was obvious that Elves was coveting the secret of Meng Lei, so he took the risk to come to him.
An earth-shattering secret? The Titan god's pupils shrank sharply. Now that you mention it, it's indeed possible. Otherwise, how could he, a human being, cultivate so quickly? I finally understand. I finally figured it out.
The Titan gnashed his teeth and said, "Damn Elves. He knew the secret, but he hid it from us and told those people.
It's too late to say anything now."
The beast god sighed. This group of people made such a big move, obviously determined to get it.
Even if we knew that Meng Lei had a secret, what could we do? 100,000 feet is equivalent to 300 kilometers.
The dragon bodies are 300 kilometers long, which shows how huge the two dark dragons are. They stretched across the sky above the imperial palace, like rolling mountains suspended overhead, a dark mass that blocked out the sky and the sun. "Elves, is he the one the master is looking for?" asked the dark dragon Longi with a low growl.
"Yes, he is the teacher's target."
The dragon god nodded slightly and warned, "But don't be careless.
Although this traitor is hateful, his strength should not be underestimated. What's so great about a native god from a lower plane?
I can swallow him in one gulp."
Longi sneered and roared, "Human god, if you know what's best for you, follow me to see the master. Otherwise, I won't mind tearing you into pieces. You're quite arrogant."
Meng Lei put his hands behind his back and sneered, "The last dark dragon who dared to be so arrogant in front of me. The grass on his grave is dozens of meters high." Longi suddenly raised his dragon claws that were tens of kilometers long, flashing with a cold light as dazzling as ice in the sunlight, and smashed them down fiercely at Meng Lei. Compared with the huge dragon claw that was as big as a mountain, Meng Lei was like a tiny ant.
"Long live the great god Meng Lei. God Meng Lei is invincible. God Meng Lei is the strongest. Come on, Master Meng Lei."
The people of the imperial capital were so nervous that they prayed anxiously for Meng Lei.
"You're overestimating yourself."
Facing the giant claws that were like a mountain pressing down on his head, Meng Lei shook his head, and his divine body suddenly expanded like an inflated balloon, instantly expanding to 10,000 feet. Then, he clenched his right fist slightly to meet the giant dragon claw that was striking down.
Crack!
It was as if Venus hit the earth, accompanied by an earth-shaking explosion. Violent shock waves spread out, and the void shattered in an instant. The people of the imperial capital were horrified to see a huge black hole appear above their heads, like the gaping mouth of a prehistoric monster, ready to swallow everything. With a muffled groan, Long Yi retracted his giant claws, and the huge claws trembled slightly. It was obvious that the collision just now made him feel extremely uncomfortable.
"I underestimated you."
Long Yi stared at Meng Lei, fear flashing in his eyes.
"But do you think you can compete with me like this?" Demon realm.
A restraining force suddenly spread out, and the surrounding void was instantly bound. Meng Lei was in the core of the demon realm, bearing most of the restraining force, and was firmly imprisoned in place.
"Die, reptile!"
Long Yi roared, opened his bloody mouth full of sharp fangs, and bit Meng Lei fiercely. Each of his fangs was several kilometers long and harder and sharper than lesser divine weapons.
With this bite, even a towering mountain would be shattered into pieces. "Don't you brush your teeth before you go out?"
Meng Lei helplessly fanned the void in front of him, his face full of disgust. "It's not your fault that you have bad breath, but it's wrong for you to come out and disgust others." As soon as he finished speaking, he teleported to the top of Long Yi's head and stepped down heavily. The huge foot stepped heavily on Long Yi's head. With the crisp sounds of broken bones and torn muscles, Long Yi's head fell straight to the ground like a meteorite. If it really falls, half of the imperial capital will probably be affected, and tens of millions of residents in the imperial capital will definitely not be spared.
Meng Lei obviously would not allow this to happen.
He instantly changed his shape and appeared under Long Yi, and his fist hit Long Yi's chin like a cannonball.
Crack!
Meng Lei exerted all his strength and burst out with violent force, instantly smashing Long Yi's jaw into pieces, and then smashing its head. Pieces of flesh splattered everywhere and blood sprayed like rain.
This mid-level god-level Long Yi didn't even have time to scream before his head exploded and he died instantly, completely. With a casual move, Meng Lei put Long Yi's huge corpse into the Tower of Time to prevent it from falling to the ground and causing an unforeseen disaster. Long Yi's eyes widened with anger, and the flames of hatred burned in his eyes. "Damn native, you dare to kill Long Yi, I must devour you." No one expected that the battle between Meng Lei and the dark dragon Long Yi would end so quickly. That was a dark dragon with a body of 100,000 feet long and strength comparable to that of a mid-level god, but its head was crushed by being stepped on. How big was the gap between them? He instantly killed a mid-level god-level dark dragon. This human strength has indeed increased. He must be hiding a shocking secret.
In the distant void, the beast god and the titan god looked at each other, and solemnity and horror flashed in each other's eyes. Monrei's rise was too fast. It took no more than 10 years. From a weak and humble human kid, he has grown to the point where he can easily kill demons in seconds.
What a terrifying speed of cultivation.
Even looking into the vast universe, it is hard to find such a perverted genius.
It's too fast. A big secret. This human must be hiding a huge, earth-shattering secret.
The titan clenched his fists and said, "Damn damn Haribes, he actually hid it from us.
He really deserves to die. The beast god's expression darkened.
If I had known this would happen, I would have taken him down at all costs when he came looking for me.
Unfortunately, it's too late now. Late? Not necessarily. The Titan god's eyes flashed. After these demons succeed, they will definitely leave the sky continent.
This may be a good opportunity for us to take action. The beast god was shocked and looked at the Titan god. Nose, what do you mean? You and I will join forces to kill these demons.
With our combined strength, it will be absolutely foolproof.
The Titan said slowly.
The beast god's heart moved, and he immediately nodded in agreement.
Okay, after we succeed, you and I will share the secret. If it is a treasure, we will split it equally. It's a deal.
You lowly reptile, how dare you kill Long-E?
Long-Air roared, his eyes filled with endless rage and immense hatred.
These dark dragons have been trained by their masters since childhood. They have no control over their life and death and can only obey orders and practice hard day and night.
Over the long years, they have established a deep friendship with each other. Now, seeing Long-E being killed by Manglei, how could Long-Air not hate? Go to hell. Die. Long-Air roared angrily and waved his claws, trying to beat Manglei into a pulp. Manglei did not dodge at all, but reached out and grabbed the dragon's claw that was rushing towards him. Seeing this, Long-Air opened his mouth and spewed out dragon breath containing destructive power. If the breath hit Manglei, his face would be covered in paste.
How could Manglei let it do as it wished?
He grew another arm from his back and punched Long-Air in the chin in midair.
The dragon's head was knocked back and the dragon's breath brushed Manglei's scalp. Die, reptile.
Manglei grabbed Long-Air's throat with his third hand and exerted force suddenly.
With a click, Long-Air's throat was crushed.
Long-Air's eyes rolled up, his throat broke, and he suddenly couldn't breathe. Hundreds of vines spread out from behind Manglei, transforming into countless poisonous snakes that wrapped around Long-Air's huge body and began to devour him frantically.
Gurgle, gurgle.
Pure life force flowed along the vines into Manglei's body, seeping into his limbs, penetrating deep into his internal organs, and covering every corner of his body.
How can I describe this feeling? That's the feeling.
Manglei narrowed his eyes, immersed in the warmth that enveloped his body.
I don't believe that after consuming so much vitality, my divine body still can't break through.
If one is not enough, I will swallow two. If two are not enough, I will swallow three, until my divine body is completely transformed.
Gurgle.
Under Manglei's crazy devouring power, Long-Air quickly shriveled up and shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye.
In less than a minute, he turned into a mummy.
He was skinny and bony, clearly a skeleton covered in dragon skin. Manglei waved his hand to put away the skeleton Long-Air, then turned to the dragon god, knowing that the dragon god in front of him was just a projection of divine power and his true body had not appeared.
You actually killed Long-E and Long-Air?
The dragon god was terrified, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief.
Dragon 1 and Dragon 2, either one, were far superior to his original self. However, at this moment, he was easily killed by Manglei.
Has he grown to this point?
Don't worry, you will die too.
Manglei said calmly, after I kill these dark dragons you brought with you, I will personally come after you. Although you are as weak as an ant, you are more annoying than flies and mosquitoes.
What a big tone.
At this moment, a cold voice sounded, and the middle-aged man in black robe and 48 dark dragons were approaching at some point.
Welcome to the Sky Continent, Manglei said sarcastically, his hands behind his back.
Not only did you come, but you also brought so many delicious desserts.
What a profound friendship. I'm so grateful.
The middle-aged man in the black robe said coldly, natives, be proud as you want. You won't even have the chance to cry later.
Come, take him down.
Yes, master. 48 dark dragons responded loudly, then turned into black streams of light and pounced towards Manglei.
I heard it.
Although they are huge, Manglei is also 100,000 feet tall, so the target is naturally huge.
Since you are so kind, I won't be polite. Manglei laughed loudly towards the sky and smashed his fist like a cannonball. Crack!
The head of the dark dragon in the front was instantly shattered and it died instantly. The first one, die. Immediately afterwards, Manglei stretched out his hand and grabbed a dark dragon, and with a swish sound, the dark dragon was torn into two halves, blood gushing out, and it was sent into the Tower of Time with a scream.
The second one, die.
Manglei leaped up, his right leg turned into a steel whip, and kicked the third dark dragon hard in the abdomen.
With a muffled sound, its abdominal cavity exploded instantly, and its internal organs splashed all over. The dark dragon spat out a mouthful of blood and its expression suddenly became weak.
Manglei casually sent it into the Tower of Time for storage.
The third one, die. Seeing Manglei kill 3 of them in an instant, the remaining dark dragons were shocked, angry and afraid. Everyone, come together. Don't give him the chance to defeat them one by one.
The remaining 45 dark dragons quickly dispersed, forming an encirclement, surrounding Manglei and attacking him from all directions.
Gang beat me up? What I fear least is a group fight. Manglei laughed loudly, his muscles trembling, and his arms grew out of his body like a python. No more, no less, exactly 100. A 100-armed giant. He is actually a giant with 100 arms.
Both the 45 dark dragons and the middle-aged man in black robe were stunned by Manglei's changes, and their eyes were filled with astonishment.
As an alien species of the Titans, the 100-armed giants have infinite strength and extremely powerful combat capabilities. None of them should be underestimated. Come one by one, don't even think about escaping. Meng Lei transformed into a giant with 100 arms, the power of his blood surged, his eyes became bloodthirsty, and he became extremely violent. Let's attack together. So what if he's a giant with 100 arms? He's just a sky titan. After a brief shock, the 45 dark dragons swarmed forward again. As their master's killing machines, they are firm in their beliefs, have no fear, and will never back down. As long as their master doesn't stop, they will never stop until they tear the enemy to pieces. Meng Lei did not dodge at all, and attacked with all 100 arms, facing 45 dark dragons. The two sides collided violently. In terms of momentum, the 45 dark dragons are undoubtedly superior. Each of them is a demon god, 100,000 feet long, and they have the advantage in numbers. They besieged Meng Lei, and at first glance it looked like a group of adults beating up a primary school student. The two sides were not on the same level at all. Unfortunately, after the actual confrontation, the situation was completely different. Meng Lei fought 45 people alone, suppressing the dark dragon by beating, smashing, and grabbing. Smashed the dark dragon's head with one punch, cut its throat with one hand. With one grab, the dark dragon was torn into two halves. This is a beating. This is massacre. This is a gang fight. Meng Lei defeated 45 dark dragons alone. Meng Lei slaughtered 45 dark dragons alone. Meng Lei and his men fought against 45 dark dragons. In an instant, the dark dragons fell from the sky like dumplings, screaming. The unlucky one had its head shattered and died on the spot, while the luckier one had its wings torn off and was seriously injured. Dragon blood splattered, dyeing the void red. Only Meng Lei stood proudly in the air, his body covered in blood, like the god of death crawling out of hell. Meng Lei waved his hand, and the dead dark dragons turned into void and dissipated. The gloomy sky that covered the sun was filled with sunshine again. When Meng Lei finished cleaning up, only less than 10 lightly injured dark dragons managed to escape far away, and the rest were all swallowed by Meng Lei. He's the devil. These 10 dark dragons were terrified and overwhelmed by fear. How could they have any desire to fight? Escape? Can you escape? Meng Lei licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and teleported in front of a dark dragon. Dozens of vines spread rapidly, instantly piercing into the dragon's body and beginning to devour it. The dark dragon was so frightened that it fled in panic, but it could not escape the vines. The dragon's body gradually shriveled up, and ultimately it couldn't escape the fate of being devoured and turned into a skeleton. Feeling the vitality in his body surging, Meng Lei exhaled a long breath and turned his gaze to the next dark dragon. Not enough. Keep going. Don't come over here. Sensing Meng Lei's gaze, the dark dragon retreated in fear, but in this plane, there was nowhere to escape. Meng Lei teleported over and devoured again. In just half a minute, there was another dried corpse. In this way, Meng Lei devoured madly, and the dark dragons became mummies one by one, and finally turned into skeletons. Wow, that feels so good. Meng Lei breathed a sigh of relief, his whole body filled with the omnipresent warmth, and the power that continuously surged from his body made him intoxicated. Unfortunately, the divine body still showed no signs of transformation. Even after absorbing so many dark dragons, it still failed to break through the final shackles. Meng Lei was not impatient. There were still more than 30 dark dragon corpses in the Tower of Time. After devouring them all, the quantitative change might lead to a qualitative change? At this moment, the dim sky became bright again, and people looked at the towering figure standing proudly in the air, with completely different moods. Master Meng Lei won. Supreme God Meng Lei, may I praise you for defeating the evil dragon. The people of the imperial capital cheered and were extremely excited. They shouted Meng Lei's name wildly and were more devout in their faith in him than ever before. Even those who had not believed in Mon Rei before began to believe in him at this moment. On the other side, Saniel, Saroth, the spider goddess, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. With smiles on their faces, the master is indeed the strongest. In this plane, the master is invincible and no one can defeat him. Too strong. He fought 48 dark dragons alone and won every one of them. How can one word describe him as so strong? It is the honor of a lifetime to follow such a great master. Yes, it's an honor. Even the usually unruly spider goddess was completely convinced at this moment. She no longer had any dissatisfaction or other thoughts, and her heart was filled with deep awe and admiration for Meng Lei. In the distant void, the beast god and the titan god were silent. The shock just now still made it difficult for them to recover for a long time. After a long silence, the beast god was the first to break it. Nose, if it were you, could you kill those demons in such a short time? The titan opened his mouth, and after a moment of silence, he said unwillingly, although I don't want to admit it, I really can't do it. The beast god nodded slightly. Although the titan god was a peak mid-level god with immense strength and amazing combat power, two fists could not beat four hands. Facing the siege of 50 dark dragons, he could defeat them, but it was impossible for him to completely defeat them in such a short time. I really don't know how he cultivated. The titan clenched his fists, watching an ant in his eyes surpass him. The feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Nose, now that things have come to this, we must form an alliance. alliance. The beast god sighed softly and suddenly said, "Alliance?" The Titan was slightly stunned. "Hiram, what do you mean?" "Nose, have you forgotten that our faith territory is not far from the sky continent plane? Do you think that kid will let us go given his personality?" The beast god said slowly. The Titan god snorted coldly. "If he dares to set his sights on me, I will never let him go." "Nas, now is not the time to act on impulse. What is going on?" The beast god shook his head. "Although I don't want to discourage him, I have a feeling he will definitely reach the realm of the higher gods before you and I. When that happens, we will be in great danger." The Titan's expression suddenly changed. "Meng Lei, want to become a superior god? All gods are greedy, especially when it comes to faith. They are insatiable. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as any god has the ability, he will try his best to obtain all the faith within his ability. No one will despise their lack of faith. For example, the Titans. After he left the sky continent, he worked hard to expand his territory and occupy the material plane. Even though he later owned more than 100 faith territories in the material plane, he was still not satisfied and continued to expand outward. Even if the strength is strong enough, the Titan god will kill the beast god without hesitation and seize his faith territory. Therefore, when the beast god told him that Meng Lei was very likely to become a superior god before him, the Titan god immediately felt the crisis. If he was Monroe, they will definitely attack him, and the beast god without hesitation seize their faith territory and occupy all occupiable planes. Thinking of this, the Titan couldn't help but curse inwardly, feeling extremely aggrieved. "Nas, face reality." The beast god sighed. "In order to prepare for the crisis that may break out in the future, we must form an alliance. Of course, you are the focus of the Theodore family's training, and you can also ask for their help in critical moments." The Titan god gritted his teeth and said, "If a mere human bastard can force me to ask my family for help, then I would rather die." "Nas, you are too proud." After defeating the dark dragon, Meng Lei looked at the middle-aged man in black robes and said, "When I was fighting them just now, you could have taken the opportunity to launch a sneak attack." The middle-aged man in the black robe brushed off the non-existent dust on his robe and said, "You still want me to launch a sneak attack? You really overestimate yourself." Meng Lei narrowed his eyes slightly. "You should understand my intention." The middle-aged man in black robe said calmly, "Hand over that thing and offer your soul essence, and I can show mercy and spare your life. I used to say this to others, but I never thought I'd be the one to say it myself. It really is a changing world." Meng Lei shook his head and chuckled. "However, I will still return this sentence to you. Kneel down and beg for mercy and offer the essence of your soul, and I can spare your life." "Reptile, you're looking for death." The middle-aged man in black robe suddenly looked cold. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Swish! A gust of wind shot out and instantly hit Meng Lei's chest. In an instant, Meng Lei's extremely tough body, which was strong enough to withstand the dark dragon's bombardment, was pierced like fragile tofu, and a bloody hole like a black hole appeared in his chest. Divine blood gushed out, and excruciating pain quickly invaded his nerves. Meng Lei stared at the bloody hole in his chest, his heart filled with shock and fear. This attack was too fast, and the method was too sharp. "I didn't even react." "Monlei, he is a superior god," Dodora reminded in time. Superior gods. In the distant void, the beast god and the Titan god were shocked at the same time, and their eyes revealed an expression of disbelief almost in unison. "It's actually a high-level deity." The beast god muttered to himself, "I should have thought of it earlier. A mid-level deity couldn't possibly subdue so many demon-level subordinates. What kind of big secret is this kid hiding that even the higher gods are alarmed?" The Titan god was in disbelief. "Who knows? Anyway, this secret has nothing to do with us." The beast god sighed. "This kid is dead, and the secret he carries will be taken away. I hope this superior god takes the secret and leaves, otherwise we will be in danger." The Titan nodded slightly. "The master is injured." Saras, Pohaman and others were horrified to see that Meng Lei was injured in one move, and their eyes were full of worry and concern. "I've long suspected you were a high-level deity, but I never imagined your methods would be so terrifying. It's truly unimaginable." Despite his chest injury, Meng Lei's face showed no trace of fear. Instead, he expressed sincere admiration. "You didn't disappoint me." "Reptile, I'll give you one chance," the black-robed middle-aged man said coldly. "Hand over that thing, and I'll spare your life." "We'll talk about this later." Meng Lei regained his human form, his eyes determined. "Right now, I just want to have a good fight with you. Come on, let me see the true strength of the higher god." The middle-aged man in black robe had a gloomy face, and another gust of strong wind shot out, but this time before it touched Meng Lei, he disappeared without a trace. The next moment, Meng Lei appeared mysteriously behind the middle-aged man in black robe, and the Grim Reaper's scythe appeared out of thin air, slashing towards his head like lightning. "It's useless." The middle-aged man in black robe shook his head slightly, and tilted his head slightly as if he had eyes on his back, easily avoiding the sharp sickle, then raised his right fist and smashed it hard into Meng Lei's chest. A powerful force came over him, and Meng Lei felt as if his chest was hit by a heavy hammer. He felt a piercing pain and then spit out a mouthful of blood. "Good move." Meng Lei retreated to a distance, blood on the corner of his mouth. "The upper gods are indeed powerful. It seems that ordinary physical attacks can't can't do anything to you.
Stop struggling in vain, the black-robed middle-aged man said calmly. The more you struggle, the more desperate you'll feel. Meng Lei teleported behind the middle-aged man in black robe again, and two black flames suddenly shot out from his eyes, hitting the target. The black flames fell on the middle-aged man in black robe, burning instantly and spreading rapidly. The middle-aged man in black robe changed his expression slightly, and a cloud of black mist rose from his hand. With a casual flick of his hand, he actually threw away the netherworld divine fire on his body.
Netherworld divine fire. He stared at Meng Lei. Are you a descendant of the netherworld divine phoenix clan?
Meng Lei remained silent, only watching the netherworld divine fire being flung away, thinking to himself, even the netherworld divine fire has no effect on you.
It seems there's really nothing I can do.
Stop struggling in vain, the black-robed middle-aged man said coldly. I don't care whether you are from the Death Clan or the descendant of the netherworld divine phoenix.
Hand over that thing obediently, otherwise, I originally planned to kill you and devour your vitality to break through to the upper divine realm, but now it seems that this is obviously impossible. Meng Lei sighed. At this point, I have no choice but to use my ultimate move. System, how much does it cost to plunder his vitality? Ding! The opponent is a high-level god with extremely powerful combat power. It takes 6 million divine crystals to plunder his vitality.
The system responded coldly.
What about plundering his godhood? 8 million divine crystals. Okay, no more plundering. Activate super enhancement to strengthen my divine body.
Pohaman, Saniel, Garen and the others looked at the fierce battle in the sky, all with heavy faces and even waves of despair in their hearts.
Not only is his speed as fast as lightning, his reaction is also unparalleled.
Even the Master's most powerful netherworld divine fire has no effect on him.
How can he be defeated? A higher god. He must be a higher god.
Only a higher god can manipulate the Master at will.
Higher gods. Everyone was shocked.
The higher gods are beings that stand at the pinnacle of the gods. Even if they are in the vast void, they are extremely powerful, not to mention in a lower plane like the Sky Continent. The arrival of a superior god in the Sky Continent is like a special forces soldier entering a kindergarten. It is like a tiger among a flock of sheep, a synonym for disaster. Everyone, we can't just sit there and wait for death.
Pohaman said in a heavy voice, if anything happens to the Master, none of us will survive. Everyone's heart trembled, and they all took to the air, ready to help Meng Lei.
But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Like a hydrogen bomb explosion, an extremely violent aura burst out from Meng Lei's body, instantly sweeping across the world.
Everyone looked at Meng Lei in astonishment. Boom boom boom.
Meng Lei seemed to be injected with infinite energy, his aura surged, and in just a few breaths he reached a shocking and terrifying level. The vast divine power spread from him, turning into an overwhelming shockwave that crushed all directions wantonly.
Master has actually made another breakthrough? Well, it seems so. How long has it been since the Master's breakthrough? Pohaman and others had complicated expressions, with horror, ecstasy, shock, excitement and disbelief intertwined in their hearts. He actually broke through in the middle of a battle? The Beast God and the Titan God looked at each other, and saw horror in each other's eyes. Although there had been speculation that Meng Lei might break through to become a higher god before them, no one expected that he would complete the breakthrough at this moment. Monster! This guy is a monster. The Titan God angrily said, how long has he been a god? He has already broken through to become a higher god?
He is not a monster. The secret within him is the real monster. The Beast God regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If we had known his secret earlier, we would have become higher gods, not him.
The Titan God also showed regret and unwillingness on his face. Indeed, if he had known Meng Lei's secret and eliminated him when he was still weak, how could he have ended up in the current situation? Great Titan Lord, what on earth have I missed? Higher gods. He actually broke through and became a high-level god.
The Dragon God was also shocked. Before he descended to the Sky Continent, he had imagined thousands of scenarios of killing Meng Lei and avenging his humiliation. But no matter what, he did not expect what he saw before him. Meng Lei actually broke through in the middle of the battle and became a superior god. That was the highest realm he could not even dream of. However, at this moment, a human who he considered weak and lowly actually broke through and became a superior god right in front of him.
That's right. How ironic and maddening this is. The Tower of Time.
He must have used the treasures in the Tower of Time to achieve the breakthrough to become a high-level god in such a short time. The Dragon God was filled with regret and jealousy. Unlike the Beast God and the Titan God, he had occupied the Tower of Time for tens of thousands of years. Over the long years, he had ample opportunities to gain recognition from the Tower of Time and inherit everything from the God of Time. In that case, it should be him who is standing here showing off today, not Meng Lei. He failed to get what he wanted and watched helplessly as this supreme treasure fell into Meng Lei's hands, and watched Meng Lei become a superior god first. This kind of pain is far worse than that of the Beast God and the Titan God. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world, let alone ifs, and it is too late to say anything.
A breakthrough on the battlefield. The middle-aged man in black robe was also shocked.
The road to becoming a god is difficult every step of the way, from a true god to a lower-level god, from a lower-level god to a middle-level god, and from a middle-level god to a higher-level god.
Each step takes an extremely long time. Every step requires huge accumulation. How can it be so easy to break through? That's just something that happens in myths and legends.
However, right before his eyes, this ordinary native from a lower plane had actually broken through and turned into a superior god right under his nose.
It's simply a fairy tale. Tower of Time. It must be the Tower of Time. A complex light flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged man in black robe.
Although the system's super strength was activated, it didn't last long before it was declared over.
Meng Lei felt a completely different divine body, and his mind suddenly became clear. No wonder I can't break through to my divine body even though I've devoured so much life essence.
No wonder my divine body, which is clearly close to that of a higher-level god, still consumes a full 3 million divine crystals when it's super-enhanced. No wonder the invincible netherworld divine fire has no effect on him. It's all because of the gap between the middle-level gods and the upper-level gods.
It's simply too big. Meng Lei let out a long sigh.
A middle-level god is still a middle-level god after all.
Even if he reaches his limit, he cannot be compared with a high-level god.
Whether it's strength, speed, endurance, agility, or defense, the difference is simply worlds apart.
They're not even on the same level. In a word, the gap is too huge.
Meng Lei looked at the middle-aged man in black robes and said calmly, "You just caused me to lose 3 million divine crystals.
This money will be deducted from you."
I see. You actually broke through. The black-robed middle-aged man's expression grew colder.
"But do you think you can fight me like this? Let me tell you, even among the higher gods there are different levels."
As soon as he finished speaking, the cold voice was still echoing in the void. The middle-aged man in black robe had disappeared in the sky, and in a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Meng Lei.
He casually slapped Meng Lei's chest, and Meng Lei flew backwards like a cannonball. The middle-aged man in black robe was not satisfied with his successful attack. He appeared behind Meng Lei strangely and punched him hard on the back. Meng Lei was knocked away again.
Swish, swish, swish. Next, the middle-aged man in black robe attacked repeatedly, appearing and disappearing like a ghost, sometimes appearing here, sometimes suddenly appearing there. Meng Lei was completely turned into a sandbag, being beaten by the middle-aged man in black robe, and had no power to fight back. The upper god is a whole new realm. Fusing 2 laws is considered a higher god, and fusing 5 laws is also a higher god, but the gap between them is huge. The middle-aged man in black robes attacked while saying indifferently, "You little fellow who just broke through, you dare to fight me? You really don't know how to live or die." After another round of fierce attacks, the middle-aged man in black robes finally stopped and said, "Boy, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the Tower of Time and submit to me, and I can spare your life." Meng Lei retreated to a distance, looked at the middle-aged man in black robes, and suddenly let out a long breath. "Although what I said may be a bit hurtful, I have to admit that your massage just now made me very satisfied." The black-robed middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Boy, you are looking for death." Meng Lei smiled, stepped forward, and mysteriously appeared behind the middle-aged man in black robe, raising his hand and delivering a heavy punch. The violent force erupted instantly, and the middle-aged man in black robe spat out a mouthful of blood. He was knocked away and almost fell flat on his face. The middle-aged man in black robe staggered to steady himself, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Meng Lei in disbelief. Sir, this is a real attack." Meng Lei blew on his fist. "Those attacks of yours are just tickling at best." The middle-aged man in black robe had a distorted expression, his eyes spitting out flames. "You lowly reptile, you have angered me. I will tear you into pieces." The cold words echoed in the void, and the middle-aged man in black robe suddenly punched Meng Lei. The power was boundless and the speed was extremely fast. It was obvious that he was going to smash Meng Lei to pieces with one punch. This time, Meng Lei no longer passively took the beating, but instead rushed forward with his fists. Crack! The collision of the 2 fists was like thunder in dry land. With an extremely crisp bang, a violent shockwave suddenly exploded, and the surrounding sky instantly turned into a black hole.
Moreover, as the shockwave continued to spread, the black hole spread outward at a terrifying speed.
In just a few breaths, it had expanded to a radius of 100,000 miles. The space inside the black hole is turbulent, and even lower-level gods will be smashed to pieces by the fierce turbulent wind once they are caught in it. The sky above the sky continent seemed to have turned into a real hell. However, at this moment, no one was paying attention to the black hole in the sky anymore. Everyone's eyes were focused on Meng Lei and the middle-aged man in black robe, holding their breath and waiting for the final result of the collision. The 2 men were knocked back at the same time. Meng Lei only retreated 10 meters, while the middle-aged man in black robe retreated nearly 100 meters. The middle-aged man in black robe shouted hysterically, "You clearly just achieved a breakthrough. How could your divine body be so strong? This completely defies common sense." His shock was not groundless, as his clone was that of the devil. The demon god does not practice the laws, but only focuses on the demon body, and the strength of the demon body far exceeds that of ordinary superior gods.
Meng Lei is just a newly promoted god. How could his divine body be more powerful than him? It's a joke.
You've always been so self-righteous, but you don't realize that you're the one who's truly foolish and ignorant. Meng Lei twisted his neck, and his joints made a crisp sound. Today, I will let you see my terrifying body, which is at the level of a higher god. Did this super enhancement simply strengthen Meng Lei's divine body? Let's take a look at Man Rei's attributes. Race, human, original bloodline, ancient human bloodline 26%, fusion bloodline, god-slaying rat bloodline young, netherworld phoenix bloodline young, 100-armed giant bloodline young, ancient tree of life bloodline 23%, wealth value, 9.1 million divine crystals, constitution, golden source divine body, 1%. Judging from the attribute panel, Meng Lei's 3 bloodlines have all been improved to varying degrees. The awakening degree of the ancient human bloodline increased from 16% to 20%, an increase of 4 percentage points. The god-killing rat bloodline grew from its infancy to its youth. The degree of fusion of the ancient tree of life's bloodline increased from 13% to 23%, an increase of a full 10 percentage points. It is no exaggeration to say that this super enhancement not only improved Meng Lei's divine body strength but also enhanced these 3 bloodlines simultaneously. The significance of this is extremely important. You know, the bloodline of the god-killing rat may be ordinary, but the bloodline of the ancient human race and the bloodline of the ancient tree of life are both the bloodlines of the ancient gods. A full 10% increase. Seeing Meng Lei transformed from a waste that was easily crushed into an existence more powerful than himself, how could the middle-aged man in black robe accept it? The middle-aged man in black robe burst into rage, and suddenly transformed into a giant dragon with a length of 600,000 feet and a body made of golden bones. The skull is made of bones. Wings are made of bones. The dragon's body is also made of bones. Everything is made entirely of bones. Moreover, each bone shines with golden light and the surface is engraved with law runes, making this bone dragon not only not airy and terrifying, but also exuding a sacred and inviolable majesty. A ball of golden divine fire is burning on its head, emitting a surging spiritual aura. Combined with its huge dragon body, it gives people a sense of invincible oppression. Meng Lei slowly uttered 2 words. No, this is not an ordinary bone dragon, but an abyss bone dragon. Dodora's voice rang out. Meng Lei, the abyss bone dragon is extremely powerful. Its bones are not only extremely hard, but also extremely sharp, comparable to a high-level divine weapon. You must be careful. Abyssal bone dragon? Who are you? Meng Lei nodded slightly. I understand. Reptile, die. The abyss bone dragon roared, and its long tail made of thousands of bones suddenly turned into a steel whip, lashing out fiercely, even tearing the void, and instantly approached Meng Lei. Meng Lei disappeared in an instant, and the bone whip hit his afterimage. He then teleported to the top of the abyss bone dragon and stepped down heavily. The abyss bone dragon staggered when it was stepped on. Meng Lei took advantage of the situation and teleported behind the bone dragon. He quickly grabbed its tail and swung it hard, throwing the abyss bone dragon out. He concentrated his strength on his right fist and punched the skull of the abyss bone dragon. With a crack, the skull of the bone dragon cracked into several cracks. It's not that hard. Meng Lei snorted coldly and disappeared again. Bang, bang, bang. The same scene was repeated, but Man Lei was completely different now. He appeared and disappeared, sometimes here, sometimes there, firmly controlling the rhythm, pressing the abyss bone dragon and beating it hard, turning it into a punching bag for anyone to hit. Roar, roar, roar. The abyss bone dragon roared in frustration. Meng Lei's fists were much heavier than the abyss bone dragon's previous blows, and almost every one of them cracked his bones. After a series of heavy blows, the abyss bone dragon felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. Meng Lei stopped attacking and said calmly, the so-called abyss bone dragon is nothing more than this. The abyss bone dragon roared angrily, and 2 rows of ribs suddenly fell off its body, turning into sharp arrows that shot towards Meng Lei. Meng Lei slowly uttered a word. You don't know your own limitations. The ribs that were shot at him suddenly froze in mid-air. This is the realm of God? No, this is the power of the plane. The abyss bone dragon screamed, you are the master of the plane. You guessed it right. You are actually the lord of the plains. The abyssal bone dragon's face darkened, sensing the dire situation. As the lord of the plains, it knew how powerful they were. It is no exaggeration to say that the higher gods plus the lord of the plane plus their own plane are invincible. This invincibility is not just talk. As long as he is not a peak-level god or a great master, the lord of the plains is absolutely invincible. So, from the moment you set foot on the sky continent, your fate was already determined. Meng Lei stood with his hands behind his back, that is, giving yourself up for dead. Killing me is not that easy. The abyss bone dragon roared, its body vibrating, breaking free from the restraints of the plane's power. As a great demon comparable to the upper gods, the power of the plane cannot imprison it for a long time. At most, it can only be imprisoned for 2 or 3 moments before it can be shaken off. Human god, I will remember you. The abyss bone dragon stared at Meng Lei and lightly slapped its dragon claws. A black hole suddenly appeared in the void, and it drilled into the black hole. Meng Lei shook his head. Come as you please, leave as you please. What do you think this place is? The doors and windows of Xiao San's house? As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Lei teleported to the front of the black hole, grabbed the tail of the Abyss Bone Dragon, and pulled it out of the black hole. The golden divine fire within the Abyss Bone Dragon's skull shook violently, erupting with angry spiritual fluctuations. Human god, you've gone too far. Stop talking nonsense. Meng Lei snorted coldly and waved his hand. I'll give you a chance. Hand over the essence of your soul and submit to me, and live, otherwise, die. The Abyssal Bone Dragon roared. I am a member of the great dragon god clan. How can I submit to a lowly native like you? Dream on, then go to hell. Meng Lei didn't bother to say more. He teleported in front of the Abyss Bone Dragon, poured violent power into his right fist, and punched out. Crack! The Abyss Bone Dragon tried to dodge, but the power of the plane arrived in time and imprisoned it in place. At this moment of frozen motion, Meng Lei's fist hit its skull hard. Crack! The golden skull cracked instantly, covered with dense cracks, and then shattered with a loud bang, actually blown up by a punch. The skull disappeared, the divine fire lost its home, and separated from the huge dragon body, which fell straight to the ground. If the 600,000-foot-long bone dragon's body falls to the ground, the destructive power will be no less than the moon hitting the earth. Meng Lei naturally would not allow this catastrophe to happen. With a wave of his hand, he put the huge bone dragon body into the Tower of Time, thus avoiding a devastating disaster. Only a ball of golden divine fire remains suspended in the air, roaring with hysterical hatred. You lowly native, how dare you destroy my clone? I will fight you to the death. Ha, you're always welcome to come and offer your life. Meng Lei sneered, and lightly tapped the air with his index finger. Sure. The power of the plane descended, and the golden divine fire was instantly imprisoned. Meng Lei casually moved his hand and captured it in his palm. What happens next is self-evident. Meng Lei released the power of his soul, and amid the Abyss Bone Dragon's shrill screams, he crushed the golden divine fire into pieces, and then read its memory. Ambrose Hyper, an elder of the Hyper Dragon clan in the Thunder God realm? As memories continued to emerge, Meng Lei gradually understood the identity of the middle-aged man in black robe. It turned out that the middle-aged man in black robe was actually an elder of the Hyperion Dragon clan in the Thunder God realm. As one of the most powerful clans of gods, the Dragon clan has footprints across billions of planes. Whether in the supreme heaven or in countless planes, their descendants exist. The Hyperion Dragon clan is the branch of the Dragon clan in the Thunder God realm, and its strength is in no way inferior to that of the Theodore clan in the Thunder God realm. The Heber clan not only has a being at the state of great perfection in charge, but is also protected by the supreme god. It is one of the most powerful forces in the Thunder God realm. The middle-aged man in black robe has integrated the 4 basic laws and is an elder of the Hyperion clan. That Abyss Bone Dragon was nothing more than a demon clone he cultivated, specially used to descend into lower planes as a backup weapon to deal with emergencies. The Hyperion clan is so powerful. Meng Lei took a deep breath. He wasn't afraid of the black-robed middle-aged man, Ambrose. After all, he was just a high-level deity who had integrated the 4 basic laws. What really scares Meng Lei is the huge monster of the Hyperion clan. The word Lord God is enough to make Meng Lei feel awe. It seems that before I have the strength to compete with the main god, it is better not to go to the Thunder God realm, Meng Lei murmured to himself. This time, he completely offended the middle-aged Ambrose in black robe. Of course, what is more important is the Tower of Time. It is a treasure coveted even by the Lord God, so it is hard to say whether it will not attract covetousness and robbery. After reading the memory, Meng Lei took out the space ring from the middle-aged man in black robe. Although it was just a demon clone, it carried many treasures. This space ring is extremely huge, with no end in sight. It is obvious that a piece of plane fragment is sealed inside, which is why it has such a wide space. In this boundless space, there are huge quantities of treasures. Mountains and piles of law source crystals. Mountains and piles of elemental crystals. There are mountains and piles of corpses of gods and demons. There are also various extremely precious herbs, magic materials, artifacts, magic crystals. Each of these treasures exuded a powerful divine energy, and each one was priceless. Meng Lei only took a glance and his eyes widened. I'm rich. I've made a fortune this time. He drooled. System, first collect all the divine crystals and law source crystals. Collect everything you can. Wealth began to soar wildly. 9.2 million divine crystals, 9.3 million divine crystals, 10 million, 11 million. In less than 10 seconds, the wealth soared to 23.3 million, a sharp increase of 14.2 million in a short period of time. Not only did it make up for the 3 million spent before, but it also earned more than 9 million. A sure profit. Robbery is indeed the best way to make a fortune. Meng Lei sighed and continued to check the treasures in the space ring. After receiving the law source crystal and the divine crystal, the capacity of the space ring became much more spacious. Meng Lei stored the elemental crystals in the ring into the Tower of Time, making the space more spacious. Next are the bodies of gods and demons. Meng Lei selected the corpses of mid-level gods and above and kept them for his own use, while the corpses of true gods and lower-level gods and demons were all given to the golden tree. Well, I use the good stuff and you eat the inferior stuff. It's good for everyone. Next came a large amount amount of herbs and magic materials, which were of no use to Manlei, so they were naturally given to the golden tree to enjoy. As the law source crystals, divine crystals, corpses, and remains of gods and demons, and herbal magic materials disappeared one by one, the space inside the ring became more spacious and Manlei could see more clearly. Among the few remaining treasures, the most eye-catching is a pile of colorful divine powers. Although the number is not large, there are still tens of thousands of them. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. In the distant void, the beast god and the titan god were floating, their faces gloomy. The situation before them was far beyond their expectations. Manlei not only broke through in the battle, but also killed the abyss bone dragon of the great demon god level. This strength is truly shocking. Hiram, what should we do next? After a long silence, the titan finally spoke, his voice slow and heavy. Menglei's breakthrough made him feel a huge threat. Not only had he offended Manlei, he also controlled a territory of more than 100 seats. Will Manlei let him go easily? At this point, we have no choice. The beast god side, we can only take the initiative to show goodwill and maintain friendly relations. Keep it friendly? The titan's face twitched, and he wished he could kill the beast god with a single punch. He cursed inwardly, you haven't offended Manlei at all, and your territory is pitifully small. If you flatter me a little, Manlei might let you go. But he knew in his heart, will Manlei let me go? Lord Ambrose is dead. The dragon god was equally horrified and in disbelief. He had imagined all sorts of possible outcomes for this operation, but he had never imagined it would end so tragically. 50 dark dragons were annihilated, and even Ambrose, a high-level god, died. How tragic is this scene? Your Majesty, the great dragon god, before you brought Ambrose and the others to the Sky Continent, you probably never expected such an outcome, right? Manlei looked indifferently at the dragon god floating alone in the sky, with a leisurely smile on the corner of his mouth. Manlei, Lord. The dragon god showed a smile that was uglier than crying, his body shaking like a sieve and trembling all over. Don't worry, even if they die, you can't escape. Manlei said coldly, let's go and take a look around your kingdom of God. I'll take you on the road. God's kingdom? The dragon god trembled all over, and immediately withdrew the projection of his divine power, disappearing between heaven and earth. He had to escape quickly. If Manlei locked onto his kingdom of God through his divine power projection, he would be completely finished and there would be no chance of recovery. Dodora, you should have locked onto the dragon god's kingdom, right? Manlei asked lightly. Dodora smiled and replied, the dragon god's kingdom is located in the floating continents outside the Sky Continent, very close to the Sky Continent plane. Manlei nodded slightly. Take me there. Outside the Sky Continent is an endless void, just like outer space, with neither magical elements nor air, only raging space turbulence and deadly meteorites. Some of these meteorites are larger than continents, hence the name floating continents. Beyond the Sky Continent plane lies a dense cluster of floating continents. These floating continents revolve around the Sky Continent plane, just like the asteroid belt revolving around the sun, chaotic and disordered but not interfering with each other. Generally speaking, gods often choose these types of floating continents when building their kingdoms. Dodora explained. These floating continents are not only exceptionally strong, but also massive, making them perfect places to build kingdoms. Manlei nodded slightly. From a distance, these floating continents looked like meteorites, but up close, they were incredibly huge and indeed suitable for building a kingdom of God. However, the most ideal place to build a kingdom of God isn't the floating continent. Dodora said with a smile, guess what, the best place is? Manlei raised an eyebrow and said after a moment's silence, although the kingdom of God is the headquarters of the gods, it is still essentially a world. Instead of spending a huge amount of money to transform a lifeless floating continent, it is better to directly occupy a material plane. At this point, Manlei frowned and said, the only drawback is that the material plane is too small. It seems that it can't accommodate many believers. The primary purpose of the God's kingdom is to house the souls of devout believers after death, reshape their bodies, and continue to carry their faith. Ultimately, the word faith is unavoidable. Transforming the material plane into a divine kingdom would save countless troubles, but the material plane's space was limited. While it might be sufficient for true gods and lower-level deities, it was far too small for mid-level deities, and especially higher-level deities. After all, the higher gods usually have hundreds of faith territories, and a large number of believers die every day. Over thousands of years, the number of believers who have died is astonishing. How can a material plane accommodate so many believers? Therefore, the material plane is indeed suitable to be the kingdom of God, but the space is really limited. You're right. The material plane is indeed a ready-made kingdom of God. As long as you refine the heart of the plane, you can fully control it within your own plane. Dodora said with a smile, however, the material plane has a problem of insufficient space. Therefore, the medium plane is the best choice for building a kingdom of God. Middle plane? Manlei was slightly stunned. That's right, a mid-level plane, Dodora explained. Everything in the world has different levels, and planes are no exception. There are half-planes where the laws of heaven and earth are incomplete, there are lower-level material planes where the laws of heaven and earth are complete, and there are also also boundless higher planes, and between the lower material plane and the higher material plane, there is a medium material plane. In terms of vast territory, rich magical elements, and clear laws of heaven and earth, the middle plane may not be as good as the high plane, but it far exceeds the low plane.
The most crucial point. Dodora looked at Meng Lei, his eyes gleaming with excitement.
The number of intermediate planes far
exceeds that of higher planes.
As long as you have money, you can even buy intermediate planes, or even intermediate plane seeds.
Can I buy it? Meng Lei was shocked and couldn't believe it.
Of course you can, but it's very difficult.
Dodora smiled slyly.
My master, the god of time, once bought a seed from a medium-level plane. He cultivated it into his own kingdom, 1,000,000 times the size of a low-level material plane.
1,000,000 times? Meng Lei couldn't help but gasp, the huge scale emerging in his mind. How big would that be?
Extremely huge. Very huge. Dodora said with a smile, so, a mid-level plane is priceless.
Even if an ordinary upper-level god spends all his money, he can hardly afford it.
In comparison, mid-level plane seeds are cheaper, but they are still far beyond the reach of ordinary upper-level gods.
What a pity, I can't afford it. Meng Lei sighed.
As a superior god born in an indigenous plane, his financial resources are definitely the worst among gods of the same level.
Buying a middle plane? Even if I scraped off everything on him and sold it, it wouldn't be enough.
You don't need to buy a medium-level plane. Dodora smiled mysteriously. Have you forgotten that I still have a high-level plane seed in my hand?
Meng Lei couldn't help but roll his eyes. Of course I remember that. Didn't you say that my strength was too low to nurture that high-level plane seed? Times have changed. Dodora chuckled. Back then, you were just a small sanctuary, so naturally you weren't qualified. But now you've been promoted to a higher deity, and the time is ripe. What I mean is, I can now nurture that seed of the higher plane? Meng Lei's eyes suddenly lit up like light bulbs.
It was rumored that the higher plane could actually give birth to the main godhead.
What a precious treasure that is. The only proof of becoming the Lord God.
Without the main godhead, no matter how gifted you are, you can never step into the realm of the main god. Therefore, Meng Lei naturally pays special attention to the breeding of higher-level plane seeds.
Dodora, where is the higher plane seed? He asked impatiently.
Dodora smiled mysteriously and flapped her wings gently. An object like a peach pit broke out of the grass under her feet and flew in front of the two of them. This peach kernel is not big, and its surface is covered with strange patterns.
It looks plain and unpretentious, without any abnormality. Is this the seed of the higher plane? Meng Lei took it in his hand and asked excitedly. That's right.
This is the high-level plane seed that the god of time exchanged for his life.
Dodora nodded slightly. A hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. Thank you, great god of time. Meng Lei sighed, and then asked anxiously, Dodora, how do we breed this thing?
All existing higher planes were created naturally, so no one knows the specific methods of creation.
Dodora frowned.
However, I do know a method for creating seeds of intermediate planes.
You can refer to it. How to conceive? Meng Lei asked quickly. Use divine power to nurture it.
Dodora explained, the plane seed is initially dormant, but it can absorb divine power, so it can be nurtured with divine power.
Nurtured by divine power?
Meng Lei did as he was told, holding the plane seed and urging a drop of divine power in his body to be injected into it. The plane seed was originally like a dead object, no different from an ordinary peach pit, but when Meng Lei injected divine power into it, the seed seemed to sense it, and a devouring force appeared on its surface, quickly absorbing the divine power in Meng Lei's hand. The divine power was swallowed up without a trace, and the plane seed did not change at all, but Meng Lei was excited. After all, being able to absorb the divine power proved that the method worked. He injected several drops of divine power in succession, but the plane seed still had no reaction, as if the divine power had sunk into the abyss, without any change at all. Soon, the divine power contained in the 200 divine crystals that Meng Lei had stored was completely consumed, but the plane seed remained unchanged. But what? It's worthy of being a high-level plane seed.
It really has an amazing appetite. Meng Lei took a deep breath and said nonchalantly, if it was so easy to conceive, it couldn't be called a high-level plane seed. Look, it absorbed so much divine power, but there's not even a reaction. Dodora teased, now you know how difficult it is to give birth to this thing, right? Meng Lei nodded, it's really not easy. It seems I have to make good money. Dodolo was stunned.
Only by making money can you accumulate divine power,
Meng Lei added. The two chatted as they traveled, and finally arrived in front of a suspended continent.
Dodora pointed at the floating continent and said, the dragon god's kingdom is inside this continent. Meng Lei released his divine consciousness and penetrated into the interior of the floating continent. As expected, he discovered a kingdom of gods, so he immediately teleported in with Dodora.
What comes into view is a golden world, golden sky, golden earth, golden peaks. Even the plants were bathed in golden light. This is the dragon god's kingdom. Meng Lei smiled. Dragon god, I'll see where you can run this time.
His spiritual thoughts spread rapidly, instantly covering an area of tens of millions of miles, and all the details within the range were clearly reflected in his mind.
There are countless believers living in the kingdom of God, including dragons, humans, orcs, and a few titans and elves. These are people who were taken away by the dragon god after death. Their souls reshape their bodies, and they enjoy almost eternal lifespan, and can continuously contribute the power of faith.
Ha! The dragon god is not here.
Meng Lei teleported thousands of miles away and continued searching. Half an hour later, Meng Lei explored the entire kingdom of God, but still found no trace of the dragon god.
He escaped. Meng Lei's face was gloomy.
Although the dragon god was not strong, he did not take him seriously, but the dragon god tried every means to plot against him, which made him extremely angry.
He vowed to kill the dragon god. However, now the dragon god has escaped. Don't worry, he must have just escaped and can't have gotten far. Dodora smiled confidently. Let me look for him.
After saying that, Dodora closed her eyes and began to sense.
After a moment, she opened her eyes and raised a smile at the corner of her mouth. Fortunately, she didn't go far. Where is he? Meng Lei asked anxiously. Don't resist, I'll take you there. Duodora smiled and released his divine consciousness, enveloping Meng Lei.
When the two reappeared, they were already in the vast void. A floating continent appeared before my eyes.
What is this place? Meng Lei asked puzzledly. It's probably hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the dragon god's kingdom. Dodora smiled faintly. The dragon god you're looking for is hiding on this floating continent. Hundreds of millions of kilometers away? Meng Lei gasped. In just a split second, you actually teleported so far? No, this isn't teleportation. Dodora shook her head. This is the Great World-Breaking Teleportation Technique. Great World-Breaking Teleportation Technique? A space-related secret technique.
Dodora explained. Only after you have mastered some of the laws of space can you practice this technique. Once you have mastered it, you can travel through the vast universe at any time and anywhere.
Can we go anywhere in the vast universe? This secret technique is too terrifying. Meng Lei was so shocked that he was speechless. Dodora, you have to teach me. Want to learn? Wait until you comprehend the laws of space. Duadala rolled her eyes. Do you think anyone can learn the great world-breaking teleportation technique? So you have already comprehended the laws of space? Meng Lei's whole body trembled, and he stared at Dodora. The law of space is one of the 5 supreme laws discovered so far. I remember you said that only by fully understanding the 5 basic laws of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and integrating them into one, can one comprehend the law of space. Could it be that you have reached the great perfection realm, and have already comprehended the laws of space? I'm not the great perfection. Dodora shook her head in denial. Meng Lei frowned.
You can perform the great world-breaking teleportation technique, which means you have comprehended the laws of space.
If you have comprehended the laws of space, why haven't you reached the great perfection yet? Monrei, you are wrong. Dodora smiled and shook her head.
Generally speaking, only by thoroughly understanding the 5 basic laws of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and integrating them into one, can one truly comprehend the law of space.
However, there are actually other ways besides this. What way?
Meng Lei frowned slightly, looking a little confused.
Fragments of understanding the laws of space. Dodora replied. Fragments of the laws of space? Meng Lei was slightly stunned, thinking to himself, are there really fragments of the laws of space between heaven and earth?
He often picked up fragments of various basic laws, and even fragments of fusion laws were not uncommon, but he had never seen fragments of a supreme law like the law of space.
Could it be that fragments of the supreme law really exist?
Dodora continued to explain. Compared to the fragments of basic laws, the fragments of supreme laws are extremely rare, even rarer than the fragments of laws of the main
gods and great perfection realms.
These fragments are priceless and are usually in the hands of great perfection or main gods.
Ordinary gods cannot even touch them.
She turned to Meng Lei and said, in fact, not only the fragments of the supreme law, but also the fragments of the fusion law are
extremely rare and precious.
Moreover, the more types of fusion laws there are, the rarer the fragments are and the higher their value.
Duadala looked at Meng Lei and said, look at the beast god. If he had a fragment of the 2-element fusion law in his hand, wouldn't he be able to easily break through to the upper god realm?
But the fact is, he doesn't, she said firmly. Even peak-level mid-level gods find it difficult to obtain a fragment of the 2-element fusion law. You can imagine how rare this fragment is.
Meng Lei nodded in agreement.
This could be seen from the number of law fragments he had picked up. He often picked up fragments of basic laws, but fragments of the 2-system fusion laws were much rarer.
There are even fewer fragments of the 3-system fusion law.
So far, he has only picked up a piece of the 4-element fusion law fragment, which is a fusion of ice, gold, dark and fire. As for the fragments of the 5-element fusion law, he had never seen a single one. The more types there are, the higher the rarity. That's true.
Dodora, since you comprehended the law of space by comprehending a fragment of the law of space, then where is that fragment?
Meng Lei's eyes sparkled, his heart
agitated. The law fragments were like textbooks, and comprehending them was like learning from a book. Even after comprehending, the fragments still existed. Duadala raised an eyebrow. Why are you asking this? Give it to me.
Meng Lei said excitedly, as long as I get that fragment of the law of space, I will have the opportunity to comprehend the law of space. You wish. Dedora's whole body trembled slightly.
That fragment of the law of space is indeed with me, but as the supreme law, the law of space is a billion times more complex and profound than the basic laws.
You simply cannot comprehend it. Stop talking nonsense and hand it over. Meng Lei chuckled.
Of course, if you have other law fragments, such as 4 series and 5 series fusion law fragments, or even supreme law fragments, give them to me as well.
Dream on.
Dedora said warily, I'm not afraid to tell you that among the wealth left behind by the great god of time, there are indeed many fragments of laws, but those are the things of the god of time. I will never give them to you until you pass his test.
Dedora, you're so rigid. Meng Lei said helplessly, the god of time has long since fallen.
Your so-called test is just something you set up arbitrarily.
What meaning does it have to me? Don't try to fool me here.
Dedora sneered, the Lord God of Time has issued a clear order. You must pass the relevant tests before you can inherit everything from him. Otherwise, forget it.
Meng Lei rolled his eyes. Dedora, why are you so stubborn? My life comes from the great god of time. I will never disobey his orders.
Dedora said solemnly. As I said before, if you want to obtain the fragments of the space law and the entire legacy of the Lord God of Time, you must pass the test first.
You really are. Meng Lei was too lazy to argue anymore. Tell me, what other tests are there?
The first test is to gain the faith of the Dragon God Empire within 10,000 years, and he will definitely exceed the target. Duatala rolled his eyes and pondered for a moment before speaking. You are now a high-level god.
As a powerful high-level god, is it possible that you don't have a corresponding faith territory? So what? Meng Lei asked with a raised eyebrow.
The second test is to expand the territory and occupy at least 100 material planes as the faith territory of you, the superior god. Dedora said with a smile.
100 faith territories? Meng Lei frowned slightly. Where do you think we are going to occupy so many planes? It's very simple.
Dedora replied with a chuckle. Around the sky continent, within a radius of approximately 100 light-years, there are many material planes, definitely over 500 in number. The faith territories of the beast god and the titan god are all within this range.
Meng Lei was stunned. This world actually uses light-years to calculate distance? A light-year is a unit of length.
It refers to the distance light travels in a straight line through the void world in 1 year.
It's approximately 1 trillion kilometers.
Dedora patiently explained. The void world is boundless, and the sky continent's units of length clearly don't apply here.
Meng Lei nodded. You mean, within 100 light-years of the sky continent, there are more than 500 material planes?
That's right. 100 light-years is an extremely vast area, enough to accommodate a large number of material planes.
500 planes are actually quite sparse. Dedora nodded slightly.
These material planes are almost all controlled by true gods.
The beast god and the titan god are 2 of them. If you don't take what heaven gives you, you will suffer the consequences.
Meng Lei raised a smile. Now that I have become a high-level god, these material planes should become my territory of faith.
Then do your best. Dedora said with a smile, as a high-level deity, it's unacceptable to not have a corresponding faith territory. Let's put this matter aside for now.
We have to deal with that bug dragon god first. Meng Lei stared at the floating continent in front of him. Ambrose is such a loser, he cursed inwardly. A dignified upper-level god was killed by a bastard who just broke through.
Waste. All of them are waste. Meng Lei could hardly suppress his anger.
At the deepest part of the floating continent, a spacious cave was excavated. The walls of the cave are inlaid with glittering gems and crystals, making the entire cave magnificent and beautiful. The ground was covered with a glittering golden carpet. A burly middle-aged man was slumped on the ground, complaining loudly and drowning his sorrows in alcohol. He is none other than the dragon god himself.
It's over. It's all over.
My kingdom of God and all the accumulation of these years are gone. The dragon god drank his wine with a gulp, his eyes full of grief and unwillingness. After Ambrose was killed by Monroe, he saw that the situation was not good, so he fled the kingdom of God in a hurry with all his savings, without even caring about the kingdom of God and countless believers. For a god, the kingdom of God and believers are of vital importance. Without them, the results of years of efforts will be wiped out, and he, the god, will become rootless.
Who would be so determined if they were not completely helpless?
It's all your fault, you bastard. The dragon god's eyes were bloodshot as he roared hysterically. When I escape this, I will make you pay a terrible price. You will suffer 100 times more than I did. No, even 10,000 times.
What a pity. I'm afraid you don't have that chance anymore.
A cold voice suddenly sounded. The dragon god suddenly jumped up, his face pale and almost bloodless. Meng
Lei. He might not be familiar with other people's voices, but how could he not recognize Meng Lei's voice? It was like a nightmare. Meng Lei appeared in the cave, looked at the pale-faced dragon god, and said lightly, Dragon god, we meet again, or rather, we finally meet.
Before this, they had only seen projections of divine power. This was undoubtedly the first time that Meng Lei had actually seen the dragon god himself, which could be considered their first encounter.
What do you want to do?
The dragon god was trembling all over, and his voice was shaking.
What do you want to do?
Meng Lei responded coldly, You've attacked me time and time again, even trying to kill me. What do you think I want to do? Mercy, mercy. The dragon god fell to his knees with a thud, kowtowed and begged for mercy. Lord Meng Lei, I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and spare my life. Looking down at the dragon god kneeling on the ground, desperately begging for mercy, Meng Lei's heart was filled with emotion. A few years ago, the dragon god was still a high and mighty deity, controlling the dragon god empire, worshipped and admired by the world. At that time, I had just left the novice village and was just an insignificant little person, but I had to bow respectfully in front of the statue of the dragon god. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful. However, at this moment, the king whom he once looked up to fell to his knees like a stray dog, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed to beg for forgiveness. This scene is so ironic. The former king has become bronze, while the former bronze has now become the king. The world is unpredictable and it is really dazzling. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Meng Lei extended a finger and instantly pierced the dragon god's head. The dragon god's entire body stiffened, powerless to resist, and he fell straight down, completely dead. With a casual wave of his hand, Meng Lei collected the dragon god's corpse into his bag, then removed his interspatial ring for a closer inspection. The dragon god was indeed a pauper, possessing only a few divine crystals and a pitifully small amount of other treasures. Meng Lei took one glance and lost interest. It's time to go back. The two re-entered the dragon god's kingdom. With the dragon god's fall, this vast kingdom began to show signs of collapse. Dodora, how long will it take for the dragon god's kingdom to completely collapse? Meng Lei asked leisurely. At least 1,000 years, at most 10,000 years. Dodora replied calmly, glancing around as if looking for something. After a moment, Dodora smiled and said, sure enough, it's there. My guess was right. The Great Void Teleportation Array. Dodora said with a smile, come on, I'll take you to see it. The next moment, they appeared on the summit of a towering mountain. The top was unusually flat and engraved with a massive magic circle, the center of which was composed entirely of divine crystals. This is the Void Teleportation Array. Ambrose and his 50 Dark Dragon subordinates used this to descend. Duodora smiled and explained, the Thunder God Realm is too far away from the Sky Continent. Ordinary teleportation arrays cannot reach it. Only the Void Great Teleportation Array can do it. It turns out that the extremely distant planes are connected through the Void Teleportation Array. This is really an eye-opener. Meng Lei suddenly realized. What do you think? Dodora laughed. When you conquer a vast territory in the future, every plane will have to rely on the Void Teleportation Array to connect to each other. That makes sense. I have to study hard. Meng Lei immediately flew over the teleportation array and began to study it carefully. Mon Lei, what are you going to do with this teleportation array? Dodora reminded. Meng Lei understood her intention. Are you worried that Ambrose will bring people to seek revenge? It's better to be safe than sorry. Ambrose has suffered a great loss this time. How can he swallow this anger so easily? Let's destroy it. Dodora continued. Besides, there's the Tower of Time. Even the Lord God covets this thing. It's not safe to keep the teleportation array. Tower of Time. Mon Lei fell into deep thought. If it were just a feud between him and Ambrose, he wouldn't be too worried. But, if they attacked, why would he be afraid? It would be a perfect opportunity to send someone to the battlefield and make a killing. But once the Tower of Time is involved, things become complicated. This thing is too attractive. What if it even attracts the Lord God? Destroy it. In the end, Meng Lei decisively destroyed the Void Teleportation Array, cutting off all connections with the Thunder God Realm and also severing the road leading there. Afterwards, Mon Lei and Dodora returned to the Sky Continent together. Welcome back, our master. Pohaman, Saniel, Galen and the others were ecstatic, their eyes full of admiration and awe. Everyone, get up. Meng Lei waved his hand slightly and turned to ask Pohaman, how are your injuries? Are you okay? Thank you for your concern, my injury is not serious. Pohaman responded with a little panic. I'm glad you're alright. Meng Lei nodded slightly and looked at everyone. Keep busy, complete the immigration plan as soon as possible, and then practice well. Your strength is still a little insufficient. Yes, master. Everyone lowered their heads and thought to themselves, oh my god, we are really not weak anymore, it's just that you are progressing too fast. After sending everyone away, Meng Lei returned to the palace, took out the dark dragon and the corpses of gods and demons found in Ambrose's space ring, and began to devour them one by one. These corpses of gods and demons are all, without exception, at the mid-level of gods, containing surging life essences, and are extremely precious treasures. Gurgle. The corpses were devoured cleanly. Streams of life essence flowed into his body. Meng Lei's divine body strengthened rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and several bloodlines continued to improve under the nourishment of massive life essence. After devouring the corpses of all the gods and demons, he felt that his divine body had become at least twice as powerful. Meng Lei had a strong premonition. If Ambrose stood in front of him at this moment, he would be able to blow him up with one punch. Not enough, not nearly enough. His eyes flashed with a sharp light as he read Ambrose's memories. Although he was now powerful, he knew that this was still far from enough. The realm of the higher gods is extremely vast. If we leave out those who specialize in cultivating their divine bodies, such as the Titans, and only talk about the higher gods who focus on comprehending the laws. The fusion of the two laws is the early stage of the upper god. Fusing the 3 laws, he reached the middle stage of the upper god. Fusing the 4 laws, he entered the late stage of the upper gods. The fusion of the 5 laws is the perfection of the higher gods. The gap between each stage is huge, almost equivalent to the distance between mortals and true gods. And Ambrose's Abyss Bone Dragon clone is only equivalent to the early stage of a higher god. In other words, although Meng Lei used the power of the plane to kill one of the weakest upper gods, this was not enough to make him proud. I'm still weak and need to keep working hard. He glanced at his personal attribute panel. Wealth 23.3 million divine crystals. How can I not spend so much money? He said to himself. System, continue super pickup. Ding. Host, please specify the target plane. Boom. Meng Lei pondered for a moment and said slowly, Frost God Realm. Ding. Picked up successfully, obtained the bloodline of the frozen gods. Do you want to fuse it? If Meng Lei had heard the words frozen gods before, he would have been confused and would have had to ask Dodora, but now, he understood. Boom. In the vast void and endless universe, many extremely powerful ethnic groups were born. Among them, the most powerful group in the camp of gods is the 10 great god clans. The 10 great clans of gods are spread across the vast universe, and their footprints can be seen from the highest heaven, the 10 great realms of gods, to every lower plane. Boom. The frozen gods were one of the 10 great god clans. They were born with a natural grasp of the laws and origins of ice, and a considerable number of their members were even able to awaken their icy divine bodies. They were an extremely terrifying race. The most exaggerated thing is that the frozen gods also mastered an extremely terrifying magical power, 9 nether mysterious ice. This magical power has a temperature lower than absolute zero, and its lethality is extremely powerful. Once the 9 nether mysterious ice is used, it becomes almost invincible among its peers and extremely powerful. What's going on? After some consideration, Meng Lei made a decision. A milky white cold current gushed out from his brain and instantly flowed into every corner of his body. In an instant, he was like a giant ice sculpture, emitting astonishing cold air. The cold air quickly spread to the surroundings, and everything affected was frozen. In an instant, the palace where Meng Lei was located was completely frozen. This shocking sight frightened the palace maids, eunuchs and guards so much that they all retreated and dared not approach. The entire fusion process was accompanied by bursts of severe pain, but for Meng Lei today, this pain was nothing at all. He just had to endure it and it would pass. The fusion ended quickly. Meng Lei's clothes had already frozen into ice chips. He was naked, completely white, with blood-red pupils, coppercoin ears, and muscular body. A long tail even grew out of his back. At this moment, he looks very similar to King Frisia. He looks petite and delicate, but exudes a terrifying coldness and murderous aura. Is this the bloodline of the frozen gods? Meng Lei clenched his fists, sensing the changes in his divine body. Although his physical strength hadn't increased in the slightest, the divine body itself was different. Look at the properties panel again. Race, human, original bloodline, ancient human bloodline 26%, fusion bloodline, god-slaying rat bloodline young, nether phoenix, bloodline young, 100 on giant bloodline young, ancient tree of life bloodline 23%, frozen protoss bloodline 39%, 39% fusion degree. System, increase the fusion degree of the frozen god bloodline. Wealth decreased by 61 divine crystals, and the fusion degree of the frozen god clan's bloodline was successfully increased to 100%. Judging from this price, the frozen god clan is on the same level as the god-killing rat bloodline, the 100-armed giant bloodline, and the netherworld divine phoenix bloodline. They all belong to the bloodline of true god. System, how many divine crystals are needed to strengthen the bloodline of the frozen god clan? Meng Lei asked again. Ding. The frozen god clan's bloodline is a powerful true god bloodline. After strengthening, it will advance to the ancient god bloodline. Estimated price for strengthening, 10 billion god crystals. Meng Lei nodded slightly, secretly happy in his heart, as his guess was correct. He thought lightly, and a diamond-shaped ice crystal sparkling with a light purple glow suddenly appeared in his palm. Like a dazzling crystal diamond, it was the 9 nether mysterious ice. The temperature of the 9 nether mysterious ice is indeed below absolute zero, and its hardness is even higher. It can be used to kill enemies and also serve as a defense. It is truly a rare magical power. Keep picking up. Ding. Host, please specify the target plane. Frost God Realm. Ding. Pickup successful. A sea ice beast corpse obtained. Rubbish. Keep going. Ding. Picked up successfully. Got a frost dragon egg. Send it to the Tower of Time. Ding. Picked up successfully. Obtained a law fragment. Do you want to fuse it? Fragments of the fusion of the 4 laws of earth, water, fire, and light. Unfortunately, the 5 known ways to fuse the supreme laws do not include these 4. Ding. Pickup successful. Got an ice flame spear. Ding. Picked up successfully. Time passed by little, and Meng Lei kept picking up items. Although he had set his sights on a higher plane, the probability of obtaining precious items was still very low. After some effort, most of the gains were relics of true gods or lower-level gods, but there was not a single true truly useful treasure, which made Meng Lei quite helpless. This is probably the disadvantage of increased strength. Treasures that were once valuable are now useless. For 3 whole days, Meng Lei stayed in the palace and kept picking up things until the arrival of the old dean, who made him suspend this activity.
Monray, I have to go back to the Bright Continent.
The old man stated his purpose directly, and his sister Emerin Crocker also accompanied him.
Old Dean, let your subordinates handle the spreading of faith. Why do you have to do it yourself? Meng Lei said nonchalantly.
I just killed the dragon god and was going to let you take over his kingdom.
You killed the dragon god?
The old man and Emerin were both shocked. A lot of things have happened since you returned to Dragon Island these days. Meng Lei briefly explained what had happened recently. I never thought such a huge change would happen after I just returned to Dragon Island. The old man was shocked.
So, you have become a high-level god? Emerin's face was filled with shock. When she first met Monlay, he was just a small sanctuary.
As the saying goes, things change over time. Don't look down on the young and poor.
But it's only been a few years.
Meng Lei nodded slightly. Yes, old Dean, stop running around and improve your strength quickly, otherwise I'm afraid you will get further and further away.
Oh my god, you look down on me again.
The old man rolled his eyes.
But I have to go this time.
A space rift has appeared in the Bright Continent, and demons are constantly pouring out.
I have to go and deal with it. Space crack? Meng Lei raised his eyebrows. Is there such a thing?
The old man nodded. According to reports from our subordinates, there should be a demonic plane on the other side of the spatial
rift. It is definitely very powerful and must be sealed as soon as possible. We cannot just sit back and watch the rift grow bigger. The demonic plane?
A gleam of light flashed in Meng Lei's eyes. I happen to be free recently, so I'll go with you to take a look.
That's great. With you, the Lord of the Plains, going with me, things will naturally be much simpler.
The old man smiled. With a cunning look in his eyes, he was pretending to say goodbye, but actually came to ask Meng Lei for help. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the Continent of Light and found the top leaders of the Church of Light under the control of the old man. It is now more appropriate to call it the Cult of Crocker.
Meet the Master Crocker.
The high-ranking members of the Crocker cult, led by 108 demigods, saluted respectfully. The old man waved his hand and looked at the 10-foot-tall statue in the temple. He smiled with satisfaction.
It was majestic and solemn. It was his statue.
Everyone, tell me, what's going on with this sudden space crack? The old man spoke directly. A great Lord Crocker, a red-robed demigod archbishop, replied respectfully. That spatial rift has actually existed for a long time, at least 50,000 years. But because it was sealed by the Holy See for so long, it remained stable until a few days ago. The old man frowned slightly.
Someone opened the seal. Someone opened the seal?
He confirmed again, frowning. Yes, Great Lord Rock, the sealed magic circle has been obviously damaged.
Someone must have pried open the seal without permission.
The cardinal reported respectfully.
Have you figured out who it is? The old man asked coldly.
Bright Continent was his territory, and anyone who dared to cause trouble here would be asking for trouble. Reporting to Lord Crocker, we haven't yet determined who broke the seal. The cardinal seemed a little panicked. But we suspect the most likely suspects are the 7 true gods who escaped earlier.
Those 7 people?
The old man narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to look at Meng Lei.
Meng Lei, can you find where they are?
I'll try.
Meng Lei nodded, his divine consciousness rapidly spreading, covering the entire Bright Continent. Many figures flashed through his mind.
After a long while, he finally spoke. There are only 3 true gods in the Bright Continent.
The whereabouts of the other 4 are unknown.
No trace of them can be found in the entire plane. It seems that they have left. Could it really be those 4 guys? The old man's face turned gloomy. No matter who they are, the most important thing right now isn't to chase them, Meng Lei said with a smile. The most urgent task is to seal the spatial rift, or simply eliminate the demons on the other side of the rift. Everything else is irrelevant. Destroy the demons on the other side of the space rift? When the leaders of the Pantheon heard this, they were shocked. No one knew what kind of demonic plane lay on the other side of the space rift. But judging from the demons running out of the cracks, there must be an extremely terrifying demon world over there. After all, the weakest demons that escaped were the demon lords. The demon lord is equivalent to the demigod of the sky continent. If the basic life level of a world is demigod, then one can imagine how powerful it is. In short, the world on the other side of the space rift must be extremely powerful and terrifying. It is simply unthinkable to destroy all the demons in that world. The old man listened and nodded in agreement. You are right. The most urgent thing now is indeed to reseal that space crack.
Then let's go. Meng Lei led everyone away and disappeared on the spot.
When they appeared again, they had arrived in front of a bottomless canyon.
Is this the Devil's Canyon?
The leaders of the cult looked at the pitch-black canyon in front of them, whose bottom was invisible, and were immediately shocked, their eyes filled with awe. I was in Crocker Holy Mountain before, but now I'm in Devil's Canyon. One of these 2 places is located in the center of the Bright Continent, and the other is in the west. The distance between them is more than 1,000,000 kilometers. With one teleportation, he actually took everyone across 1,000,000 kilometers. This method is really amazing. Is that space
space rift right here?" the old man asked in a deep voice, looking down at the dark valley. In fact, he didn't need to ask, he could sense the strong demonic aura from the depths of the canyon. Reporting to Lord Crocker, "This is Demon Canyon. The spatial rift is deep within the canyon, and the demons are coming out from there." The Cardinal replied respectfully, "To prevent a large-scale outflow of demons, we've deployed a large number of personnel around the canyon. These are the people." The old man looked around and saw that the canyon was indeed filled with Knights of Light, as well as many demigods and powerful saints stationed there. "Greetings to the great Lord Crocker." A cardinal stationed here flew over and bowed. "Esmond, what's the situation with the space crack? How many demons flew out?" asked the old man. Reporting to Lord Crocker, "As of last night, a total of 3 demon lords flew out, and we have killed them all." The archbishop named Esmond replied hurriedly, "3-headed demon lord." The old man's face was solemn. "It seems that the demonic plane across from us." Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, bursts of shrill sounds of breaking through the air came from the depths of the deep Devil's Canyon. At the same time, a surge of demonic energy erupted from the bottom of the canyon. To the gods, the breath of demons was like the stench emanating from a cesspool, causing them to instinctively resent and reject it. At this moment, when the demonic energy suddenly erupted, everyone frowned in unison. "A demon has appeared," Esmond exclaimed in a low voice, and saw hundreds of black lights gushing out from the depths of the canyon and appearing in the sky above the Devil's Canyon. A mighty demonic energy instantly weighed down everyone's hearts. The Knights of Light stationed in the Devil's Canyon had no power to fight back and fell to their knees one after another. Even powerful demigods like Esmond and Emerin had their expressions suddenly change, staring at the sky with horror. "The Great Devil. He's definitely the Big Devil." "The Great Devil?" Meng Lei shook his head slightly. "The demons are much more powerful than the Great Demon King. There are even demon god-level beings among them, and one of them has reached the peak of the demon god. The devil is equivalent to a mid-level god." At this time, hundreds of demons were suspended in the air, looking down at everyone. There are fire demons bathed in blazing flames, ice demons radiating a biting cold, trolls hundreds of feet tall, and all sorts of blood demons, wind demons, sloth demons, and horn demons. There are many types, but the aura of each demon is extremely powerful. The weakest are demon lords, and most are demon kings and great demon kings, and their strength is extremely terrifying. "Is this the world on the other side of the space rift?" A young man wearing black armor, with a fat face and earrings, glanced around, a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. "Turns out it's just a lowly mortal plane. I got all excited for nothing. Lord Demon, please allow me to flatten this lowly mortal plane." A fire demon beside him licked the saliva at the corner of his mouth and bowed respectfully to ask for permission. "How can you be the only one to undertake such an important mission?" "Lord Demon, I also want to ask for your permission." "Lord Demon God." The other demons rushed forward, fearing that they would fall behind and miss this great opportunity. "What are you arguing about? Useless thing." The fat, big-eared young man snorted coldly. "As usual, all creatures above the level of Demon King belong to me, and none of you can lay your hands on them. As for the rest, you can do whatever you want with them. I will follow the orders of the Demon Lord. Kill these guys first." "Ha ha, the delicious taste of blood and soul is so mouth-watering. Here I come." A group of demons cheered in unison and suddenly pounced on Meng Lei and others. Their mouths were watering and their eyes were emitting green light, like hungry wolves that had been starving for years. They're coming. Meet the enemy. Meet the enemy quickly." Faced with hundreds of demons charging towards them, everyone panicked and rushed to fight. However, the demons were extremely fast. Before the Knights of Light and the powerful demigods could form their battle formations, the demons had already rushed into the crowd and began to slaughter crazily, like a tiger pouncing on a flock of sheep. The weakest of these hundreds of demons is a demon lord, but there are quite a few demon kings and great demon kings. In comparison, the Crocker cult seemed to be completely powerless. In a word, the strength of both sides is not at the same level at all. There is no comparison. If the two sides were allowed to fight, the people of the Crocker cult would be slaughtered and become food and delicacy for the demons. Of course, Meng Lei would never sit idly by. He directly imprisoned the surrounding void. Whether it was the hundreds of demons that rushed over or the members of the Crocker cult, they were all imprisoned in place, unable to move, as if their acupoints were hit. Meng Lei slowly uttered a word. In an instant, hundreds of demons exploded and turned into blood mist. The confined void was then released, the air flowed, and a cold wind blew. In the sky, only the fat young man wearing black armor and with big ears was left floating alone. As for those hundreds of demons, everything turned into blood mist. The fat and big-eared young man stared blankly at his subordinates who were blown into a bloody mist. His squinting eyes widened with disbelief and shock. Among his subordinates were many great demons and devils who were extremely powerful, yet they were killed inexplicably. What kind of terrifying power is this? What's even more terrifying is that he has no idea who did it. Who is it? Who killed them? The fat, big-eared young man was trembling all over, terrified. At this moment, he saw a young man rising into the air and heading straight towards him. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying aura emanated from the young man, instantly suffocating him. The fat, big-eared young man was instantly terrified, his soul shattered and his heart and liver torn apart. The great demon! He is actually the great demon! The fat and big-eared young man looked at Meng Lei, his eyes filled with extreme fear. How dare you invade my territory? Meng Lei spoke slowly, his expression as cold as ice. No, no! The fat, big-eared young man forced a smile uglier than crying. Sir, it's a misunderstanding, absolutely a misunderstanding. I'm just here for a trip. Yes, for a trip, sir, you can see clearly. Meng Lei scratched his ears and said sarcastically, are you insulting my intelligence? Or do you think you can trick me with your Oscar-winning acting skills? Get down on your knees. Plop. The fat, big-eared young man immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Sir, please spare my life. I know I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and let me go. Meng Lei nodded with satisfaction. Speaking of which, I know a lot about demons, but I can't tell what kind of demon you are. What kind of demon are you? My lord, I am an ancient demon pig. As soon as he finished speaking, the fat-headed and big-eared young man shook his body and transformed into a giant demon pig that was completely black, 100 feet tall, and had 2 sharp fangs in its mouth. Ancient demonic pig? Meng Lei was stunned. There is actually such a demon? Meng Lei, don't underestimate the ancient demon pig. It's an extremely terrifying demonic race. Dedora's voice rang out. The ancient demon pigs are naturally greedy and gluttonous. Their innate magical power, devouring, can not only absorb the enemy's life essence, but also has a certain chance of plundering the opponent's innate magical power. What's even more amazing is that the ancient demon pigs have an extremely strong reproductive capacity and their population is enormous. Even the dragon Protoss and Titan Protoss combined cannot compare to their numbers. Therefore, this clan holds an extremely important position and powerful strength in the evil camp. The ancient demon pig is so powerful? Meng Lei was shocked. In his previous impression, pigs were always at the bottom of the food chain no matter in which world they were and were often preyed upon by other creatures. Unexpectedly, the ancient demon pig was an exception. Mon Lei, you must remember this, the foundation of a tribe determines the number of strong individuals. Tribes like yours, the orcs, and the ancient demon pigs, may appear weak on the surface, but because of their vast tribe foundation, they often give birth to many great beings. Dedora's words were profound. Meng Lei curled his lips and stared at the ancient demon pig again. Since you have a good attitude, I will let you go for now. But you can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the living punishment. Hand over your soul and submit to me. Yes, sir. Although the ancient demon pig was extremely reluctant, he did not show it and simply handed over the origin of his soul to Meng Lei for refinement. Please introduce yourself. The ancient demon pig said respectfully, my name is Bailey Yayu, and I come from Jutu Ridge in the Netherworld continent. The Netherworld? What kind of world is that? Meng Lei asked with his eyes sparkling. Master, the Netherworld continent is a medium-sized demonic plane. What did you say? A medium demonic plane? Meng Lei's whole body was shocked, and Duodora couldn't help but exclaimed. The sky continent is actually connected to a medium-sized plane. You are so lucky. Meng Lei was excited and urged, tell me the details of the Netherworld continent, especially the information about the strong ones. The ancient demon pig concealed nothing and spoke incessantly. The Netherworld continent is vast and boundless, its territory 1,000,000 times larger than that of ordinary, lower-level planes. Such a vast land naturally breeds countless creatures, and even more powerful individuals. The strongest in the Netherworld continent is the Great Demon God. Each Great Demon God rules over an extremely vast territory, and the number of demons under his command can easily reach trillions. As the pinnacle of demons, the ancient demon pig ruled over the equally vast Jutu Ridge, which was equivalent in area to 30 lower-level material planes. The only sad thing is that a peak demon god is only a demon god after all. In this world dominated by a great demon god, even a demon god has to be careful in his conduct. In our Netherworld continent, there are 3 most powerful forces, the Netherworld Demon Kingdom, the Fallen Empire, and the 3 heads of hell. Bailey Yayu said respectfully, these 3 demonic kingdoms have almost divided up a large area of the Netherworld continent, and are guarded by many great demon gods. How many great demon gods are there in the Netherworld Demon Kingdom? Meng Lei asked the question that concerned him most. This, I can't explain it clearly. Bailey Yayu quickly explained. The Netherworld Demon Kingdom was founded by the Netherworld Divine Phoenix clan. Although the Netherworld Divine Phoenix clan is rare as a royal clan, they should have cultivated a number of great demon gods over the long years. I'm not sure exactly how many there are. The Netherworld Demon Kingdom is an empire established by the Netherworld Divine Phoenix? Meng Lei's pupils shrank slightly. That's right, Master. Bailey Yayu replied respectfully. The Fallen Empire and the 3-headed Kingdom of Hell are powerful kingdoms founded by fallen angels and 3-headed dogs of hell, respectively. The 3-headed dog of hell. Meng Lei licked his lips and sighed inwardly. The 3 largest forces on the Nether continent were actually built by these 3 races. It seems that things are getting more complicated. Don't take it lightly. Dedora's voice rang out. These 3 races are not ordinary demons. We must be careful.
trouble. If something goes wrong, it will be troublesome. And what I'm most worried about is one thing: the Lord of the Planes of the Netherworld continent. The scale of the medium plane is 1,000,000 times that of the lower material plane. Not only is the territory larger, but there are also more living beings. The power of the plane is naturally more terrifying. The Lord of the middle plane, within his own plane, no one dares to provoke him easily. Even if the Lord God descends, he cannot do anything to the Lord of the plane. Dodora sighed. So, the Lord of the intermediate plane is also called the Lord of the plane, which means that in the intermediate plane, the Lord of the plane is equivalent to a Lord God. Lord of the planes. Meng Lei was shocked. Being called the Lord God makes it easy for me to imagine how noble and powerful the Lord of the middle plane is. That's right. Although the Lord God is known as the God among gods and is supreme, there are also beings who are not afraid of the Lord God, and that is the Lord of the middle plane. Dodora sighed. They control a medium-sized plane. They are definitely the overlords among the gods. No one can do anything to them. Hearing what you said, I want to seize a medium plane and become the master of the medium plane. Meng Lei licked his lips, and desire surged in his heart. It's normal to be excited. Becoming the Lord of the middle plane is the dream of every god. This is also one of the reasons why the middle plane and middle plane seeds are expensive. Dodola sighed. Dodora, I'm a little hesitant. Meng Lei looked towards the bottomless Devil's Canyon, a trace of worry rising in his heart. If there is also a Lord of the Plains in the Netherworld continent, then wouldn't I be putting myself in danger? That's exactly what I'm worried about. Dodora warned, so don't act rashly. Find out the situation first. Meng Lei nodded slightly. In that case, let's use the divine clone to investigate first. Unfortunately, I don't even have a divine clone. Didn't you just get the corpse of an abyss bone dragon? You can use it to refine a demon clone, Dodora suggested. How could I forget about this? Meng Lei slapped his forehead. The body of the abyss bone dragon was extremely hard. Except for the skull that was broken by himself, other parts were intact and could be used to refine a clone. Meng Lei immediately took out the corpse of the abyss bone dragon and started refining it. Refining an avatar is actually similar to refining a divine weapon. Both involve injecting the imprint of the soul into it to achieve mental control and do whatever one wants. It's not difficult. The only headache was that the skull of the abyss bone dragon was broken, and it had lost the space to accommodate the soul fire, which caused a lot of trouble for Meng Lei. Fortunately, he had a lot of mummies, remains and bones on hand. After some selection and piecing them together, he finally made a fake skull. There are almost no flaws on the outside, but in fact, this skull is far less hard than the original abyss bone dragon's bones. This is also the only loophole of this abyss bone dragon clone. Finally done. Meng Lei breathed a sigh of relief, endured the excruciating pain, split out a ball of soul fire, and injected it into the skull of the abyss bone dragon. Then, he began to control the abyss bone dragon. Ka. The abyss bone dragon slowly moved, wagging its head and tail, lifting its paws and taking steps. After many attempts, Meng Lei gradually became familiar with the control techniques. His movements became more and more smooth, and finally he achieved perfect control. Everything is ready. We can go. Meng Lei controlled the abyss bone dragon's clone to transform into a human form, and Dodora and the old Dean also sent out their divine power projections. Then, under the leadership of Bailey Yayu, they entered the space crack. Huff, huff, huff. As soon as he entered the space crack, violent space turbulence hit him in the face. The old Dean's divine power projection did not last for a few seconds before it was shattered to pieces. Old Dean! Dodora shouted anxiously, the spatial turbulence is too strong. He can't hold on. Hurry up, speed up, and rush out. A few seconds later, the three of them finally passed through the space crack and came to a whole new world. There was neither the expected darkness nor the bloody atmosphere. The Netherworld continent, completely occupied by demons, was actually a vibrant place, almost identical to the Sky continent. At least, that's what it looks like on the surface. The concentration of magical elements is hundreds of times higher than that of the Sky continent, and the laws of heaven and earth are even more distinct. And the stability of gravity in space, there's no comparison. Meng Lei punched out, piercing a tiny hole in space. If such a force were to exist on the Sky continent, it would be enough to tear apart a large area of the void. This is what a mid-level plane is like. The lower planes can't even compare. Dodora's face was filled with nostalgia. What a shame such a mid-level plane was occupied by demons. What a waste of resources. That's right. Meng Lei agreed and turned to look at the ancient demon pig Bailey Yayu. Where is this? My lord, this is the dark forest, which belongs to my Pighead Ridge. Bailey Yayu answered respectfully. Let's go and take a look at your nest first, Meng Lei said after thinking for a while. Yes, master. The three of them took off into the air and followed Bailey Yayu towards its nest. As he flew, Meng Lei surveyed this strange new world. Magical elements were extremely dense, and the forest vegetation was exceptionally lush. A vast number of magical beasts inhabited this place. If it weren't for the occasional demonic hordes, it would have been virtually identical to the magic forest on the Sky continent. His divine consciousness had already spread out, plundering the demon tribe's gold coins, law source crystals, artifacts, treasures, and divine crystals.
Meng Lei made a fortune by stealing along the way.
Although these demon tribes were generally poor, the accumulated value of the small amount was staggering. Meng Lei was not sure of the exact number because this was just his clone and the system was not accompanying him.
2 days later, Monlei finally arrived at Bailey Yayu's lair. "Is this your lair?"
The three of them stood in front of a giant Tianking. The diameter of the Tianking was shocking, tens of thousands of kilometers in diameter, and at the bottom of the Tianking was a vast primeval forest. In the forest, there live an astonishing number of pigs. This deep pit is simply a huge naturally formed pig pen.
"Yes, master, this is my old nest, the demonic pig Tiankung."
Bailey Yayu said respectfully, "Our Yayu family has lived here for generations, and these piglets are all my children."
Meng Lei nodded. "Go down and take a look. Father is back."
"Wow, father." Bailey Yayu's return caused quite a stir, with countless piglets gathering from all directions to warmly welcome him. He casually pulled out a bunch of goodies and distributed them to the piglets in the pit.
"Master, these piglets are my children.
When they grow up, they can go out and start their own families."
Bailey Yayu explained. "Are they all your children?" Meng Lei's expression was rich.
The number of piglets in the Tianking was enormous. If not tens of millions, then there must be millions.
"Are they all descendants of the ancient demon pigs?"
Their fertility was astonishing.
"Yes, master." Bailey beamed with pride.
"In our ancient demon pig tribe, whoever gives birth to more children is more prestigious, as it represents the power of one's abilities."
What a unique aesthetic. Continuing forward, Meng Lei saw a group of sows dressed up in fancy clothes.
Some of them had waists thicker than fat women, and some were as big and strong as Zhang Fei.
"I see."
They all looked ferocious, but they kept flirting with Bailey Yayu, which made Meng Lei sweat all over and he couldn't help shouting that he couldn't stand it anymore. But Bailey didn't care at all. Instead, he proudly introduced them to Meng Lei. "Master, they are all my wives."
"Look, I see."
Meng Lei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and managed to squeeze out a sentence. "You are really lucky."
"Of course. In our Zutooling, who doesn't envy me, Demon Lord Bailey? Having 129,600 beautiful wives is something that everyone envies,"
Bailey said proudly.
"Then you are truly blessed." At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "Where is the demon god Bailey of Zutooling?"
Bailey's face darkened immediately after hearing this.
"Damn it, those bastards again. Who is looking for you?" Meng Lei raised his eyebrows.
"Who else could it be but the Ice Demon Palace guards?" Bailey explained through gritted teeth. "Our Zhutu Ridge is a vassal state of the Ice Demon Palace of the
Netherworld Demon Nation. We have to pay tribute to the Ice Demon Palace every year, and the Ice Demon Palace guards are responsible for collecting the tribute." "I see." Meng Lei nodded slowly.
"These bastards are vampires.
Half of the tribute I pay to the Ice Demon Palace every year goes into their pockets.
They are so greedy.
But they represent the Ice Demon Palace, so we can only swallow our anger." Bailey was full of resentment. "Let's go out and take a look."
The two came to the sky above the Tianking and saw a group of demons wearing silver armor, with horns on their heads and bodies made of ice hovering.
They were the Ice Demons.
This team of ice demons is not large in number, with only about 20 of them. Almost all of them are great demons at the lower god level, and the strongest leader is a demon at the middle god level.
"Demon Lord Bailey, how are the tributes for this year being prepared?" The leading Ice Demon Lord glanced at Meng Lei, then his gaze returned to Bailey Yayu, his tone condescending. "Everything is ready."
Bailey took a deep breath and casually threw out a space ring filled with tributes. The ice demon beast took the interspatial ring and examined it carefully. After a moment, it frowned slightly. "Demon Lord Bailey, the tribute you prepared is not enough." Bailey Yayu's expression suddenly changed.
"Demon Lord Isaiah, the tribute was prepared according to the standards of previous years. Why is it suddenly not enough?"
"Oh, I actually forgot this important thing. I shouldn't have done that."
Demon Lord Isaiah slapped his forehead. "Demon Lord Bailey, you
don't know that the Lord of the Palace has already ordered that the amount of tribute this year be doubled compared to previous years."
"Double it?" Bailey Yayu was furious.
"Demon Lord Isaiah, the tribute amount has remained the same for tens of thousands of years, never
changing. Why is it suddenly being doubled?"
"If the Lord of the Palace has truly issued this order, please produce the official document."
"Demon Lord Bailey, are you questioning the orders of the Lord of the Mansion?
Be careful or I will report you to the Lord of the Mansion personally and punish you for disrespect."
Isaiah's face turned cold and he shouted angrily.
I won't increase the tribute until I see the official document."
Bailey responded coldly. "Demon God Isaiah, please go back." Isaiah roared. "Demon God Bailey, how dare you question the orders of the Lord of the Palace?
Come, capture him and bring him back to the Ice Demon Palace for the Lord of the Palace to decide." As he spoke, he stared at Bailey coldly. "If you dare to resist, I will kill you on the spot."
A team of Ice Demon Palace guards responded loudly and swarmed forward, their eyes fierce and provocative, full of confidence.
Although they are not as powerful as Demon Bailey, they are only lower-level gods after all, but they are not afraid at all that Demon Bailey will do something bad to them.
Because they represent the Ice Demon Palace. If Demon Lord Bailey dares to resist, it would be a provocation to the Ice Demon Palace, which is equivalent to being an enemy of the the Ice Demon Palace. To be an enemy of the Ice Demon Palace is certain death.
Bailey was so angry that his whole body was shaking, his fists were clenched tightly, and he was suppressing endless anger in his heart. He almost had the urge to kill all these guys. However, as soon as the Ice Demon Palace guards pounced on him, he became like a deflated ball and completely gave up resisting.
Demon Lord Bailey, I'm sorry.
A team of Ice Demon Palace guards rushed forward, subdued Bailey and detained him.
No matter how strong you are, you have to bow down to me, the Ice Demon Palace guards.
Seeing this, a hint of pride flashed in the eyes of the demon god Isaiah.
Master, I'm so sorry,
Bailey said with a wry smile. I can't fall out with the Ice Demon Mansion, otherwise not only will I die, but the entire Yayu family will be destroyed.
Bailey, I understand how you feel,
but sometimes, simply giving in will only make the other party become more aggressive and exploit you even more cruelly.
Meng Lei shook his head slightly and reminded firmly, moderate resistance is absolutely necessary. Hearing Munley's words, Bailey gave a bitter smile.
Isaiah's expression suddenly changed, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Who are you?
Kill your people.
Meng Lei responded calmly, and a suffocating and terrifying aura burst out, like a huge wave sweeping over in an instant.
Great demon.
Feeling the pressure, Isaiah's teeth chattered, his eyes filled with fear.
You are actually the great demon. Meng Lei didn't want to waste time talking to such a small fry.
He slapped the air with his palm, and the demon god Isaiah was immediately frightened and shouted
at the top of his lungs, no, you can't kill me. I'm a guard of the Ice Demon Palace. If you dare to kill me, the Ice Demon Palace will never let you go.
Crack! Before he could finish his words, Meng Lei's palm power had arrived.
With a crack, the demon god Isaiah was directly beaten into a puddle of mud. Kill someone. The captain's been killed.
Upon seeing this, the Ice Demon Palace guards turned pale and trembled uncontrollably. They had never imagined that someone would dare to become an enemy of the Ice Demon Palace guards, let alone kill their captain.
It was simply audacious and insane. Hand over all the confiscated tributes and I can let you go.
Meng Lei stared coldly at the Ice Demon Palace guards. The tributes are all in the captain's hands. A guard of the Ice Demon Palace responded with a trembling voice.
Meng Lei grabbed casually and indeed pulled out dozens of space rings from the mud.
He swept his mind and immediately found a large number of tributes.
Yes.
The Ice Demon Palace guards responded in horror. The Ice Demon Palace guards fled in panic like frightened birds.
Bailey said anxiously, Master, we can't let them leave, or else the Ice Demon Palace's reinforcements will soon be here.
Before he finished speaking, Bailey was ready to take action, vowing to keep this team of Ice Demon guards here forever, eradicate the roots and prevent future troubles. Meng Lei waved his hand to stop them. I insist on having them lure in the Ice Demon Palace guards. Only in this way can we truly understand the strength of the Ice Demon Palace.
But, Master,
Bailey hesitated to speak.
No buts.
Meng Lei interrupted it, took out the dozens of space rings he had just harvested, and ordered, take these tributes, as well as your wife and children, and leave the Netherworld continent immediately and seek refuge in the Bright Continent.
Bailey's whole body trembled, confusion in his eyes.
He had grown up in the Netherworld continent, and Zhutu Ridge was his home.
Now he was leaving here? What? Are you reluctant?
Then accompany me and bear the wrath of the Ice Demon Mansion.
Can you bear it? Meng Lei raised his eyebrows with a cold tone.
Bailey trembled all over and said with a wry smile, Master, I'd better leave.
The wrath of the Ice Demon Palace is definitely not something I can bear. That's right. Meng Lei waved his hand.
Give these space rings to my master and ask him to clear out a piece of land for you to temporarily settle in the Bright Continent.
Yes, Master.
Bailey took the interspatial ring and said gratefully, take care, Master.
It's okay. It's just a demon clone. I can still bear it.
Besides, whether they can defeat my clone is still unknown.
Meng Lei waved his hand and urged, hurry up and retreat. It's too late and you won't be able to leave.
Yes, Master. Bailey understood the seriousness of the situation and quickly gathered his wife and children to leave. His children were all at the demigod level, so escaping was no problem at all. Soon, the originally bustling demon pig Tianking suddenly became deserted, with only Meng Lei and Duatala left.
Let's go outside the sinkhole.
Meng Lei continued to wander around Zhutu Ridge, looting the demon tribe in the forest while waiting for the arrival of the Ice Demon Palace army. Meng Lei had no idea how deep the Netherworld continent was, so he decided to use this clone to probe the depth of the Netherworld continent. He is willing to give up a clone. What a beautiful plane. The more he wandered around, the more Meng Lei fell in love with the Netherworld continent. Here, the magical elements were rich, the laws of heaven and earth were clear, and the territory was vast. It had to be said that Meng Lei was secretly jealous. He longed to dominate this Netherworld continent and claim it as his own. Unfortunately, for now, he could only bury this desire deep in his heart. The Ice Demon Mansion's actions were much slower than Meng Lei expected. For 3 consecutive days, he didn't see any trace of the Ice Demon Mansion, but he took the opportunity to plunder a lot of wealth. It was not until the 4th day that people finally rushed towards Zutuling. There were more than 100,000 of them, a black mass, and they were very aggressive, causing a huge sensation.
The Ice Demon Palace guards are here. It's those nasty vampires vampires. The Ice Demon Palace Guards are here again. So many Ice Demon Palace Guards. What are they doing? Is there another demon rebellion? Who knows? The Ice Demon Palace Guards quickly charged over the demonic pig Tianking, their overwhelming demonic might spreading outward, sweeping in all directions. If the piglets of the Yayu family were still around, they would definitely be frightened to the point of peeing their pants, but they had already evacuated in advance, leaving behind only an empty nest. The Ice Demon Palace Guards also noticed this. The leader, the great demon god Grover, was furious and cursed. Damn demon pig, it actually escaped. It must be killed. It must be killed. Pass on my order to immediately report the situation here to the lord of the mansion. Order a search of the entire mansion to find the whereabouts of the demonic pig clan. Yes, Lord Grover the great demon. I don't believe it. The demonic pig clan is so numerous, can they fly and hide underground? Lord Grover, the great demon lord, what do we do now? Capture all the demons in Zootuling. Make sure to find out the whereabouts of the demonic pig clan. Anyone who dares to conceal the truth will be killed without mercy. Yes, Lord Grover the great demon. 100,000 Ice Demon Palace Guards quickly dispersed to search for the traces of the demon pig clan. Only the great demon Lord Grover, who was leading the team, was left above the Tiankung. Bailey Yayu, and that bastard who killed Isaiah, don't let me catch them. There was a cold glint in the eyes of the great demon Grover, and a biting chill emanated from his body. Isaiah the demon is his child, and the best one. But 7 days ago, Isaiah was murdered. The great devil Grover swore to heaven that he would not be a devil until he had avenged this vengeance. Are you here to see me? At this moment, a clear voice suddenly sounded in his ears. The great demon Lord Grover was shocked and immediately looked towards the source of the voice. A black-haired young man was floating not far away. The great demon Grover asked coldly. Meng Lei put his hands behind his back and said calmly, 7 days ago, I killed a team of Ice Demon Palace Guards here. You killed Isaiah. The great demon god Grover stared at Meng Lei with eyes as fast as lightning, and a surge of murderous intent instantly pressed towards him. Okay, that's good. The great demon god Grover gnashed his teeth, his resentment bursting out at this moment. Don't worry, I won't kill you all at once. I will gradually destroy your demonic body and roast your soul in the demonic fire for billions of years, making you repent for your sins and endless pain and torture. Really? Then come on. Meng Lei shook his head and smiled. Let me see your strength. The great demon Grover disappeared from the spot in an instant, and with a sharp and short sound of breaking through the air, he had already rushed in front of Meng Lei, raised his hand and punched. The momentum was like a thunderbolt. Meng Lei licked his lips and without hesitation, swung his fist to meet the attack. The two fists collided, like Mars hitting the earth. With a loud bang, the void around the two people shattered like glass, cracking inch by inch, and instantly formed a huge black hole. The void of the middle plane was completely shattered. After the collision, Meng Lei and the great demon Grover both flew backwards. Meng Lei took 10 steps back, and the great demon Grover retreated 100 meters. The outcome was decided in one move, and Meng Lei's Abyss Bone Dragon clone was superior. You want to kill me, but it seems you're not strong enough. Meng Lei smiled faintly, deliberately provoking the other party. Grover clenched his fists, anger blazing in his eyes, but his mind quickly calmed down. Meng Lei's strength was beyond his expectations. If you can't kill me, I'll kill you. Meng Lei laughed and took the initiative to attack. He had the upper hand in strength and had a good chance of killing the opponent. A great demon god must know many secrets of the netherworld. This is exactly what Monroe is eager to know. The earth-shaking collision began. With his stronger strength, Mon Lei firmly suppressed his opponent, while Grover was obviously inferior to him. As the situation became increasingly critical, the great demon Grover let out an earth-shaking roar and transformed into a giant ice demon that was 500,000 feet tall and whose entire body looked like it was made of ice. Meng Lei also changed, revealing his true form. A giant ice demon that is 500,000 feet tall and made entirely of ice. An abyss bone dragon that is 600,000 feet long and made entirely of bones. The two behemoths released tremendous demonic power, which soared into the sky and then collided violently, like a nuclear bomb explosion. A huge shock wave exploded, and the impact range reached 1 million kilometers. Dust flew and trees broke. Grass debris was flying and rocks were crumbling. It's the great demon Lord Grover. Who is that abyssal bone dragon? The abyss bone dragon is also a great demon. Ice demon ancestor is above. The demon tribe of Zhutu Ridge and the 100,000 ice demon guards who had just dispersed all looked up at the two figures in the sky in horror. The terrifying demonic power mercilessly oppressed their hearts, making them terrified and trembling, and they had no courage to fight at all. Accompanied by two earth-shaking roars, the two giant beasts collided with each other. With a loud bang, the void shattered in an instant, forming a terrifying black hole. The giant ice demon and the abyss bone dragon were trapped in the black hole. Despite the horrific space turbulence and space gale, they remained unshakable and continued to collide violently. Boom boom boom. Crack, crack, crack. From south to north, from east to west, the two sides fought fiercely. Wherever it passed, the void became a black hole, shock waves and energy rage raged, and many unfortunate demons became innocent victims, or you'll be beaten into a pulp by the shock wave. Otherwise you will be pierced into a sieve by the strong energy, or be crushed to death by the flying rocks. The causes of death were so different, it was really unlucky. Run, run! The creatures panicked and fled in all directions, wishing they had 2 more legs, but they did not realize that this seemingly fierce collision was nearing its end. The giant ice demon's body was covered with holes and countless ice holes appeared, and its aura had dropped significantly compared to the initial level. On the other hand, the abyss bone dragon is still intact and full of energy. It even becomes braver and braver as the battle goes on, and its fighting spirit is stronger than at the beginning. Meng Lei roared, and his giant claws fell down, pointing directly at the ice demon's head. The ice demon's face suddenly changed and he raised his right arm to block. Crack! The bone claws collided with the ice arms, making a deafening sound. The ice demon's ice arms shattered instantly, and ice chips flew everywhere. Meng Lei pursued the opponent with greater speed and power, and his attacks were continuous and uninterrupted like a violent storm. Boom boom boom. The giant ice demon finally couldn't hold on any longer and exploded into pieces. Ice demon defeated. A white crystal shot out from the broken ice and flew into the distance. It was the great demon Lord Grover's mug. Want to escape? I'm prepared. Meng Lei sneered and swung his bone claws high up, completely suppressing the white demon like a fly swatting a mosquito. Mosh was smashed into pieces. Meng Lei grabbed it and held it tightly in his hand. The sound of the great demon Grover's crazy roar came from it. Damn you bastard! How dare you destroy my demonic body? I will fight you to the death and never reconcile with you. I, Grover, will never be a demon unless I kill you. Meng Lei smiled bitterly, not bothering to pay attention to the madman. He turned around and asked Dodora, can you read this guy's memory? Tadora shook her head. I am only a projection of divine power now. My soul is extremely fragile and I cannot read its memories. Your clone can't do it either, right? Meng Lei nodded slightly. In this case, we can only return to the Bright Continent first. Meng Lei and Dodora returned to the Bright Continent and handed Mosh over to Meng Lei himself. What happened next is self-evident. After a long time, the reading was finally completed. Dodora asked with concern. The old man and Emerin also looked at Mon Lei, while the high-ranking members of the Crocker cult were sent back by the old man to continue spreading the faith. As for the ancient demon pig Bailey Yayu, he has already gone to the continent of gods and demons with his wife and children. Although it is far away, it is the most suitable place for them to live. In other words, only Mon Lei, Dodora, and the old man are left in the sky above the Devil's Canyon. Dodora, the power of the Netherworld continent is far more powerful and dangerous than we expected. Meng Lei sighed and said, according to Grover's memory, the Ice Demon Palace has more than a dozen great demon gods, and the strongest of them, the Ice Demon Palace Master, is actually a medium-sized great demon god. Medium great demon. Dodora took a deep breath, knowing what this meant. Great demons were divided into 4 levels based on their strength. Ordinary great demon, medium great demon, high-level great demon, and great perfect great demon. These 4 levels correspond to the early, middle, late and even perfect upper-level gods. The medium-level great demon is in the middle stage of the upper gods. Although there is only 1 level difference between an ordinary great demon and a medium great demon, one belongs to the sky and the other belongs to the underground, so they cannot be compared at all. Even though Meng Lei's abyss bone dragon clone had killed an ordinary great demon Grover, if he faced a medium-level great demon, he would definitely be defeated easily. Dodora knew very well that the strength of Meng Lei's abyss bone dragon clone was roughly between that of an ordinary great demon and a medium great demon, which was difficult to surpass. How many prefectures are there in the Netherworld Demon Kingdom? Dodora asked the key question. What's going on? 108, Meng Lei answered slowly. That is to say, there are at least 107 medium-level great demons like the Lord of the Ice Demon Palace in the Nether Demon Kingdom? Dodora took another breath. Meng Lei nodded slightly. The Netherworld Demon Nation has a tradition that the Palace Master must be the strongest in each palace and must be ready to accept challenges at any time. Anyone who successfully challenges the Palace Master can replace him and become the new leader. Dodora was not surprised by this. The competition between demons has always been simple and crude, survival of the fittest, and the strong are respected. Meng Lei nodded in agreement. It is precisely because the competition is so fierce that the masters of the 108 mansions in the Nether Demon Kingdom are also powerful. Is there any news about the Lord of the Plains? Dodora continued to ask. Probably not. Meng Lei shook his head. According to Grover's memory, there are 3 extremely powerful demon gods in the Netherworld continent. They are the rulers of the Netherworld Demon Kingdom, the Fallen Empire, and the 3 heads of Hell. They are all high-level demon gods, evenly matched in strength, and no one can do anything to the other. So, there is no peerless demon god in the Netherworld continent who is powerful enough to suppress the entire plane? Dodora's eyes lit up slightly. There is indeed no such existence in Grover's memory. Mon Lei shook his head again. This is excellent news. Dodora said with a smile, at least it means that the Netherworld continent is likely still an unowned land. Meng Lei frowned slightly. immediately. But what if there really is a plane master in the netherworld continent, but he is indifferent to fame and fortune, unknown and unknown?
This possibility exists, but it's extremely unlikely, Dodora explained.
You have to understand that any lord of a mid-level plane is a peerless overlord. There's no reason for them to remain unknown. The title of Lord of the Plains isn't earned lightly. Besides, it's not easy to become the Lord of the Middle Plane.
Dodora continued, the Middle Plane is more vast, and the power of the plane is more surging. Refining the heart of the plane is extremely difficult and usually takes a long time.
There are already 3 peerless masters in the netherworld continent who are restraining and checking each other.
The chances of refining the heart of the plane are naturally slim.
Meng Lei nodded repeatedly.
According to Grover's memory, the 3 most powerful demon gods of the netherworld continent were as hostile as fire and water. They wanted to kill each other and dominate the netherworld continent, but they have always been in a 3-way balance of power until today.
That's right,
Dodora said excitedly. I boldly speculate that the plain heart of the netherworld continent may not have been refined yet.
In other words, the netherworld continent is very likely ownerless. Ownerless. Meng Lei's breathing became rapid.
The netherworld continent was, after all, a medium-sized plane. If he could refine its plain heart and take it into his possession, what a glorious sight that would be.
I will also become the true Lord God of the plane. What a grand victory this is.
Of course, we still need to confirm whether it is truly ownerless.
Dodora turned his gaze to Meng Lei. It's actually very simple to confirm.
Find the heart of the plane and investigate it yourself.
It depends on whether you have the courage. Confirm. Absolutely confirm.
Meng Lei nodded heavily, a gleam in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, the brave live long, and the timid starve to death.
I will do this. Don't just talk big. Dodora chuckled and said, it's not that easy to find the heart of a medium plane. With your spiritual level, it will take you forever to find it. What should we do then? Meng Lei frowned suddenly.
His divine body was comparable to that of a higher god, but his divine soul was still at the peak of a middle god.
Even with super enhancement, it was only at the early stage of a higher god. Let me go.
Dodora flapped her wings and said, I've come into contact with the heart of the middle plane before, and I know how to find it in the shortest possible time.
Do I need to go there in my real body? Meng Lei asked in a deep voice. You must use your real body.
Dodora nodded. Only when the true body sets out can the spirit soul exert its strongest strength and maximize the search for the heart of the plane.
Dodola, have you ever thought that if there really is a Lord of the Plains in the netherworld continent, wouldn't you be in danger? Meng Lei couldn't help but remind her.
He himself is the Lord of the Plane, and he knows very well that once there is any movement in the heart of the plane, the Lord of the Plane will be able to sense it immediately. If there really is a Lord of the Plains in the netherworld continent, if Dodola goes to explore the heart of the plains, he will probably be discovered immediately and fall into danger.
I bet there's absolutely no plane lord in the netherworld continent. Dodora smiled confidently. My intuition is always accurate. Are you really determined to go? Meng Lei asked sullenly. We can explore slowly and carefully.
There's no need to rush. Don't worry, I haven't completed the God of Time's instructions yet, and I will never take risks easily. Duatala laughed heartily, and before he finished speaking, he jumped up and flew into the space crack.
Meng Lei controlled the Abyss Bone Dragon clone and followed closely behind.
If Dodora was in danger, he could still help. Arriving at the netherworld continent, Dodola did not hesitate and immediately released his divine consciousness to begin searching.
This was the first time that Meng Lei truly felt Dodora's divine consciousness, and he was shocked. Dodora's divine consciousness is vast and boundless, just like the boundless starry sky, vast and boundless. Dodora's soul is so powerful, stronger than any great demon or higher god I have encountered before, Meng Lei exclaimed.
Speaking of which, Tatara is one of the people he is most familiar with, but his understanding of her is limited. He only knows that she is powerful, but he has never been clear about how powerful she is. Now, he could more or less feel that Dodora was at least in the middle stage of the upper god, and might even have entered the late stage.
It's so terrifyingly powerful.
Time passed, and a day passed quickly. Dodora still showed no signs of waking up, and Meng Lei could only continue to wait helplessly.
1 day, 2 days, 3 days.
At the same time, Meng Lei himself was not idle either. With the tribute of dozens of space rings and treasures looted from the demon tribe, his wealth increased again. 49.57 million divine crystals.
As assets increase, consumption naturally follows. Meng Lei first chose to strengthen his soul.
His soul was only at the peak of a mid-level god, which was obviously a shortcoming. Enhancement cost 4 million divine crystals.
Meng Lei did not hesitate and directly ordered the reinforcement.
As the order was issued, the fire in his soul began to burn like gasoline, and the flames quickly rose exponentially. The soul began to strengthen madly. After everything was over, Meng Lei felt that the world before him was brand new. The laws of heaven and earth that run through the entire world and the origins of the laws hidden deep in the plains have undergone earth-shaking changes. The divine consciousness spread out, and even without the help of the power of the plane, it could directly cover an area of tens of millions of miles and cover the entire bright continent.
The soul is so much stronger.
With the body and soul of a superior superior god. I am now a superior god in the true sense.
Meng Lei said with emotion. In one word, awesome.
System, continue super pickup. Meng Lei's eyes were fixed on the netherworld continent, hoping to obtain some practical treasures immediately through super picking.
Ding.
Host, please specify the target plane. Meng Lei pondered for a moment and said slowly, underworld.
Ding.
Picked up successfully, got a soul crystal. Soul crystal? This thing is of little use to me right now, but I can give it to the old dean, or give it to Pohaman and the others.
Ding.
Picked up successfully, got a high-level magic grid.
Do you want to fuse it? No fusion. Ding.
Pick up successful, a fallen angel's corpse obtained.
The body of a fallen angel?
As Meng Lei's mind moved, a corpse of a fallen angel appeared before his eyes.
It was 100 feet tall, covered in rolling black mist,
and exuding a surging dark aura. These were nothing. What shocked Meng Lei the most was that this fallen angel actually had 1, 2, 3, or even 4 pairs of wings.
An 8-winged fallen angel.
An 8-winged fallen angel comparable to a higher god.
I made a lot of money.
I really made a killing this time.
Open it for me. Meng Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement.
With the corpse of the fallen angel, he could refine a clone of the great demon level.
Monray, is this really a fallen angel?
The old man and Amaran were stunned, staring at the fallen angel's corpse in disbelief.
That's right, it's the fallen angel.
Meng Lei smiled and nodded, then began to refine the fallen angel's corpse. Compared to the Abyss Bone Dragon clone with a broken skull, this corpse was more intact, with only a bloody hole between its eyebrows, indicating that it had been pierced through the eyebrows to death.
2 days later, the fallen angel clone was successfully refined.
Meng Lei flapped the 4 pairs of black wings behind him and suddenly
took off into the air.
With a thought, the dark elements in a radius of 10,000 miles surged in, condensing into a huge black sword. Meng Lei shouted loudly, and the giant sword slashed out from the air, instantly carving out a terrifying canyon on the ground that was bottomless and of unknown length.
Ha ha, that's awesome. Meng Lei laughed out loud, then controlled the fallen angel clone to drill into the space crack and go to the netherworld continent to help. Keep picking up. Ding. Successfully picked up a soul grid. Do you want to fuse it? Ding.
Picked up successfully, obtained a law fragment.
Do you want to fuse it?
Fragments of the fusion law of earth, water, and gold.
Ding.
Picked up successfully, got a piece of death grass.
Ding.
Pick up successful, a hellfox corpse obtained.
Break it for me. Ding.
Pick up successful, another world bone spear obtained.
Underworld bone spear?
Meng Lei's mind moved, and a bone spear with a cold white